Our live stream. We are absolutely nuts. I'm going to be sitting here live streaming for 24 hours because we're launching a community for entrepreneurs and business owners that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So we're here to answer all of your questions and just chat for 24 hours straight, and we'll see what happens. So let us know what questions you've got, and we are going to invite.
Who's coming in?
Hey, Hannah. Hey, Francesco. Hey, CPS3 Peeth. Ask us anything. I want to move this a little bit. We're here streaming for 24 hours because we are launching a community for entrepreneurs and business owners. I work on selling businesses and private equity deals and all kinds of stuff like that. A business broker as well. So we are here to launch the community and answer your questions. Let us know what questions you have. What you're looking at?
Flipping these words around on our Facebook stream.
Just Facebook?
It's okay. Tech guy here. Now
Okay.
we're good.
So ask us anything that you have, anything about your business. Just ask us any questions. Let us know what you're thinking. And if you are a business person yourself, if you are interested in growing businesses, buying businesses, or selling businesses, check out the link in my bio on Instagram or TikTok for the community link and ask us any questions you have.
Who else coming on this week or this 24 hours, Brody?
So we're going to have a few guests on the live stream with us over the course of this 24 hours. We might have one of my business partners joining soon who has bought many businesses in his career. He's rolled up a series of dental practices. So if you have any questions about doing that, he'll be here to answer those. This is Devin. Devin runs a software development company. So if you're in software development, ask Devin any questions you have. And I sell businesses. So ask me any questions that you have. Let us know. What's up, Otto? What's up, Cole? Let us know if you got any questions. And we are answering anything that you have on buying, selling, or growing businesses or private equity. We are streaming for 24 hours.
Oh, good.
This is basically the beginning of it, too. So we're going to be sitting here for a long time just answering your questions. And Hannah asked, what is your background, Brody? My background is I started out as an entrepreneur back in 2021. I actually became one of the founders of a staffing company. And we, after a while of figuring out what it was going to be, how it was going to work, we actually got our big break and started getting some big contracts, started working all over the nation with these big contracts with colleges and universities. And it was a really niche staffing company. So I ran that company with my partners over the course of a couple of years. And after doing that for a while, we actually sold to a larger staffing company. So that was one of my biggest experiences with selling a business. I sold one other one in the meantime as well, but that was a smaller sale. But we went through this sale, and I realized very quickly that I was very enthralled by the world of mergers and acquisitions, and just had a lot of fun with it. And I also realized there was a lot to learn. So I dove into it and just tried to figure out like how this whole world worked. And as I got into it a little bit, I realized I loved it. I started selling businesses as a business broker, working as a consultant with people that were trying to grow their business and position it for a sale. And nowadays, I am also working on private equity deals. So when I'm working as a consultant with businesses working on growing their business for a sale, sometimes we're working towards selling to private equity, and I help facilitate that with a lot of the relationships with firms that I've built. So we got a couple more questions here. Nick says, how exciting, hyped to be here. I'm happy to have you here. Let us know if you got any questions. And we've got another question. Hey, Brody, can you tell us the story of how you started selling businesses? What legal requirements are needed, and how did you get your first deal? So I actually just started helping. I wasn't a business broker officially at first. I started as a consultant. So what I was doing is I would charge a retainer basically to work alongside business owners. And so I started really with my personal network. The first one I ever worked on was my friend Andy, who was one of my business partners in a business we sold together. So he was selling another business, and because he was selling that business and had worked with me, I came on just to help him with that sale, prepare, kind of talk through it, negotiate, and that sort of thing. And so I wasn't brokering the business in that case, but eventually, after getting that experience, I realized I wanted to. So I made a connection with a business broker, with a national business brokerage that had been doing it for about 5 years and had bought and sold a lot of his own businesses personally. And so I made a partnership with him, and he brought me on under his brokerage license. So now I work alongside him with the deals that we're working on. So we work with deals kind of in the manufacturing area, IT, healthcare, home services, software development, like Devin works on, in a few other areas. That's kind of how things formed. Also, Partic, I'm a student pursuing private equity. I have a previous investment banking experiences. Could we hop on a call to discuss my resume? I appreciate your interest. To be totally honest with you, I get a lot of requests for jobs. We're not really in a position where we're hiring right now, but definitely would consider you for the future. Just stay in touch, please. And someone says, I'm actually working on a project, so I'll be chilling in the background for a little bit. I'm happy to have you here, Nick. And ask any questions if you have any. And if anyone else is tuning in that has questions about private equity, about buying or selling businesses, about growing businesses, we're here to answer your questions, and we're happy to have you here. But to kind of go back to my story and like what I was talking about. So after selling my first major business, I just realized that, to be honest, we left a lot on the table. I was very young. I was 26 at the time that we sold it, and I'd only been an entrepreneur for like 2 or 3 years at that point. So I realized there was a lot that I didn't know. And so the first thing that I did is I connected with as many people that were business brokers and mergers and acquisition specialists and people doing that sort of thing as I could. And I started learning through them. So I really didn't get formal education on this. I went to college, to answer your question, Partik. Yes, I went to college for finance to get my undergraduate. And then later I ended up getting my master's in business administration. So I had a lot of business knowledge and education, but I didn't necessarily just go through formal training from the beginning to become a business broker or someone in mergers and acquisitions. I just had the finance background, and I decided to really start learning and getting my education from people who were out there actually doing it and just start interviewing them. The interesting thing, and something I forget to talk about a lot of times, but the way that I got into it is I crafted an offer where I was going to help business brokers with some of the businesses that weren't ready to sell, because I wanted to get to know how to actually position businesses for sale. I also wanted to help them because I realized there was a lot of businesses that wanted to sell, but there was a lot that they didn't know or weren't really ready to sell with a business broker. So I decided to just connect with probably between 50 and 100 business brokers on Zoom calls over the course of a few months and learn anything I could from them and form those partnerships so that I could help them with some of those businesses. And that's how I got some of my initial customers. Also, if you are tuning in, thank you, Itmis, for joining, and for Manas for asking your question. If I were to start a sell side M&A shop today, what should I do? So I would love to, as I'm answering your question, let me know anything you can about your background, because the hard answer I'm going to give you is it really depends on your background. But if you're starting a sell side M&A firm, what I would look to do is kind of lean into whatever background you have. So for me, for example, if I was starting one, I would probably try to focus on staffing companies, just because that's what I had the strongest background in. That's what I'd sold a business in. You are a 20-year-old in college. So if you were starting one, number one thing that you need to do is you need to go find someone that has a much longer track record, because what you don't have right now is a track record. So for me, when I got into private equity deals, I didn't just assume that I could get into this without having any kind of experience or knowing how it works. I actually went and found someone who had been in private equity for about 10 years and connected with a few other people for other relationships that had been doing it for various times, all like well more than 5 or 10 years. And so because I knew that they had track records and they knew what they were doing, I knew I could probably help them and help them do other deals and process things. But I would be able to use the track record that they had so that we actually knew what we were doing. So because you're a 20-year-old in college looking to start a sell side M&A firm, I would definitely find someone with experience first and see how you can get your foot in the door with them and just provide incredible value to them and help them do something they wouldn't be able to do on their own. Someone asked, does credit heavily influence buying a business? Thoughts on that? 100% if you were going the financing route. If you were to take a loan to buy a business, whether it's an SBA loan or just like a private loan of some kind, the credit that you have is going to be very important to whether you get approved for that loan or not. Now, if you're in a position where you don't have good credit, there are people out there that offer options without having as good of credit. The honest truth, though, is when you take a loan, the terms are not going to be as good if you go with one of those options, just because they kind of know what their market is. They know that you don't have as many options. The other option, of course, if you don't have great credit, is that you could go and raise the money. Now, I would be very honest with yourself if you are going to go raise other people's money, whether you feel like you're very equipped to get a good return on it. But to answer your question, yeah, credit definitely does affect your ability to borrow money. Let's see. Someone says, right now it's hard to buy companies due to multiples being low. Have you secured any this far? We have one under contract right now that we're working on. And then a couple more big private equity deals. But to answer your comment there, I don't think that multiples being low makes it hard to buy companies. It's actually the opposite. Maybe you meant multiples being high. That being said, it really depends. Multiples are all over the board for companies, and they're not all the same. It really just like some of the companies that you see listed online might have higher multiples. But you can always find deals off market by just talking to people that haven't listed them online before. You might be able to get better multiples. Do I provide any capital raising services? I don't provide capital raising services, but as a business model, if you're looking to raise money, what I would suggest as a model is kind of the position I'm taking, which is working more as an independent sponsor. So almost any mergers and acquisitions bank or brokerage or private equity firm will offer different finder's fees, incentives, and sometimes even skin in the game of deals that you bring them. So what I do is I look for private equity deals where I could bring the deal, negotiate it, make sure that it comes in. The private equity firm will buy it, and then I will earn a stake in the actual deal. Oh, Danny's here if you want to go grab him. Let's see. In that case, could you use seller financing? How hard is it to structure a deal using a majority of seller financing? So I'm going to kind of break some of the stereotypes that a lot of you probably see on the internet. It is very hard to buy a business with 100% seller financing. There's a lot of people out there that tell you could do it. I'll give a couple examples of where you might be able to do it, though. If you are buying a business that you've been working in for like a really long time, you're very close with the owner, and they see you as kind of the person to take over the business, then you might be able to buy that business with 100% seller financing. Hey, how's it going? Come on in. Then you might be able to buy that business with 100% seller financing, but it's usually very unlikely unless there's like very extenuating circumstances. Much better option is to try to buy the business with a portion of seller financing, but not 100% seller financing. Someone says, because their companies would be valued less as of right now, theoretically. Let me know why you think their companies would be valued less right now. Because I'm actually seeing a lot of multiples going up for companies. Oh, you're saying if they're not willing to sell at the moment, then that probably means they would, like, if they're less willing to sell, then the multiples that they're asking for their company are probably going to be even more so. What's up, Pain Findafu Fuco?
Pain Findafu?
Wanted to say hi. I'm going to give you a quick wave. If you're coming in here, let us know what questions you have. If you're in business, let us know. Let us know what your background is. Let us know what you're working on. We're here to answer any questions that you have about business. We work on buying, growing, and selling businesses. And I'm a business broker and a independent sponsor for private equity companies.
And where can they learn more after the live stream, Brody?
And if you're looking to learn more, go to the link in our bios to learn more, because there is a link to the community that we're launching today. So we're launching a community on Discord that is specifically for entrepreneurs and business owners that are looking to buy, grow, and sell businesses. So if you are not in there yet, go to the link in my bio on TikTok or Instagram, go ahead and join. And we chat about this stuff all the time. So any questions you have, go in there and you can learn more about it. We got some more questions here too. What company did you work for for consulting? So I actually started my own consulting company. It's called Scale for Sale. So after I sold my business, I started basically just formed my own company. I had an entity, a business entity that I'd had for a few years. And so I just started consulting through that. So I didn't go to like an established business already. I just started my own. As you're coming in, go to the link in my bio on TikTok and Instagram though, and join the Discord community that we have there. It's a community for entrepreneurs and business owners that are looking to collaborate and learn more about buying, growing, and selling businesses. And so it's a really great place. We have cool conversations in there all the time. And then for some of our members in there, we even get on weekly group calls where we're discussing some of this stuff more in depth. And let us know any questions you have as you're coming in.
And if you're watching this, make sure to share with your other business friends so they can come and ask us more questions.
Yeah, if you know anyone that's looking to break into private equity or looking to grow their business or maybe sell their business one day, share this with them, because we're covering all that kind of stuff, specifically covering some of the stuff that it takes to be ready to do private equity transactions too.
That's a good question.
The original business I founded it's called Chef on the Fly. So it was a niche staffing company, very, very focused specifically on private chefs originally. But then eventually we ended up getting these big staffing contracts with colleges and universities where we were basically taking these groups of chefs and cooks and placing them into job positions that were like temporary ones. We've got a question.
You want to go introduce DK for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Before
Come on and sit down. And
get a few more guests in.
This is Danny that's joining me here. We are actually in the studio that we manage together. So I do live streams out of here. I do a live stream show every Tuesday night. Then we do stuff like this from time to time. So Danny manages the studio with me. We do content for entrepreneurs and business owners out of here as well. And we've got a question from Tyson Orth. What's up, Tyson? He says, with separate financing, for example, let's say you take bank financing for 50% loan to value ratio, and then you take on seller equity rollover for 30%, then you have a gap of 20%. If you were to take on private investor equity, how would you structure the payments to investors, sellers, and yourself when factoring in the repayments to the bank, bearing in mind that the repayments to the bank are essentially your portion of the sale? So from an investor's point of view, how would you split the dividends to shareholders?
Only Brody and him understood that. None of the rest of me, DK, and the rest of you had no idea what that was.
That is, yeah, there's a lot to that question. I'm going to try to tackle it the best way I can. Are you heading out of here?
No, I'm back in.
Yeah.
What's up? So I'm going to try to answer your question the best way I can, Tyson. I'll kind of answer it simply. The best thing I can say is you've got to make sure that like the cash flow of the business that you're buying can support all of those things. It's almost like with all these different elements of the deal, if there's all these different like portions that are like promised to the bank or to an investor or to other things, and especially if there's like fluctuations to the cash flow, you got to make sure that the actual cash flow of the business can support that and way more. I would look to make sure that the cash flow of the business is going to support whatever debt service you take on and whatever portions of investment dividends need to be paid back, plus another 50%. So all of that you have should only account for about 50% of the cash flow, ideally even less. And if you're just tuning in and you are trying to figure out what we're doing here, we are launching a group a community for entrepreneurs and business owners that work on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So if any of that is interesting to you, check out the link in my TikTok or Instagram bio to find out more about it. And we would love to see you in there. Bank financing should be 2-to-1 in my opinion. Yeah, if you mean cash flow to financing, I completely agree. You should make sure that you have plenty of cash flow to be able to cover that. A lot of times banks will approve, well, depends from case to case. Banks might approve lower than that. I've heard kind of the magic ratio being like they'll approve that the cash flow is 1.25 times the debt service, but that doesn't mean you should necessarily do it. It could be risky doing something like that. And if you are just tuning in, go to the link in my TikTok or Instagram to find out more about our community for entrepreneurs and business owners. And if you're an entrepreneur or business owner or someone trying to get into business, let us know your background, ask us any questions. And if you do want to actually come in here and talk to us, we're streaming on all different platforms, including StreamYard right now.
Yes.
So you can actually join the Discord in my link on my TikTok or Instagram and come directly into this call with us and talk and ask questions a little bit more in depth.
You can get questions like this every day answered in the Discord if you come join. This is where you get all the value from. So if you haven't checked out the Discord yet, I highly recommend going there.
And what is my method? Someone asked, what's my method in finding businesses to sell to? Could you email or any other method? So I always go back to, for anyone who doesn't know of him, Alex Hormozy is a really great source here. He makes a lot of great business content. He's got this concept called the core 4 of getting leads, right? So the core 4 are different methods that you can do to go find new leads and prospects for any kind of business. So the 4 are warm outreach, cold outreach, running ads, and making content. So this is the same thing. If you're trying to find businesses that are trying to sell, you do those same 4 things. You either reach out to people that you already know one-to-one and tell them what you're doing, tell them what you're looking to do, whether it's them that are looking to sell or their friend, either one is fine. Or you do cold outreach, which you do a reach out one-to-one to someone that you don't already know. So you could cold email someone, you could cold call someone, you could cold DM someone on any platform that you don't already know that might want to sell their business, and you can find them that way. Or you could run advertisements. You could run ads of some kind on any social media platform, or you could do direct mailers or something like that. But you could run ads to find people that might want to sell their business and introduce yourself and what you're doing. Or you could post content. You could do what we're doing right now. Right now, we're making content online that could hopefully let more people know about our stuff and what we're doing. So those are the 4 core ways that I would try to grow any business and get more business. Now, where it gets really interesting and where business leverage comes in is if you can figure out how to do those 4 things without you having to be the one doing them manually all the time. So as a refresher, if you're just joining, check the link in my TikTok or Instagram. We have a community all for business owners and entrepreneurs working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. Ask any questions you have. And to kind of finish and round out that thought, I was talking about the 4 different ways you can get leads. You can reach out to people you know one-on-one. You can reach out to people you don't know one-on-one. You can run advertisements, or you can make content online. You can also find ways to have other people do those on your behalf. So when businesses have full sales departments, this is what they're doing. Their sales departments are either reaching out to people they know, people they don't know, helping them run ads, or that might be the marketing department, or making content.
Whoa. We got a Discord joiner.
Awesome. I'm happy to have you in the Discord. Give yourself an introduction in there. And if you are joining the Discord, as soon as you get in there and answer a couple questions, you will actually be automatically introduced to the whole Discord server with your background and what you're doing. And Devin, tell them a little bit about that, because you actually programmed this in.
Yeah, so when you come in, we figure out exactly what you're doing, whether you're buying, selling businesses, or looking to grow your own. And then the questions you answer and the actual industries that you're in get not only put in the general chat for everyone to see within the group, but you also get added to specific channels within the Discord that are with other people like you. So that allows you to not only meet other people who are doing the same thing and maybe get advice from them, but let's say you're joining the Discord and you're looking for businesses to buy, then all the people out there who might have a business that they're ready to sell see that and might contact you. You might be a good match for them or in their local area. So that's really the goal of this Discord, is to create a community where those kind of different people can cohabitate.
What businesses are you selling as of now? Can I find you leads for some useful experience? Not looking for any money or anything, just inquisitive. Yeah, absolutely. The main sectors that I'm looking in right now. So my core focus right now for my consulting company is to help businesses of a certain size get paired with private equity firms so that they can have massive exits. We're working on something called roll-ups. I'll explain that afterwards. But
I'm going to have to go. I will see the rest of you
coming.
beautiful people in the morning after Brody's about 12 hours more tired.
On your way out, where can people find you if they want to learn more about software?
Yes, if you want to learn more about software, I am on Instagram at DevelopingDevin or devberry.com, DEVBERRI.com. Go check us out. If you need a website built, if you need software, if you need automations, if you need AI, I'm the best at it. So hope to talk to you guys soon.
Awesome.
Thanks, the questions. Yeah.
And you are right. You want to sit down? You got to head out?
Yeah, I got to head out.
All right. I'll see you.
Also, follow Orlando Content Studio on Instagram.
Yep. Orlando Content Studio on Instagram. If you're in Orlando looking to get content done, that's actually where we're making this out of. So let me move this over a little bit. So what I was talking about is roll-ups. So business roll-ups are where you go out and you buy multiple businesses at the same time, and you basically get an increase of multiple of the businesses when you sell them as a combination. So Manas, I know you were asking what industries am I looking in? So the main industries we're looking in right now are consumer services. So like any kind of service to a regular consumer. I would say residential services. So things like plumbing, HVAC, electrical, any typical kind of things like that work on the home, like home services. We're also looking in healthcare. We're looking in, like niche manufacturing and business services. We're looking in industries like that. So if you're looking to just get leads for experience, I would be happy to work on some deals with you. Just let me know, find me anywhere and message me. Let me know what you have in mind. And I'll try to help as much as I can. And for CM Photos 111, yes, I'm a broker. And so I'm an associate broker. I work under a senior broker. It's been doing it for about 5 years with Synergy Business Brokers. And so on that side of my business, we basically help business owners that are looking to directly sell. How would I recommend getting into private equity? Jaden on TikTok asked. So if you were looking to get into private equity, I'll just tell you how I got into it. That's the best recommendation I could give. I don't really know how other people get into it, but the way I got into it is I started consulting with business owners that were looking to sell their business eventually. And so I started getting these clients and then I eventually became a business broker. And I really got into it by meeting other people that were already doing it, interviewing them and seeing where I could get a foot in the door. And I got to know some of these private equity firms just by working on business sales. And so I started learning more about it, kind of getting to know it. And then eventually I met someone on LinkedIn by doing a lot of messaging, just DMing people that were already working in it that I could see, getting to know them and just trying to see if there was anything I could help them with. That's how I got my foot in the door personally. And Lawrence Satilis on Instagram says, definitely looking to get into the big medical field. What would you say is the best ones to head into? Want to do senior homes? Thoughts about that? Yeah, senior homes. Senior healthcare right now is a really, really hot area for private equity. I know some people that are really doing well in that space. So senior homes are hot because there's always going to be demand. Demand is growing more and more. More and more people are deciding to kind of like live out their days in senior healthcare of some kind, or think of it as an option. So it's a very growing space. So if you're looking to get into healthcare, that's a great space. Another one is I have a friend that's doing urgent care type setups. So they're building out urgent care facilities and stuff like that. have I ever wholesaled a business, aka sold the rights to purchase the business to another business for profit? I have not done that personally. Um, I guess the way that I'm doing private equity deals might be considered that. I'm not really selling it, but what I do, like the way that I work on private equity deals right now, is I work as an independent sponsor. So we have relationships with large private equity firms where they would be the ones actually purchasing the business, but we would earn some stake in the deal. And if you are just joining in, we're launching a community for entrepreneurs and business owners on Discord for anyone who's looking to grow, buy, or sell businesses, or just make deals or get involved in private equity of some kind. So join at the link in my TikTok or Instagram and let us know your name in there, introduce yourself. And if you're tuning in on TikTok or Instagram, you can actually go into the Discord on my link in my bio and join on this live call right now and actually have some conversation with us if you'd like to. What do I think of Dan Pina, if you're familiar with him? I'm actually not familiar with Dan Pina. Let me know who that is, actually. I'm curious. But let me know what you guys want to know more about. Ask any questions. If you're in business and you're looking to learn more about private equity, about buying businesses, selling businesses, I'm curious to get to know what your thoughts are on it and ask any questions. Or even if you're just starting a business, hopefully I can help you. I've started multiple businesses before. Some have been successful, some haven't. I've seen a lot of what does work, a lot of what doesn't work. So let me know if you're just starting a business too, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And so Hannah on TikTok asks, what types of people are in the Discord community that I have? So people that are in the Discord community are all entrepreneurs and business owners that are working on growing businesses, buying businesses, and selling businesses. So if you go in there on the link in my TikTok or Instagram bio, then you'll see that that's what kinds of conversations are happening. You'll actually go through and select whichever one you want to work on, and then you'll get put in channels specific to what you're working on. And you can ask any questions in there that you ever have. Let's see. He's big on YouTube for doing mergers and acquisitions. He's been teaching for decades. I'm definitely going to check him out then. I'm surprised I haven't seen his stuff. Someone else I really like for that kind of stuff, a business broker named David Barnett. David C. Barnett's awesome for deal making stuff as well. And Lawrence Satilla says the service businesses fields like HVAC, plumbers, and so much like these, even pest control. These are some huge money makers and recession proof. Want to know more? My thoughts on those? Yeah. Those are the main fields I'm targeting, Lawrence. Those are what I would call residential or home services. So those are the businesses that I'm mostly looking to work with because they are growing really fast right now with the economy just exploding, especially in, I'm based in Florida, in areas like Florida, Georgia, South and North Carolina, Tennessee. A lot of those areas are really blowing up with the Texas. A lot of those areas are really blowing up population wise right now. So if you own a service business in one of those areas, usually you, believe it or not, you have so many customers, you can't even keep up with them if you just know how to market yourself and kind of get in front of the right opportunities. So for private equity and for buying businesses, those are really good businesses to own because they make money pretty consistently. So Manas on Instagram says, I recently started a small restaurant. From your experience, what are ways I can improve sales and scale? So I'll be honest, I don't have any restaurant experience aside from working at Chick-fil-A for 1 year in high school. But I would say, it's the same thing. It's the core four of getting leads. If you're looking to get more sales, you need to get more people in the door. So you need to figure out ways to advertise your restaurant or to make content about your restaurant, like social media content or some other type of content. Or you need to reach out to people you know already, or you need to reach out to people you don't know already. Those are the main four. For the people that I do know that own restaurants, some of the ones that are most successful, and this really depends on the concept, but a lot of the ones that I know that are most successful are very obsessive about social media in particular. I think some of the restaurants that do the best, at least here in Orlando, have really big social media followings and presences. So I would look to really grow on social media as much as you can if you have a restaurant. But to be honest, I don't have really any restaurant experience. If you're just joining in, we are launching a community. You can check the link in my bio on TikTok or Instagram. It's a Discord community for entrepreneurs and business owners that are working on growing, buying, or selling businesses. And you can join just by going to that link and hopping in there. And when you do, you'll get asked a couple questions about your background and your goals, and you'll actually get personally introduced to the group just with AI that we have plugged in. And we've got another question. Also, welcome Charlie Palmer on Instagram. Welcome Light. Welcome Lynetta Lewis. Welcome El Pepe. And CM Photos 11 says, how did you get your start in M&A and brokering? Thanks for doing the live and answering questions. Absolutely. I love doing this stuff. The people that know me and are close to me know that I could literally talk about this stuff nonstop all day. So I decided to literally talk about it nonstop for an entire day. So I'm happy to do it. I really enjoy it. How I got my start in M&A is I sold a business that I was a founder of. And after I sold it, I kind of got exposed to the process. I had to go and do a bunch of research to try to figure out how to do it in the first place. But how I really, really got into it is I just started connecting and networking with as many people as I possibly could, mostly on LinkedIn. So to give like the real tactical specifics there, and welcome anyone else who's joining, join the community in my bio on TikTok or Instagram if you're an entrepreneur or business owner trying to learn more about growing, buying, and selling businesses. But how I got into mergers and acquisitions is honestly, I ran an automated campaign connecting me to as many people on LinkedIn as I possibly could. I used something called Dripify. It costs money, but it was so worth it to me. I knew I wanted to shortcut the process as quick as possible. I knew the only way that I could do that is if I met and asked questions of people that had been doing it for years or decades. So that's exactly what I did. I talked to probably 50 or 60 business brokers and people working in mergers and acquisitions that were willing to answer my LinkedIn DMs. And whenever I could, I'd message them back and forth and got on a Zoom call and just tried to interview them about their experience. Welcome Chaitanya Patwardhan. Welcome to the Instagram. Welcome Jacob. Welcome Sam Magar. Welcome Sudin Lacuna. Welcome Levi, and welcome Kiarnix. If you are just joining, this is a stream for entrepreneurs and business owners or people looking to become entrepreneurs and business owners. And you can join the group, the Discord group in my bio on TikTok or Instagram. It's for entrepreneurs and business owners that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. And if you've got any questions about how you buy, grow, and sell businesses, tune in, ask your questions here. I'm happy to answer them. And I'm looking forward to getting to know you a little bit better. Welcome Chiska77. Welcome Dusty Brewer and Gladwell. Ask your questions. Let me know what you're thinking. If you've got any questions about buying, growing, or selling businesses, that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm looking to answer. Let's see. We've got someone that wants to be a guest. Let's see if I can invite you. And for those of you who are just tuning in, this is a stream for entrepreneurs and business owners working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. Join the community on Discord at the link in my bio on TikTok or Instagram. And I am here to answer your questions. I'm going to be sitting here doing this for a long time. I'll probably slow down on the yapping from time to time, but ask your questions and I'm here to hang out. I'll have some guests coming up here kind of throughout the days or throughout the day. But let me know what you're thinking. Let me know if you've got any questions. And if not, I'll probably just sit here and hang out. Welcome, Jason Harper. Welcome, LaRouf Pierre. Welcome, Lance Jackson. If any of you are business owners or entrepreneurs or people who are looking to get into mergers and acquisitions or private equity, let me know. Let me know what you're looking to learn. Ask me any questions you have. I'm happy to answer them. Welcome, Syed Hashmi. Welcome, BK. If you're an entrepreneur or business owner looking to grow, buy, or sell businesses, just let me know, and I am looking forward to answering any questions you have. I think I'll tell a story again. I'll tell you the story of how I got into buying, growing, and selling businesses. So when I was 24 years old, I think that's right. Back in 2021, when I was 24 years old, I was working a full-time job doing consulting for a marketing company. So I actually really loved this job, but I knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur one day. So while I was working this full-time job, I just was doing as much freelance work as I could. I was working in marketing, and that's what I knew. So I decided to go try to find small business owners that I could help. A lot of them I helped for free just to kind of get my foot in the door and get myself out there and learn. But I had helped people for free or for very small amounts of money until I got to know stuff a little bit. And this was just so that I could kind of get to know the small business world and how these small business owners thought and acted and did things. And I tried to help them as much as I could. And after doing this for a little while, I actually ended up meeting some that ended up becoming my founders of the first business that I was a founder of. So they had this idea to make basically the Uber or Airbnb for private chefs. So at the time, it sounded like a really cool idea. We worked on that for a while, but we had a really tough time until we ended up taking it a little bit of a different direction. So what we ended up doing is we instead got this huge staffing contract with a university up in Chicago. They were very understaffed at the time. They needed like 60 extra people to work during their busy season. And so we had this Facebook group that we owned of 37,000 people that were chefs and cooks all over the country. And so what we did is we just hired people out of that Facebook group. Manas says, I DM'd you. Please have a look when you get the chance. I appreciate it. I'll take a look at that as soon as I can after the live stream. And for anyone who's just tuning in, if you are an entrepreneur or business owner that's looking to level up and grow a business, maybe buy businesses or sell businesses, join the link or join the Discord community at the link in my bio on Instagram or TikTok. And it's a group for entrepreneurs and business owners. So what you'll do, you'll go in there and put in a couple of questions. You'll answer a couple questions, and then eventually you will get introduced to the group based on the questions you answer. So you'll tell us what your background is and what you're looking to do, what your goals are, and you'll get introduced to the whole group. And there's a lot of cool people in there that are all working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. But if you're just tuning in, feel free to introduce yourself. What's up, Carrie Cloud? What's up, Junior Boy? What's up, Cotton Barbecue? Let me know if you guys are entrepreneurs or business owners working on growing or buying or selling businesses. And I'm here to answer all of your questions. Let me set this up a little bit better for you guys so we can see that in the background. And I'm going to try to answer as many questions as I can here. That might not be the best setup. It's a work in progress here, people. It's a work in progress. Got to try to set it up so you guys can see this. Maybe that's a little bit better. And if you are just now joining and you're an entrepreneur or a business owner or someone just looking to buy, grow, or sell businesses, I'm here to answer all of the questions that you have. So ask away. Don't be shy. Let me know what you're trying to work on. And if even if you're just starting a business, if you're just getting started or thinking about starting a business, let me know what you're looking to do. Let me know what you're thinking. Let me know what your background is. And I am looking forward to answering your questions. I'm going to be doing this for a long time. So I've got plenty of time to answer your questions. Welcome, Keanu Fry. Welcome, Riri07. Welcome, Matthew Samuels. Let me know if you guys have any questions about buying, growing, or selling businesses. And I'm going to move that a little bit. You see if I can turn down the brightness here a little bit so you guys can see that. Let me know if you guys have questions about buying, growing, or selling businesses. I am here to answer any and all questions that you have. I'm going to move this a little bit though so you guys can see this. And if you're an entrepreneur or business owner working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, I am here to answer any questions you have. Give me a second, people. Let me get things adjusted here so you guys can see. But this is for people who are working on growing, buying, or selling businesses. So let me know if you're working on any of that stuff. Let me know if you're working on starting a business even. Let me know what you're looking to do. Let me know if you got any goals. If you're an entrepreneur or business owner working on growing or buying or selling businesses or even starting a business, there is a community at the link in my bio on TikTok or Instagram that you can join and network with other people that are working on that same type of stuff. It's for people who have questions about it, who are looking to collaborate, who are just looking to learn how to do it the right way. And welcome to anyone who's just now joining. Happy to have you guys here. Let me know if you've got any questions about growing, buying, or selling businesses. That's what I'm here to answer. I work as a business broker and a consultant, specifically for people who are working on selling businesses. So that's kind of like what I do all day, every day. So I know a couple things about this stuff. So ask me any questions if you're thinking about trying to sell a business in the future. Even if you're just about to start a business, let me know what your thoughts are. Maybe I can help you with the couple things that I do now. And if you're just joining, what's up? Join the Discord community at the link in my bio for a group of entrepreneurs and business owners that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. It's a really cool group, people that are looking to use out-of-the-box tactics and make cool stuff happen. Sam Malik 7613. Hey, man, I want to join and learn from you. If you want to join Sam Malik, you can actually do that right now. If you go to the link in my bio and join the Discord community, there's a link in there in the announcements where you can join the stream on StreamYard, and you can actually hop in here and talk to me a little bit if you want to. For anyone joining, if you join the community at the link in my bio, you can actually come on the live stream with me right now, and we'll chop it up and actually talk through some of these concepts. Yeah, hop on in, Sam. I would love to talk to you a little bit more. Curious to hear what you're looking to do. And if you're an entrepreneur or business owner that's just tuning in, this stream is specifically for people who are looking to grow, buy, or sell businesses, or even start a business, maybe buy one and then grow it. Any form of that. If you're looking to buy, grow, and sell businesses, join the community at the link in my bio. It's called Scale for Sale. And it's full of people working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So you can ask any questions in there all the time. We're answering questions in there usually every day. And we even have weekly group calls for some of our members as well, where we work on some of this stuff a little bit more in depth. Because we're going for 24 hours here, I have an entire jug of cold brew. Let me know in the chat if you can relate, if you are the type of crazy person like me that likes to just drink cold brew straight out of the jug. There might be some people that tune out for this, but we'll see. Inspired Challenge Podcast says, when you see a company spinning its wheels, not largely profitable or growing, how do you come up with a plan to unstick it? Where do you start, and what important questions are you first answering? Wow, that's a great question. Where would I start with a company that's spinning its wheels? So actually, this is kind of hitting hard because I was just having a conversation with two business owners that are like two partners that are running a business earlier today that are clients of mine that were struggling with the same thing. And the first question I would ask is like, are you sure that you're willing to do what it takes to make a business successful? If the answer is yes, then I would have a look at your habits and your productivity. And if you're not putting enough time into the business, but you've told me that it's important to you and you're willing to do what it takes, I would have a look at your day to day and your habits and figure out, okay, what is your calendar telling me? Are you actually putting in the time that I know it takes to be successful with this business? And if not, then we got to figure out what to do instead. We got to figure out how we can change your day to day and your activities so that you're actually doing the right activities. Then you might ask, okay, what activities are those? If I've decided that I'm committed to this, I'm going to do whatever it takes to become a successful business, then I've figured out what to eliminate from my calendar to make sure that I'm putting enough time into the business to make it successful. Then you're probably spinning your wheels because you're not getting enough sales. Sales usually fixes every issue in a business. So what does that mean though? Like for you to actually get sales in your business, you have to be focusing on whatever activities result in sales. So that's meeting new people that need whatever you sell. Let's say that you are a lawyer and you sell legal services. You need to be out there meeting with the types of people that need legal services. You need to be telling people that you already know about what you do, or telling people you don't know about what you do, or advertising, or making content of some kind that people that don't know you or don't know what you do could see. You have to put stuff out there. Like right now, I'm making content. I am on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 platforms right now. I'm live streaming on 6 different platforms right now. So everyone who's seeing me on those platforms, I get to tell about what I do. That's how you grow a business, is you have to tell a lot of people about what you do. And slowly you get better at articulating what you do. You get better at finding the right people. You get better at qualifying people. But if you're spinning your wheels in your business and you're not growing, then you have to literally change your activities. If you're spinning your wheels, you're doing the wrong things. So whatever it takes to get sales, you have to first figure out, what are you selling? You have to figure out, like, what is the actual thing that you're selling? You might not even know that yet. Sometimes it takes a while to figure that out. Like in my first business that was successful, we spent 9 months thinking we were selling one thing and then decided we were selling a completely different thing. And then all of a sudden we had a lot of success. So sometimes you just need to figure that out. And maybe it's the wrong thing. Maybe the market doesn't want what you're trying to sell, and don't take it personally. Just pivot and adjust. But if you're spinning your wheels, I would really try to figure out how you're spending your time. And if you are spending it on non-revenue generating activities a lot of the time, then you're not going to generate revenue. It's pretty straightforward. And if you're not generating revenue, then you don't have any money to solve the problems that come along in the business. So as a business owner that's trying to have a successful business, the much better use of your time to be focusing on whatever generates revenue in the business, because usually you can solve other problems if you solve the revenue problem. That was a fantastic question though. But if you're just tuning in and you are an entrepreneur or business owner that's trying to grow, buy, or sell businesses, check out the link in my bio, because there is a link to the community that we have for entrepreneurs and business owners just like you that are working on these things, that are trying to grow, buy, and sell businesses. You can hop in there. You'll get introduced automatically based on the questions that you answer. And there's a lot of like-minded people like you for you to network with, introduce yourself to. And I'm looking forward to seeing you in there. And it looks like we had a couple more people join. Happy to have you guys in here. Go ahead and introduce yourself if you're in there already. Let us know what you're trying to do. And in the announcements channel of the Discord group at the link in my bio, you can actually join in the conversation right now and actually become part of it. So hop on in there, tune in, and we're looking forward to having you in there. But if you're just joining in now, let me know what you're looking to do. Maybe you're looking to start a business. Maybe you're in the middle of growing one. Maybe you're really having a tough time growing your business. Let me know what challenges you're having too. I'm happy to answer anything and just provide as much help as I can. It looks like Discord is going to try to shut me down if I don't do this little thing proving I'm not a robot. There we go. We are still living. All right. And if you're just joining now, let me know if you're an entrepreneur or business owner or trying to become one who's interested in growing, buying, and selling businesses. This is the kind of stuff that I work on all day, every day. Inspired Challenge Podcast. Thanks for the thorough response. Really applicable thoughts to work through. I'm happy to have you, man. Thank you for the thoughtful question, and let me know if there's anything else I can help you with. Welcome, Allison C. Welcome, Jeanette Reichert. Welcome, Sujal Patel. Let me know if you guys are entrepreneurs or business owners working on growing, buying, or selling businesses. And I am here to answer any questions that you have. I work in mergers and acquisitions as a business broker and also as an independent sponsor working with private equity companies. So I deal with this stuff all the time. I see a lot of what does work, a lot of what doesn't work, and I'm here to answer your questions as best as I can. But we're going to be here for a long time, so you'll see me tuning in, sipping the coffee here and there. If you're in the chat, let me know what your favorite kind of coffee is. I am a coffee fiend and fanatic, and I'm not going to make it through this 24-hour live stream if I don't sip some of this. Welcome, TRP 3MMM. Anyone in here a business owner or entrepreneur or looking to grow, buy, or sell a business? Let me know. Let me know what you're looking to learn more about. I am happy to answer any questions you have. But just shoot me the questions. And if you are looking to learn more about this type of stuff, if you're looking to learn more about buying, growing, and selling businesses, check out the link in my bio on TikTok or Instagram. And we have a community of people that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. And Nick on Instagram says, I've seen a lot of older people in M&A. How challenging is it to be a younger person in this industry? Oh yeah, it's pretty challenging. I'd say like if you are a young person in M&A, the biggest thing that you can do is check your ego at the door, because you're never going to really be as experienced or know as much as you think you do, or as much as other people in the industry do. The only thing that's been successful for me is just kind of like I said, checking my ego at the door, but then also just trying to lend a hand with whatever I do know that they might not know. So I try to just bring my experience with things like social media, marketing, some of the stuff that these older guys haven't been around for as much, and see how that can help grow the business. But it's hard being a young person in M&A if you can't check your ego at the door. That's the biggest thing I would say. We got a question here for a landscaping company. How would you advise them to be able to gain more customers in comparison to larger companies with more ad budget and more laborers to deploy? It's such a flooded market now. I would say, okay, so rule number one of entrepreneurship in whatever industry you're in is use what you've got. So you have to like lean into whatever angle makes you unique. So if you're just starting out, if you're not one of the big guys, then you got to throw stones at the big guys. You got to say, like, if you're talking to a potential customer, you got to say, listen, these big guys, you're just a number to them. You're just another line item on their profit and loss statement. All they care about is the bottom line, and they're just trying to make money. They're not actually going to give you that hands-on service. I'm getting started out. I don't have a ton of customers. I can give you really hands-on service. You just lean into whatever makes you unique. You can, like, you don't want to try to appear like you're one of the big guys. You want to just take advantage of the fact that they might not be super happy with being just another number, and you can just lean into that. Thank you for your comment, Nick. And man, I'm glad to have you here. Thanks for hanging out. And if you're just tuning in and you're an entrepreneur or business owner, or if you're trying to become an entrepreneur or business owner and you're trying to work on things like growing, buying, and selling businesses, I work on this stuff all the time, and I run a community. You can join it on Discord at the link in my bio, on TikTok or Instagram. And it is specifically for people that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So when you go on to the community, when you join, you'll answer a couple questions about what stuff you're working on, what you're looking to do. And you can actually just network with anyone else who's trying to do this stuff. You can talk to me directly in there, get your questions answered. Hopefully I can answer any questions that you have, but we just enjoy answering questions about this stuff. There's a lot of other people in there that are working on the same types of things, growing, buying, and selling businesses. Talking about niche stuff. I'm currently working on fish tank steel stands. That is awesome. The more niche, the better. Nick, I happen to know you personally. I know you're in manufacturing, and any kind of like very niche manufacturing right now is like very, very hot for private equity, especially. I happen to know you're working on potentially buying a business at some point in the future as well. So being in this niche manufacturing space, those are the types of businesses that us private equity people are all about. We got another question from Supa271. Also, welcome, Andy. Happy to see you here. We got a question. Do you need a specific license to be a business broker? I've read that some states require real estate licenses, but beyond that, I can't find many resources on this question. You absolutely do for certain states. You're spot on there. So for certain states, you do need a license to be a business broker. I actually, funny enough, keep a list of them on my laptop, so I've got it pulled up. States that don't require a business broker license to sell, and this might not be completely updated, but Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, Virginia, and West Virginia. All those states, at least as of the last time I looked it up, you can sell businesses without having a license. And so if you're in a state where it does require a license, then make sure you get one and get licensed properly. I'm actually based in Florida, but the businesses that I work on selling are outside of Florida. So I work as an associate broker under a senior broker who's based over in like the Midwest. What if you're selling a business across state lines? Which state matters, buying state or selling state? That's a really great question. I might be wrong about this. Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure it's the selling state that matters. But I would just make sure to look into it in any case. I think it probably varies from state to state, especially with the ones that do require licenses. So if you're looking to, like, if you're young and you know how to utilize social media for lead generation and you're working on selling businesses, maybe a better bet if you're still working on your license. Also, thanks for the comment, Andy. Appreciate you being here. If you're young and you're just like working on doing it kind of like state or across the entire United States, which I kind of am, then with the exception of certain states, then it might be better for you to just focus on trying to sell businesses in the states that don't require licenses, or see if there's certain states that you can operate in working under a broker that is licensed. So a lot of times brokers need help. They might need help with like some of the leads that they're getting. Let's see. Welcome, Alex Kramer. If you're still in here, say what up. Glad to have you, man. And let me know if you have any questions. And if you're just joining and you're an entrepreneur or business owner, if you're working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, or if you're trying to work towards any of these things in the future, we've got a community for people just like you where people are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. You can find it at the link in my Instagram or TikTok. And you can join there, and there's people just like you that are working on that. And I'm happy to answer your questions, Supa271. Let me know if you got any other questions too. I'm going to be answering questions here for a lot more hours, so I'm happy to do it. Grant, Ask Uncle Business. Welcome to the chat. Let me know if you got any questions. Grant is a business partner of mine, and he's going to be here with me tomorrow for the actual live stream after his flight back from Vegas. If you're just joining, let me know if you're an entrepreneur or business owner that's working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, and I'm happy to answer your questions. What's up, Grant? Let me know if you're in the airport already. Grant is about to be on a red-eye flight, I know. What inspired the stream? And I know you're asking what inspired the stream because you thought I was crazy for doing a 24-hour stream. I probably am. What inspired me doing this stream is that we have a community for business owners and entrepreneurs that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. And to be totally honest, I just want as many cool people in there as possible because I like meeting cool people and helping them. So if you're an entrepreneur or business owner working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, join the Discord group in the link in my bio on Instagram or TikTok, because I want to meet you. I want to see if I can help you out or collaborate with you somehow. Neurosco Info Nick says, aside from the recession resistant businesses, what businesses would you want to buy for your own pleasure? Oh, the biggest business I would love to own, just like for my own pleasure, is something in marketing or media. I just really enjoy anything in marketing or media. That's what my background was in, like before I even ever was in mergers and acquisitions or private equity or anything like that, or even before I founded like the first company that I ended up selling. I was working in marketing. So I would love to own a marketing company of some kind or a media company of some kind, because I'm fascinated by how fast things change in marketing and media. And I like trying to follow the trends and keep up with them. I have a lot of fun with it. So I would love to own something in marketing or media. I also think that, and this is evident by what I'm choosing to spend my time on right now. Like I'm making a live stream right now. I'm making social media content and stuff like that. I really believe that some of the biggest leverage you can get in business is by building a brand online, because it helps you reach the people that help you make things happen. For example, I put a lot of work into reaching people on social media, and I met one of my partners who is in private equity and has been for over 10 years on LinkedIn. That's how we got connected. And now I have relationships that extend to some of the largest private equity firms in the United States that I'm able to work on deals with. That was just because I learned a lot and I got some accomplishments under my belt, but I also worked on making myself findable and having a personal brand. Got another question here. How will you handle bathroom breaks, food, and increasingly aggressive I swear, not a troll comment, just genuinely curious about the process of a 24-hour stream. The answer to that is this is one of the few times where I will just be doing this on my own. There's a very real possibility I'll just have to walk away from the stream for a couple minutes to do bathroom breaks here, but I'm also going to have people coming in here as guests. And so I'll probably have them talk to you guys for a little while if I need to step away. And how big of an agency would you want, and what niche if I did get a media or marketing company? That's a great question. I mean, I like doing business big. I like doing it as big as possible. So I would probably want an agency I would want an agency doing at least $1 million a year in profit if I had one, because then, I would know that at any point I might be able to sell it to private equity and do like some kind of roll-up play or something. But also I just think it'd be really fun having a whole big team working on stuff in media or marketing. I think there's a lot of cool stuff we can do. Something I would love to do in the future, just as a personal project, is some kind of show, like a game show or TV show or something like that, about business. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Something almost like a Shark Tank meets Mr. Beast series or something, I think would be really fun. And if you're just tuning in and you are an entrepreneur or business owner that's working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, we have a community just for people like you at the link in my bio on Instagram or TikTok. So hop in, join, and introduce yourself. Let us know what you're working on. Business Mr. Beast. Yeah. I think I'll just tell you, since you asked, like, what would I want to do with something like that? I actually had the idea of basically doing something where like entrepreneurs all like early stage entrepreneurs all join like some kind of game show, and they have to go through challenges that relate to like the core parts of business. So I think if you broke down business into some of the core areas, like you should have to prove that you can market, that you can sell, and that you can handle finances, that you can handle some kind of like operations of some kind. So I would love to have some kind of show that was dedicated to having entrepreneurs kind of navigate challenges in those core areas of business and just try to see who's the most well-rounded and can handle themselves. I think it'd be really cool. And just kind of like see how it shook out. And then, yep. And then whoever wins gets the investor pool. That's exactly right. So the prize for that, and I don't know, maybe someone will take this idea that's on the stream right now. I would not be mad if someone took this idea. I think I would probably just apply to be on it. But yeah, there would be a big cash prize, but the stipulation would be that if you win the game show, then your investment has to go into your business plan. So you'd have to submit a business plan to be on the show. And it could be buying a business, could be growing your own business or starting one. We all know how many different hustles you're constantly working on. What motivates you to be so active? I don't know. I think I just get bored. No, that's not actually it. To tell you the truth, I just love working on business. It's like it's become my obsession and my hobby. And I feel the most like in my passion and in my purpose whenever I'm like really locked in on a new business challenge. I just like seeing like a big plan come together, and I feel like it's just a lot of fun for me. I don't know how that developed. That kind of just happened along the way. Can't say I always felt that way. I think just as I got into business more and more, I started learning how much it was. So I'll back up a second. I was big on video games as a kid, and I loved like playing video games and leveling up and continuing to grow. I think somewhere along the way I realized that being in business is kind of like playing a video game. It kind of makes life a video game because you realize that there's just like you can continue to level up more and more and go to other levels and like past the different like challenges of business, and it feels like unlocking new levels in a video game to me, and it gets more and more like that. Grant says the ultimate RPG. Yeah, running a business is literally the ultimate RPG. It makes life just feel like a game, and I think that's pretty cool. I think that if you can find anything to do in life, whether it's business or whether it's just a hobby of some kind, if it makes doing life feel like a game to you, then it'll probably be pretty fun. I got the gold skin by now for sure. I don't know if I've got the gold skin. I got to prestige a couple more times for that. But if you are just joining, if you're an entrepreneur or business owner that is looking to grow, buy, or sell businesses, check the link in my bio for our community dedicated specifically to people just like you. It's specifically for people growing, buying, and selling businesses. It's a Discord group. You can hop in there and introduce yourself, and you will find that there's people just like you in there. So when you join, you'll answer a couple questions. You actually get introduced specifically based on your background and what you're working on and what your challenges are, so that you can more effectively get to know the people in there and collaborate with them. And Supa271 says, can you talk about the beginning steps of selling a business from the broker standpoint? Wondering what kind of paperwork the broker needs to get signed by the seller in order to ensure they, looks like your chat got cut off there, but if I'm reading between the lines and guessing like where you were going with that, like what kind of paperwork the broker needs to get signed by the seller to ensure that they like stay on with them, that everything's confidential. It's two things simply. And actually we usually send it out as one thing. Oh,
yep. Just pulling up.
You're here?
Yep.
Okay. Everyone that's tuning in, I will be right back. Supa271. It will literally take me like 30 seconds. I got to go let the next guest into the building here, but I will answer your question right when I get back. I was in the middle of answering your question. No, you're good. Okay. Hopefully you're still there, Supa271. Let me go ahead and answer your question. And also, as I'm getting back in here, our second guest of the evening has arrived. You want to introduce yourself real quick?
Okay.
Here, I'll move this a little bit.
Hey guys, it's Ryan. If you watch Deal Flow Live, you've probably seen me around a lot. Kind of also a host on this thing, but I wanted to support Brody and support the cause, support his, support what we do here, but also his group. And
you might have to lean in a little bit.
So I said, what better way to do that than the graveyard shift at 8 to 8? So I'm excited to be here with you guys. Excited to answer some questions and just hang out and have a good time.
That's right. All right. So Supa271 asked, let me get a refresher on your question there. You said, from the broker's standpoint, what kind of paperwork does a business broker need to get signed by a seller to ensure that they, and I'm guessing you were going to say ensure that they like stay on with them, that they are confidential and everything like that. So we get two things signed, and recently we combined it into one piece of paperwork to keep it easy. But you get a listing agreement and an NDA signed. It's pretty simple. So the listing agreement basically just says you agree to have your business listed online for sale and have it listed like to be sold with me, the broker, or you, the broker, whatever it is. And usually there's an element of exclusivity in that. So it means like you agree to be exclusive with that broker for a certain amount of time. That's so they don't spend all their time on you and not actually sell your business, because a lot of times they don't charge for just keeping you exclusive. They're doing it for free just on the like an eventual commission for selling it. And then the NDA, non-disclosure agreement, is just something saying, hey, we're going to share some secrets back and forth, so we'll keep them private. Ryan, what are you most dreading about the graveyard shift? For reference, Ryan is an absolute goat and a G. He's decided to join me for the graveyard shift of this whole thing. So he's going to be with me overnight from where it's about 8 p.m. here almost, and 8 to 8.
I mean, yeah, I was up at 5 doing my normal day to day, so I'm probably dreading that 2 to 3 a.m. pinch. But once I hit that, I feel like we'll get the second win. But
so you're gonna be like over 24 hours by the end
pushing
of this.
27 by the time I walk out.
Nice.
But it's excited to be here. It's an easy thing to say yes to when you're hanging out with people like Brody, like you guys, and just doing the stuff that we yap about business before the show and after the show. So what's another couple hours just with some people? Pretty much is what we've always wanted to do, is just have people follow us and talk. So
true.
It's gonna be
we're having a lot of fun here already, and I'm gonna move this.
Also, I got crazy amounts of jerky for you.
Oh, I love it. Ryan brought the snacks. He brought energy drinks and all kinds of stuff.
We're in this thing. Yeah, actually, one of the companies that we can talk about later, actually, Aldi is where I went. Love them. Interesting stuff with their constant attempts to have an M&A deal with another company that keep getting thwarted by the U.S.
As like a monopoly thing?
That's what they're kind of saying, but it's similar to the Spirit JetBlue version, where it doesn't hurt anybody really because everybody else is so big. So it's kind of a weird, why are you blocking this?
Okay.
What's really at play here? So it's an interesting deep dive, but I also have we have another laptop now so we can reference.
Nice. I'm going to try to set this up so that we're not blocking this.
Hell yeah.
We had this set up perfect before, and I messed it up. Grant, to answer your question on Facebook, we are not getting that crazy with it today. No one's bringing Adderall. Maybe next one. And Inspired Challenge Podcast says, I have chosen you to be the live stream of choice I pop in and out of while working. I appreciate that a lot, and I respect the grind. I know you're in the same time zone as me, so I know that means you are working those late hours on your business or on your podcast. So respect the grind. Keep it up, brother. and we're happy to be your live stream of choice. Inspired Challenge podcast is a really awesome men's self-improvement podcast here in Orlando that I've been on a couple times. Devontae is an awesome dude, the guy that runs it. So I respect the grind, man. Does that let you sit back at all? I'm trying to position that so that it's well set up. Cool. Oh, the snacks. You got the beef jerky?
I got multiple.
Oh, nice.
All sugar free because I know you're on that 75 hard life.
75 medium. So if you guys have ever heard of 75 hard, well, if you haven't heard of it, look it up. It's kind of crazy. It's this challenge you do where it's like a bunch of workouts and eating healthy and all of this kind of stuff. I personally am doing something called 75 medium, something that my girlfriend made up, and it is the softer, easier version of it. It's pretty awesome. So we've actually got, I don't know if you saw that, Danny brought in a walking pad because
Danny's the GOAT, man.
So part of my 75 medium, 75 hard adaptation that I'm doing over the next about 65 days. Are those Crumble cookies?
Yeah, because at
awesome.
one point in time, we want to watch a breakdown of kind of Crumble's whole business model and how they make money. So I was like, let me just get
Ryan literally brought all the snacks.
I actually don't fuck with Crumble like that, but I figured it was appropriate because we were going to do a breakdown. Figure out how the hell do they make so much money?
I'm curious too. I would love to do that. You want to pull up like some stats on them at some point?
Oh yeah, I figured when we do the breakdown, the video is great, and it kind of breaks down not only how small businesses are competing with them, but how they've almost grown so well and so fast that they're kind of eating themselves in an Ouroboros type deal, and kind of speculating where do they go from here? Yeah. Are they going to end up like Subway, or can they maintain like Chipotle and continue to grow by other avenues?
Is Subway on the decline?
Yeah, Subway's issue is that when they they've had a number of issues. Business issue, I think, that people quote the most is that they never really did a good job with their franchisees having location locks. So basically how far away a store was. So you had a lot of Subways popping up all very close to each other. So the competition was basically eating itself. And people were going under because they couldn't, there was no real rules in place. So they've had to kind of fix that a bit. And they've had a lot of people who have had issues with that. So there's actually been a lot of news coming in recently about various smaller fast food chains going under, closing a lot of like corporate owned stores. Only the franchisees are left. So it's something I think we could dive into later on once we, if the question is if people are just kind of wanting to hear our opinions on stuff. It's fascinating how many of these smaller guys are getting eaten up, but no larger players are coming in to buy them or bail them out, and nobody's merging. It's crazy because you would think, if McDonald's saw that real estate was up, okay, 42 burger chain thing. Yeah, they'd buy the real estate, throw a McDonald's on it. You're good. Nobody's touching them. These guys are just going under.
And it's mostly like fast food style.
A lot of fast food I've seen.
I think it's like the health wave coming. There's like a huge healthy like movement and wave coming. And I think people are just getting healthier and healthier. So fast food is losing market share. I might be wrong about that, but
I think
one man's take.
One thing that I know, I don't want to interrupt anybody's asking questions or commenting or contributing with us.
Well, if you're just joining, by the way, just as a refresher, because we're kind of catching up Ryan here, but if you're just joining and you're an entrepreneur or business owner, or you're working towards being an entrepreneur or business owner, if you're working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, let us know what questions you have, but also at the link in the bio of my Instagram or TikTok, you can join our community for people just like you that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses, and introduce yourself, network with people, learn what you can. We do group calls every week with some of our members to work on things more in depth with growing their businesses. Today, we have one of our members that was on the group call today that we did is growing a business based on AI. So he's doing like really AI and automation for home services businesses. And so we were working on getting like a plan for him to bring on a virtual assistant to take on a lot of the work that he's doing manually, just as he's getting more clients. And then also how to then focus himself on revenue generating activities to get more clients. So we're kind of talking through an email, like a cold email campaign he's launching, and then also how he's going to bring on a virtual assistant, how he can do it the most profitable way, where to find them, and stuff like that. Grant, you are going feral over there in the Facebook. I love it.
For everybody tuning in, you will get to meet Grant again at some point. If you're wondering more about Grant, go check out the episode we did with him. He's a pretty prolific salesperson. He's built 2 businesses now, and he's probably one of the most dynamic and
what's up, Ten Toes George? We've got Ten Toes George.
He's back.
Ten Toes George was on the episode of Deal Flow Live that Ryan and I did earlier this week. Let us know if you got any questions, Ten Toes George. Would love to have you.
Daniel, you will definitely get to meet Grant, I promise. If anything, if you're watching our stream, he's going to be on towards the end.
Oh, I can't believe Danny hasn't met Grant yet.
And also, he's in the Discord.
That's a collab that needs to happen. Yeah, he is in the Discord. Both of them are in the Discord. And if you're just joining, if you are not in the Discord yet, at the link in my bio on TikTok or Instagram, you can join the Discord group that we have for entrepreneurs and business owners that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses or on private equity deals. This is where we have all of our conversations. You can ask any kind of questions. There's a lot of people in there that are working on the same things as you, so you can network with them, share ideas, share resources, and that sort of thing. And, oh, we've got a request here. Let's go. We've got Grant joining the video. It looks like we're going to have another guest a little bit earlier here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Accept. Come on in here, Grant.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. I think you're only going to be on the Instagram, but
the beard's just so good.
What's going on, Grant?
You guys just kept saying my name. I felt like I had to show up.
I'm glad you showed up.
I was about to say, we did say it 3 times.
I'm turning up the volume. Grant, give us a little introduction of who you are and what you're doing right now.
Well, I'm really nothing special. There's really not a whole lot to say about me that you won't hear later on, I guess, in the afternoon. But I'm out here in Las Vegas, the beautiful Las Vegas, at the CES event. You guys started mentioning AI and stuff, and I wanted to say that I'm sick of AI. After this event, I'm completely tired of it. I don't want to talk anything else about AI. I don't want to hear anything about AI. They're putting AI stuff that's got no business it being at all. They're putting AI in lawnmowers, in pool cleaning.
They're making AI air fryers.
Yeah, there's the AI toaster. Like, what are we learning about here? Like, what degree of toast you want it? Like a slightly brown? I mean, it's insane. But the AI things, it's gone totally off the wall. Yeah, that's what I'm up to out here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. But I just got to give you guys kudos for getting started at, I don't know, what is it, like 8 o'clock over there in Florida?
Yeah. Yep, 8 o'clock. We've been here since.
I don't know what are you guys going to do at 4 in the morning?
I don't know, but Brody told me to bring some baby oil, so he's got a plan, I guess.
All right, Diddy. Nice try.
You're the one who told me to do it. I'm like, all right, I don't know.
Nice try, Diddy.
I just work here.
We're probably gonna do some of this.
Oh yeah, that'll help you. Somebody put in the chat there, is it AI or automation? You know, look, man, I'll tell you, at least as far as what I'm seeing out here in CES, AI is just this crazy buzzword that they're putting into stuff to try to get your attention on products that really haven't changed, services that really haven't changed a lot. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of companies who are actually taking the time to put interesting use cases for their AI into it, but I don't know. Maybe it is mostly just automation. Maybe folks aren't really doing the things that they say they're doing in it. But for those of you guys who don't know what CES is, it's the Consumer Electronics Showcase. It's been going on for decades now here in Las Vegas, and it's all the big companies and the names that you see in your homes, right? It's like Samsung and Hisense, and even Delta Airlines, Nvidia had a conference here. It's like stuff that we use every single day. So this conversation of AI is cooking up, and it's cooking up fast, super fast. Somebody else mentioned in the chat there the X-Real 1 glasses, and there's a lot of glasses AI tech here also, like this whole integrated reality type glasses. I don't know if that's going to be a popular thing or not, but they're definitely trying to move it.
Also, if you're just joining in, if you're an entrepreneur working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, check the link in the Discord link in my Instagram or TikTok bio. Hop in there and introduce yourself. It's a community for business owners and entrepreneurs that are working on stuff just like you, and we'd love to have you in there. Grant, what was like the most ridiculous thing that you saw that had AI in it there?
The damn pool cleaning robot.
What was the AI part even for?
It's a pool. It's only so big. It's like they said something like it guess, like when to turn itself on and when to turn itself off. Like it's got even more efficiency. But listen, there were 8 booths, 8 separate companies, different booths, doing pool cleaning robots. I don't know how big the market is for that, but someone spent a lot of money putting these different pool cleaning robots. That had to be the most ridiculous one, honestly. It got to the point by the end of the show, I was walking up just asking people, like, okay, does it have AI in it? If it doesn't, I don't want to hear about it. I can't. That's all I came for. I just want to talk about AI. Because it seemed like they were just shoving into every conversation they possibly could. But yeah, it got to be a little bit redundant at some point.
10 Toes George says, but AI doesn't belong in everything. I could not agree anymore with you. I think people are over AIing everything right now. And I think people are like spinning their wheels in business right now because they're like, they keep getting stuck with like, oh, anything that could possibly have AI in it or could be automated or have like some kind of AI element has to. And in reality, I think AI can add like a little bit of a supplement to what you're doing. But like people that are really winning in business right now are the ones that are like putting some AI elements in, but mostly like keeping that human element in it. Also, it looks like your wife has joined the chat, Grant.
Oh, what's up, baby?
She did.
She's working right now. She's at an event doing a show, so for her to join, that's big respects. Big respects, hey baby. You know what was really cool? I want to tell you guys a little bit about my experience here because I doubt I talk about it when I come on later. There was a vehicle. Okay, it was a vehicle that they're testing out in China right now that looked like a large van, and out of the back of this van was a drone that you could pilot and fly around in. It was the wildest thing I've ever seen in my life. Yes, it was a van. Like imagine driving a van up to like southern Utah, like to the cliffs or whatever. Like you're gonna go camping, and then it just like pops out like a manned drone vehicle you can hop in and just like fly around the area. And it is in production, being manufactured, going to be sold in China. Ideally by the end of this year, beginning of 2026. But there's too many regulations in the U.S. right now for it. But it's like it's happening. So we might get flying vehicles in our lifetime, and I just don't know if you guys are prepared for that or not.
Dude, I got to think on that a little bit. I don't know if I am prepared. I think that'd be fun.
I guess, one thing that I was wondering is, did you feel like when people said they had AI in their tech, did you feel like it was the same thing? Like, was it the same same features, or do you feel like people were using AI as like, oh, that's just a timer that you put on a touch screen?
It was literally, I mean, the best way I can describe it, like there was a booth, right, that was set. They had to spend $500,000 on this booth display. I mean, it was gorgeous and it was massive. It was like a 50 by 10 booth, 50 by 50 booth, excuse me. And everything had AI everywhere. And the company, it took me like 20 minutes to talk to the right people to find out what the company was about. And they were actually a chip manufacturer, right? But they had built their whole display around how AI can work for this and AI can work for that. There's AI for, pet monitoring and AI for, home integration, AI for whatever. But like nobody I saw articulated well what the AI was going to do for their service or their platform yet. And I think anybody who's listening to this right now, on a serious note, if we're looking into 2025 and beyond, for your business, if you're somebody who's in the tech field or software field, and you're going to be integrating AI into your stuff, you have to be really careful what you're saying, because people are starting to get tone deaf and just ignoring a word. I mean, I can tell you within an hour, I started actually pressing people like, okay, well, tell me what it does. Hey, oh, it learns. Like, what does it learn? Well, it learns what you like. I'm like, but how? Right? Like,
and why does that matter?
And why is that important to me? And 99% of these people that came out here to set up, which there were really cool products, there were cool, interesting developments in the technology. They just couldn't articulate what it was. So I think there was a big missed mark there. But yeah, I think the most, to answer your question, Ryan, I think the closest I got to saying like, oh, that's something I hadn't considered, was definitely in like health monitoring. Like there was some interesting AI developments for people with like diabetes or people who had long-term care, like being able to sort of be the intermediary between the patient and the doctor without having the doctor be involved in every single patient's situation, which is probably going to help a lot in our healthcare system. That was probably the easiest one. And I was like, okay, duh, like that makes sense. That's a really great use. of this technology. So
okay, and a follow-up question, I guess, for anybody watching who doesn't know, Grant's pretty much built everything that he has from scratch, and his whole career has been, or at least started in and developed from sales. So as somebody who I'd consider an expert in the sales field, did you feel like there were certain sales people that were standing out or some things that they did, or do you feel like that across the board the salespeople were just very middling and kind of just there to exist?
Very leading question.
They were complete trash, Ryan. They were complete trash. My first thought was, we need to talk to a lot of these people here. I was like, Brody and I need to have a lot of conversations with these folks because I think we can help them. Actually, Ryan, the thing that really stuck out to me, and I would love to talk to anybody who's listening to this podcast or listen to this live stream that can connect us with that. I decided after this, I want to make an AI sales training platform because I don't think it exists. I don't think anybody's discovered it yet. And I think it's something that could actually work. Like, I think training a model, training a bot to reliably pretend it's a customer and to force people to have to train on it. And it rates them on their cadence, or rates them on their vocabulary, rates them on their ability to navigate the conversation would help a lot of people tremendously. There was almost no one. And I went to some pretty prolific booths. Like, I went to some of the developers for Linux software. I went to some of the people that were working with NVIDIA. I went to the Delta booth. I went to some big names, and everyone sort of was just like, yeah, not good at all.
Oh, and Inspired Challenge podcast made a really good point. He said AI also has a bias that business owners need to be aware of. It tends to take the most safe approach to answers, and that can end up misinforming. Grant and I, and with Joey on one of our member group chats that can be found in our Discord community, by the way. We're talking about this earlier today. A lot of these a lot of these AI like language models like ChatGPT and some of the others will literally just give you lies and wrong information just because they think it sounds better. So like Grant was telling us earlier, he was writing up some information about one of his products, and he wanted to come up with copy for his websites and stuff like that. And the AI he was using to help him come up with stuff, or to help him write out stuff, was trying to just make stuff up and formulate studies and stuff out of nowhere. And it was just making stuff up and basically forging studies that it thought would sound good. So if you're someone who's using AI in any way to try to supplement what you're doing in your business, make sure that you're checking it and make sure that it's actually giving you legitimate, true answers. And if there's anything that you suspect that it's making up or that it's misquoting or anything, you should definitely check it and ask it if it can provide a citation for it, because a lot of times it can't, and you don't want to get stuck being part of that misinformation cycle.
It flat out lied, Brody. It didn't just make stuff up. It flat out lied. I had to actually go into it, and afterwards I was like, this study sounds really interesting. Tell me more about the study. And it started just manufacturing stuff about the study. I was like, can you give me any citations for it? Can you point me to the website or something? And it was like, well, actually, I was just writing this. It basically told me flat out. I was like, yeah, I was just writing this based on the prompt that you gave me. The questions you were asking, I just wanted to provide them. So yes, you have to be very careful. A lot of business owners that I know that are like me are using, I think, AI or ChatGPT in specific, really to produce copy, to help, get an idea, to help them shorten the process of writing things out for social media or for their website or for marketing messages. I'm like, yeah, you really need to be proofreading this stuff and paying attention to it, because the more that I think we become saturated with this in the market, and the more people are going to be able to detect that it's not authentic and it was written by a robot, basically.
Yeah, and even if you're trying to use it for creative copy and marketing stuff, I feel like a lot of times it kind of dumbs down the creativity of things. And I find myself if I'm ever using AI to write the copy that would go on a landing page or website or some kind of marketing message or email, I find that a lot of times it just sounds very basic and inhuman. And I find myself changing it a lot of times. I like to use it just to like create the structure of something. I think it's great for organizing things and creating structures very quickly that like the human mind just can't form the structures that quickly. So it saves time in that. But then the creative element and the human element, I think always like begs like having an actual human touch to it. I think that's how it's best to use. So like the broader thing there is like if you're using AI in your business as a business owner, know that it's not the end all be all and it's never going to be. You still need to like have the human elements and make sure that like the human elements are the primary thing in your business.
So one thing, actually, I just thought about this because off of Ryan's question earlier. There was one very unique use case that I really liked. As a company called prelaunch.com. You might want to check that out. It's called prelaunch.com. And as a person that manufactures and does a lot of like retail products, I'm constantly trying to take an educated guess as to what my customers or my clients will want, right? And people that make products like this for consumers spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars on market research, doing, focus groups and testing out different, copy, testing out packaging, all stuff. And they had an AI developed, essentially market research group that would allow you to put your product or your idea or your concept or your service or whatever out there and have the AI essentially feed up the idea and give you a customer avatar or an ideal customer for that particular product or service. And then once it had that and it sort of directed, it had an idea of who would be the perfect fit for it, then it would try to attack real clients based on that profile data. And I thought that was a very unique approach to using AI services and a very useful one because you were able to take a thesis, like a concept of what the AI thinks would work for you, and then test it in a real world scenario. So I think the more we see that with AI, of like, okay, cool idea, cool concept, how does it really work in the real world? The more companies that are trying to do that trial by fire with their thesis, the more effective I think they're going to be, and the more reliable and thus a thing that people are going to want to buy.
I just tried to look them up. I think I might be searching the wrong thing. If you want to just text me there, if you got like a picture or a text or something of that thing, I'd love to check it out more.
Also, for anyone who's just joining in, if you are an entrepreneur or business owner or trying to start a business or something, working on growing one or working on buying a business or selling a business, we have a community on Discord at the link in my TikTok and my Instagram bio that you can join for people just like you working on that. So hop in there, introduce yourself, and let us know what you're working on. And let us know if you have any questions about growing, buying, or selling businesses. Looks like we might be losing Grant here, by the way.
No.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
I'm back. Don't worry. I'm here.
You were loading.
I was sending Ryan the photo of the booth. It's pre-launch, PRELAUNCH.com.
Oh, okay, nice.
Grant, what's been like the biggest thing that you've learned as we started getting into like the world of, well, you've been buying businesses for years now, but what's been like the biggest thing that you've learned in the last like couple of years that we've been like getting into this deeper and working on like mergers and acquisitions, deals and stuff like that?
What's the big thing that I've learned from buying businesses? Sorry.
Yeah, that's probably a better question because you've been buying businesses for years. What's the biggest thing that you've learned like in the process of buying businesses?
Wow. I think that the thing that you think is going to be either the obstacle or the winner within the business is not normally what ends up being the obstacle or the winner, if that makes sense. Like a lot of times you look at a deal and you think like, oh, well, this is going to be great. This is going to be the thing that's going to make the deal work perfectly for me. They've got the best infrastructure. They've got the best people there. Like it's going to be a no-brainer. A lot of times you just have to sort of hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And I think coming into a lot of deals, I've found that like there's a level of, preparing for the unexpected as best you can. That's very necessary, I think as far as like what I would say to identify like a good business to buy, because I think a lot of people ask us this question of like, okay, I want to get into acquisitions. I want to buy a business. Like, what should I get? What's a good fit for me? And I think we had this discussion the other day in the roundtable inside the Discord group, which was like, You want to find a business that fits your current skill set. Like, don't try to go acquire a business that you have, very little understanding of just because it's a hot market, And I feel like a lot of people do that. Like, a lot of people are just looking and saying, like for instance, this whole conversation about AI. It could be really interesting to see, like, oh, an AI, business that's doing market research we were talking about. Oh, that's such a hot sector. That's going to be a great business. I need to acquire this. It's like, okay, what skill do you have once you acquire the business, or what skill does your team have that will actually make it a good acquisition? Are you prepared once you get the business? Like, I'd say the easiest part is actually buying it, ironically enough. Like, the easiest part is getting the acquisition done. The hardest part is the execution past that. Do you have the strategy planned out? Are you ready for the next 8 to 10 steps that it takes from acquisition to make it profitable and a good business purchase for you? So I think the big thing I've learned is, like, know your strengths, but even better, be hyper aware of your weaknesses, and don't just expect it to go to the moon. Be prepared for your strategy to fail, and do you have a way of pivoting or a way of changing things if that happens?
Yeah, I think that's awesome. Also, we had some questions coming in while you're talking. Someone said, if I put $20 into the PE deal, what would my quarterly return be? Yeah, you're not getting into a PE deal for $20. I'll tell you. He's 10 Toes George says, is he serious? No, he's not serious. The minimum investment for getting into a PE deal, it really depends on the PE firm. Like, it can be as small as like 50 or 100,000 sometimes, but a lot of times it's more like 500,000. Also, a lot of times, like, from what we've seen, like, a lot of times you have to be an accredited investor to invest in a private equity deal, which means I think right now the current requirement for being called an accredited investor is that you have to be making $200,000 a year or more in personal income, and have been doing that for the last couple of years with the expectation to continue. And you have to have $1 million net worth or more. So usually you're not able to invest in private equity deals if you are not an accredited investor. And it's mostly because they have like long holding periods. Like, you might not get all of your investment back until the end of like 3, 4, 5, 7 years, because they hold the businesses for a while and then sell them. So usually, like, you can only invest in them if you're someone who has the ability to invest that amount and not need it back immediately. Also, welcome for anyone tuning in that's new. Welcome, Sydney. Yeah, 24 hours. We're absolutely nuts. We'll see how it goes. But for anyone who's tuning in that's an entrepreneur or business owner, if you're not in there already, join the Discord community that we've got at the link in my bio on Instagram or TikTok. It is for people just like you working on growing, buying, or selling businesses. And we would love to chat with you in there. We're talking and yapping back and forth all the time there, all throughout the week. And the whole goal of it is to collaborate and learn how to do this better as we're all working on this kind of stuff. So hop in there and join. Also, we've got the entry seems kind of low. I was expecting a lot higher. I will tell you, the ones that are like 50 or 100,000, those are for like much smaller deals. So private equity could span across like buying and selling businesses, or it could be some kind of real estate deals. Usually the ones that are like $50,000 or $100,000 buy-ins minimum. Usually that's more like on the real estate side. So it could be like buying and flipping a house of some kind, or more likely like a multifamily property, or like a commercial real estate venture. Like someone I know that I met at a conference recently had just invested into one where they were building out a hotel, and they were raising money to buy or to build out this hotel and then eventually sell that. So a lot of the times the ones with the smaller buy-ins are for like smaller real estate deals. Usually if you're buying like a large business, it's usually more. And a lot of times you get better terms the more you invest too. But yeah, it can be surprisingly accessible for people more than or less than you would realize. The other thing though is for like the very established private equity firms, a lot of times they actually, believe it or not, like not something a lot of us can relate to, myself included, but a lot of times they have more money than they can spend. And so that means they can't take on, there's a lot of people that they can't take on as investors. So they have like a long wait list of people like wanting to put their money in them. So sometimes it's not just about the minimum buy-in. They might be like oversubscribed with their investments too.
Brody, if I wanted to invest in businesses, like if I wanted to start getting into the acquisitions game, but I wasn't ready to go private equity, like I wasn't ready to start putting money into a big pool, I wasn't at that level yet, right? It's a question for the both of you. What do you guys think are some strategies that you could go about getting into an acquisition? And also, why do you think it would be better to do an acquisition versus starting from scratch? Like, why would somebody who's listening to this say like, hey, I would rather buy a business than start one?
Well, if you look up the failure rates of like new businesses, they're pretty alarming. Most businesses fail in the first couple of years. So when you buy a business that's been around for like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years or something like that, the odds of it continuing to succeed are already in your favor a lot more than starting a new business. And usually like if you buy a business, you're buying all of the mistakes that whoever started that business made on the way to making it successful, assuming it's a successful business. Also, one thing about buying a business versus starting one is you can, if you're smart about it and you do it the right way, you can buy into immediate cash flow and immediate money. So if you're someone who's like working a full-time job and you want to instead run a business and make money that way, you could legitimately buy a business one day, quit your job and just run that business full time, and it's already making money and it's already got like a proven history of making money. So it tends to be just a lot safer of an investment. And it was a great question that you asked, Grant, because like getting into private equity all of a sudden, that's like a big step up. That's like it's kind of like the big leagues of buying and selling businesses. But if you're looking to get into it just as like a first step, then making a simple acquisition of a business can be a lot easier because you could buy a lot smaller business than the ones that private equity buys. A lot of times private equity buys businesses that are like very minimum, making like $500,000 a year in profit. That's on the very small end. It's usually more like $1 million or more a year in profit. So for the average Joe that's just trying to become a business owner for the first time, or do an acquisition for the first time, a lot of times you can't raise that. You don't have that much money or you don't have access to that much money. So making a smaller acquisition can be a lot more accessible.
Yeah, I wonder about like young people in particular, you know, like I feel like this generation has been told, and a lot of young people are told, be a business owner, be an entrepreneur, don't work for anybody, right? And I feel like a lot of people hear that and hear, I have to start my own business. I have to start from scratch, right? And also you hear these stories of like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Zuckerberg and these guys just like building these massive companies out of their garage, right? And there's this anecdotal evidence of like, oh, if you want to be successful as an entrepreneur, you have to struggle. If you don't struggle and you don't, eat ramen every night because you're so poor, because you're just trying to keep this dream alive, like you're not a real business owner, you're not a real entrepreneur. And I wonder if the idea of starting something is dangerous in your mind for young people, if they'd be better off saving and taking that 20, 30, 40 grand that they were going to inject into the business that they want to start from scratch, and maybe buying something kind of similar that's in that early phase or medium phase, been around for a few years and has some profit on the bone.
And that's a perfect segue into another question that we got too. Nick was asking for either of us to answer, or Ryan, if you had 50 to 100K ready to invest, how would you go about utilizing that money? I think that's really different for like whatever stage of the journey you're on as an entrepreneur. But I would say like Nick, I know that you're looking to buy a business potentially. If I was you, the first question I would ask, like with that 50 to 100K, if I'm like in the situation where I'm looking to buy a business, is first off, is that in addition to and on top of like an emergency fund and a few months of like my expenses, like for my personal expenses. If not, then I would subtract that stuff first before I even look at like investing it. But then if you've got money on top of that that you're looking to invest, I would be looking at like, how can I acquire the most cash flow with the least of this money? So if I can bring in an element of, I know Nick asked earlier about seller financing. If I can bring in an element of seller financing to this somehow, or maybe I do an SBA loan, or maybe I get some private capital to include in that, and maybe I'm not using that whole 50 to 100K that I have, then you're a little bit of a safer bet because you've still got your emergency funds and your expenses to float, but you've also got a meaningful investment in this. And sometimes, like if you're raising money, it could be easier to raise money if you're bringing your own capital into it. Like the SBA expects 10% or more of like the equity purchase of the business to come from whoever's buying it. So you might be able to buy a pretty big business by just taking that and making that the 10% that goes down with an SBA loan. Or you might be able to avoid putting your own money on the line at all. I know a pretty like common strategy these days is someone will go out and they'll find the business to buy. They'll put the SBA loan on their name, or maybe partner with someone, but then they'll go get a private investor for the 10% or so that has to go in to buy it. And then they will give that person part of the equity of the business. So I would just be looking at like all those options, and I would decide like, is that money that is just like taking a bet on myself money, or have I already covered what I need to cover to make myself safe? And if it's just money that you want to take a bet on yourself with and you're ready, then I think like what Grant was talking about with making an acquisition is probably like the best thing you could do if you're picking something you're proficient in and that you have experience in.
I want to echo that for a second. So I think if you have 50 grand, right? Number one, 100% what Brady's saying. Break down and remove, if that's in addition to or above and beyond your emergency money, personal finance, all that stuff. But if I had 50 grand to buy a business right now, I would look first at your strengths and your weaknesses and ask yourself, are you ready to handle the business that you want to buy, right? So if I'm a sales guy, like I'm a sales background, right? And I want to buy a landscaping company, please. Am I going to be able to take the landscaping companies, everything else perfect about this business besides their sales process? And I'm able to come in and fix the sales process and double the numbers, right? If I don't identify that, then personally what I would do, I would look to buy an audience first. The most important and impactful thing in today's age is the audience. If you own an audience, you can market whatever product or service you want to them, right? Brody, you and I have both built businesses in the past off of having an audience first.
Yeah.
The first successful exit was off of a Facebook group, right? We have a Facebook group that focuses on veteran entrepreneurship and helping them develop their businesses.
Oh, and let's take a moment there because I haven't gotten to touch on that yet. For anyone who's in the stream, so we have in the link in my Instagram and TikTok, we have a community. That's why we're doing this live stream. We have a community for entrepreneurs and business owners. It's all about helping people grow, buy, and sell businesses. And we actually have a paid membership in there, $25 a month for people who want to be on our weekly group calls. So for the entirety of this 24-hour live stream, anyone who does join that group call membership, a portion of those proceeds are actually going to a military veteran entrepreneur related charity that helps people who are military veteran entrepreneurs.
Yeah. Thank you so much for plugging that. We partnered with another venture of mine, which is the Vet Tribe. It's a group on Facebook. We have over 16,000 members, and we focus specifically on veterans and integrating them into entrepreneurship. A lot of times the stuff people learn in the military makes it difficult for them to just work underneath someone. They need to have the order that they're used to, the structure they're used to, or even be leaders of their own. and creating a space for them to learn how to be entrepreneurs or to promote their business has been really great and transformational for us. And so I say all that to say, buying an audience in 2025, I think is the best use of your money.
And
50 grand to invest in a business right now. I would spend 10 grand on buying the audience before I did anything.
And Nick said, when you say an audience, can you elaborate more on that? I would love to. Grant and I both have great examples here. So when I was like the business that I was a founder of first was called Chef on the Fly. I might have talked to you about Chef on the Fly before, Nick. But if not, I'll tell you next time we talk, or I'll tell you right now. So when we first founded this business, the reason that we had the idea for the business that my partner did more specifically is that he was someone who had spent 35 years being in one industry. He was a chef and a cook for over 35 years. So for the last 13 years of that, he spent a lot of time and energy building, like brick by brick from the ground up, building this Facebook group for chefs and cooks all over the United States. So it had, at the time, it had 37,000 people in it as a private group specifically for chefs and cooks, where you were only allowed to join if you were a chef or cook. So that's what we mean by an audience. Like an owned audience is something like a Facebook group, like the community that we're talking about, like Grant's community that he's going to talk about in a second. And if you own an audience like that, what we were able to do specifically with this Facebook group of chefs and cooks is we started getting these big staffing contracts with universities and colleges at first, where, for example, the first one that we got, they needed like another 60 people within the course of a couple of weeks that they were understaffed by, specifically chefs, cooks, like line workers and stuff like that. And so they needed to fill that need very quickly. And we got that multi-$100,000 contract only because we owned this audience of 37,000 people in that industry all over the US, where as soon as we got the contract, they knew that we could go ahead and start posting in there every day and messaging people in there and actually filling that need and starting to interview people in there. That's exactly what we did. Before we ever had to use any job sourcing sites like Indeed or LinkedIn or anything like that, we filled an entire multi-$100,000 contract for staffing out of this Facebook group just because we had that audience and they knew my partner. They had known him for years, many of them. They had trust in him. So if you go and buy a Facebook group or you buy a YouTube channel or you buy a Discord or Slack community or school community or something like that, if it relates to what you're doing, you can be really impactful. And Grant will talk about his here in a second. But one other thing I want to say, because I have a lot of context for Nick and who he is, he works in manufacturing. So if you're someone who's in manufacturing, a lot of times, like, there's so much manufacturing work that needs to be done and that can go around that, like, you have plenty of customers to work for. As long as you can market and find those jobs, you've got plenty of work. But a lot of times you're limited by how many people you can hire and bring on. So one of the most underrated moves, in my opinion, in 2025 as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, is getting ownership in a business that grows more the more that you can bring in labor and staff for it, and then having an audience that you can find that staff from and hire that staff from, because then you can just continue to grow that business that you have ownership in, make it bigger and bigger while also serving the audience that you own by giving them jobs. And when we were running Chef on the Fly, people were ecstatic to get these jobs where they were literally getting flown to like cities they'd never been to all over the US, just because we were able to provide those opportunities and get them in front of them. So it can get really cool. I think it's a really highly underrated move in 2025.
Yeah, no, totally agree. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Your use case, Brody, is one of the most unique ones I've ever heard. And for anybody who's watching this, I mean, there's so much gold in what you just said. If you really break it down for a second, like, imagine being involved in a business where the problem is not being able to get labor, and owning a group or an audience that is 100% the labor that you need to grow from, right? Having that combination is the ultimate hack. If you're able to make that happen, you're solving two sides of the same problem, right? You're giving work to people so people love you, and you're developing money for your business by owning this group, right? It was such a unique use case to hear from you with Chef on the Fly, and that's a playbook in and of itself. I mean, people would pay money for a book just to learn that, if you ask me. But I think owning the audience, or having at least accessibility to an audience in today's age, will transform your ability to grow a business or consider acquiring a business, right? Pick a niche that you feel passionate about, interested in, something you can contribute to the conversation with, right? And look to buy even a few different audiences, a few different groups, a few different avenues, YouTube channels, Facebook groups, TikTok, Instagram. There's a bunch of different avenues for this. And start dabbling with it, right? And you can, there's websites like fameswap.com. For anyone who's listening, that's a great one where you can buy from FameSwap directly. You can just buy these groups. You can also just cold message any of the groups.
Oh,
selling this group.
There we go. Your volume went out for a second, but you're back now.
Yeah, would you be okay selling this? How much is agreeable to you, right? And if you're in an industry already that you're a part of, you know, like my industry is a lot of trade shows and stuff like that, and there's huge groups for pitchmen, that's what they call it. You know, there might be an angle for you there. Look to buy a Facebook group that's related to this. So, I mean, it's been a long-winded answer, but I think if I had 50 grand, 100 grand, you know, and I'm trying to get into the acquisition space, like, man, I would really look in today's age to buy audiences first, and then bolt on my business idea, and then start looking for the acquisition from there. Because if I own the group, and it totally makes sense for what I'm trying to acquire.
Also, we got a couple questions here. Will J. Moore, there's not actually a book yet. Maybe I'll write one in the future, but I want to do some bigger stuff before I write a book. Also, Inspired Challenge podcast. Once you buy an audience, how do you make sure not to run it to the ground? I think that segues perfectly into what you're doing with the Vet Tribe grant, because you guys are keeping it really engaged.
Yeah.
So give a brief introduction to what that is, how you came to own it and have ownership in it, and what you guys do to kind of keep it engaged.
Sure. So first and foremost, I have not served in our military. I have incredible respect, and I've got tremendous relationships with people who have served. My business partner is a Marine veteran, and for the longest time, he and I talked about business and leaning on his veteran status, right? And it's a big thing in the veteran community of whether or not you want to lean on your veteran status or not. Meaning, do you want to promote this as a veteran-owned and operated business? And there's differing opinions on this. Some people feel like it's very important to mention it. Other people feel like it's not something that they want to talk about for various reasons. But for years, you know, selling our products, which were in health and wellness and pain relief, like a natural fit, we kind of talked a lot about, like, hey, you know, people love buying from, you know, homegrown businesses, you know, companies from people who have served, who have supported our country, our great nation with the military, and have come back and wanted to be an entrepreneur. And they want to know that that's the business they're buying from, right? And so the last few years, he really started to lean in heavily to it. He became much more comfortable talking about his military service, sharing his experience of transferring from service into civilian life, becoming an entrepreneur. He's got a great story. Anybody who's listening, his name is Marshall Tarrant. Highly recommend you guys follow him. Look out for him. He's got Instagram. He's on Facebook. And the Facebook group that we own is called the Vetrepreneur Tribe, or Vet Tribe for short. And, you know, the opportunity came up. The original owner was looking to exit. He'd been running it for a few years. And at the time, it was just essentially a once-a-week phone call where he was taking members of the group who wanted to be involved in it and talking a little bit about their personal problems in their business and trying to find ways to solve it. And I have to give a lot of credit to my business partner, Marshall, for this, because he's done a great job at continuing that conversation. To answer the question, like, how do you not run it in the ground? Well, first of all, you have to be a source of some type of opinion or expert advice. And Marshall's a great example of that. He's an entrepreneur, a very great entrepreneur. He's a vet. So it made total sense to buy this business where he could talk about, transferring and going into this lifestyle. So you need to be able to continue the conversation in a productive way. But you also have to realize that it's not about you. If you're buying an audience, you're buying a conversation. You're buying a group that's having a chat about something, right? And your job is to facilitate that conversation. What are we talking about, and how can I get that to be developed deeper? How can I get people to explore different layers of this conversation that maybe haven't happened before? And that goes in a ton of different directions. I mean, I know we're speaking specifically about a business group, but let's say you bought an Instagram page that was directed towards fashion. You're talking about buying accessories or jewelry or whatever. There's a conversation happening about what's the right brand to buy from, and who's doing the best work, and who's got the best deals, and being the purveyor of that conversation, allowing people to organically have their opinion and share it, and not trying to moderate it to death and control people's voice, is what I think will make you the most successful with buying an audience in 2025.
Yekaterina Kate said, yes, I've made so many sales solely made in mentioning that it's a vet owned and operated product. Yeah.
Kate? I haven't talked to Kate in a long time. Kate's a great friend of ours. Kate and I were, and my wife, we were all roommates years ago. And Kate works in my industry. She sells the same devices that we sell. And she's probably benefited greatly from us slapping veteran owned and operated on some of our materials. And that was a fight back and forth for years. So I'm glad to hear that worked out well for her.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think it just it helps you resonate with people that have that experience, like whether they were a vet themselves or whether they have someone in their family that was. It just it helps you connect with people at the end of the day.
Absolutely. So I don't know if there's additional questions about that side of it, but I really think, finding a way to get a part of that conversation, get a piece of that pie first, before you start going down the avenue of acquisitions, can make things a lot easier. And there's so many ways to do that. It doesn't have to just be a Facebook group or something like that. You mentioned a Discord server. There's stuff like this that's for sale left and right. It's just about, can you continue the conversation, and is it a price that's going to make sense for you?
Absolutely. And we've got a couple questions here too. Also, hey, Mike. Mike Barker is a friend who I was just talking to earlier today. Glad to have you in here. Janet Gatatra says, hey, I want to know what an 18-year-old should do to get into private equity. So I'm not going to lie, it's pretty young to get in. That doesn't mean you can't do it though. The number one thing that I tell anyone who's young, or even if you're not young and you're trying to get into it for whatever reason you have, and this is coming from someone I'm still finding my way and working in it. And for whatever reason with the social media stuff, it reaches a lot of people that are young and trying to get into it. And I get a lot of job applications, and a lot of these really incredible and impressive resumes. But to be totally honest, the way that private equity people think and have to move and handle their business, a resume means almost nothing except it's more like a pre-qualification. The best way you can get into private equity if you're a young person is literally just finding a deal and bringing it to the door. It's a very eat what you kill world. If that sounds harsh, it's the truth. That's kind of how business is in general. And private equity is kind of business on steroids in a lot of ways. But if you're trying to get into it, the best way you can do it is find a firm that you want to work with that offers some kind of benefit for you, whether it's a finder's fee or being involved in the deal somehow or getting some kind of brokerage fee. Find a firm that you can get some kind of benefit for working with, or even that will just entertain you talking to them, and find a deal that aligns with what they're working on. A lot of these really big ones, if you look up private equity firms on LinkedIn or online, a lot of the big ones that have been around for decades have websites where you can literally go on and see exactly what kinds of deals they're looking for. They literally list, we're looking for businesses with this much profit or more, and in these industries. And so if you take those two things and you go find an opportunity that has like a business that wants to sell or do a private equity deal that's doing that much profit or more and is in those industries, and you can talk to that owner and be a middleman for bringing that deal to that firm, that in my opinion is the best way, the number one best way to get into it. Because the other option is like cutting your teeth to try to get an internship. And to tell you the truth, you're going to be working on the same types of stuff that you would work on, like just trying to bring a deal in and an internship, except for the most important part, which is the decision-making part. You're not going to be working in like, you're not going to be part of the conversations of like, is this a fit or is this not? Or like, here's how we should be thinking about this psychologically. Here's how we need to do it. You're not going to be you're not going to be part and party to all the most important conversations if you're just an intern. So if you can find a way to actually like bring the deals to the door, that in my opinion has been the best way. And that's what Grant and I and Ryan are doing. Also, 10 Toes George says he feels like he has an answer to that. Feel free to request to be on the live if you'd like to, and let us know what your answer is. We'd love to have you. Or if you want to join, this goes for anyone. If you want to join directly and talk to us, you can also go into the Discord community that we have in the link in my TikTok or Instagram bio. And if you join in there and you go to the announcements in there, you can get the link to the StreamYard that we're actually streaming on, and you can join live like you were in a Zoom call almost. Also, Janet Gatatra says, what's the roadmap for it? To tell you the literal roadmap for it, as it happened for me, I'll be very tactical because it sounds like that's what you're looking for. I started a LinkedIn automated outreach campaign. I went on Sales Navigator and built a list of people that were working in private equity. I used software called Dripify to do automated outreaches and connection requests with all those people on a daily basis to connect with them, message them. And then for any of them that gave me the time of day and answered my message, I tried to get on a Zoom call or video call with them and introduce myself and talk more and ask how I could collaborate with them. And a couple of them told me, you can bring me deals like this. And I said, I'll try to bring you deals like that. And then I went out and I found deals like the ones that they described. I brought them to them and we started talking about them. And now we're working on them. That's the exact roadmap.
Well, the other side of that coin, Brady, you're not mentioning is that there's a tremendous amount of behind-the-scenes work that Brady does.
Yeah, there's a lot of work.
Brady posts these, day in the life every single day. He's been pretty consistent about it for, I don't know, almost 200 days now. I don't know how long you're.
Oh, yeah. Today was day 177 in a row.
Day 177 of growing a private equity company from scratch. There's a lot of back-end stuff that goes onto it. The best thing I would recommend for anybody who's trying to break into this, or break into anything, honestly, the age of in-person networking has not died, okay? It just has less players. There's people like Brody and Ryan who are comfortable going out and talking to people and shaking hands and making conversation and making an impact and leaving an impression. And they're not afraid to show up to every single networking event and take their weekends and their afternoons and their time after their 9 to 5 to go and do those things, right? So many people are hiding behind their cell phone, their laptop, and looking for an easy path. Making relationships in person and networking and having conversations and asking how you can give value to them first. What do you need? How can I solve your problem? Right? Opens the pathway and the doors to almost anything. So for that person who's asking that question about how their young one or how 18-year-old kid can get into this, tell them to get out there and get very comfortable having social interaction and asking how they can help and what problems they can solve first, and watch how the law of reciprocation pays off for them.
100%. And also try to stack as many related accomplishments as you can. Part of the foot in the door that Grant and I and Ryan have gotten with working on some of this stuff is that we've been involved in small business already. Like Grant more than either of us for the longest time, but we've been involved in small business in some capacity, whether it's buying businesses, growing them, working in them, selling them. And so having that actual involvement allows you to speak the language of private equity a little bit better. And that tends to be a little bit of like a pre-qualifier for making these relationships, is like they want to know that you actually understand what you're working on too. So you got to like actually get in there and get involved and beyond the theoretical. We've got a question too, but before we answer this question, if you're just tuning in, if you're an entrepreneur or business owner, if you are interested in growing, buying, or selling businesses, or in mergers and acquisitions or private equity, we've got a community, a free community to join at the link in the bio of my TikTok or Instagram, just for people like you, where you can come in, collaborate, share ideas, and get to know us a little bit more. And we answer questions like this all the time, all day, every day. So join in there, introduce yourself, and come collaborate with us. We've got a question from Will J. Moore. Why brick and mortar versus digital, or are you in both? Which do you prefer? Which is easier to scale? What are the bottlenecks to digital versus brick and mortar? Grant is cringing about this one because he's in both and he knows I know exactly what he's going to say. So I'm going to hand this one to Grant to talk about a little bit more, because
I'll be really quick about it. Run from brick and mortar. If you can, don't even consider it in this year. I mean, look, there's a lot of people that have broken into brick and mortar the last couple of years and made an impact. Like I look at companies like Warby Parker, who makes prescription eyeglasses, who was an online only play, and then came to the brick and mortar space and has crushed it. I look at companies like Allbirds, which was a shoe company, shoe brand, who was all e-commerce, came to brick and mortar, crushed it. But you can see so many more cases of great brick and mortar businesses who did not transfer well to e-commerce, didn't control their audience, didn't have access to their consumer, was 100% reliant on foot traffic, and has struggled tremendously in the digital age where people are buying online. Guys, Amazon is not going anywhere. They're getting bigger by the day. They want to sell your product. If you have a service, there's really no need to have brick and mortar unless it's something that's like super boutique-y and customizable, and the customer needs to come in and work with you one-on-one. I do think there's a hybrid model. I think owning brick and mortar, something small, does solidify your brand, and it makes you a little bit more legitimate. Like if you own a place in a city, especially a major city, even if it's a small place, you can just sort of push people more towards that and make it feel more legitimate. But it's not a necessity. That being said, a good digital presence, having good digital real estate, having great brand awareness online is a necessity, right? So I think the brick and mortar is now sort of an add-on. I think relying on it 100% is a big mistake unless you're in a business that just requires it, like a restaurant or something like that. But commercial real estate, commercial rents have gone through the roof. My business is based in Las Vegas and Orlando, and I can tell you firsthand, they don't care about you as a small business owner. They will try to take every dollar they can from you. And the second that you struggle, they'll be the first ones to kick you out and try to find someone else who can pay it. So if you can avoid it, if it's possible for your business, go for it. If it's something you can do as an addition to your company to create legitimacy and it's not going to crush you from a cost perspective, consider it. But in general, yes, I would avoid it like the plague.
The TLDR is run towards brick and mortar if you're a sucker for pain and you like struggling and having a tough time.
I mean, brick and mortar for retail.
I will say I have a small holding in brick and mortar. The only reason I got into it is because it's kind of like a community-based thing that helps support other business interests. Like Grant was saying, I think the biggest thing there is like, don't get in brick and mortar as your first thing or the thing that has to be the one thing, unless you've got some kind of massive unfair advantage. And don't try to convince yourself you have a massive unfair advantage. Don't just convince yourself that you're him when you don't actually have a massive unfair advantage, because you're probably not. Grant is him and it's still not easy. So don't try to convince yourself that you have a massive advantage unless it is truly something that stands out massively in the market. I would not start in brick and mortar as an early entrepreneur at all.
it's hyper specific. I mean, if you're depending on your industry, consider it. But in general, it's really tough out here for brick and mortar these days. Really, really tough. Have a place that's not, dependent on foot traffic. Don't use it as a business that requires to send people to your business outside of it. Because buying areas that have foot traffic these days is just insanity.
Also, we've got a lot of comments and questions coming up. Someone says they're going to have to join the round table because they have a lot of questions. We would love to have you in there. That's Nick. Yeah, we would love to have you in there, Nick. Also, Janet Ganorda or Ganatra says it's really difficult because I'm from India. It's really difficult to find businessmen that want to sell their business. I think a lot of the international stuff, like buying and selling businesses is not something that's like been prominent for a very long time. It really just started gaining prominence in the US back in like maybe the 50s or 60s or 70s. So it's kind of working its way like around the world right now, but it's not that prominent in a lot of countries. It might be harder, but I will say you probably have a lot less competition getting into it as well. So if you can try to find like the centers or the hubs of where it is happening and try to meet and network with the people that are doing it, I think you can be really impactful. The other thing I would say is like you have to have like kind of a you got to have like a reason for them to sell their business too. So I would look to get to know some of the private equity firms and mergers and acquisitions and like investment banks that do operate on a national basis or ones that operate directly out of India where you're at, and try to like get the different points of like how doing deals like that can help business owners. I would also look to find people who are retiring because they might not even know that it's not an option to sell their business. You've got to just understand like what would motivate someone to sell their business and get to know that. Also,
I would even say, Brody, on that really quick, I would say that like digital agencies or digital businesses are international. And again, if you're talking about in today's age, if I'm a person in India who's looking to spend money on acquiring your business, look for digital-based businesses. Look for marketing agencies. Look for AI implementing businesses. Look for website creating companies. I mean, anything that businesses that they need sort of an online presence. I would look to acquire something based around that, and that really doesn't know any national bounds. It might be a lot easier for you if you are based in a place like India to do that.
Also, Steve Antonio 1 says, I'm new to this, but let's be clear, this shit is not for snowflakes. You are 100% right. If you want to be consistently beaten down and have to show up every day despite that, get into this industry.
I do want to say that the international thing, we have people who we've connected with. And I haven't been talking much because I just been I've been absorbing as much as everybody watching. So I like to, especially when games being spit, I like game be spit. But I don't want people. I hate to hear people put shackles on themselves. So India is it's not. We don't have the same business practices in regards to support that different countries do. Like we have SBA, but we know some people who have come through on the show, front of the show, Sumer, who is buying businesses in India. He's looking to buy businesses. There are people looking to sell. In his case, it's he's buying majority share, so like a 51-49 deal. It's not a commonplace thing, but it's starting to become that, especially in India. We're finding a lot of our viewers are from there and that they're seeing more and more of this. So don't hang yourself up on, oh, well, I'm not in the US, so I can't do this. There are people doing it. We're trying to get more of an international community so that, you'll have those outreach potentials. And, don't throw walls up on yourself when they don't really exist. I mean, you're only going to go as far as you want to in many cases. And I think that's something to be said for everyone, no matter where you're located.
Also, someone says, is a university degree really important for this? It depends on like how you're getting into it. If you're going to try to go get like a formal job with a private equity firm, they probably will expect that you have a university degree. That being said, I really don't think you have to have one. I think you could totally get into this if you don't have one. I would say more important than a university degree is a degree from the School of Hard Knocks of actually like being in a business and running a business. I think that teaches you way more. That's coming from someone who has done both. Like I have my MBA.
You did school twice.
I did school 2 different times, but I also have run and sold businesses, and I've learned way, way more from running and selling businesses, like way more. I think both are important. I think the schooling often can get your foot in the door, but actually running and operating a business is what teaches you like the life lessons that allow you to actually make it. We've got a bunch more comments and stuff too.
How are you going to get the capital?
Really fast. I am very frequently the least educated person in every room I walk into. Very frequently. I've barely graduated high school. Now I'm not super successful. I've done okay for myself. It's not a requirement. What's a requirement is having curiosity and having a crazy good work ethic and being a person who delivers on what they say they're going to do. If you go out there and you get a reputation for being a doer, not a talker, everything becomes possible. You don't require that. It does help depending on the world you're trying to get into. Like Brody and Ryan could very easily walk into serious private equity firms and probably get a job in their position. I couldn't, because I don't have the degree. But depending on your approach vector, you can do a lot of things without formal education.
And I'm just going to say right now, Grant's a man who set his sights on something and he just worked at it. I think Grant's had some really dark nights in his time, like everybody has in their successful stories. And where the difference was is that he just never gave up and he was just continuing to push through. And I don't give platitudes to everybody, but I don't think people should sell themselves short either. So I think Brody has had many times where he's had what am I going to do moments. In fact, I saw a lot of them in our time in the NBA where he was literally in the middle of a finance course working on spreadsheets as he was a CFO of a company thinking, holy crap, how the heck am I going to get all these contracts out tonight? But that's the thing is if you persevere and you lean on the people you need to and you just keep going and you don't lose that belief, you'll make it to the other side. It probably ain't going to be pretty. I mean, my parents are business owners. There have been a lot of times where it got ugly. But, the people that stick it out are the people that end up, coming out to the other end.
Facts. It's all about grit and persistence in the world of business.
Believe in yourself.
That's the biggest skill.
Believe in yourself because nobody else will.
Also, we got a lot more people coming in, comments, questions. If you are just tuning in, if you're an entrepreneur, business owner, if you're just interested in the world of business, if you're trying to grow, buy, or sell businesses, then we have a community just for you. It's at the link in my bio of TikTok and Instagram. You can join the community. It's a Discord community. And you get in there and there's all these different channels to chat around with the people that are just like you that are working on it and doing it. So join today, hop in there. It's free to join and you can network with people in there, collaborate, share ideas and all that fancy, cool, fun stuff. Also, someone says, I hear the market in Japan has lots of business owners selling because so many don't want to inherit family businesses. Have you ever considered tapping Japan for business?
Oh, dude, hell yes. We'd be there in a heartbeat. Oh, my God. Right now with the conversion rate? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, are you kidding me? The work ethic of the business owners who have built what they have over there, odds are it's just that they're not interested. But, like, the quality over there, yeah. If you can source it, we'll buy it. I mean, houses in Japan are going pretty cheap, too.
I don't speak Japanese, so I think I'd have a tough time sourcing deals there. But
for the most part, they understand English because they make a lot of money off of international. So having known people who have gone there, it's very English friendly. But finding somebody who speaks Duolingo, it's not difficult. You bring the deal, we'll figure it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the best of luck with your 24-hour stream. I will see you tomorrow afternoon. I have got to head out to a flight. It's been a lot of fun rating the stream and answering questions. I'm just sending you so much prayer because you're going to need it. So enjoy the rest of your evening, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey, we're already
we'll
like an eighth of the way there. We'll be fine. But thank you for hopping in, and for anyone tuning in, Grant will be back here a little bit later tomorrow too.
Hey, we got a comment from Twitch, Liberty Twitcher. Private equity often ruins companies, so don't assume that working for one means you've accomplished something or are somehow good at running a business.
Oh, thank you so much for your comment. We appreciate your perspective so much.
Yeah, I mean, private equity, there's just like any profession, there's good and bad ones. I think often is a pretty broad stroke. I mean, definitely private equity's origins are sketchy at best. A lot of that started with a kind of a buy it for the thing. I've watched Ivy League MBAs and McKinsey make the stupidest decisions imaginable. Okay, yeah. Okay, Liberty Twitcher.
Yeah, let me just cut to the core.
Oh, buddy, yeah. We could talk all day about when McKinsey. I'm sorry, McKinsey did.
I want to cut to the core of this though, because I think like people get such a bad taste in their mouth with private equity, because there are a lot of people that have never.
Stories too.
There are a lot of people that have never owned or operated a business that work in private equity. A lot of them working at like these big consulting firms or private equity firms. I think those ones don't always make the best decisions for businesses or know how to run them or know what it's going to take. So I think you're totally right, and it's a valid point. That's actually a huge part of the reason why I wanted to get into it. Like I didn't go to school for it specifically. Yeah, what I'll say. So he says there probably is good PE. He's not trying to paint with a broad brush. I appreciate the nuance there. I think the ones that like it got a really bad rap back in like the 70s and 80s because there was a lot of companies that would like.
It started really badly.
It started really bad.
It gets better. It's been getting better because I think social accountability publicly when they do this, it's more like shame on you. And I mean, Liberty Twitcher, he might have some fun stories to share about McKinsey because I love McKinsey, but I love watching McKinsey get paid to do nothing. And I love watching them accomplish nothing with that money. But, I think, back to what you said, that you're trying to do this you're trying to do this for right reasons, essentially.
I think you have a highly publicized experience. Interesting.
Love to hear more about
it. We would be totally down to hear details if you want to share them. We love the tea. But what I would say is like, if you're trying to figure out like, is private equity, like what's the issue with it and that kind of thing. There's a lot of people in it that are in it just to manipulate financial numbers and like just to make a profit. And they don't really have any responsibility or any like growing businesses. In merely 3 years, the super successful business was literally destroyed and liquidated. Yeah, that's awful. And when that does happen, it's really sad. I think it needs to be done responsibly by people who actually know business and know how to run it. The big thing is we try to focus on working with private equity firms that have a good track record of the businesses that they've taken on, and ones that focus more on the growth than just trying to like suck resources out of the business. Specifically, like if you look into roll-up strategies, I think roll-ups are a little bit more of like a safe bet in today's age. There's a lot of private equity firms that make their money just by like stripping the resources out of companies that they buy though, and trying to like financially engineer that. And that's where I think it gets bad. Yeah, the churn and burn strategy does not fit with many businesses. I agree. Much better is like, I think using like combining multiple businesses that have good resources where they can actually benefit each other and grow. And if it's a growth-led strategy, that's where I think it's a little bit better. But thank you for bringing that comment to that question. I think like it's an important perspective to have the social responsibility. Also, we got some comments and questions. What's up, Marshall, if you're still there? Also, Nick says, Ryan, just say you want to move to Japan. And if you are just joining, if you're interested at all in buying, growing, and selling businesses, we'd love to hear your perspectives and your background and any questions or comments that you have. Just let us know what you're looking to learn about the space. Or like Liberty Twitcher over here, if you've seen it go bad in private equity deals, share those stories with us, because we'd love to, specifically if you're still tuning in, Liberty Twitcher, I would love to hear a little bit more about like why you think that one that you saw went wrong, and how it could have gone better. Like what did they do that messed up the deal and messed up the company. I would love to hear more about that, so we could kind of like propose alternative ways of doing it. Also, we've got Clayton Huck 06
being our first Twitch chatter. Welcome, happy to have you. We just chose this platform as well, so we're really happy to have you, Liberty Twitcher.
Absolutely.
It's a long story, but I'd be pleased to tell you. Take your time if you want to type it out.
Liberty Twitcher, I'm going to
if you want to jump on the stream, or if you feel more comfortable just typing out a long thing and pasting it, or emailing the story, we can read it. However it is convenient for you.
Yeah, Liberty Twitcher. I don't know if you'll be able to see this comment, if you can see this or not, but I just put the link to the stream in the chat on StreamYard here. Okay, cool. Yeah, if you can, let me know if you can use that to join the stream. You should be able to come on and just chat with us directly if you want to tell the story. We'd love to hear about it.
Yeah.
Clayton Huck 06 says, I'm 18 years old and I want to start my own private equity firm. What base should I build education experience wise? You have to pause and think about it. Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah. No.
Yeah, we don't want to pressure you to tell a story if there's any reason that you like wouldn't be able to tell it, if there's any privacy
If
concerns.
you want to just hit like a highlight, just give us some bullet points. If you just feel like you can get across that, whatever you want to do, man. Happy you're here.
Also, if you do decide you want to come on and talk about it, don't use any like identifiable details, please. Just keep it like
here, man.
Keep it no names details, or no names basis if you do tell anything.
All right, so 18 years old.
Just so you don't get yourself in trouble or anything.
Oh yeah, dude. No, you're good. 18 years old, won't start it to do PE. So like,
so I'm gonna go back to what I said before. If you're young and you're trying to get into this, I would try to like bring deals to existing firms that have a good track record, that are responsible, that have been doing well by what they're doing, by the businesses they work with for a long time. And I would try to bring them deals, and you'll learn a lot just by working on specific deals with them, because they're going to tell you like why the deal is or is not good and help you kind of work through it. And you're going to learn more by working on a deal than anything. So if you want to start your own, like you have to get that base of experience first. Also, Will J. Moore has a question. How exactly do you make money from private equity? I'm a traditional digital entrepreneur and not a major investor yet. So the mindset is a bit different between hustling and growing versus acquiring. It definitely is. So a lot of times with private equity, you're making money if you're the one working on private equity deals, you're making money specifically on like the growth of the businesses, the business or businesses. So for example, like if you went out and acquired a few different businesses, like my favorite strategy, the one that like Ryan and I are often talking about, and there's all kinds of different private equity strategies. My personal favorite one though is something called doing roll-ups. So you go out and you buy like one platform business, which is like the first best business. And then you go and acquire a few more add-on businesses to put onto it as parts of it. And a lot of times the money is made because the business, like as a whole package of businesses, it can sell for a bigger multiple than each of the individual businesses did on their own. So then there's money made from like just having a bigger buyer that you ultimately sell it to. And so you as the one facilitating that, if you're working on it as a private equity deal, you as the one facilitating that usually get like a percentage of it as carried interest. And it varies from deal to deal. There's kind of like industry standards of how much that is that you can look up. A lot of times it's like it's like 2 and 20 or 0 and 30. If you want to look into what those are, it's a little bit like wordy and complicated to get into here though. 18, kind of like bird dogging in real estate. Yeah, Will J. Moore, that's exactly right. It's like bird dogging in real estate. So you're like, you go out and find the deals. And a lot of times, like to be totally honest with you, if you're the one that's like trying to get into this and earn your way into it, you're going to get the least profit and the least upside from being the one bringing the deal and having someone else work it. But you're going to learn the most. And that's kind of just like how it is getting started out. That's how it goes for anyone trying to get into this. You don't become good enough to do it all yourself overnight. Also, for anyone who's just joining in, let us know what you're here for. Let us know what's got you interested in growing, buying, and selling businesses. We're here to talk about it. We're here to, work through some of these details. And if you are an entrepreneur or business owner, or if you're interested in getting into any of this stuff, we've got a community at the link in my bio on TikTok or Instagram just for people like you. So hop in there, join, introduce yourself, talk, ask questions in there. There's a channel for buying businesses, one for growing businesses, and one for selling businesses. So let us know what you're there for, what you're looking to accomplish. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Nick, I would love to have you on the live. What you can do, because I know you're already in the Discord community, if you go into announcements in the Discord community, at the link in our bio, if you're not in it already, but if you're in it already, if you go into announcements, you should be able to get onto the StreamYard link and actually hop in and talk with us if you want. Also, Will J. Moore says, what's the difference between Shark Tank and traditional private equity? LOL. So on Shark Tank, a lot of times, pretty much every time, right? The sharks, like the cast that is doing the deals, they're investing their own money into the businesses. So they're just investing in it, in the businesses, and getting equity. A lot of times, not a lot of times, the definition of private equity is more so like you are buying businesses or buying stake in businesses or real estate or something with someone else's money and being the facilitator, and you make the money facilitating it. So it's just a little bit of a different thing. The sharks are more doing like what I would call almost more like a family office model, where they have like a large sum of their own money. And I don't know if they're always using their own money. Sometimes they might be getting private equity to make their investments, but a lot of times like they're using more like their own money to invest in things. Also, Ducks Duck Cleaning, what's up, guys? Happy to have you here. Ducks Duck Cleaning is an awesome business here in Orlando that does air duct cleaning, HVAC work, and all kinds of stuff. And we're actually working on potentially growing that business through an acquisition at the moment. They're awesome guys, so we're happy to have you here. Let us know if you guys have any questions or if there's anything that you're working on. Also, for anyone who's just joining, if you are an entrepreneur or business owner, or if you're looking to start or grow a business or buy or sell businesses, join the community at the link in our Instagram or in my Instagram or TikTok bio, and let us know in the chat when you introduce yourself what you're working on.
Now let's break something down real quick, because the Shark Tank thing is also, I think, an interesting question, because on Shark Tank, per all the stuff, it's basically you agree that you're giving away X amount of stuff based on or just being on the show, even if they don't invest. Hey, what's up, Nick?
What's up, Nick?
Give me 1 second to get kind of set up over here.
All right.
You guys on TikTok and Instagram can't see, but we've got Nick in the stream as well, who was in the chat earlier.
And he's working.
And he's literally got his welder's helmet on right now.
Yeah, the grind don't stop.
So yeah, you already, when you go on, you submit all your stuff to Shark Tank, and you're already saying that, just by being on there, if they take your idea and make it, you're okay with that. There's a minimum percentage that they buy in, and they like you said, it's a family office style, but more or less, you're just pitching to investors. You're basically saying, I have a business or a proof of concept, and it can work out, it cannot work out, because obviously nobody invests, you feel defeated, but there's plenty of success stories, but there's plenty of stories where they invest and it doesn't work. So it's not as much as a private equity deal as much as it is you're sourcing people to be basically partners in your business, which
it's also more like, to your point, it's focused more on like startups or early stage companies, where a lot of times private equity focuses more on like sometimes real estate, but when business, more like established businesses. Yeah. So businesses that have like been around for a little while and are a little bit more proven.
So we got Nick on here with us, and Nick has been talking in the chat a bit, and Nick's a very prolific person. What he does, and in the Discord especially, you see a lot. Nick contributes to a lot of stuff. He's always asking questions. He's always making conversation and stuff. And oh, hey, hey,
We've
Liberty, how
got
you doing?
Liberty Twitcher here as well. Are you also drinking directly out of the cold brew bottle?
Not quite. Nothing like that brand.
A couple more hours before we get to that point.
So Liberty, you actually, yeah, no, let's Liberty had some great information for us, so I'd love to hear your opinions and your ideas on the subject.
Yeah, Liberty Twitcher, for you guys who are just tuning in, was joining in from Twitch and is now in the stream with us. And he was telling us about how there's not every private equity deal goes well, and some of the times they can destroy businesses. So we're gonna get a little bit of like a take of like the dark side of it.
Right, and I appreciate the semi-anonymity. So I'll try to just speak in generalities, and you can ask me whatever details you want. It was a high-profile situation. The deal happened in 2019. It was a family company, and the private and we decided to sell. And this member of the family decided to stay on and roll some equity. Fortunately, not all of it. And there were probably out of, the deal started with say 50, several strategics, mostly private equity. At the end, there were probably, there was one really good strategic deal and 3 good private equity deals. And the only factor that convinced me to go with a particular private equity deal we took was that they already owned the number 2 company in our industry. We were the number 1. So I figured, the exponential, that alone would have created great value and gotten a bigger second bite at the apple. The private equity firm assured me, despite everything that was in writing, they still assured me that their strategy would be to continue running the companies as they had been run. In our particular industry, I don't think the private equity 101 could be adapted, which essentially, as I've learned, the most expensive education of my life is buy a stupid family company, bring in McKinsey consultants and Ivy League MBAs, and extract the value they were too stupid to extract. Cut costs by destroying quality, because if you've got a strong brand, those chickens won't come home to roost for several years, and that'll happen after you've churned. Well, they didn't realize we were a business-to-business brand. Literally, they thought if they bring in Procter & Gamble execs and the right McKinsey people, voila, you're a consumer brand. Well, in our industry, it doesn't work that way. So I had a front row seat as an investor, board member, and founder to a train wreck, and watched it happen. And literally, several hundreds of millions of dollars was literally destroyed in 3 years. The company was not sold; it was liquidated. It's gone.
Oh, wow.
Thousands of people lost their jobs. I was naive. Going into this. I had warnings by attorneys and others saying, look, you sure you want this deal? We don't know if this is good or bad private equity. I bought their line, hook, line, and sinker. I'm a free market capitalist, and I had no clue there was this level of so-called free market capitalism that I can only describe it as dishonest and unprincipled. All the value was destroyed for every investor, pension funds. Now, as a front row seat to all this, I watched as I knew we were insolvent, and all investors were getting reports that the IRR was 17%. We were insolvent. Okay. I learned all about EBITDA, and it was Charlie Munger or the other one, says basically it's bullshit. It is. I had consultants. I was saying, I don't get it. How could there be 4 different EBITDAs? How could, math is math. Well, there is. You can have an EBITDA in your boardroom. You can have an EBITDA for your employees that you tell them. You can have an EBITDA for your banks. You can have an EBITDA for your investors. And The investors had no clue what was going on. And this is because private equity is busy raising another fund. The last thing they want is bad news to spoil their ability to continue raising money for a fund. So it happened. I watched it. I watched as Ivy League consultants, Ivy League MBAs, and millions and millions of dollars of McKinsey consultants, who they ended up being the top unsecured creditor. Fortunately, they got zero. They destroyed the company, yet are still the highest unsecured creditor. But I watched as they did the stupidest, dumbest things. Now, that said, I'm not here to crap all over private equity. I do know there's probably good private equity, but as many people have asked me, what should I should not have rolled equity, period. That was a scam. If I cared about, not touchy-feely, but if I cared about the employees, which I do, if a founder cares about the employees and cares about the legacy of his company, he's really got to be careful, because this story is not unusual. There you go.
What do you think? Like, looking back,
Thank you for sharing that. First of all, that's
Well, I do it to help
really
others.
crazy.
Really, people have to avoid this. I was naive. I really was. I was too eager for the deal, too eager to merge the two biggest companies and have this massive success, which both companies had margins exceeding 20% for decades. Literally destroyed in 3 years.
Yeah, like Ryan said, thank you so much for sharing. And like, looking back, what do you think? Like, because I know you said like you're not really one way, one view or the other. It's more you're trying to show like the holistic view of like how some go bad, some go good.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think was the biggest thing that was not done responsibly in this one that
I could tell you pretty much everything. They simply applied PE 101. They again, and it was shocking to watch. They assumed that they could, they brought in CPG, consumer packaged goods executives, who knew nothing about the business. Who, if you're selling toothpaste, for example, you own that shelf space. Okay. Mm-hmm. In our industry, it was the buying decisions were business to business. They weren't consumer based. The branding was a very minor aspect. They didn't get that. They figured, well, if we bring in consumer packaged goods executives, and by the way, let them fly in to do their job and fly in and out weekly, paid for by the company, fly first class. They could do this in their sleep, don't you know? Because if dumb family people did it, then surely proper CPG executives and Ivy League MBAs, with the help of McKinsey, could do it in their sleep. And they're going to bring in proper CPG executive know-how to this backwards industry. So it really, honestly, everything, because I describe it as head in the sand with their fingers crossed. They didn't want to know what they didn't know. They would prefer to forge ahead and assume that whatever McKinsey advice or whatever CPG executive advice they were getting had to be the best, because, well, these are best people. And of course, they're being paid ungodly sums that our industry would never pay. So everything they did, because they tried to reinvent the business, to extract the values that they felt needed to be extracted. They felt they were holding on to what was there, and it was baked in. Well, it wasn't baked in. They unbaked it literally within weeks. Wow. When they destroyed their image with business to business. It's not like you can water down toothpaste and the consumers may notice in 5 or 6 years. When you've got half a dozen important business to business buyers and you've changed and they know the ownership's changed, your brand is gone. And it's gone. And to this day, it was auctioned off, the brand. I don't know who bought it, but business is gone.
Jeez.
But everything they did, first of all, from the people standpoint, they lost the trust of the people within days. And that was their biggest mistake. They would lie at the drop of the hat to anyone to achieve, I'm not saying this in a touchy feeling. They would, whatever it took to cut costs, to get someone to do what was needed. If a lie was necessary, fine. And they knew they would not be, they're gone now. They will not look any of these people in the eye ever again. And the 2 or 3 years they were there getting what they needed from whomever, they used people. Again, capitalist here, free market guy. They used people, and they walked away. Okay, again, this company was destroyed. All investors lost everything, but PE makes fees. Okay, if a portion of the business is sold, guess who pulls 2% off the table into their pocket? PE. Any little transaction in the company, PE pockets 2%. Well, if you've got a PE firm, and again, I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush. Okay, I'm not trying to be anti-PE here. I get it that a lot of times they're successful. If you've got a PE firm, you could have a lot of disasters, and in the course of a decade, the PE partners have pocketed a lot of 2% mega millions and are wealthy beyond belief, even if their PE firm fails. So,
coming from your experience, I guess kind of as a this is again, thank you. This is the sort of thing that doesn't get talked about enough. I feel like people just kind of assume that it's for the most part and kind of like a pretty woman. Oh, it happened decades ago. It's not prevalent now. If you were somebody who was going into a deal and you were like, having this experience, how would you say is the right way to go about this sort of business transaction? How would you say would have been the proper way for them to do it?
I think the process that we ran was right. So it was a decision. And like I said, where I went wrong personally was rolling equity. The deal, I shouldn't have done the deal, obviously. It was a disaster for everyone involved.
Oh, sorry to cut you off. I was going to say, would you say, because it sounded like they came in and tried to change everything, right? Would you say it would have been better if they tried to focus more on just like, what is this business doing that's made it successful, and how can we do more of that?
Yes, of course. But they didn't. No, from an operations standpoint, it was a disaster. And they brought in McKinsey, who did not know what they were doing. They had McKinsey in 2 areas, in operations and in marketing. I have to admit, in the marketing, it was good. It was good. They came in and, these were good, humble guys. And they said, look, I know you're going to laugh at 80% of what we say. That's okay. If there's something there that's translatable, we've got to win. And they had some good ideas, the marketing team. The operations people, that was a complete disaster. They knew nothing about what they were doing. True story.
So were they like new operations that they were bringing in? They weren't like using, or they weren't continuing any of the people that were
from outside the industry. And this
outside the industry.
What type of can you say what type of industry it was? Because I'm kind of intrigued.
I'd rather not. But products are found in a supermarket.
Ah, okay.
Yes. And so they again figured if it's in a supermarket, CPG, that's all we need. The best CPG.
Gotcha.
The company had on retainer a consultant who knew the industry well. Sat in meetings, couldn't believe how stupid McKinsey and the PE people were. Then, a year into the deal, got a call from a third-party agency, which some of us do, who said, we have a client, McKinsey, who wants to learn more about your industry because they have a client they need some information for. This consultant enters into this meeting. In the meeting, sees the McKinsey consultants who were at the company he was already a consultant for, and they proceeded, not knowing who he was, even though they sat in meetings with him, and then, of course, they took that information, sent it off to India or wherever, and probably had the most amazing PowerPoints of everything that came from him. You can't make this stuff up. No. Okay. And this is what happened. I watched these things. I never knew. I'm older than you guys. I read the Tom Peters books. I figured, oh, that's a McKinsey consultant in search of excellence. Well, he wasn't typical McKinsey consultant, but I was inspired by those books. And to me, that's what business is. It's your product, your quality, how you motivate your people, your leadership. I never knew there was this level of just sort of squeeze out every bit of cost. Now, when I say squeeze out every bit of cost, they added tens of millions to overhead at the same time. But of course, they get to deduct that from their EBITDA. But those chickens came home to roost. So they can. At the same time, they're squeezing out costs from the product and quality and what really matters, what really builds the value. They added tremendous overhead costs.
Wow.
That's literally just burning the candle at both ends.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
And then they did the standard stuff of, and I was party to one of them. I agreed with it. There was a certain portion of our business. I said, yeah, let's sell that off. Then we sold it off, and then I saw they pocketed 2%. And then we did sale leasebacks of facilities, which after that started happening, I thought, wait a minute, this is just eroding our overall value now. The people who bought the facilities have lost everything. I remember the sale leaseback deal. The PE operatives came to me and they said, "This is what we got." I thought, "Oh my God, good job. Who paid that?" Well, sorry for them. They lost it all. And you're right. I think earlier you said something about their PE 101 is very good at financial. Wasn't your word? It's mine. Shenanigans, but they are. I mean, I have never been in a meeting where 90% is, hey, we did an interest rate swap, or we did this, that, other, and pizza party. And I'm thinking, wait, how about product quality here? How about marketing strategy? Where does that come in? Oh, that's management, and we can't have them in the room where we're talking this stuff. And literally, as it came towards the end, we would have bifurcated board meetings. Let management in, but then when we have to talk about the dire situation of the company, kick the kids out of the room. Don't let them know.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's a bit cathartic for me to be able to talk about this. So appreciate it.
Of course. And thank you so much for sharing. I know that was a lot to share.
I mean, McKinsey deserves all the flack they get online, all the memes, all the jokes, all the videos people making fun of them. I'm sure there's good ones out there, but I think for the majority of people and majority of experiences I've seen, this is unfortunately very common from what I see, is that you pay a lot to essentially play dice with them, and they just say, "Oops, oh God."
It's pretty dirty in this situation. I learned later on. Okay, first of all, as things we had financial problems, McKinsey was asking for its bills to be paid. So my personal attorney and I simply looked at the agreement with McKinsey, and we realized, wait a minute, we probably don't owe them this. We especially don't owe them this because, hey, guess what? We're failing. Immediately, the PE firm said, no, we're going to pay them. Why? If you care about the company's success, well, this particular PE firm had deals with McKinsey, and McKinsey would get paid and invest into the PE funds.
Of course.
Of course. So again, I don't want to crap on all of McKinsey. I think their marketing team, when they did some work, I was impressed. But when the operations people came in, it was hard to believe.
In my opinion, I think the best private equity deals I've heard of are the ones that stay founder led, and where the operations especially stay founder led, because I feel like the operations are such a personal thing to any business. I don't think you can necessarily be just a professional at operations the same way you can be at sales or marketing. Just from what I've seen, it's like you could be good at turning operations around if you really get into it and soak your fingers into it. But I feel like it's not the same as sales and marketing or even product design or some of those specific things, in the sense that you can just be across the board good at operations. It's it's a very personal thing to the business in all cases.
Especially the more specialized the business is. And then what happened here was the business reputation was going down so fast, they couldn't find people to work for it who knew the business. They just couldn't find them. And then, of course, salaries skyrocket to get people to stay. And then next thing you have rent-a CEOs that are getting paid per month what they should be getting paid per year. And then it's just, beginning of the end. I saw it all.
Jeez.
Honestly, if somebody should write a book, you should write one at this. I would read it. I'd buy it. Changing up the names, I'd buy that book. It's a good.
I don't know that I can. But if I can, maybe I will.
It would be a good one. I mean, it would be like a good caution. What it is, it's a really good cautionary tale. And I don't say that lightly. I don't want to make light of your experience at all.
It's incredibly important for people to know about this.
It is. He's right. It is. And I'm not going to complain. It's first world problems. I got enough off the table. But there were 2 or 3 years there where I'd wake up every morning and think, is this really happening? Am I only going to get 75% of my investment? Am I only going to get 50%? Then is it really all gone? Yeah, it was.
Wow.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, if Liberty, we'd love to keep chatting with you. And as keep having conversations going forward. As much as you want to chat with us, I know
sure.
me and Peter
Feel
on
free
LinkedIn.
to ask questions. Feel free.
Especially going forward, because we like to do a lot more shows and bring on more people. So, if you want to connect with us on LinkedIn, we're just our first names. If you feel comfortable with that, we'd love to keep in contact with you as well.
I will do that. I'll do that within minutes.
Yeah, we actually Ryan and I do a live show every Tuesday night. This is kind of like a special event type of thing, but we do a live show every Tuesday night called Deal Flow Live, where we look at deals in usually a particular industry. We'd love to have you on sometime to maybe look at some deals in industries that you have a background in. I really like the way you break it down.
You have a lot of expertise. We'd love to continue talking with you about learning more, because I know I learned a lot from just that story, and I think everybody watching has also gotten a better idea of what is, when you're looking at private equity, how that could actually shake out for somebody.
Yeah,
exactly. And I'm not saying people should not consider private equity. Just be really careful and use what happened to me as a learning experience.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think everybody on Instagram who's listening to this has kind of come to that conclusion as well. There's a lot that needs to be considered when you're stepping into that realm, and who you're working with and for. Yes,
but don't be fooled. I was fooled. I thought these were good, upstanding people, and they're salespeople. More than anything, an investment banker will tell you he could have a free steak dinner every night if he went out with private equity. They are salespeople. That's their job and they will sell themselves to the owners. They'll say whatever they have to say. And one of the most important things I relied on was, we want to run this business like you and the other business that we bought have been run, that made you both such a success. We wouldn't mess with that. A total lie. And they never had intended that to start. And obviously that wasn't in writing, but so that's my only recommendation, is people really need to think through this very hard. So, well, guys, I appreciate this.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
That was a lot of good information.
All right.
That was
incredible. Thank you so much for sharing, Liberty. Let's keep talking with you. Keep learning from you.
We'll do that. All right. Take care, guys.
You take care as well. See you soon.
God,
and Nick, I know.
Incredible guy.
Nick, I know you've been being patient there too.
Yeah.
I love education, man. Any information I can get is useful information.
That guy was what an incredible find to just find us on Twitch, first time traveling, to get a guy with such rich experience. I mean, that's a guy who conceivably built a company very successfully and had a crazy, had a bad interaction with private equity, but he was willing to share that with us, and kind of what you should also, as a private equity company, number one, don't lie. Very simple thing. And number two, what happens when you get in over your head, and kind of how to be careful, especially people who are saying, I want to work in private equity, or how do I work in private equity?
Yeah.
Make sure you're getting into it for the right reasons, and that you check, like Ryan said, who you're working for, what their track record is, and all of those things.
You work with a air duct cleaning company.
They're in the chat right now, I think.
And you are, you are somebody who is quite humble by nature. That's why I even interact with you. But like what we heard from his story was that there was just a lot of hubris and entitlement on the part of these people coming in. And I think that's where I think after some people, after they have enough success, they start to believe they're smarter than they are. You go into all deals going, I don't know. You say basically, I know what I know. You know what you know. We're going to be a collaborative effort. You're not telling them how to clean their air ducts. You're telling them how to standardize, help them with all the stuff that they did. We don't want to deal with this. You're the marketing guy. So like that's the way that you have to really approach it.
I think
from Liberty.
Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna open that as a link for the future. Let's see if I can copy that. Hold on, I'll just take a screenshot for now because it won't let me select it.
Open that.
Oh hey man, how's it going?
Thank you, Liberty. We appreciate you, man.
Of course, yeah. Do you have any questions or anything?
Hey,
glad to have you.
First guest from India too. We got Nick over here. We got our first guest.
I appreciate the introduction, by the way, earlier.
Of course.
Yeah, I want to hop on the stream because I actually want to talk to you guys about my my situation, my dilemma a little bit.
Let's do it. Real quick, I want to get we've got someone else on the Instagram that joined the chat. I'm gonna give him the link to come in here.
Yeah, you can get over here on the main one.
Hey, if you want to join, we've got the chat open over here on StreamYard. Just go to the link in my bio and join the Discord. The Discord link, yeah. So go in there and join the Discord, and then in the announcements there will be a link to the StreamYard that you can hop in, just so you can hop in and like chat with us. Sorry, it's a little bit like hard to look at both screens. But we want to keep you in the conversation. Awesome. We'll see you over there. But yeah, Nick, I know you've been waiting patiently. Tell us a little bit about what you're working on and what you're thinking through.
So, you guys come again?
I was just saying hey to someone else in the chat. Ayub is a friend of Deal Flow.
So I've been working as a welder, fabricator, millwright for like the last 5 years. So it's like the industry I'm really in. I've done a lot of manufacturing with it, and I have kind of a really, really niche skill set. I work on like gas turbines and steam turbines. It's really niche work, and I'm getting to the point where like the work's fun, everything's going good, but I really want to start building like my own thing. And I figured like with the constant rise of inflation, it makes it incredibly hard to like purchase the necessary equipment, like the trucks needed or like the machines that we need for it. And same thing with like operating a machine shop or like a manufacturing joint. The machines start between like $15,000 and go up to like $1.5 million a machine, but they generate a lot of income. And so I've been looking into either an equity buy or to purchase an already operating machine shop and leveraging like the people that I know in my industry to start getting deals cut with like larger companies to manufacture. But kind of like where my perspective comes with this is I've known a lot of like really old people in the industry, a lot of baby boomers, and they were telling me that like back in their day, in their 20s and 30s, they would just go start a business, and that it was it. It just worked. They would just go make it, and then they'd make a lot of money, and then they just sell it. And they're now getting to a point where a lot of them have held on to their companies and they're getting older. And that was why I asked a question earlier about, if you had 50 to about 100 grand to start. Right now I'm making about like 130 a year. So I'm trying to figure out like at how much do I save and how much do I like, and where should I set my sights on like buying a business in terms of like price range. So I wanted to get you guys like any information you can give is awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there because it's like, it's a lot of moving pieces at once, right? Which is like the heart of like what you said is the predicament. I think the biggest thing is like you have to kind of work backwards from like what you want as personal income, right? So you said you're making about 130 a year right now. Mm-hmm. So I think for you to buy a business that like keeps your lifestyle intact, and also allows you to grow the business, realistically, you want to buy a business that does more than that in cash flow per year, right? So if you want to still make 130 a year in personal income, I would look to find a business that has cash flow that's like honestly like double that. The
Yeah.
reason, maybe even more than that too, because depending on how you buy it, you got to think about it like this. Like if you take out an SBA loan to buy it, then part of the payment that has to go to that SBA loan every year or whatever kind of loan, or if you get an investor of some kind, part of the cash flow of that business is going to be going back to pay for that loan every year. So that'll subtract from like what you're making in personal income. But it doesn't stop there either. If you want to buy the business and continue to grow it, and that might not be your goal, it might be just to keep it kind of like doing what it's doing. But if you want to buy it and continue to grow it, you should also leave, like, I would say a good 20 to 50% of the cash flow to be able to reinvest into the business and do things like new marketing initiatives or new like trainings, investing in the people and the operations. I think for manufacturing, like what you're in, like maybe the biggest area you could invest in is just making the operations better. That stuff costs money. Like you've got to be able to like either bring the right resources or people in. So you want to be able to leave some of that cash flow aside to be able to reinvest back into the business, but then still arrive at having enough personal income to meet your lifestyle.
Yeah.
So if you make 130, like you probably realistically, like I would look for a business that's kicking off like 300 grand or so a year in cash flow, 300 to 400 grand. And so then what does that look like as far as purchase price, right? It probably looks like, depending on the multiple, if it's 300 grand, let's use that as an example, it's probably going to go for like a 2 to a 4 times multiple in a lot of cases. So if it's 300 grand, let's split the difference and say it's going for a 3 times multiple. The business probably costs about 900 grand. You might be able to you might be able to buy it totally with about 90,000 down with an SBA loan. But you don't necessarily have to use the entire thing. You might be able to have it like a private investor, whether it's like a friend or a family member, or just someone you know that's looking to invest and get some ownership. You might be able to have someone like invest part of that 90 grand, and then you go get the SBA loan, and then you pay it that way. So a lot of different options. But I think the biggest thing to start with is to like back it up from like how much personal income you want to be making, then give yourself a big security blanket between that and the cash flow to make sure that it's going to be able to cover any like debt that you have on the business and also still reinvest back into it, because you want to have to like, you don't want to have to take all of the personal income or all of the cash flow as personal income and not have it left over, because that puts you into a tough situation.
I think the thing that my limited understanding of the industry that you're in is that you're gonna probably shoot for a business that is doing a lot higher multiple or a lot more business, because I'm not sure many machine shops or specialty shops are going to be sitting at 300-400K before everything, because those tend to be very high. I mean, those tend to be very high market business because they're very specialty. So you're probably going to, my suggestion, I agree with everything Brody said. Let's just get that out of the way. And this actually ties into Ayub, who's asking about sustaining yourself when you're about money when you're on the early stages of a business. So I think what you have to remember is that at the end of the day, if you're looking to buy, everybody and everything in that business comes first. Your paycheck, your bills, your thing. You're going to get, I know they say don't pay yourself last. In this situation, especially when you're starting, like you've heard from Liberty, if you don't pay your people, they don't pay their bills, and then that all kind of spirals. And nobody wants to feel that way. Nobody wants to do anything like that. So I would say I think the first thing I'd do is if you got those people, like you're talking about, people who are like building their business. They're like, oh, you just started a business with $10 and a chicken and you were able to buy all the machines you needed. That's how economies work.
$10 of the chicken.
Yeah, dude, in the 1800s, you guys were starting it. Yeah. That's old as hell.
Inflation has that at like $10 million and a flock of chickens.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
yeah. This is today's translation.
I would say keep saving up as much as you can, because the more you have down, the more the bank's going to lend you. But also reach out to those people you know. Like, you're a guy who, we chatted back and forth. You're earnest, you're hardworking, you're smart. And those are the three things that baby boomers love in people the most. You can hold eye contact in a conversation. You know what you're talking about for the most part. So I think going into your network and expressing this interest in starting something, or, taking over something from somebody, I'm sure that they could probably connect you to people who are in that thing. Now, I'm not sure where you're located, if it's a large density of similar industries.
Yeah.
You may find somebody who's like, oh, my buddy who's in Tennessee, he has a machine shop. And if I tell him about you, he's interested in maybe, having you come work for him for a bit and possibly, figuring something out if it works out. You may have to be open to moving, but if you have a network of people, I think your best deal is going to come from a good word of mouth from an industry like this, which seems very, tight knit from my
very niche. Yeah.
Niche, but tight knit. Like, everybody kind of knows everybody, I would assume. So I think that's where you're going to find your deal. And I think, given how positive you have your relationships with these people are, that's going to be your edge to say, look, I got $100,000 to put down right now. Let's figure out how to do this. I know that somebody I know who had this thing with a gun shop. They did like very niche gun, like they like paint. It basically was like how you could basically, it's like gun painting, and I think that's a really oversimplified, wrong version of what it was. But like,
they do like specialty coating, and a lot of them will have like electroplating or like not galvanization, but things kind of like the sort. There are like really specialty coating places, and they make a ton of money.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. One of those places, and basically the guy, like 3 generations of his brothers had worked there, and the guy was like, I don't care about, getting the money up front. Let's make a payment plan. Like your kid, let's figure something out. I feel like that's going to be the way that you start your business and your, what I'll the Nick Empire is that I think that's how I'd go about it. I would say, unless somebody, I wouldn't trust anybody selling machines at a discount, quite frankly.
Yeah.
The price of some of the stuff that we were chatting back and forth about, which, by the way, you got a really diverse set of skills, and you've seen some pretty crazy machinery. So I don't
appreciate it. That kind of goes into my one of the other questions I had. Should I be looking through? I know you're kind of saying like go through the network and everything. Should I look through already established like already established deals, or should I go and look for someone and convince them to sell, and then go through like the whole process, like the due diligence, and then? Because I will say I had an experience. It was a couple of years ago. It was a weld machine repair, and a little bit of information on the story. It was an older gentleman. He was like in his 80s. This line of skills, you needed to be kind of like an electrician, work on motors, and you just needed to have all that wrapped into one in order to work on these machines. And then you had to go get certified, and the test was like super hard to become like a warranty shop. So it was him and 3 other employees that were there, but 2 of them had already been retired one time. So they were pretty much like out the door. And then the 3rd dude was like there when the 2 didn't come. And then I spoke with the old gentleman. I asked him like, well, how much do you want to sell the business for? Can we work something out? He's like, I want to do $800,000. He owned the big warehouse he had. So but where it was located and the quality, you could have said it was about $200,000 for the warehouse and the land it was on, which is still pretty fair. But then he was saying he was doing $250 a quarter. Said, well, that's a steal. If I get $250 a quarter, I'll pay it off in a year. You know what I mean? Like that's a great number at that point. But then we sat down and I was like, okay, so like who manages your books? My wife. I'm like, okay, not that that's necessarily a problem, but I'm like, people have actual careers for this. They go to school for managing books. I was like, all right, you can cook the books or whatever. I don't necessarily trust that. And then I was like, okay, so other than that, let's talk about your quarters. What are you profiting in your quarters? And he's like, well, Yeah, he didn't really have much of an answer because, like, again, the whole baby boomer thing, where they come from a position of like, yeah, we just made the business and we just paid the taxes, and it was kind of like, yeah, they just come hand me cash and that's it, and that like he ran his business on that same mentality for so long. So then afterwards, I asked him, I was like, okay, so to even acquire the people necessary for this is already incredibly hard, and everyone's pretty much out the door. The facility and everything makes sense, but now I have to learn the skill, which I was already doing. But the whole point is like, I don't want to have to be on the ground doing all the work when I could be doing other things like managing it and, like teaching other people how to do it. But same thing, he spoke about the evaluations and all that, and it was like the whole deal was a mess. Nothing was organized, like, and it just looked like I was going to buy straight into a mess. So I was like, yeah, you can keep that.
One thing I would say is it sounds like you're already pretty savvy to like being able to look at the financials yourself and sniff out like whether it's like suspicious or not, like a really well set up thing.
Mm-hmm.
So like you said, people are like have careers in it. I would see if you can find an accountant or CPA that you like trust that has already worked with like companies like the ones that you're looking to buy for years. And just kind of have them like in your Rolodex and on the back burner so that you could shoot them over financials if you get them and you're like seriously. Because then they might be able to look at it, and if they've been working with manufacturing companies that like similar to the ones you're looking at for years, they might be able to take like one or two looks at it. They might charge you for that. They might not even if you're like close to them. But they might be able to take one look at it and be like, don't you dare touch this.
Yeah.
Or on the flip side, they might be like, bro, you would be actually getting a steal on this.
Yeah.
And they would know it way better than like I could or Ryan could or you could.
Yeah. They have careers in it, yeah.
And someone specifically that's worked in the industry too, right? Because there's like for any industry, there's little things that like for example, like something like manufacturing, one of the biggest costs, probably the biggest cost is going to be like the materials, I would think. But another the biggest cost is going to be like the labor, right? Like there's probably CPAs and accountants that have been working on the books for manufacturing companies for years. One look and be like 15% labor for this business. Are you kidding me? Like that's way too high or that's way too low. Or like they have those little like niche pieces of knowledge of the books where they could tell you whether the business is running well or not. Whether it's like headed for a bad situation or not.
Now I would say don't get hung up if you can't find a CPA that is specialty. If they have an understanding of it, I would say it's most important to just get the books initially, and then work to find somebody who's got the industry. Because if you got a breakdown and they gave you percentages and fees and analysis, feasibly you could look at it and go, yeah, that's pretty high. I don't think that should be that high. Or I know where I work. We definitely don't spend this much on equipment.
Yeah.
Don't get bogged down by not finding the perfect person. Just getting a good one in general is the most important thing. One other thing I thought about is that, you have an industry that's pretty vibrant and is, more now than ever. People want more American made and they want more things to be produced in the country. So there's a lot more from what I've seen. And no, I literally will just spend time just like Googling like convention. I'll go down rabbit holes. That's why I know so much about some of these.
That's awesome.
But like, there's probably a lot of conventions and a lot of like different like conferences that people who are business owners or like industry stuff. If you can carve out part of your time to go to those, if you can get number one, if you get your business, you're got to pay for it. Stellar. Yeah. If not, go into those, and even if you're an independent, because you're just going to network, you might land an even better, you might land a position with somebody who's like, yeah, if you come work for me, I'll pay you more. And maybe in 5 to 6 years, we might want to take you on somewhere. Or you might just meet that 80-year-old guy who's like, I'm done. And you'll also maybe find that CPA because we went to a finance conference they have here called the Money Show Conference. Great stuff. And, there were plenty of people from oil companies to PE firms to specialty tax companies. So that's probably a great place to find all the pieces you need is going to industry conferences.
And
Okay.
typically, I would think if you go to some industry conferences for manufacturing, especially if you can find them like here in Florida and like I think you're in Tampa, right?
Yeah.
Like if you can find them near Tampa, you might meet business owners there that are kind of in the early stages of thinking about selling. And I think like if you form those relationships early, a lot of times you can set yourself up a lot better for like a good acquisition that works well for you because you get a chance to get to know their business and whether it's right for you first just by having a relationship and kind of sharing stories and that sort of thing. You might even be able to like help them out with something and like kind of get some trust and like build a relationship early on. But you also they might just bring you in a little bit better of like a financial way that you would be able to find just on the open market with someone just focused on like making the best sale possible. So I think finding some of those relationships early on, it sounds like you have a lot of them already, but Ryan's point, I think if you go to conferences like that, you'll meet a bunch of those people.
Awesome. And one last question. Now, should I wait for the perfect deal, or is shooting for a good deal sooner better?
That's a really good question.
That's all you.
That's a really good question. I mean, I think it depends on like what your personal goals are, right? If you're really itching to like, I know that you were saying like you're really itching to own a business, hopefully this year. I think if you wait, like, I definitely wouldn't wait for the perfect deal, right? I think it's kind of impossible for the perfect deal to come along. I don't think it actually exists. It's like a it's like a unicorn almost, right?
It's a mindset.
And I think if you're waiting around for the perfect one, then like, even like a really good one, you might talk yourself out of. That being said, you don't want to rush it too much either. I think like ultimately you got to fall somewhere in the middle of that spectrum. What I would do if I were you is I would like write out some of the rules that you have for them. I don't know if I shared it with you yet, but I have a video out there somewhere where I went through like kind of the 5 like rules that we set. For acquisitions that we look at.
I actually watched it last night.
Awesome.
Yeah.
The thing about it is you got to personalize it to you too. So like we talked about the cash flow part of it. You've got to figure out like what's the minimum cash flow the minimum and maximum cash flow you can go after. Maximum might not be as relevant because you might just find a great deal where you get more cash flow than you expected for less. But you got to figure out more so the minimum cash flow that you need to meet your personal goals. And then you've got to like if I were you, I would look for something where you can have at least some seller financing involved. Like we were talking about before, like it's not necessarily realistic to find 100% seller financing unless like if you had been in an apprenticeship for like decades, then I think it's more likely, but it's still not that likely.
If you're you're a really bad apprentice if you're there for decades. Like you,
if you ain't moved up,
a journeyman, you probably should just leave.
At that point, try another company. I was thinking about that. Yeah,
more so maybe like you started as an apprentice and like worked your way up. Long-standing relationship, I would try to like write out what your few like concrete rules are, more so than trying to find the perfect one. And then if you find one that fits your rules and that you feel good in your gut about too, that should be one of the too, is like if it passes the gut check. And try to find red flags, right? Like try to think about some red flags. Don't be like blind to them. The other thing I would say is like, I think some people tend to be more risk averse and some people tend to be more risk seeking.
Gotcha.
So I would sit with yourself a little bit and figure out, am I the type of person that tends to be more risk averse, or am I the type of person that can take more risks and be a little more open to them? And it's a spectrum, of course, but like whichever one you tend to fall more onto, I would try to talk to some people that you feel like have a really good perspective in that industry that find themselves on the opposite end of the spectrum. I'll use an example.
Yeah.
Like one of my business partners, Grant, that was on earlier, while you were on, he tends to be more like the realist between the two of us. I'm like, I see an opportunity. I'm like, oh my God, this could be awesome. And then
Yeah.
Grant's one that like knocks me back down to earth sometimes. And I think that's important. Like get whatever the opposite perspective is as much as you can.
I mean, you're in the, so, definitely being in the group and tossing out,
What's up,
what
Zach?
you're looking at. What's up, Zach? To the group and letting people know
What's
and
up,
kind of
Jess?
getting all the feedback is very important. I mean, I'll kind of give another something else to kind of add on to what Brody says, and I'm definitely I of all of us, I'd probably say I have somehow, I love the mental, I love the mind, I love how people's brains work, and I really love people and what people can do for themselves. So I would say when you're writing out all the things, when you're writing out what that deal looks like, on that same sheet of paper next to it, write out what your life looks like after that deal. How does your day start? How many hours are you spending there? What does it look like? And once you've written out what that looks like, that ideal future looks like, because obviously I know, you're like us, you want to work and you want to be engaged in building something. So you're not going to be like, I want to work a week, and that, and then, next to that is where you would write out what are the feelings you associate with that. Is it joy? Is it fulfillment? Is it just a sense of well-being? Is it, what sort of emotions come along with being the owner of a business and driving it to a certain point? Because for me, I know when I think about what sort of business I want to build and kind of how I want that to feel, it's, there's a sense of responsibility, but enjoyment. And I always think about how good it would feel to be able to make something where other people could provide for their kids and a life that they want to live through what I can do for them, while also making my life better. So those three things I think are very important to the mindset and to the ability. And I know mindset gets thrown around as like this frou-frou hippie stuff, but I think that people will, a lot of the money mindset is important, obviously, but I think if, people get kind of taken away by it, you're a fairly logical guy, so I don't think it's going to be an issue. But I'd say all three pieces of, how's it look, how's it feel, what is it, and how does it go are kind of pieces that I would say consider. I know Brody's big on mindset. He does a lot of stuff. Grant is actively diving more into mental wellness stuff and like meditation to kind of help him get to that next level. So I think when you see the deal, you'll know it, and you'll have all the answers and all the criticisms already by the time everybody talks to you about it. And it'll just kind of feel like the right time. So I don't think you should concern yourself with how it shows up as much. I think going out and doing all the things to kind of learn, but just knowing that it will show up and you will be ready for it is really the biggest thing. So you got a great network around you. You got a lot of people who are rooting for you, who want to see you succeed and will help you in any way, shape, or form. So just be confident, and don't stress about it. It's going to happen. It's going to be great. And you're going to have the best time of your life. And just how they happen and how they come, who knows?
What I would definitely start doing as you're looking into this is like whenever I've entered a new industry, and not that this is a new industry for you, but being ownership side would be a new thing. Whenever I entered like a new kind of like era or industry or something like that, I always try to interview people who have been in it for a long time or have had success with it for a long time as much as possible. So I would look to like interview people who own manufacturing companies as often as you can get opportunities to, and ask them like transparently and candidly, like what are like the skill differences between just being in this industry and being an owner in this industry, and how do you think I, a young person who aspires to be like you, could start to learn some of those skills from the position I'm in now? Because there's going to be a gap there, right? There's a gap between the skills you have right now and the skills that they have. What I've found a lot of times, because I've done that a lot of times, like it was the first thing I did when I got into mergers and acquisitions, is interviewed older people who'd been in it for a while. And a lot of times, like coming from that place of just earnest, like transparency that, hey, I'm just trying to learn, I'm just trying to make my way in this, and kind of checking your ego at the door in that way. People talk about themselves and they like to feel like they're helping out the next generation. So I think you'll find that people really open up from that angle and will really help you out and probably give you some tips that can really help you make your decision more than anything.
Nick, you're probably about 20 plus years removed from most people who are running a business that you want to take over. Yeah. And when me and Brody were in college, we were told by one of our first professors that we ever had for, I think it was Dr. Reinking. He said, hey, you guys are all students again, which means you are, to the rest of the world, you are cute, fluffy, adorable teddy bears that they just want to talk to because you're students.
Yeah.
A young professional who's got big aspirations but is humble about what he wants to do, that makes you a cute, fluffy teddy bear of your industry. People just want to help you because they're like, they will reflect themselves onto you, whether or not it makes sense or not. So use that as much as possible. There's a difference when somebody who's 40 asks somebody who's 50 for advice, and when somebody who's 20s asks 50, probably the 20-year-old is going to get way better game than the 40-year-old. Use it as much as you can.
Well, man, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for taking time and chatting with me.
Hey,
we appreciate you. Thanks for coming on.
Anytime.
Yeah, man. Hey, best of luck on the 24-hour. I got to get back to work. The grind don't stop. But again, appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for letting me coming on, and I'll be tuning in and out.
Awesome, man.
Hell yeah, man.
Good luck getting back to it. I know you're about to throw that welding helmet back on.
Yeah.
There and crush it.
For the stream. Hey, we always say in the industry, something like when I teach people how to weld, and I tell them all the time, there's only one thing you have to do, and it's just don't suck. Just be better. All righty, y'all. Thank you guys so much. I'll catch y'all later.
Awesome. Catch you later, Nick. Have a good one.
You too.
He's a great guy. I like him.
He is. That was awesome.
He's been like having him in the group has really been awesome because he's just like he doesn't have a business. He's working a job, but he's just like got the energy of like, everybody wants to help everybody in that group, and like he's a guy he's engaging in the conversations. He's giving takes on stuff that he's learned. Like he doesn't have the business, but he has experience and stuff that would help somebody else. And I think that's where the Discord really shines.
I think so too. For you guys who are just tuning in or who have been tuning in or were kind of like trying to figure out what was going on there. So we were talking to someone who's in the Discord community that we have that we're talking about here. So he's currently working in a full-time job. He's been in the industry for a long time. And for a while, he's been thinking about, is it the right move for me to buy a business and become a business owner rather than starting one? Because he's in an industry where it's pretty hard to start a business. There's a lot of upfront costs, but there's a lot of good ways to buy a business and become an owner. And so he's in our community kind of asking questions in there regularly about, what should I be thinking about when I do this? How do I do this the right way? What resources, connections, and people do I need to help me do this the right way? So if that's something that resonates with you, if you're someone who's looking to buy a business at some point now or in the future, and you're looking to learn like how to do it the right way, we've got a lot of people in there that have bought businesses many times over. So join at the link in my bio if you're on TikTok or Instagram, or at the link that I've got pinned here on any other channels. Join the group and introduce yourself. Let us know what you're working on, what you're looking to do.
Ayub, Ayub is Ayub's been asking about the question he posed earlier was, how do you survive not personally making much money from your business in the early stages, and did you sustain yourself from a job before starting a business? I'm asking because even though I have made a decent money from business, I personally have probably made below minimum wage. Also, that cap is sick in regards to Aiden's welding cap, which we do love. Brody, you take this one because I think you were the guy who literally had a job and a business that you were growing at the same time.
Yeah, so I got you on this, Ayub. So for the first 9 months of the business that I always talk about, that I was talking about on here earlier, Chef on the Fly, the first 9 months of it, we founded it. I was like one of the early founders, but we worked on it without making any money for the first 9 months. And to take it even further, I invested probably 8 grand or so into the business, like throughout that time, and like especially right before we did make money. But then it was also another, let's see, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. It was about another 8 months after the original 9 months before I ever actually took like personal draws out of the business. Looking back, I probably should have taken personal draws earlier, but at the time, we went through some drama and some embezzlement, story for another time, that made that hard.
Oh, dude, we gotta do an embezzlement hour because me and you both got good stories.
Yeah. But to your question, like, yeah, you have to have another job or source of income or savings to be able to do that. So for the first 9 months of the business, I was working a full-time job. I was working a full-time job that I had been working like when I became one of the founders of this business. And I kept working that full-time job until the business was kicking off enough money for us to actually sustain ourselves. I did get my original investment paid back, but then I waited the 8 months to be able to actually take money out of it. And I was only really able to do that because I had set a lot of money aside while I was working this full-time job that allowed me, and through some other ventures of mine, like some freelance ventures and stuff, that allowed me to be able to float myself from that. And even during those next 8 months, I was working on other stuff in another business, to be able to make some income. And so you've got to just kind of accept the fact that if you are in a situation where you're trying to start a business, and try to get there, you've got to have some other source of income. And that might mean working basically 2 jobs at once. I always try to just remind myself of the future, though. Like, you're working towards a future where you'll be glad that you did really put in that grind. But you could also just do the method that Nick is looking to do that was just on here before. He's working a full-time job right now, and he's spending a lot of his off time doing research and trying to craft the plan that he was talking about to be able to buy a business. And eventually, if he buys a business, it'll replace his full-time income that he's making right now. But he's not going to buy that business before he's ready, and he's got the full-time income right now supporting him.
Yeah, to that point, definitely you want to support yourself with a normal 9-to-5 job. I think if you're able to look at your business and say, all right, we're making a little bit of money here. If you could figure out how to if you can get a good job that'll sustain you, meet your needs, allow you to do everything you need to do, and then maybe a little bit more, maybe you just take your business's cash and you just reinvest it into other areas of your business so that you can develop it in other ways, whether it's hiring a part-time person to handle some stuff. If you're not making much money right now, but you can find something to support you and your business can operate pretty much as it did, then that just means it can go right back in and you can almost hyper accelerate your business because you're no longer taking from it. Like Brody said, he waited 16 months, but it was a different situation. But you need to take care of yourself first. So I'd say whatever skills you can leverage, do that. Take advantage of what you can while you're at a place doing that stuff, whether that's skilling up on their dime or whatever. But I'd say, yeah, you need to have something and then just let your business feed itself for a while so that, when you're ready to jump to it, it's like, oh, look at all this progress I made because I worked a second job and then just kept reinvesting into my business through my own business. Like you're at a good place.
The big thing I would say, Ayub, and I know you're young, so it's tough to find a lot of stuff. For reference, he's under 20 years old. I know it's tough to find stuff that, like, find a good job without a ton of experience and being so young. But I would try to find a job rather than I would try to find a job rather than something minimum wage. I think you're very unique in the sense that not many people your age have had the business experience you've had. I would try to find something instead of your minimum wage job that you're in right now on the side that is directly related to the types of business or the type of business you were running. So he was running a marketing agency. I would try to find something in either the healthcare space, because I think you were doing like marketing for therapists, if I remember right. I would try to find something in the healthcare space where you can come in and help a company with their marketing as like a paid position, or something in like with a marketing agency where you can come and work for them as a paid thing, because then you're actually getting paid to work in and learn better the skill that you're trying to develop for the business you want to run, rather than working on two different things at once. I think the minimum wage job is most likely not going to help you build the skill set that you need to up level yourself for that business.
I don't think he wants a minimum wage job. I think he's saying his business is paying him, like the revenue revenue he's making from his personal business is below minimum wage in wherever he's located. So I mean, yeah, I think on your resume, certainly having, you know, experience by running a business that is, you know, in any sense profitable, that's a great way to leverage into a position at a company that will probably pay you better, or pay you more than what your business is giving you, but also help you build up that experience. Because the important thing is that when you show up every day, you're interested, and, you know, not everybody can be lucky in this sense, but if you can find a place that treats you well, you enjoy working at, and somebody helps you, and you have people who are helping you develop your skill set, then yeah, you're pretty much just getting paid for an education and something you're passionate about. So take care of yourself, man. You know, it's important to do that stuff. And the fact that you already have something growing at your age is very incredible. So don't shortchange yourself.
Also, Ayub, definitely join the Discord community if you're not in there yet, because I love talking to you about this stuff. I wish that I had been working on like what you're working on at the age that you're at, because I started personally like a lot later trying to work on growing my own business.
We're pretty much at the end of the rope at this point.
For anyone who's not seeing, only Ryan and I are seeing the comments from him, I think, but Ayub is not even 18 years old yet, and he's working on building his own business. So would love to have you in the Discord chat if you want to talk about this stuff more, Ayub. I love keeping in touch with you because I think it's really cool what you're doing.
Yeah, so if anybody watching on Instagram and TikTok, we are also streaming on LinkedIn, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. And it's Brody at Brody Vincent, I think, basically across all platforms.
Yep.
So we're doing our best to balance everything. But if you definitely want to get on the main channel, you can jump to one of those. But we're doing our best to keep everybody engaged and chatting. So links are down below. Join the Discord server if you're interested. It's a bunch of people who are hanging out, chatting business, setting goals, helping each other, you know, go back and forth, learning from each other, you know, posting coffee of the day in some cases. And then if you're really interested, there is a paid group that is associated with it where you can get one-on-one coaching. There's calls. There's a lot more interaction with Brody, Grant, and some of the other people who you'll see on coming through later. That'll just give more personalized, direct kind of essentially advice based on experience and stuff, and more hands-on approach to it.
So that's called the round table, and also something cool. So one of our connections works with military veteran entrepreneurs. So if anyone does join the round table, the paid community that we do our group calls on, anyone who joins during this live stream, a portion of the proceeds from that are actually going to a military veteran related entrepreneur related charity. So we're really excited about that as well.
Ayub, also, we'll see you in there.
And also happy early birthday. Ayub. I saw that. That's awesome. And for anyone who's just joining, let us know what questions you have about growing, buying, and selling businesses. Put them in the chat, throw them up. We're here to literally sit here for 24 hours, just answering whatever questions you guys have.
If you don't ask questions, I will start talking, and then you get what you get and you don't get upset.
You could even ask where Ryan got his jacket from, because it's a cool jacket. I'm sure he would love to tell you.
Oh, it doesn't have to definitely be tell you related. To go to Uniqlo.com, my favorite affordable clothing brand. Man, I'll tell you what, that's one of my favorite favorite brand concepts.
Also, good night, Hannah.
Good night, Hannah. Also, congratulations on your most recent endeavor. I saw her post on LinkedIn. It was great. Whatever. I don't really understand what she did, but it was great.
She's always doing cool stuff.
Yeah, she's got a cool job, and she's a very intelligent woman, and people should hire her for stuff.
And I am actually going to run to the restroom here while we're...
Oh, dude, leave me alone with chat. All right.
Yes, I'm taking a big risk here, and I'm leaving you guys alone with Ryan after he drank almost an entire rain.
Oh, no, that's filled with water right now. I already killed it.
Oh, yeah. So Ryan drank an entire rain, so I'm taking a really big risk leaving him here alone with you guys. But I think it's going to go well.
Okay, so let me tell you all about this meme coin.
Don't let him push any meme coins on you.
I swear, this one's to the moon. I swear. Oh man! So thank you everybody for tuning in. I appreciate everybody coming out and doing this. I'm gonna move over to the main chair so I can see any.
I'm gonna make it one trip, and I'm gonna fill my water.
Oh,
too.
dude, good call. I got you.
Thank you, my brother.
Make sure I'm getting everybody in here. All right, so yeah, ask us questions. This initially was mirrored, so it made sense. The people on this stream are not getting that. Hey, Ayub. Ayub asked another question. Hey, good to see you too. What are your opinions on private equity buying mass real estate, driving up costs? What do you think the middle ground for buyers and private equity firms are? I'm not sure internationally how it is. Next time. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. We just wanted that big flashy title. We can shorten it, actually. We can probably do a shortening. Yeah, you're right. It's a bit long. Yeah. I didn't make it, but I'll make sure I'll pass along. It's probably a good idea. 24-hour stream would have been a bit tighter, but yeah, do it for the next one. Thank you, A, for tuning in anyways. I appreciate you. So I don't know if this is something that happens in other countries, but, we got BlackRock and a lot of other private, all these big firms buying up stuff. I know that Zillow may not be private equity, but they were also buying up a lot of houses, and no, you're not being mean, man. I appreciate it. No, you're completely right. It's definitely, you need to grab them quick to get them on in there. So when Brody gets back, maybe we can swap the title real quick if it doesn't mess up the stream. But feedback is great. We love it. And it's a good one too. There's definitely a trend of that happening. I think that's like with Zillow, they had to start selling off their stuff that they bought because they weren't able to really find any return on it because they were marking it up so big. I think we're seeing a shift in real estate. Oh God. Oh no, the Instagram just ended. Oh no. Oh boy. We're seeing a shift, I think, in real estate. So I know in Florida, there's a lot of real estate going down in a lot of areas because of home insurance. And insurance plays a big part in what people can and will afford. California is currently having one of the most disastrous fires, I think, in the history of LA, but also just in general. And State Farm dropped a bunch of insurance from houses that are now gone months before this fire happened. And I think that's, when prospective buyers are looking at this, they're saying, well, why would I pay for a house that possibly is overpriced? And also I'm going to pay an arm and a leg for insurance for, which is now forcing these companies who, make projections based on when they buy it and what they estimate to happen, panic because now they have an inventory. They're paying, they have all these houses sitting there. And the market isn't favoring the seller anymore because of other factors that the buyer has to consider. So I think that's why we're seeing prices coming down, even from the mass purchase stuff that private equity has and other buyers, because they realize that the consumer is now at a point where they're being strangled from the insurance side specifically and other factors that they just need to get these things out for a reasonable price. And that 20-30% markup that they were possibly hoping to get based on trends is no longer really viable. So that's my opinion on it. Also, A joined the chat. He made a great suggestion.
Hey,
yeah, A was like, "Hey, look,
make title name shorter."
Yeah, he popping in to give us. I think snappy titles, good feedback.
Yeah,
I didn't think it was me at all. And then we're just talking to you.
Oh, whoa!
I don't know what happened there. I couldn't get it to reset. So we'll swap seats. Ayub and I were just discussing the buy up of real estate in the United States, I think specifically, and how that's been affected with private equity kind of buying mass volumes of it. And my thoughts on that was that we saw with Zillow having to sell off a lot of their stuff, that home buying thing.
Let me get this rolling again.
And just kind of how insurance is factoring into why people are having to sell houses for less because the insurance costs are driving people away from purchasing a lot. And also the fact that many of the companies that were doing these massive purchases to sell back had to drop their prices and basically go back to losses in some cases. Like Zillow had that big thing. There's that new company that's trying to buy houses in 72 hours. That's their whole billing. That's their whole shtick. A lot of these fast real estate purchasing things we see kind of ebb and flow. And Ayub, actually, we're going to have some real estate people coming on the show. I think we have our buddy. I think we have our buddy who does real estate. He's going to be coming on in the point. Hussein is going to be coming on soon. We're having trouble streaming on LinkedIn. Hussein is going to come on soon. He does real estate deals locally. So this would be a great question if you want to stick around when we have that show. Come back on and hit him with some questions because he's neck deep in the trenches doing deals, and he's been doing it for a long time too. And then A was asking us, how do we do business? What kind? Or how do you buy business? What kind? Do you use something similar to the Dan Pena model? Also,
someone brought up Dan Pena earlier.
Pena, yeah.
I actually haven't seen his stuff yet, so I'm going to be checking it out.
He's a pretty big character. He's a very he's had a couple different cycles of his marketing. Like he was very big into that kind of. He was in the alpha male space for a while. He's pretty much like he's had a couple different academies, but essentially he's this very grassroots kind of like I would call him this. He's like Warren Buffett.
Hey, Rosalind.
Like if Warren Buffett did like drank energy drinks, like he's that high energy, go, big deal maker, big impact player. He's been successful, very successful, but he's got that energy, and he's an older guy, but he's like, So cool. I'm not as familiar with the stuff. I'm just familiar with some of the stuff that I've seen on him as a person. And I'm not as familiar with his model, but why don't you take it away since this is A's first time? We're happy to have you, eh?
Yeah, also, we're from Orlando. He was asking where we're from. We're based out of Orlando, Florida. So it depends on like what kind of deal we're talking about. So there's one right now that we have under like LOI that would be like a personal holding, where with that one, we're between using either SBA financing for it or like personal funds, and then getting a private investor. So in either case, with that one, I would be bringing in like part of my own funds to buy it, like kind of like a minority portion of it, but then also bringing in like either financing through the SBA or a private investor. We're kind of just going back and forth on which one is the best fit for both us and the one selling the business. And then there's also other ways we do it. So like I'm working on a few deals right now through private equity that we're exploring, where I work as an independent sponsor. So what an independent sponsor is it's like basically for like larger deals, like larger business purchases, rather than buying the business with just your own money or financing or something, you might work alongside like a large private equity company to help them kind of explore the deal and work through the details of it. And then they purchase the business and you either earn part of the equity of it or you get some kind of fee for doing that or something like that. So there's a few different ways to buy businesses. If you're buying one to own it outright and to run it yourself, then a lot of times using the SBA is a really good way to do it, or getting some kind of private investors. Outside of the SBA, most options of financing a business are usually like too expensive with the interest rates, so it's a little bit tougher. The interest rates are high and expensive, but also a lot of times like the term of the loan is too short to be able to reasonably pay it off with like the cash flow of the business. So hopefully that answers your question. Also, if you're just tuning in, if you're an entrepreneur or business owner that's looking to grow, buy, or sell businesses, that's what we're here for. We're here to answer your questions. And we've also got a community of people just like you that are working on the same types of things. So you can join it at the link in my bio if you're on TikTok or Instagram. If you're here on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, or Twitch, you can actually check it out at the pinned comment here on the stream. Ryan,
I just pulled the Dan Pena thing. Dan Pena's thing, at least the newest iteration of it, because I know he's produced a lot of content. Like the man has had many iterations. Joining.
Hey Nick, hey Found Neolo, hey Neil Acquisitions.
Hey Neil.
Hey Clayton Huck and Magenta Hugh. What's up, everybody? Let us know if you got any questions.
Magenta Hugh, I love that one.
Feel free to join, and hello to everyone joining on TikTok as well. We've got Janet Reichert, Neo Gavaria, Fez, Zuda Beauty, all these different people.
this is crazy. I haven't thought about Dan Pena in years, and this is the fourth time I've heard his name come up today, both either on social media or this. So I think what A is referencing is the QLA methodology, 7 steps to super success, is what he labels them. Oh man,
Yeah,
create your
so
personal
walk us through that.
foundation, creating your personal foundation for success, clarify your vision, building the perception is reality, creating your dream team of business and life, your quantum leap action plan, pay yourself, and then creating your exit strategy. I think that's kind of what he was talking about. I mean, that's a very, I mean, some of this stuff definitely we are on this probably the same page of. I think he's I think he's got the right idea where it's like you got to figure out your mind first before you do anything, which is always, I think, the proper way to go at things. If you're not mentally ready, you definitely shouldn't jump at anything big. And then he's got, of course, his deal flow, his all this other stuff where you can see his
I just added a live goal on TikTok.
Okay.
I know you can do that, but for anyone joining in on TikTok, if you do, I don't know what the roses are, but if you like give me like the rose things, if you give me 5 of them, I'll chug some cold brew. But for anyone who's tuning in, if you're just joining the stream for the first time or just looking to learn what we're up to here, we are streaming live for 24 hours. We're about a little over 4 hours into it now. We are streaming for 24 hours to be able to talk a little bit about our community, which is for entrepreneurs and business owners that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So if you're just hopping in, if you're new to it, check it out at the link in my bio on Instagram and TikTok, or it's pinned on the comment for the stream for anyone else. And we got some questions over here. I would love to answer these. So Clayton Huck says a lot of the BBPE firms have been buying commodities and assets along with businesses. Are you going to only buy and sell businesses, or do you also plan on buying and selling commodities and assets? Personally, at this moment, I'm not really interested in buying and selling commodities and assets. I think if you get to the point where you're like a very large firm that's been around for decades, then you can start to get into other areas. I personally prefer to just try to get really good at one thing first. So we're really only focused on buying and selling businesses at the moment. I've got some partners that are into the real estate side of it a little bit more, but I keep all my focus and my energy on buying and selling businesses personally.
Yeah, the alt asset space is something that a lot of funds are getting involved in.
Ryan works in the alternative asset space, actually. So you could talk about that a little bit. What is it? What are you seeing in that space? Because I know you guys work with private equity firms sometimes, right?
We work with a lot of firms, private equity, offshoots of other firms. So what we've been seeing in the space is that there's a lot more capital being deployed into alternative assets, specifically in the life settlement space where I've been most active. That's basically where people sell their life insurance policy that they own to somebody else. And because it's an asset, it can be sold. And then larger firms buy that as something as an investment for their portfolio. And it's a way to mitigate risk. And these funds usually have a real estate arm. They have an alt arm, which is usually a lot of life insurance on people. And it's kind of one of those things where there's there's the retail and there's the larger side. But many times these people are doing it because it's a sort of risk mitigation strategy. There's a lot of things you can do with a life insurance policy. You can not only just take out loans against it as long as you're the owner of it, but you can also, it for the most part is 100% guaranteed barring a few concerns, assuming the premiums don't go crazy and you lose all your shirt on it, or it will come due at some point. So a lot of them use it for risk mitigation, but these guys either are independents selling to other people, or they are being backed by larger companies like the BlackRocks and like the other guys, and they're just arms of them. And they're pumping a lot of money into the market for not just that asset, but other alternatives. Alternatives are anything that isn't like stocks and bonds, and I forget something else too, but
anything that isn't like a traditional investment of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, whatever, alternative asset. And these guys are even, these guys are in the same boat as super micro strategies, who are the guys who just keep buying Bitcoin. I mean, some of these guys that buy these settlement policy portfolios are also buying cryptocurrency, and they're buying real estate, and they're diversifying. So we're seeing the alternative asset space blow up. So I get where you're coming from with that. Very astute observation. You clearly have your hand on the pulse of what's going on with a lot of these firms right now. Hey, Orlando, that's cool. I'm in California. Hey, California. Hopefully you're safe in one of the safe areas. I see.
Yeah, for real. I know the fires are going crazy there.
With sellers financing, I'm assuming you have to have a 750 credit score. You have experience with the SBA stuff. So why don't you take that one for A?
So I actually had more of my experience in starting businesses and have sold a couple. I actually am working on maybe getting my first SBA loan right now. So I haven't gone through that full process before. I'm not the best resource on that. But what I've learned so far is that I don't think you have to have a 750 plus credit score. I think it's a lot more likely to get you approved. Part of it, I would say what I've learned, the biggest thing that I've learned is more than it's about the credit. It's about what kinds of assets do you have personally that can be used as collateral? Do you have finances on the side that they could come after as collateral? Do you have ownership of something? A lot of times they want to see that you have something that can be put up as collateral against the loan before they're willing to invest in or to give you the loan and approve it. But again, I'm probably not the best resource on it. Grant, that will be here tomorrow, has gone through that process before. He has acquired a lot of businesses. I still am relatively young in my entrepreneurial journey. I have only really been an entrepreneur since 2021, but most of my start was in starting businesses, really just kind of making that transition now. When you think about partnering in a private equity deal with another company or partnering in general, what exactly goes into the decision of what makes the founder or partner a good fit? Okay, that's a really good question. It depends on the private equity company's strategy. A lot of the ones that we have partnerships with are they like to focus on founder-led companies. So they like to keep the founder in the company throughout the growth and have it really kind of rely on some of the principles that made the business successful in the first place. So when we look at what makes them a good fit, it's all about their mindset coming into it. If they are coming to us and saying they want to sell the business just because they can't stand it anymore, they want to get out of it, they don't like being in the business, not a good fit at all. If they're coming to us and they're like, hey, I really want to grow this business, and I just think doing a deal like this could really help us take it to the next level and kind of help realize my vision for the business. And they're really growth minded. That is what makes someone a good fit for one of these deals, at least the type that I like to work on and that I'm in the middle of working on right now. So that's what I would say would make them a good fit. And do not apologize for asking all the questions, Ayub. I love that you're asking questions. This is part of what's making you so successful as such a young person.
Also, it's keeping us awake.
We
got 24 hours, and we're entering into that we're almost at the 11 p.m. on Eastern Standard Time right now. So this is where the engagement is going to really keep us cranking along with these energy drinks.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see as we get into some of the late hours of the night, if we start reaching international audiences or what happens there.
Oh, I was just going to say, watching our brain functionality change from high functioning into a little more of a middle functioning as fatigue starts to take over.
Yeah, it's going to get different.
I'm going to go loopy. You're going to have to keep me in check at some point.
Yeah, we're literally, let's see, we're about a sixth of the way in. 24 hours, we're 4 hours in.
It took me way too long to do that math. Oh, it's starting.
That's concerning.
Yes.
Me too.
Because math is my job.
I will literally be here until 6 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
Also, we've got some comments over here on Instagram. So Neil Acquisitions, great to have you here again. I love talking to you. He said, hey, Brody. Hey, Ryan. Awesome to see you feeling better, Ryan. It is awesome to see Ryan feeling better. Ryan went through a lot of stuff, a lot of sickness over the holidays,
Oh, yeah.
unfortunately. I hear a lot about Dan Pina and his chairman method. When you position your acquisition to sell, do you use the same method in private equity as you would for a first-time seller, or is it a different process entirely? Are you familiar with the chairman method? I actually haven't watched a
No,
lot of Dan
I
Pina's
just
stuff.
I downloaded all of his stuff, and I'm gonna take a listen to it. I'm not sure what the chairman method. Let me just look up the chairman method right now because I feel like very easily.
Go ahead and look that up. And Neil Acquisitions, we'll get back to your question in just a second as Ryan fills me in.
Why don't you just walk? I mean, you can tell him how you do sales because I mean,
Yeah, so I mean, I can tell you a little bit about like what the ideal way to position one of these is. Like for private equity, what we're looking to do in any of the deals that I'm working on is something called a roll up. So what does that mean, right? What that means is like you're kind of taking the founder of the original business and keeping them on, but looking to kind of bring them into a little bit more of like a strategic oversight position, where they're not like buried in the day-to-day of the business anymore. So I would say that it's kind of like putting them into like a chairman position. Maybe that's what this is about. Ryan's going to fill me in.
there's actually a lot of information there's a lot to dig through. I'm not getting a simple answer. So that just means there's stuff we don't know.
He said it's also called the DCA or DCLA method. He also asked any tips on how you'd make distressed founder-led companies scalable. How would you make distressed founder-led companies scalable? I personally probably would not focus on distressed companies, just like me personally, but there's a lot of like firms out there that do specifically focus on that. I think it's a lot different type of work. You're a lot of times when the firms that focus on that get into them, to answer your question, from what I know, what they do is they usually bring in like a whole team for all different aspects of the business. So they've got like a marketing team, a sales team, finance team, like all the different aspects of business. They bring in that whole team and they use them to like focus hard on turning that business around and changing things. And that's usually what they do. I usually look more for like businesses that already have a good growth trajectory and just try to help them do it at a larger level. That's like the types of deals I'm looking for. He says his videos are hard to hear and over an hour long, so don't worry about it. It has a bit of time tax. Yeah, fair enough. Ryan said he's an older guy. So I mean, sometimes those older guys have a little bit more like that style of content. And also
I'll check it out though, because if Dan's suggesting it, and it's probably worth my time to check it out. So I'll make sure I have an answer for you next time.
Yeah. And to answer your question, the most prominent business that I started that I can talk about and have like the most like commentary on, and especially there on YouTube where you're at, is called Chef on the Fly. There's a video I have where I go in depth on it, and I'll kind of like talk about it here a little bit more too. But if you're on YouTube and you want to like save it for later or anything, there's a video where I go through like the exact steps of starting it and like growing it. And it's called, what is it called? I'm looking for it right now. It's got some clickbaity title, I think. It's called How to Make 160K per month with staffing and recruiting. So that kind of goes through like the exact step-by-step process of like how we built that business. But to give you like the like TLDR of that, like to give you like the strategies, like I partnered with someone who had been in the industry that we got into for about 35 years and who had also built a giant Facebook group of people specifically in that industry. So I partnered with that person and a few other people who had this idea, and I just helped them in any way I could. For me, I had a finance background, so I helped with the finances. I also had a marketing background, so I helped a lot with the marketing. And the guy that had the Facebook group and everything handled a lot of the sales. And then we had some other people helping with other stuff. But I partnered with them, and we essentially used that Facebook group that had about 37,000 people in it as a leverage point to be able to find good staff for a lot of these large organizations that couldn't find their own staff quickly enough because they didn't have Facebook groups or stuff like that. So it's, it was a really interesting journey, and I kind of detail it in there and like the step by step. But we utilized what was like an owned audience online to be able to fulfill a need and a problem that we saw in the market. And so we grew that over the next couple of years. And essentially we would just get like these really big contracts with like universities, colleges, dining halls in colleges, resorts, hotels, sometimes like mining camps even. We did a couple sporting events. So we would get these contracts with them where they needed like a certain amount of people to work in like the food service area. And we would help find them, interview them, vet them, background check them, and then usually fly them out to the location, make sure that they were put up in a hotel. And we would charge like different types of fees for doing that. And then we would also process all of the payroll of it so that it was just completely hands off for these organizations. And that's kind of how we built the business. So we ran that for a couple of years and then sold that to a larger staffing company that had been started by actually someone who worked for our biggest client at the time. So that's kind of how that went. But yeah, I talk about that in a lot of my videos. So hopefully that helps and answers your question. While we're kind of waiting for anyone else to come in, any other questions, let us know if you got any other questions. But if you're new, if you're just tuning in, if you are an entrepreneur or business owner, if you're interested in growing, buying, or selling businesses, or if you're working towards any of those things at any point in your journey, join the free Discord community at the link in my TikTok or Instagram bio, or that's pinned on the chat for anyone else tuning in. And hop in there, introduce yourself. We'd love to have you. Like I said, it's free to join. And we'd love to have you in there just to collaborate with, share ideas with. We really enjoy the talks that we have in there. And we even do group calls with some of our paid members every week that are working a little bit more hands-on on some of this stuff. Ayub says, for Chef on the Fly, how long were you running that business? And did you find more success having it as a boutique type or a commodity type service delivery? So I was part of that business for about 29 months. So just over 2 years, from like founding it or like being a founder originally to like when we sold. And we definitely found way more success being boutique with it. In fact, like, to be honest, the next ownership of the company took out a little bit of the boutique, like hands-on strategy that we had, and it really didn't go well for them. And it was sad because I wasn't really involved in that company anymore, didn't really have any input, but we were way more successful when we were treating it as like a very boutique, like white glove type of service where we were handling everything. We were expensive, but we were like the premium choice on the market. And that also positioned us in a way where we were only working with really big, well-funded clients as well. He had a question above about failures too. And I love your questions, Ayub. Keep them coming. What has been one of you guys' biggest failures in business, and how have you learned from that experience? I've got a funny one if you want me to start.
I mean, is it going to be? Oh, it's okay. I mean, it's going to be hard.
You probably
to follow
already
that.
know it. So after we sold Chef on the Fly, which in and of itself, like, I think it could have gone way, way better. It was a cool, like, first founding to sale experience. And I learned a ton from that. Definitely not a failure by any means. Could have gone a lot better. But my first real failure, not first failure, but one of my biggest failures still to this day came immediately after the biggest success, which was selling a business, right? I sold this business that I was a founder of and grew and did a pretty good job of like servicing a lot of clients. But the first thing that I did is me and the other partner that exited, because there was a couple that stayed on and myself and one other partner exited when we sold. But the first thing that we did is we went on Biz Buy Sell, and we wanted to buy some kind of franchise or business or something. So we bought these breathalyzer. I don't know if you even know.
Yeah,
You know this?
I remember we were at a mixer after class, and you were like, "Oh,"
I was like, "I'm all in on this." So we bought these. We bought it to this franchise, and they were breathalyzer vending machines, like alcohol breathalyzers. So they were these vending machines that got put on the wall in bars, and you could pay to like use the breathalyzers, like a little straw. So it was a failure because first and foremost, the things didn't work worth half a shit. Like they were literally always broken. Some of them, like they didn't even run. Some of them, like you would like breathalyze yourself once. And we obviously went and tested them after. And I'll tell the whole story, but like as we were testing them when they first got put in and installed by this company that was the franchisor, like the first thing that happened was like we would breathalyze it once and it would give one reading, and then you would breathalyze it like 2 seconds later, completely different reading. Like they were completely inaccurate, complete BS. But also like we kind of got scammed because we knew our area well, and I had gone to college in the area and gone out, had my fair share of partying and stuff, and I knew the bars and stuff that I thought would work well for something like that. And so the company that sold us on this whole idea that we invested into these, they're like, okay, like give us a list of the bars that you want these in, and we'll go put them in. We have a proven process for, you know, helping the owner of the bar see the value in it and like making sure that it makes sense for them. And so we're like, awesome, we'll give you a list of 20. We're going to put 6 in of the 20 on the list that you give us. So we gave them a list of 20, and they assured us that, you know, we only have you put 20 because there might be a couple that it doesn't work out for, right? So we gave them a list of 20. They go and put them in, and not one single one on our list of 20 that we wanted them in was what they did. And they would they would like tuck them in like hidden corners of the bar where they could barely be seen. And so immediately we're like, oh my God, like we got scammed. So luckily we were able to get like 75% of our money back on that. But that was like probably the biggest failure I had. Literally like after one of my biggest successes, just the biggest failure. Because honestly, I was feeling the hubris. I was like, all right, I had this little business success. I could do this whole business thing. Maybe I'm good at this. And then I got slapped with the big thick hand of humility and realized I was not.
That was the big slappy for you.
I got the big slappy and realized that I was not at all hot shit, and I needed to be humbled at the time, and it was humbling.
I remember when you sold it. It was weird because in college it was a very close knit group of people, small class, and for most of the college career, Brody was literally going to class and working on his business and also on the sale of a business while simultaneously taking like advanced financial accounting classes and getting a 3.98 GPA.
3.98, yeah, almost had it. It was our international business professor. He gave me an A-. That son of a bitch.
Mind you, he's working on a business. I remember when you sold your business. You said it, and everybody was we had a smaller group that we were really close, and everybody was really excited, and you were like the least excited person about it, and nobody could understand it. And then you immediately went to this idea, and I remember when you pitched it to me, like you were pitching it to me like I needed to like be like, that's the stuff, because I think that
I was probably nervous that I was making a huge mistake.
I think
which
you knew
I was.
It. Well, I think your instincts. You sharpened them in the fire, and you were like, I think you're like, you need that rush. You're like, this is the rush.
Yeah,
and so like you learned to really trust yourself.
Yeah, and so like, what's the biggest lesson from that, Ayub? Like, what was the biggest lesson I took? This person in particular, not going to use any names of the company or the person, obviously, but this person that we ended up like investing in this company with, that sold us on it, was someone that we did not like at all. Like when we sat down for dinner with this person a couple of times before we did invest in the company, and they would treat the waiters poorly. They would say things about people that made us uncomfortable. They just did not really pass the smell check, and us being just blind to the whole thing, we're like, oh, like whatever, like it's a good business opportunity. But looking back, there was a lot of red flags. And I think, especially as an early entrepreneur in IU, I know that you're looking at getting into like different partnerships and stuff. And we had that happen. I've been embezzled from, had a couple bad situations, some kind of scars of entrepreneurship. The biggest thing that I can say is like really, really pay attention to red flags, and trust your gut. And if you feel like someone is an issue, they'll probably just become more of an issue as things go on. As money starts coming into a business, everything gets accentuated. So if someone's a problem before the money's coming in, it's probably going to get worse like once it does start coming in. Got some other questions here as well.
We're going to hit our Instagram questions, guys. So
yep, for those on Instagram,
thanks for bearing with us.
Ahaha Isaac says, how are M&A deals facilitated for businesses in the Discord, seeing as a firm is typically the one that steps in to ensure appropriate terms and conditions?
We're not really like
we're not really
like, it's more of an educational thing.
Yeah, it's more of like an education and collaboration thing. We would probably work on deals with people that are in there if they wanted to. But we would probably just make sure like everyone has proper representation for the deal.
It would be taken out of the Discord.
Yeah, if ever anyone has if ever anyone is trying to like do a deal, my recommendation would always be to get like the proper representation. Look at potentially working with a broker. Some people don't like to though. Like there's a lot of, gotta be careful not to use details I'm not supposed to here, but there are a lot of like people wanting to sell businesses out there that prefer not to pay the brokerage fees. So sometimes people don't like to. It's not a requirement to be represented by an M&A firm. But for anyone who is looking to sell their business, I would just say like do a personal inventory, figure out like, do you have the connections and the personal skills that you feel like are necessary to carry this out? And be really honest with yourself about that. And if not, which I'd say a lot of times it's not the case, then you might want to be represented by an M&A firm or broker or something.
Is that 2 to 3 to 4% fee? Is that worth enough of your time to say, I'll let somebody else handle it? They'll take that.
Well, a lot of times the fee's higher too. The fee might be like 10% for like a business broker or something. So it is a fairly high fee. But I do believe in it. I mean, I'm a business broker as well. And a lot of times the people that come to us, they just feel like they can benefit from the network of a broker, some of the experiences or the skills. So I would just say like, unless it doesn't fit your personal scenario, I think it's worth looking into and seeing if someone could represent you well. Also, how do you go about finding and onboarding CEOs for the businesses you acquire? Do you hire internally? So it depends what kind of deal you're working on, right? If you're just acquiring a business as like one thing and it's not expected to like go through mergers and acquisitions, then I think like there could be a good opportunity to hire internally. I always like to ask when someone tells me that they're selling their business, I always like to ask like, who is there in the business that's going to stay after you sell that would also want to step up and take more responsibility? If the answer is no one, then there's your answer. You're hiring externally. But if there's someone that would love to take on more responsibility, then they might be the most uniquely suited to do it. My next question is usually, okay, like, do they have the skill set to be able to step up and do that? And if not, again, there's your answer. You're probably hiring externally.
We just had a story about how if you sell to the wrong firm, I mean, the way that we structure deals and the way that we look at deals is almost specifically like we want internal. If the owner is not staying on to a degree, or there's nobody coming up on the up and up for it, a lot of times that deal probably isn't going to work out. I think, at least the way that I see it is, there's got to be a little bit of skin in the game to help kind of ease that in.
We just had an individual come on and give a story about a PE deal where they basically were just using a revolving door of CEOs because they didn't really do the right diligence and they didn't do right by the business. So we're very cautious about who comes in as a new executive or a new leader of the company, and we really strive to make it internal.
And for so the relationships I have with like private equity firms, the deals that we're working on or looking to work on, or like that my partners have worked on in the past, usually you're looking to hire someone with two things: industry specific experience and a track record of successful mergers and acquisitions integration. So if you're doing like a private equity roll up where you're taking like one acquisition and then adding on other companies to it, then you actually want someone on like in that kind of like driver's seat as CEO that has gone through mergers and acquisitions before successfully and knows how to integrate them and knows how to like deal with the culture of that and like the navigation of that, because they've been through it. They know how to do it correctly. You also want them to have the industry experience, like I said, because they have seen how it actually plays out in that industry and how, like, what the challenges are and how to do it. So that's what I would say is like, you've got to, like, you probably got to go external for roll-ups. Unless the caveat I would say is like for like larger deals, like larger than I'm working on, you might have a platform company for the private equity deal where like the founder has already gone through acquisitions. Maybe they grew to the point that they're at by acquiring other companies. That would be a little bit of a different deal because they've already had that experience. So they might be perfect to stay on the CEO as well. And sometimes when you go through like a private equity acquisition, the founder actually does stay on as the CEO. That's kind of a common misconception. What else? You were trying to build a PE firm, so you were yourself doing valuations and negotiations for both the buyer and the seller. Sometimes it depends. If they're represented by an M&A firm, then no. If they're self-represented, then we would kind of be advocating on both sides. It just depends. What else is going on here? How do you recommend finding and vetting business partners? And are there any places you recommend finding qualified partners? I feel like the term qualified partners is a little bit of a loaded one because I had a partner embezzle a lot of money for me that on the surface seemed to be a qualified buyer or qualified partner. He had been in the industry that we were in for like over almost 2 decades. And he seemed to know a lot about it. He seemed to be well connected. I think it's a personality qualification more than it's like a on paper qualification. Like, does this person have good fundamental values that align with yours? The other aspect of that is, do they have a skill set that complements yours? I'll give an example. I tend to be more of like a marketing focused person. And so I brought on a partner to run my consulting company with me who is more of a sales minded person. So between the two of us, there's kind of like both things speaking to each other. He brings the sales conversation and that aspect to things, but then I'm usually bringing the marketing aspect in that conversation. And so I think you have to have both. You have to be able to like find partners in a business that complement the skill set that you have. So if you're not good at sales, you need a partner that is good at sales that can bring the sales in. If you're great at sales, but you're not organized, you don't really know how to like keep things intact and make sure they get done properly, then you better find someone who's organized and can make sure that the operations are running smoothly. I know we got a lot of other questions here though.
Yeah, we got
how do you structure partnership agreements and do you use a lawyer? It depends. I would say, so I've done both. It depends on like the complexity of the partnership. If it's something really, really simple, I don't always use a lawyer just because I've been through a lot of like partnership agreement structures. and I've got like good templates that I've stacked, different things that I use there. If you're early on, I would definitely recommend using one because you don't know what you don't know, and you gotta pay to you pay down that like ignorance tax, for lack of better words, by having someone come in that does know those things and does know to think of them. So if you're early on, TLDR, if you're early on, I would use one. Got a comment that I'm not going to mention there. And hello to everyone joining. I know it's been a while since we've mentioned this, but for anyone who's just joining, if you're an entrepreneur or a business owner and you're interested in growing, buying, or selling businesses, even if you're just working towards those things and you want to do them in the future, we have a free community on Discord that is just for people like you. A lot of other entrepreneurs and business owners in there that are there to share ideas and work through these types of things and, you know, figure out the complexities of those things for their personal goals. So hop in there. If you're on TikTok or Instagram, it's at the link in my bio. If you're tuning in anywhere else, it's pinned on the chat. Hop in there and check it out. Also, good morning back to you from India. Sounds like we're getting into some other time zones here.
Thank goodness we got our friends from India. We love you guys.
Also, greetings back to you, Carlina from Mississippi.
Hey,
happy to have you here. Let us know what you're working on, what drew you in, what makes you want to talk about buying, selling, and growing businesses.
Ooh, Ayub's got a real good one. All right. One of my last questions. Ayub, you can as many questions as you like, Ayub. You're always welcome to ask questions. It goes to everyone. One of my last questions. I'm still working on that deal with the app founder doing 2K Canadian a month. He did agree to a trial period, so I'm currently onboarding him with socials. Ayub watches the show a lot. He came on and he was talking to us about a deal with this guy, trying to figure out how to structure it. It looks like they actually figured out something where he can actually make it work. He does not really expect revenue since I made sure to set expectations low. He just wants to see that I can grow something. Great. Awesome. Good job with that. I have found myself actually liking the guy and likewise with him, so we have kind of developed a relationship from Zoom. I found myself having some resistance with bringing up contracts and agreements. I don't want to make him feel I don't trust him, even if I don't fully yet. I have just heard too many horror stories about not putting things on paper. How do you overcome this resistance when dealing with paperwork for people you have developing a relationship with? That's a good question, Ayub.
This is going to sound weird, but don't feel like it's weird to literally script out the conversation you want to have and practice it. If you're having resistance to it, then you've got to figure out a way to overcome that resistance, in my opinion. You totally should have an agreement in writing with this person if you're getting into bed with them and into business with them, because nothing else will hold them to sticking to what you agreed on. So like if you are feeling that resistance, you've got to figure out a way to get over the resistance. And the resistance is probably coming from the lack of certainty around how the conversation will go, right? So how do you get over lack of certainty of how the conversation will go?
Mm-hmm.
Practice the conversation. Find someone you trust, if you can, if there's someone you're comfortable with talking about it with. Find someone you trust and rehearse the conversation with them. As weird as and silly as that sounds,
a Deal Flow Live might be a great time to have that.
Sure. Yeah. Hop in on Deal Flow Live at some point. We're happy to do it.
Yeah, we'd love to.
But literally rehearse the conversation, as weird as that sounds. Whenever I've had like the biggest like potential like confrontations or things that I have to get into, I have done that. I've like scripted out what I want to say and what I want to convey. And I'm not literally like taking the script in and being like, hey man, can we structure a partnership? I'm practicing it on my own and like kind of like going through how I want to say it, how I want to communicate it. A lot of times just doing that kind of helps you flesh out your ideas even more.
The amount of times that I've come in and then before or after an episode of Deal Flow, you just bounce stuff off me and we kind of go back and forth on it a lot. And I think it's good to have those people around you. But think of a deal like this. Think of this. I think it's a mindset as well. It is an agreement that makes sure that you are both essentially protected. Like you're clear on your end, he's clear on his end. That way, neither one of you can get confused about it. You're not saying you don't trust him. It's like, cool, we agree. Awesome. Sign it. Here's your copy. Here's mine. It's no different than if you lived with a roommate and you had a roommate agreement, even if that roommate was your best friend for a decade, you'd be like, all right, here's the agreement. We both agreed X, Y, and Z. And if he woke up one morning and just went crazy on you, because who knows? Probably not. But, you have the writing of like, no, I didn't say that. We agreed to something means. And then you have like an agreement, because you can theoretically you can double his engagement. You can get him followers, and he could be like, well, that's not really something though. Like, what is something? So you're just clarifying for both parties. You're making sure that he knows what to expect from you. You know what to expect from him. And that's it. It's a very simple, clear cut thing. Shouldn't be more than a page, maybe a second page.
No, I would disagree with that.
Really? You think there should be more?
Our operating agreement, our original operating agreement, which by the way was not enough for Chef on the Fly, and I'll explain why in a second.
Maybe size.
It was with 4 partners, so it's a fairly complicated thing, I guess.
Meaty, yeah.
But this was way before we made any money too. But our original operating agreement was like 10 to 15 pages. You can very easily find templates online for these, though. You don't have to like think of this whole thing yourself. Go on Rocket Lawyer or something like that, and get an operating agreement and start there. The other advice I would have is if you are going to like make an operating agreement or partnership agreement for something, and you're planning on taking it to a lawyer, do all that you can first, and don't just go to a lawyer and say, hey, can you draft me up a partnership agreement from scratch? Get a template from Rocket Legal or something free or for a very low payment like that. Then what I would do is I would take that template, I would take it into like ChatGPT or something and write out all of your like unformatted, informal thoughts on ChatGPT and say, here's everything I want to accomplish with this and everything that I'm worried about, anything that could go wrong. Here's anything I do see going wrong potentially and anything I'm worried about. Now take this template and take these thoughts and make it make sense. Be a little bit more clear than that, but you know what I'm saying.
I don't think you should
then take that to a lawyer and say, hey, clean this up and make it right.
It's not that it's positioning the agreement to benefit him and keep you accountable. It's just for the clarity of it. That way, if somebody forgets or somebody wants to make sure they understand what you agreed upon, that's what it is. It's not better or worse for somebody. It's simply just the clarity of what we're doing here. We're just making sure we both agree on it because, after a month or two, something might change. He might think of something as different. You're just making sure everybody understands what the agreement is and nobody gets confused.
Yeah, that's and so you're also like, you're kind of getting into, what's up, Lars? Glad to have you.
Hey, Lars.
You're also kind of getting into like, so how do you frame it? How do you frame it to him when you bring it up, right? I always think you could just frame it as like a positive thing. And I think that'll make it a lot easier to bring up. So for anyone who's catching up, we're talking about how do you bring up conversations around like a partnership agreement, a contract or operating agreement or something like that. What I would say very simply is, hey, I'm really excited about the direction we're going. I just wanted to draw this up to outline how we distribute things as we start making money. How we sell the business if we get to that point, because I think this could be something really awesome. Make it about how hopeful you are about the trajectory of the business. Say, I just want to outline how things go when we have these successes. Simple. You don't have to overcomplicate it. I wouldn't overcomplicate it because then you're going to make it weird. Just make it simple, make it easy. Also, we got some more questions.
We're going to go to the Instagram question now, but also on top of that, just tell them, be like, hey, look, everybody I work with, I have a stand, I make a thing with. So the X, Y, and Z. Basically, you're just a business. Like you're just saying, like, this is just standard for my business. I do this with everyone I work with. So you're basically telling to him, this isn't specific to you. This is simple. Everyone who works with me does this, which also makes it feel less weird for him. He's like, oh, well, of course you would naturally have an agreement. You're a business. So you can also use that to make it seem like you're not targeting him, but it's like, oh, anyone who works with me just signs this. Just matter of fact.
Also, P. Burris on Instagram says, why do you use the same footage for your daily videos? Seems lazy. Number one, yes, because they work. The videos work to get views, which is I'm driving traffic to what I'm doing, which is the purpose of making them and educating people. The more people they reach, the more people they educate. That's the point of it. So number one, because they work, they've been proven to work. Number two, because it takes time to make new videos, and I'm busy running a business and working on deals. So I don't spend all my time on the content. I do make all of the videos myself, but for me to spend hours working on the videos when I know that some of these will work for the purpose that I have for them, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm busy allocating my time to the business. Are you ever asked on how you'd grow the business, or are the owners selling the business expected to share the business's growth opportunities? Let me read that again. Are you ever asked on how you'd grow the business, or are the owners selling the business expected to share the business's growth opportunities? Yeah, if we're working on a private equity deal with someone, we're absolutely asked how we would grow the business. It's in a lot of cases, when a private equity deal is done, the owner, like, a lot of times maintains some of the equity when they sell. So it's incredibly important to them what the plan is and what the track record is. It's kind of like you would think that it's us interviewing them about the opportunity, and there's an element of that, but they're also interviewing us to get to know us and, like, is this a good opportunity for them? So we're definitely asked about the growth plan, and if the growth plan isn't good enough, then they're probably going to go to someone else.
I think there was some stuff above that too. We had a string of stuff coming. I'm not sure if any of those are questions.
No, not questions.
Just people chatting.
Sumet says, I'm into stockbroking businesses, just started a year ago. That's awesome. Hopefully you're making some good return on that. Keep it up and make sure you're learning as much as you can about it. And I appreciate you, Neil Acquisition, saying, I like those videos.
Yeah, man. I think it's hard to, it's like, your intros are kind of like your, like for a show like season 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nobody gets a new intro every single episode. So, maybe during this year, season 2 will drop and you'll get a whole new intro.
I try to switch them up a little bit, the intros to my videos, but like the other thing is like when I look at the analytics of my videos, the daily videos that I do, anywhere from like 85 to 95% of the viewers of every video are non-followers. Many times that haven't seen my content before. So I have to treat every single piece of content that I post like no one that I know is going to see it. That sounds weird because people that I know are going to see it and that follow me are going to see it. But I just find that like it's mostly about making the content like easily viewable and watchable. And if it's like if it ain't broke, don't fix it thing. Like the videos that I use as like the intros and that sort of stuff, like it just helps me kind of like create the space to say what I want to say on them. And I am like every day that I do the videos, those aren't scripted. I'm just kind of going off the cuff and talking about what I'm working on and what I'm learning. What's your guys' plan and goals for 2025? Any business building / buying / selling skills you're focusing on developing or adding? Any experience using AI agents in your work? Yeah, there's a lot of things to tackle here. So first off, like plans for 2025. I just started working on private equity deals in 2024. So there's some things that have developed as part of that, things that are like that I'm continuing to put attention on and devote to. So my goal is to make some of those, to take some of those all the way to the finish line and make them go through and finish some of those larger deals. I would love to close on like some of those really big ones that I'm working on and get some really large roll-ups going. We also have a smaller business under contract to potentially buy that we're still kind of vetting out and figuring out like what the best direction to take is. So my goal is to close one of the really large ones I'm working on and also to close the smaller one. And then also to make more consulting relationships with people that want to sell. Excuse me. I'm hopefully not losing my voice here. It's early. But also to make more consulting relationships with people who are looking for something like this in the future, just so that we can start helping people early. Because the gap between like how informed and educated you should be when you sell your business and how informed and educated most people are that own a business as I know from personal experience being that guy, the gap is really large. So I'm just trying to fill that gap as much as possible for people that might want to sell their business, because the more information, it's not a binary thing. It's not like a, do you have all the information or do you not? It's like a, how much information do you have? It's like kind of never ending. So like the more educated you can be, the better outcome you're going to have when you sell your business. So I'm just trying to like get as much of that information into people's ears as possible to hopefully like make sure they have better outcomes.
I was asking about AI agents, which you have used. I remember we were testing once at one point.
So if you guys are new, if you're not in it yet, we have a Discord community for entrepreneurs and business owners working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So you can join it at the link in my bio on TikTok or Instagram, or it's pinned on the chat and all the other channels. But where I'm going with that is there's a guy in there, Joey Brown, or Not Another Average Joe, in the Discord community. Awesome guy. And he actually creates AI chatbots and agents. And so he actually installed one in one of the businesses I work in the business brokerage that I work in. He installed an AI chatbot agent so that when we get leads that come in, the first thing is an automation that like automatically says, hey, like this is like a message just to introduce us and let you know that we got your message, something along those lines. And then there's an AI chatbot that kicks in to help find a time that they're available to talk further. So it's like a scheduling agent. So we don't run the entire business with AI. We don't try to like actually process like whatever they're trying to do and sell their business that way. But we have an AI chatbot that like introduces us and like finds a time on the schedule for us to talk more. And why that is so valuable is there was like some Harvard study or something like that that showed that there was like something like I'm probably butchering the numbers of this, but there was something like a 300 to 400% increase in sales conversions if you contact your leads within like a minute of them being interested and like saying, hey, I would like to do this thing. So speed to getting to the lead and talking to the lead in any business is a really, really huge priority in 2025 when attention is like a hard commodity. Attention is a commodity and like it's hard to come by, and people get very motivated to do business for a very short amount of time and then completely forget about you very often. So we try to like get to the lead as quickly as possible. But then there's also something very important, which the human element has to kick in. So we're not trying to continue the conversation for very long with AI. We're looking to use AI to make sure that we can get to them quickly and service their need. But then the human element kicks in and we try to really have like a real conversation. Also a few more questions here.
We're going to hit a couple more on the YouTube, then we'll get right over to Instagram. Timmy Play, how long have you been starting this channel?
Oh yeah, I started this YouTube channel in 2022. Started this in 2022, and so I've had it for almost 3 years.
Make sure you go back and watch all the videos.
Yeah, so I actually started this YouTube channel. I know some of you guys are not on YouTube, tuning in, some are. I started the YouTube channel in 2022 because I started a podcast while I was running my business. I started that podcast because I was featured on someone else's podcast and I really enjoyed the experience. And I was realizing I was meeting a lot of cool people by running my business and networking. And I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to network with people more, to be able to interview people that I thought were cool and doing awesome stuff that I might be able to learn from and that people in my network might be able to learn from. So that's how the YouTube channel got started originally. Now I make videos about the private equity stuff, about selling businesses, like growing businesses, that sort of stuff. So been running it for almost 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ayub, I know has another question. Before I leave, I always have mixed answers around this, especially from very successful businessmen, but I want to hear you and Ryan's opinion. how important is actually enjoying the work you do in business? I don't want to say passion, but I think you guys get where I'm going.
Yeah, of course.
Here's my take. Depends on your goals. If your goal is only to enjoy what you're doing, this is going to be a harsh take, but you're not going to make it very far in business. Just one man's take. Why is that the case? Because in business, even if you enjoy like 80 or 90% of what you're doing, there's always going to be like the 10 or 20% of like the stuff that you just don't want to do, but has to get done in order to succeed. And so I would be very cautious about going all in on like, it has to be all something that you're passionate about, because I think that leads people to like feel like they take their focus away from certain things that just have to get done in order to have success in business. I think like the more you can realize that you will develop the passion as you go, that's what's been my experience. And as I've gotten into it more and more, there was a lot of parts of business that I didn't even like when I first got into it. I hated the sales part of it. I hated the finance part of it. I hated a lot of parts of it. But I have developed more and more passion around those things because I would see like a need to get better at them within my business. And then I would go and educate myself. And what I realized is the passion came from like having like a flourishing skill set that I was continuing to pour into. And a lot of times the lack of passion or like parts of it that you don't like are just because you don't have skill in them. And when you start to like go out and seek and like develop the skill and like the self-improvement that comes around them, that's where I feel like a lot of the passion comes from, for me personally. I'd love to hear your take.
Oh, I was going to give it no matter what was happening. Now, that question, yeah, I got it. So,
yes, the AI chatbot person, I know you're in the Discord, Ayub. It's not another average Joe as his name in Discord, but his name is Joey Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And he does it through Go High Level mostly, but he actually works with one that can be installed in like most CRMs.
Yeah. Well, he's leaving, so my answer doesn't really matter anymore.
No, I would love to hear it for anyone. I think it's like, that's kind of a quintessential question around business. And I would love to hear the perspective from like seeing your parents go through being business owners for so long and like how that's developed for them.
Well, I think if you ask my mom, all she ever wanted to do since she was 6 years old was train dogs. And understanding how to bill, how to price, how to, everything that isn't training a dog, she hated, didn't like. My dad helped with the accounting because he was a chiropractor, still is a chiropractor. But my mom found her passion, and it's a passion that was so strong. She said, I want to commit every part of my being till the day they put me in the ground. I want to train dogs and I want to help people with dogs. But, managing people on a team, she enjoys it more than she used to, but she said, okay, I know I have to do this, so let me figure out how to hire managers. When it came to finance, she was like, find an accounting person. She didn't really do everything herself. She literally pulled any family member that she could to help with the stuff because she doesn't understand accounting, but she still did do it. So a lot of mistakes were made with the accounting stuff. And at one point she had to pay a lot of money to a firm to come and fix all the books because they were, my dad's not an accountant, but he did the best he could. But the passion for it, I mean, that's what drove. She didn't actually find the passion for the other stuff. She just said, I'm going to work so hard at what I love to do. I'll figure it out and I'll make the money to pay somebody else to do it. My dad, he became a chiropractor because his dad was a chiropractor and his father was a chiropractor. And so his brother became a chiropractor, he became a chiropractor, and my aunt became a chiropractor. My dad wanted to be an animator. That was his passion. But, at a certain point in time, he kind of had a crossroad because he was, a lot of stuff was happening, but he went the other route and he just said, what do I love about what I do? And kind of shifted his entire mind to, something he was good at because he'd spent a lot of time on it, but also he found a way to love what he did, and now he's found more passion for what he does. Meanwhile, my mom, on the other hand, decided, I love what I do so much, and I wake up every day just wanting the chance to train more dogs and to help people, that I'll just work harder. Basically, I'll outrun my problems by working so hard I can pay to have the other stuff that I can't do well just fixed. So I think it's a wiring thing. There's a lot of passion. There's a lot of finding passion. I think Brody is kind of, I didn't wake up one morning when I was 6 years old like my mom and say I love something. And I definitely am not my dad, where I found myself neck deep in a profession going, I need to reinvent how I think about it to find this passion again. I definitely think Brody has the healthier mindset of there's going to be that balancing act if you're doing it to the best. And I think just Brody, encapsulates the endless fascination, the entrepreneur, the always seeking, the always desiring the more knowledge. I mean, the only reason you get an MBA is either A, somebody else paid for it and said, here's more money, or B, you are so endlessly fascinated with the machinations of the business world that you want to go on an archaeological dig of how does business work from the most detailed level that you can. So if you have the passion, great.
AKA you're a big nerd.
Yeah. Or otherwise, I would say, I think for most people, though, Brody's methodology of balancing the passion and putting yourself in that world of why do things feel the way, why am I struggling and where can I improve myself? That's the healthiest way, I think, short of being absolutely obsessed with something. So that's my take, having watched it come from both sides. But if you have to choose one route, this is the healthier one.
I think that's a really good point that you made. It's interesting how it was like vastly different experiences on both sides from your parents.
Yeah, imagine growing up with this.
Yeah. It explains everything about the way you are. But
also, thank you.
You have a lot of grit and resilience just built into you as a person that I feel like was probably instilled by like seeing that stuff, like being in the pits with like two entrepreneurs.
Oh,
so
yeah, when they
crazy pits to be in.
Oh yeah, when they come to take your house and they come to hand you that notice that the mortgage is like overdue and your parents got to figure it out. You figure it out, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get older and you go, man, you guys really sacrificed for us. You didn't give up. It could have been easy to just give up, but you guys didn't. So like, goddamn.
I need to meet them one day.
They're people.
They are people.
They are people. Also, guys, thank you to everyone who's been joining into the Discord. I've been seeing all these notifications come up. It's great to support the Discord and just bring your expertise, bring your advice. This whole thing is going on for a great cause, not just finding new people, making new connections, and making friendships and business relationships, but also if you join the paid roundtable group, getting that really close one-on-one work with some of the people in the group like Grant and Brody, who have done a lot of stuff and are continuing to do more stuff, but also a portion of everything that we get on the stream is going to be donated to a military veteran fund that helps support military veterans and their entrepreneurship journey. So appreciate everybody who's here tonight, whether you're joining the Discord or paying for it. We appreciate you being here with us.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are looking for the best place to join that Discord again, or why you should join, it is for entrepreneurs and business owners like you that are interested in growing, buying, and selling businesses. It's free to join. Like Ryan said, there is the deeper layer if you want to be on group calls with us weekly. But join at the link in my bio on TikTok or Instagram, or on the pinned comment for anywhere else. And we got some other questions over here. Neil Acquisitions. I saw that you joined the Discord, by the way. Happy to have you in there. And he said, do you use Q of E consultants for transfer of value? If not, how do you go about it? Yeah. So to tell the audience what a Q of E is, it's a quality of earnings statement. It's kind of a fancy word for basically making sure that a company is making what it says it's making. So it's like a third party accounting report that you can have done on a business. So it's actually, for like a lot of larger deals, it's actually very important to have those done. Like some of the larger private equity transactions I'm working on, usually what happens is like if it gets all the way to a letter of intent being drawn up for the business purchase, then typically you do a quality of earnings report just to make sure that like everyone understands exactly how much the business is making, and also that nothing's being misrepresented with it, just so you're making a good, clean transaction. So definitely important. Also, Neil Acquisitions also said, do you use your content to build leads or reinforce your professional brand? Both, I would say. Do you use AI to automate your financial workflows, or do you do that side manually? A little bit of both. Yeah, we do a little bit of both. I would say we use AI to support, not to be the end all be all. And especially on the business broker side of things, it's actually like pretty manual. Most of it is pretty manual. Because it's important to make sure that it's done correctly. What's up, Schneider? Glad to have you here. What's up, Patrick?
Schneider.
What's up, Aaron Gold?
Man, we got a whole bunch of great people.
Some heavy
right
hitters
now.
on the way in.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming out.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Neopolis G. Neil Acquisitions. So you don't actually have to donate directly. If you're looking to donate directly to that, you could get in touch with Grant Barnes or Ask Uncle Biz on Instagram.
Yeah, direct. He's got the direct thing.
But what we're doing is we are donating a portion of proceeds for anyone who joins our round table. So in the Discord, there's a channel called the Round Table Info, and so that's our inner layer of the community where we do group calls every week and kind of help people work on their businesses. So a portion of proceeds for anyone who's joining that during this live stream is going to the Military Veteran Entrepreneur Fund or charity.
But hit up Grant for more information. He actively runs that group with one of his business partners. Incredible guys.
And we are getting into the wee hours of the night here.
Well, not the night, Brody. It is almost Saturday morning, which means it's time for cartoons. I don't even know if they still do Saturday morning cartoons.
We are taking TikTok questions, by the way.
Oh,
sorry, I missed
TikTok
that.
has questions. Heck yes.
Shine time. What's the first business you bought, and how do you go about it? So I actually have not bought a business personally yet.
You've done some joint stuff.
Yeah, I guess I have the breathalyzer. Well, you wouldn't have heard that story yet if you just joined the breathalyzer business I bought. Actually, I've bought into a couple businesses.
You built, scaled, and sold though. Like that's been your bread and butter, and now you're getting away from building and scaling. You just want to buy and sell. Yeah,
I started more with like starting from scratch and building. But the first business that I bought into was actually a total flop. It was a franchise. So I have a little bit of a bias towards those whenever Ryan and I do Deal Flow Live. Other than that, it's been like buying an interest into like an existing business that is run by someone I feel hopeful about.
Let's expand on that thing. I think. What do you mean when you say when you're buying an interest in a business?
Oh yeah.
Let's talk about that a bit.
Yeah,
because I think maybe for some people they're more in a position to buy an interest.
Yeah. So if you don't want to buy a whole business or you don't have the funds to buy a whole business, you can become an investor in a business. So let's say you have like maybe a family friend who has a business that's been maybe running for a few years. It's doing well and growing, and you like them, you like their business, and you feel like you could provide a lot of value in helping grow the business. You might be able to buy some equity in the business. This is basically like if you ever watch Shark Tank, this is what the sharks do. They buy an amount of equity of the business in exchange for cash investment and or resources and connections. So a lot of times what happens in business is like maybe not all of the partners start at the beginning. Maybe there's like one founder or two founders or something, but then people come later on and they buy part of the business. So we would just call that like buying an interest in the business. Essentially what you're doing is you're trading some money or something else for some of the equity in the business, which means when the business grows and makes money, you're entitled to a portion of that profit. And also if the business sells, you're entitled to a portion of that profit. So that's kind of how that works.
It definitely helps when you're not the person with the experience of the business, but you can, assist in other ways. So, I think, right now, a lot of stuff I've been seeing online, because I follow a lot of brokers and stuff, is coming in about the HVAC industry. And we've gotten to a point where there's a lot of saturation now. HVAC is the new laundromat. A lot of people talking about buying them and selling them, and the guys who have been in the industry a long time are really starting to post about it and really starting to push back on people, being like, hey, don't treat us like don't treat us like a small amount of fools. This isn't just a simple cut and play industry. Respect the craft, respect the people. And if you don't have anything to contribute and you don't know anybody, don't go thinking you can just buy into this and it's easy cash from a bunch of, people who are tradesmen.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's important. And when you did it, you had a skill, you offered it up, and they also recognized the skill and wanted a partnership. And that's how you entered the industry. You didn't just come in and say, HVAC, that's hot, I'm going to take that.
Mm-hmm.
You came in with intelligence, came with respect, you came correct, basically, to the business. And they said, all right, we real recognize real, let's do this. And it's been a tremendously successful partnership. Essentially, you guys, you have very much helped the growth and the development of the business. And they've also, felt the effects and are very happy with it, which is very important.
We also have a question on TikTok from Shine Time, who says, how are you in PE? You buy equity into a company. So yeah, private equity is basically like you are buying companies with usually with a predominant amount or all of someone else's money. So I do a little bit of both. I'm working on some private equity deals where I probably wouldn't be bringing any of the money to the table, or maybe I would. I'm working on some deals where the firm that I'm working alongside, like the larger firm I'm working alongside, would make the entire purchase of the business. I'm working on other deals where I would bring some of my own capital in. It just depends on the deal. And sometimes, like if you're like me, where you're a little bit newer to this world and you're working with large firms, usually they're not really letting you bring any of your own capital into it because they want to have all the ownership. And so they have the money to do that. But you might be able to earn like a stake in the deal. Some of the ones I'm working on, I can earn a stake in the deal. Also,
is that independent agent? Isn't that what it's called?
Independent sponsor.
Yeah, that's that's in the private equity space. You're not working at the private equity firm.
Right. I'm not an employee of
No, but you still work in private. It's part of private equity as the whole. The independent sponsor is a role.
Mm-hmm.
So,
she also says, Shine Time also says, how do you find said business? So I'm going to go back to what we were talking about. Like a few hours ago, we were talking about like the core 4 of like finding leads, right?
Yeah,
was that?
No,
I think you were here for that. That might've been when Devin was here.
That was Devin. Yeah. So it's been hours.
So the core 4 in like any business, and I'm not making this up. I'm getting this from Alex Hormozy, which is a really great source for business if you haven't seen his stuff. But the core 4 of getting leads for any business, private equity included, the leads are businesses that want to sell for private equity. The core 4 are advertising, making content, warm outreach, and cold outreach. So let's break those down. If you wanted to find businesses that were wanting to sell, you might make an advertisement where maybe it's an advertisement on social media. Maybe it's an ad in your local paper. For all you boomers that are tuning in.
Pretty nice.
No, I mean, some of that stuff, some print stuff still works. But you're making an ad of some kind that is going out and being seen by people. So you'd want to advertise specifically seeking people that are trying to sell. Or you make content. You might make like free content online that is meant to be consumed by and educate people that might sell their business. So that's kind of what I do on here. That's what Ryan and I are doing right now. And when I post content on Instagram and TikTok and stuff, that's what I'm doing. Is I'm making content that will hopefully be seen by people that I might do deals with in the future. And if I'm doing warm outreach, all that means is I'm reaching out one-to-one to someone that I already know and telling them about what I'm doing and what I'm looking for. If I'm doing cold outreach, then I'm reaching out one-to-one to someone that I don't already know. So to break down which of these I'm doing currently, right now I'm doing, I think, all four. Yeah, I'm doing all four right now. So when I see some kind of opportunity where someone might know someone or someone might be in this world or something that I know personally, I might reach out to them and just spark up a conversation about what I'm doing, what I'm working on. Maybe they want to get involved somehow, or maybe they just know someone who might want to sell their business. Maybe they want to sell their business themselves. So that's the warm outreach, just reaching out one-to-one to have a conversation about it. Cold outreach, I do email campaigns. So what does that look like? I use a software that I pay for monthly that is sending emails out to businesses that are in the industries that I'm focused on. So it's sending those emails out kind of on my behalf in the background. And most of those emails get totally ignored because it might not be the right time or the right place, or maybe they don't even see the email. Maybe they're too busy. But every once in a while, someone answers one of those emails, and then that usually leads to a further conversation. So that's cold outreach. That's me reaching out one-to-one to someone that I don't know already to try to start the conversation. For posting content, again, it's what Ryan and I are doing right now. Whenever I post reels or stories or TikToks, or I do live streams like this, or Ryan does, or post something on LinkedIn or Facebook or anywhere. Whenever I do stuff like that, that's posting free content, and maybe once in a while that will be seen by businesses. So I'm doing that regularly. And then as far as running ads, I run a little bit of ad spend to boosting one of the reels that I have on Instagram right now. So there's one that I posted that's kind of specifically meant to inform and educate people that are thinking about selling their business. So I put a little bit of ad spend on that every day, and that hopefully reaches specifically people that might want to sell their business. And every once in a while, one of them makes a submission on my website or messages me or something like that, and they want to have a conversation about it. So those are kind of like the core four ways that you can do it. And then you could also figure out a way to pay other people to do that for you. You could have an employee that does some of those things on your behalf. But there are free ways to do it and there are paid ways to do it, right? So the free ways, like what Ryan and I are doing right now, is free. Doesn't cost us money to sit here and talk to people and answer questions online.
Just some Dominoes.
Yeah, just the cost of Ryan's snacks and of my coffee
well, you're
here.
also eating the jerky, so it's our snacks.
Our snacks, yes. That Ryan was gracious enough to sponsor. This episode is sponsored by Ryan Santo. The jerky king of New Jersey.
I'll take what I get. Hey, yeah, whatever.
I'll take it.
It probably means more than MBA after my name at this point.
And so what else? Like the free stuff that you can do. So if you're coming from a place where you don't have funds to invest in anything like this, like there's a lot that you can do for free. You can just reach out to people manually all day, every day, or however much time you have to devote to it, and try to get introductions to people who might want to sell. And what I would say is the leading force of all of it, like whatever strategy you pursue, you could do one of them, you could do a lot of it, you could do all of them, you could do a lot of all of them. I try to do as much of all of them as I can and have the resources ready to deploy to. But for all of them, what I would say is try to lead with providing value. So you're not leading with like an ask. You're not saying, hey, can I have something from you? You try to lead with like educating them about what's going on in the industry, and like lead with educating them on what you're working on, what your goals are, and that sort of thing. Also, what's up, Asla Maleki? Glad to have you here. Let us know if you're an entrepreneur or business owner that's working on growing, buying, or selling businesses. For anyone tuning in, if you are an entrepreneur working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, we've got a community on Discord that's the link in my bio or pinned for anyone not on Instagram or TikTok in the chat. So you can join that in the link in my bio or at the link pinned in the chat. And it's for people like you that are working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, free to join. But yeah, I know that was a long-winded answer to your question, Shine Time, but hopefully that helps. Those are the things that I do personally that result in making those connections. The other thing I would say, besides like really trying to lead with value in what you're doing there, is you've got to see the long game of it. You got to know that these relationships are going to be forged over a long time. Mm-hmm. Some of these people I've had relationships with and known for like almost a year or even more than a year before there's ever any kind of deal happening. And so you might have some of those already. You might have business owners that you've been helping with something or like talking about or providing value to that could end up wanting to sell their business one day. Maybe now is not the time, or maybe they just don't have enough trust with you yet. And you've got to realize that it's just like it's an exercise in building trust over time. Also, Neo Acquisition says, sounds like it's time to do a jerky acquisition. Already found 2 partners. That's facts, man. Let's do it. Let's acquire a beef jerky company.
Look, man, it's
a growing commodity.
I'm telling you, man, I found a co-op that does like large amounts of beef in like Florida, and I got to drive out like an hour and a half to go meet like the guy who sells it out of a parking lot. But I tell you, it's
might
good.
Get murdered.
It's worth it though, because it's like good beef. Apparently, I'm not sure, but I'm going to drive an hour and a half at some point to go meet a stranger to buy meat in a parking lot. So if you don't hear from me again at some point, that's probably what happened. I'm probably the meat being sold at that point.
Also, Ayub is asking what I learned with my MBA that I couldn't learn on my own. Ryan also got his MBA with me, by the way. So that's how Ryan and I got to know each other. We were in the same cohort for our MBA. And I'm going to give the real. There's nothing I learned that I couldn't have learned on my own, but it condensed a lot of information into very consumable formats and from people that had been working on really cool stuff before. And so I learned a lot packed into a very small amount of time. It got me very focused on like very specific information that I learned very quickly. I could have gone and found all that information on my own, but some of the things were like, I'd say, and you might feel the same way, you might not. Some of the stuff I learned the most from were from our professors. They would give like personal anecdotes and stories about experiences they'd had in the business world. Some of that was the most valuable stuff for me personally, because that stuff you can't really just learn on your own. You've got to learn it by having access to people. So it was kind of like paying for access to people who had achieved cool stuff and done great stuff that were able to kind of download that wisdom into you. So I think I got more of the wisdom than the knowledge.
I mean, personally for me, the MBA was, I didn't get an undergraduate in business. I just simply worked with my parents' businesses for a long time, just kind of feeling out. And I guess if you're going to go on the micro scale, yes, you can learn anything you want online. I mean, you can buy the textbook from the class that we took and read it yourself. How to get to answers, how to understand answers, and how to get larger implications of what you're looking at was what I took away a lot from. I found a lot of value in it personally because the experiences that they related to, I mean, our accounting professor, our first thing, advanced macro management accounting, not only did he throw us through the fire of just general gap accounting and grilling it into us, but he was the one who told us, you're going to retain probably about 2% of what I teach you. your job is that my job as your professor is to get that 2% to be the enough that when you think about it, you'll be able to search digitally on Google or a search engine to find the right answer. He goes, my job is to make sure that you're able to find this information and recall it on your own, not memorize a formula. So the way he would apply it, the way he would imply his own experiences, and the way he would educate about how to get to those answers, it made me, it gave me a better understanding of the concepts because of how he would explain it, apply it, and give it to me. But then again, I also didn't have a business undergrad. I worked, I had like, you know, a lot of work experience doing a whole bunch of stuff. And, you know, they were like, all right, you know, we'll do our good deed for the year and let this guy in the program. You know, we had people who had literally rolled out of.
It was because he's handsome.
I mean, that might have had some. I did, you know, I may or may not have had something to do with it. You know, shout out Robin for doing my interview twice.
We also have a couple questions from Shine Time that are really good questions.
Oh yeah, let's hit it up.
So Shine Time says, I think I saw it before. She says, once you find a person that's willing to sell their business, how does the conversation on buying their business go and how does it happen? I love that question, by the way, because I think a lot of people like don't think about that. And that's one of the most important parts. My go-to is like broad, open-ended questions because everyone's experience in their business and their goals look very, very different. So you get the foot in the door of like seeing if they're even interested in selling in the first place, usually just by asking, hey, what are your goals for your company? What are you looking to do with it? Like, where do you see this company in the next 5 years? That's usually where I get the most from that, because you start to hone in on like how do they see the company happening? And if they tell you straight up, like, I want to sell this thing in the next 5 years, you can start to like double tap into that, double click and say, okay, why? Like, why are you interested in selling? But I just like asking broad, open-ended questions from them to get an idea, because you have to remain like, you have to have this like childlike curiosity about it. Because you got to remember, like, they're like, people are very emotionally invested in their business and they care about it a lot. So it's an intense conversation to broach and for them to have. I always just try to have like childlike curiosity and to remain open to like whatever their experience is or their goal is, and ask them about that. And so if they get down the road and like they're telling you a little bit more about their goals with the business and stuff like that, if them telling you that doesn't really include selling at all, you could say, well, have you ever thought about like when you will exit the business? Do you know what your exit plan is? Like, what thoughts have you given to that? And like, have you thought about how you want that to look? And not every conversation is going to be a fit, right? There might be someone that like, they might have no interest in selling, which, you know, my opinion on that is like, everyone should have a plan to sell, because it's looking out for yourself financially. But it's kind of just like leaving it open-ended and seeing like what direction they want to take it. Also, will you take over? Oh, interesting question for Ryan from Shine Time. Will you take over your parents' business? I'm currently working with my dad, but I have a degree.
No, it's a very simple one for me. No. My dad's chiropractic practice it's just him. And it's him and his staff of 2 elderly women who are just wickedly good bookkeepers and front office desk people. And they've been working with him for like the last 15 years.
Your northerner is showing with the word wickedly.
There it is. That's more Boston. It's a little too far north for me. And you know, with my mom's business being in the, you know, the dog training space and all that stuff, she has been painstakingly developing a really incredible staff of trainers, daycare, and daycare play care workers who continue to educate themselves, develop their skills, train in their respective specialties, and care for that business like it's their name on the side of the building. Do I love that business? Yeah, I grew up working in that one most of all. I love it dearly. Would I really want to be an owner of it? I don't think so, because I think I'd probably be a minority one, but also I found that I am very emotionally engaged in that business to a point that wouldn't really help. Like my mom, even though it's literally her name on the side of the building, she can look at things from an objective business point, and so can the other people. If a client comes in and they're having a bad day and they're and if I feel like they're disrespecting the place, my first reaction is say, get the fuck out, go fuck yourself. Meanwhile, they're all
really showing.
yeah. Meanwhile, these people are like trained. These people are really adept at handling those situations and turning what could have been, that into, somebody who says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having a bad day. Thank you for understanding." So I just don't think I don't think that I could emotionally. I think I'd be too emotionally involved in the business. And she's also been raising these people for the last 5 or 6 years. She's had some really star people come in, and I think that the next iteration of her business is going to be with this new line of people who really truly care for it like it's their own and care for her and her legacy. So if I was worried about it, I probably would have said maybe I should just move back to New Jersey and just lock in and be like, I'm taking this thing over and I'll take it to the next level. But every time I go back, I mean, I've known these people since they started working for some of them, and seeing how it is and where it is, I feel really good about what she's building and what she's doing. I mean, I told you the other day, my mom is the owner of the school, and she has capped herself at a salary about 7 or 8 years ago. She capped herself, and she just said, everything I make past this goes right back into the business, people, facility, everything. So she's never taken a raise or a bonus in almost a decade, and she's just been funneling it right back into her people and her business and the facility and everything, and it's produced really good results, both with people who are able to have good lives and take care of themselves and meet their needs and do stuff, and also people who have belief in the business and like, this is my home, this is my future, how do I continue being supported? So in another timeline, maybe where I didn't feel like there were enough people to take care of it, but she as an owner has really developed herself into somebody who created some stuff. So, I feel very comfortable with where their businesses are at, and doing my own thing at some point is really where I want to go. So,
and I kind of felt the same way. So my father passed away back in 2021, and he was a business owner. And my business that I was a founder of was taking off right at the same time. And so I had to face that decision of like, do I want to take this business over, or do I want to sell it or do something else with it? Luckily, I had the conversation with my father like a year or two before. And he knew that I kind of felt the same way Ryan did. I wanted to like pave my own path and do my own thing. For me, it was mostly about like, I want to prove that I can make it my own way in the business world, and kind of like have my own triumphs. That was like my personal reasoning. That being said, I think it's a huge missed opportunity for a lot of people, not to take over a family business. I think it's just about figuring out what's right for you and like what drives you. But there's so many family business. Like my uncle is a second generation business owner. His late father started it. It's a jewelry business. And his late father started it. He took it over at some point, and the business is doing incredibly well because there's like generational layers of knowledge that went into it, and he took it to a much higher level than his dad ever took it. And I think that's really cool. I think there's something really interesting about that. Seeing businesses get handed down generation over generation. For me, I don't know. I just felt like I wanted to do my own thing. And I think it's just about figuring out what's right for you.
And if you love what's going on with your dad's business and you love it, do it. That's, you can be the one to take it to the next place. But
and Priyanshu in the Instagram chat says, I'm a 19-year-old. How can I pursue private equity as a career? I'm already doing an investment banking internship. Right. Congrats on the internship.
Yeah, congrats. That is
awesome stuff.
Big deal. So
I know those are hard to get.
Oof, so that's this question comes up a lot, and I feel like
It does.
there's a distinct fork in the road that we have to acknowledge. Now, there's two, I would say, and jump in, two ways to look at this. One, we'll call it traditional route, where it is working for an existing firm, or what we'll call the independent route, which is basically where you're working into deals with the firm. So I can speak more on because I've tried to go. I've thought about going down this route. Known people have gone down this route. If you're looking to be employed by a private equity firm, you're doing the right stuff. IB is great. You do your internships. You network your face off with every single person. It's a lot of handshaking. It's a lot of connections to be made. Making sure you have the best grades possible. People know who you are. You're being known. You're slotting in where you can. And just finding that in or that edge with the right person, the people who can, who want to take you on. That is the, traditional way that X, Y, and Z goes. Brody, people sometimes get confused. You're building a private equity firm. You work in private equity. What does that really mean? Brody developed, not developed, but Brody is very vocal about the independent route. And do you want to, well, I'll take care of that. The independent route essentially means that you become an agent where you're facilitating the deal flow for these larger people, because even though a lot of firms in the US have plenty of people employed by them, they don't have time to find deals. They can't find every deal. So Brody, using social media and a number of other ways of marketing, developing his own personal brand, YouTube, TikTok, has garnered, and his own experiences of, scaling and selling two businesses, has developed a reputation for not only being able to do what he's done, but also successfully navigating that. And on top of that, he works as a business broker. So combining all that on top of a social media presence where he's constantly showing what he's doing, improving, basically proof of concept of his day-to-day work, has created a situation where he doesn't need to cold call outreach. He's got people going to him and saying, hey, I work with a private equity firm, or hey, I have a business I want to sell, or hey, I know a business who wants to sell. And that creates an independent situation where he now has access to deals that these guys don't. And if the deal fits, he can then go to people at those companies, present these deals, and get cut in on them, get a flat, whatever sort of deal they want to make with him. Now he has the ability to make that deal, because at the end of the day, they like this deal. They couldn't find it. Somehow this guy found it. Well, they want it. So he's going to be the gatekeeper. So that's really what you have to think about when you're thinking about it. Do you want to work in the firm that's kind of, doing it the more traditional way, where you're getting stuff across the desk, you're doing work, you're working with departments, or do you want to go out and really kind of cut your teeth doing this sort of building a brand and personal image? So it's more of a, where do you want to start your journey, as an entrepreneurial thing, or more on a corporate and then transition to an entrepreneur thing? Which, if you like the corporate side still, we do have a friend of the show coming on. Our friend Bill wrote a book. He was a CFO or a CIO of a company. And while he was building his way up to executive, he was doing mergers and acquisition deals on the side, and then left his corporate job to do full-time M&A. So he'd be a great guy if you want to stick around. That show's coming on in a couple weeks. If you want to come for that show too, you're going to get a lot of value out of his experience being in a corporate and transitioning out. So that's really the two ways I think when people say, how do I get into PE? You want to go the traditional route. It sounds like you already kind of have a beeline into it, which is the hardest part, or the independent route. Kill what you eat, but you're also developing that personal brand and that kind of more entrepreneurial style to it. And so it's all a tolerance level.
The honest truth I'll give you too, because I know you said you're very young. This is going to sound like demeaning or harsh. It's not meant to be. At that age, you don't really know how to work hard yet. I'm, again, not saying it to tear you down. You just don't know how to work hard yet. And you don't know how to work so hard that you do whatever it takes to get it done. So if you haven't been an entrepreneur before, I would say going more like the corporate route and like what you're doing right now, working the internship with the investment bank, that's a really good bet to learn and to have the support of an organization before you end up going full force with it. I think it's a really good way to build the experience. The only reason I am going the independent route the way I'm going is because I've been in the entrepreneurial world for a little while already. and have kind of like had to be in that sink or swim environment, and had to like get knocked a few times in my entrepreneurial career. But I think starting out, like if you haven't been an entrepreneur before yet, going at the independent route is probably a much better bet to build that experience.
You probably, I don't know about where you're from, but IB and PE internships are just incredibly brutal to get to, and to even get accepted is an incredible feat. If you do want to go the independent route, you have to understand, maybe you have a different stuff, but
Hey,
a
Jackson.
lot of times you will be stepping away from that world to do your own thing, and it could be difficult to get back into it. So you have this experience right now, you have this opportunity. Would you be willing to back off completely from what you've worked to get to go independent? Or you could stay where you are, gain that experience, gain, probably some very good cash assets to stock up on. And then when you're ready to take that jump, be very well prepared for those first 6 months to even possibly a year of not having income directly, but be okay because you did that work early on. And it's not about, I think it's about your tolerance level. So, personally, if I was 19 and I got an IB internship, I'd be milking that thing for everything it's worth and basically saying, I have an end goal. I want to do X, Y, and Z. I'm going to live smart. I'm going to work. I'm gonna wring out my bosses for every ounce of knowledge I can and save up all that I can so that I can go out and do what I want to do and not have to worry about myself in a few years once I'm good to go.
And pay attention to which parts of working in it you like the most, because that'll inform the direction you later want to take.
Oh, for sure.
Do we have a question on TikTok again from Chinatown? Oh, nope, that's the same one. Nope, just people doing. We got another one. When you sell your acquisitions, how do you approach the conversation with sellers and selling those businesses? Do you have a criteria?
Yeah. Also, for anyone who's joining, like who's new and joining, or if you're just tuning in recently, join our Discord community at the link in my bio on TikTok or Instagram. Or if you're joining from anywhere else, it's the pinned comment. It's for entrepreneurs and business owners that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So join at the link in my bio, and there's a lot of people in that community that are working on the same types of things, or working on private equity deals, or working towards that. So go introduce yourself there. To answer your question, Neil, acquisitions, the conversation with sellers on selling their businesses, it depends on the deal that we're working on, but usually we're looking for like kind of a minimum amount of yearly cash flow that the business is making for them to be in consideration of an acquisition. So these aren't startups that we're buying. They're not like businesses that are pre-revenue or anything like that. That's a totally different world that I don't really operate in. These are businesses that have been around for a little while and have established yearly profit that they're already making. So really the smallest deal that we would work on is one doing like $200,000-$300,000 a year in cash flow. So there's different rungs to it with what I'm working on. That's kind of the smallest one. That would be maybe like an add-on acquisition to a holding we already have or someone we're already working with. If it's like $500,000 a year or more in cash flow, that might be a deal that we like invest into or go find investors for. But for like these larger private equity deals I'm working on, where I'm actually like working as an independent sponsor with like a large firm, we're not really looking at any deals where the company is making less than $1 million a year in cash flow or EBITDA. And if it's a first acquisition in the plan, like the platform company, usually we're not looking at ones that are making less than like 1.3 to 1.5 million a year in cash flow, because they should be a little bit bigger to be like that first centerpiece of it. Also, welcome back, Manas157. I think we had you in here earlier. Welcome, Fredo. Welcome anyone else who's tuning in. How do you guys set an investment criteria? Like, what basis do you decide the company should have revenues between this certain range, EBITDA margin between this certain range? How do you decide that? So I walked through just a second ago, like the minimum EBITDA that we're looking for. As far as the margin, what you want to look for like a platform company, if it's like the first part of a roll up or something, you want to look for it to have margin. Like there's not like a certain margin that's the end all be all for all industries necessarily. You want to look for it to have profit margins that are higher than what's usual in that industry. So let's say you're in like the plumbing industry. Let's say that the usual company has, say, 25% margins. If you find one that you're thinking about as an acquisition and they've got like 35 or 40% margins, well, 40 is probably a little bit high, that you're probably not going to see much of that, but let's say they've got like 35% margins, then that's probably a sign that that company is performing at a fairly high level. And so we like to see margins that are higher than usual in that industry. And that's kind of a way of setting the investment criteria. There's also certain industries that we're focusing on. We also want to look at like the service revenue breakdown. So we ideally like to see a company that is specializing in one side of the coin or the other in like what they're focused on. So what's an example of that? I talked about plumbing a second ago. You don't necessarily want to buy a company that is that's like split between like doing residential work and commercial work as much. You'd like to have them specializing in one or the other and seeing that there's one that could like really grow a lot. It's just a little bit safer of a bet. So you look at like the quality of the revenue. Another thing is like the more recurring revenue there is in the business, the more likely it is to continue making money and the more safe of a bet it is. So you look for like a very high amount of recurring revenue, and the more there is, the better investment it is. Hopefully that helps. How do you decide the sector that you guys would want to invest in? As far as the sector we would want to invest in, the one that I'm most excited about and most bullish on is residential services, like home services, things like HVAC, plumbing, electrical contracting, and then ideally even more niche ones than that. Those are the ones that I'm most excited about and most bullish on. But if I'm looking to work on deals with like larger private equity firms as an independent sponsor, I usually just go by like whatever sectors and industries they're targeting. So if you have relationships at a lot of these larger ones that have been around for a long time, you can go directly on their websites and research and see exactly what sectors they're focusing on and looking at. One of the major ones that I'm like looking at a potential deal with right now that we're hoping to work with on is focused on business services, consumer services, niche manufacturing, residential services, and business services. And how do we come to these conclusions? We're looking for a company in a service sector between, let's say, $10 to $30 million revenue range and EBITDA margins of 25%. So how do we come to those conclusions? For me, I'm like continuously learning more about this, but a lot of those things are preset by the large private equity firms that I'm partnering with as an independent sponsor. They all have like their different requirements. The reason we come to those conclusions are because they are markers that show a likelihood of continued success. So like the recurring revenue thing that I mentioned before, that is a marker that shows they're going to be likely to continue to be successful in the future. The EBITDA margins, like if it's a certain profit margin or above, it's just like it's a marker of lower risk. Anything that shows lower risk in a business and that shows that it's more likely to pay off as an investment is something that we try to set as like a criteria. That being said, it's usually all very flexible and moving, right? Like a business could be very strong in one area and not as strong in another area, and you kind of have to make a judgment call of like the risk tolerance and just go from there. There's like a million different factors to consider, and like this is a general business principle, I would say. but you can never make a perfect decision. Business is littered with moves that you have to make where you have to proceed without having fully complete information. And that's just something you have to get comfortable with as an entrepreneur.
We got another question. Are you planning on staying in home and commercial, or do you plan on doing industrial deals? I would do an industrial deal with Nick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it all comes down to who's involved.
Yeah.
As long as I had an expert that I trusted and felt like I could work with. Yeah.
When I first got into this, I was very focused on just home services until I made some of these relationships that give us access to work with larger private equity firms. And so they have a lot more expertise, resources, connections, and like track record working across a lot of different industries. So now I'm more or less just open to working in any industries that they're looking in, because my role is more so is like qualifying, finding, and setting up a deal. Their role is having the resources and connections to bring the right people and processes and systems and plans and money to the table. So it's more just about that. So we're working on all kinds of deals, and we're not at all limited to that. I'm not about to put my foot in my mouth. I was going to say stuff I can't say. I have to always be careful because
you sign a lot of NDA. You sign a lot of stuff you're not supposed to talk about. It's a miracle you can say as much as you do, because you really do skirt around. Like you are good about redacting yourself.
Yeah, like when you're in this world, the tough thing is like there's a lot of like private information being shared. So like there's like if you're looking at like an iceberg of like information, I kind of just I can only give like the above the iceberg of the information a lot of times, because a lot of it is very private. So I just try to like, if it ever sounds like I'm a little vague or speaking in like broad generalities, I kind of have to speak that way, unfortunately, because most things that we work on, like we're not really able to give details.
And I can promise you, he's not just saying that stuff. I think it's easy to say that. I think it's sometimes weird because you get this kind of, online person that some of you have met, some of you have not. And it's kind of hard to gauge sometimes where the line between always just, talking up something. But from experience, I can say that Brody is really actually working on a lot of stuff, and he's very open with that. And really, this is what he alludes to is all real existing stuff. And believe me, he's not a great liar. So you'd know pretty easily if he was telling you. I mean, Hannah can tell you that much. But he really does a lot to try and say as much as he can without getting himself in trouble. So truly, you're getting legitimately as much as he can legally say, because it's interesting stuff.
Yeah, there'll probably be like parts of deals that I'm looking at or working on today that I can share like 7, 8, 10 years from now when they've like gone through their whole course and become complete. So I try to just give like whatever details I can that can be helpful or that can be learned from, without breaking that line of confidentiality. Also, if you're just tuning in, if you're new, if you're kind of trickling into the chat, we have a community for business owners and entrepreneurs that are focused on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So hop in there. It's on Discord. It's free to join, and we'd love to have you in there, letting us know what your goals are, what you're working on, anything like that. We love collaborating with people, chatting, answering questions. And the whole goal of that community is for people like you to meet other people like you that you might be able to learn from or collaborate with. So hop in there. Let us know who you are, what you're working on.
I'm so impressed with how you wrote this, man. Like, that looks like somebody just literally copied and pasted and flipped it. Like, it's pretty good. Like, that's better than your normal handwriting.
Yeah, you guys
the same.
You guys that are tuning in see this as like
Right.
as like the correct like way of writing it. I actually had to write it backwards, funny enough, to like appear correctly on the live
And it's
stream.
neater than writing it the right way for you. So maybe this is a new thing for you.
And yes, Priyanshu, you can join that community as an aspiring entrepreneur.
Yeah.
It's welcome to all. It is at the link in my bio if you're looking to join it, and it's free to join.
There's plenty of people in there just talking about wanting to buy a business, trying to scale a business, developing. You know, there's all sorts in there. It's really a place where people can come and bounce ideas off each other and really learn. So you'll find a lot of people in there who maybe are in the same boat as you. We've gotten quite the wonderful group so far.
We got a lot of people trickling in.
Welcome to everyone who has. This is
Also, Devin said, and for me to update everyone, Ryan and Devin made a little deal that if we get 15 people or more into our round table, like the inner layer of the Discord community, then I will have to eat a giant tub of Greek yogurt live.
It's
on the
only
chat.
like half a gallon of Greek yogurt. Like, it's not like he would do this in a class. Like, bro would just show up and face a whole thing of yogurt in a class that started at 6 and ended at 10 p.m. and just walk out like it's nothing. So, also, I think that's incorrect, Brody. I believe as per the text,
yeah, no, it is
10
supposed to be
roundtable
only
members.
10 members.
Yeah,
I thought so too.
Your brother over here is trying to,
He's
trying to help you out.
Yeah. He is trying to help me out.
Yeah, no, sorry, bud.
I gotta let them know about the charity
a portion
too.
of all the proceeds of the roundtable members to the charity that Grant, aka Uncle Biz, helps run, that supports military veteran entrepreneurs. So it's a great thing if you do join. And if you're just looking for more information, you can contact Grant. He's also in the group, but trying to help everybody as much as we can all the time. So. Man, we've had a lot of great people come through on this live so far. It's really helping us.
It's been fun.
It's been really helping it feel less like it's been almost 7 hours.
I know.
Yeah,
isn't that
it's
crazy?
Almost a third of the way there.
We're going on. We're literally well over 6 hours now. That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
We've been doing this for quite a while.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, we're going to take you guys on field trips and stuff, but unfortunately, logistically, it did not look like we could make that happen.
Oh yeah, we wanted to show you around the studio a little bit. So this is a podcast studio that we have here in Orlando, and there's a few other rooms, like there's like conference rooms and like a learning center and stuff like that. But to be honest, the setup of this live is a little bit more delicate than expected. It's very hard to set it up the right way.
Yep, it's the podcast equivalent of brain surgery.
Priyanshu says, I am in contact with one well-known PE firm in my country of India for that deal. How can I connect them with them personally outside of work? I'm going to leave you to this one because you are actually way better at this than I am, and I got to hit the restroom real quick.
All right. I'm sure Brody will also have some good takes on this.
Hopefully I can come in on the...
So, yeah. So from my understanding, you are already in contact with a PE firm. You're doing your internship in IB. So first thing is first is if you have, you're in contact with them apparently. So hit your contacts up constantly, and not in an obnoxious way, but just check in with them, have conversations completely just checking how they're doing, without talking too much about the actual position or whatever that you're interested in. If they have anything, I'm not sure what the networking scene in India is like, but a lot of times around here, there's conferences that happen frequently in the States all across that these firms have people go to. So if you can figure out where they're going to be, ahead of time, make sure you're there at that conference. Make sure you're there at that place. If they're going to be on a campus thing, and you can also be at a college campus thing that they're going to be at, show up. Being being a face that they know and they recognize is going to go a long way in such a competitive industry. And usually, from my understanding, is that much of the time, if people enjoy having interactions with a person, if it becomes a point of who do we hire, most of the resumes that come through a firm, and in the finance world like this, everybody is just so similar, not in a bad way, but just like that. The best of the best, it kind of all looks the same because you want the best. So everybody kind of has similar numbers across the board. The difference maker is usually, sometimes in the States, I can't speak for everybody, but I know some people have said the difference is either A, somebody or you have connections within the firm, or B, the people who are involved in the recruiting aspect or whatever, they recognize your name and they say, oh, they were really pleasant to chat to. Oh, I remember from the college recruiting. Oh, we talked at this conference. This person is known. Their name comes around a bit. So any way that you can network within the firm, whether it's direct connect with people, either going out to lunch, grabbing coffee with them, if you're social with them, and just kind of chatting about their experiences. I cannot stress that enough, that the interactions when you're looking to be hired someplace, it has to be focused on them. People feel better when they're talking about themselves, so they're more likely to open up and help you out. If they do most of the talking, it's a good sign. It means that they like talking to you. I work at a front desk and a front end analyst working on a deal, 40 to 50 million, for which I am in contact with them. Is there any way I can leverage it? So you are working as an analyst. So you're an analyst at you're working as a front end analyst. Okay, I'm sorry. I am very much I'm getting my wires crossed.
What's going on?
I think the fatigue is getting to me. Front end analyst internship. So she's a front end analyst at an internship. Which, again, very smart. Congrats for getting that. It's crazy good. So she is an analyst. She's an internship working on a deal of 40 to 50 million, for which she is in contact with them, the PE firm.
Oh, that makes sense.
How does she leverage that is what she's asking.
Oh, okay. Well, you've
actually.
Yeah. So
basically done this.
So basically she's like with the investment bank that is like brokering the deal, and it sounds like the buyer, like
That's what I think
the likely
it is,
buyer.
But I have been awake since 5 a.m. yesterday,
Yeah.
So
that's crazy.
I am so sorry if I'm not getting this.
So working on a deal. So like the investment bank.
Also not she. Nope. Oh God. Oh boy. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh my God.
But so he's working at an investment bank that is going to be brokering a deal, and private equity is the end buyer, is what it sounds like.
Okay.
So what I would do, if you're looking to leverage that relationship, just overperform and be over communicative and helpful in that deal as much as you can without compromising what you're supposed to be doing as far as like representing your client. But like try to like, I don't know, maybe like take them out to lunch or dinner, see if you can like get that approved by your company to like take anyone there out for lunch or dinner. Try to get to know multiple people over there at the company that are like involved in the deal. If you can take them out to dinner, if you can like, I don't know, like just keep in contact with them, talk about more personal stuff than just the deal and the business as much as you can, and show like a real interest in them and their, like their family, their friends, and that sort of thing, their interests. I think that's what will really help you be memorable, because it sounds like you're trying to leverage like working on that deal to maybe work at that company afterwards or something like that. A lot of times, like companies will hire from working on deals like that.
People want to work with people they like.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're just like, hey, he's a cool guy, I liked him. We had a great coffee chat. He knows my dog's name. I like him. He should be hired here. People care less the more I've learned about what you know and that you're just somebody they want to work with. So I'd say any personal relationships that you can get in a true, genuine fashion, if you genuinely like these people and you're genuinely interested in them, they will genuinely want to be around you more. Over here, we got some more questions. Do you use PE deal memos in your strategy or as a means to improve how you do financial engineering in your deals? For example, implementing Bain Capital memos in your asset structure. And do we get to pick the flavor of the Greek yogurt? I don't, Brody. I mean, you're going to be yogurt boy if we get that. So, I mean, I think that's really up to you. I feel like.
Oh, I get to pick the flavor?
I thought that was part of your deal because you were like, if I'm going to eat,
then I pick the flavor.
Yeah, if you're going to suffer, unfortunately, we have to give him something. Because otherwise, I was going to give him vanilla Greek yogurt with Fruity Pebbles in it. Which
they have fruity. Oh, with fruity.
No, I was going to buy the cereal and put it in the yogurt. Which Fruity Pebbles.
I probably can't get that approved from Hannah with my 75 medium that I'm doing. It would probably. Oh, welcome Nomad Programador.
Hey, welcome, man.
New member.
But the memos, yes.
The memos. So I do not personally. I'm actually not super familiar with that. You'll find parts of my private equity education so far are a little bit rough around the edges because I got into it like not really in the formal way where I worked with a large firm, but more just like the entrepreneurial way, like bringing deals to the table and learning as I go from people in it.
We've pulled some stuff. I mean, we constantly post about, well, I mean, I'm constantly following all the big firms because, you know, as much as I like to clown on them when they do something stupid, many times there are intelligent people who work there to put out good studies, and I love a good case study. Memos aren't really a big thing that, you know, Brody or Scale has ever really used, and that's mostly because the documentation that they have and kind of the very tight legal kind of entity stuff that you employ, you have it all wrapped up. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. I say simple in the sense of like, you know, a Bain deal with a company they're looking to is probably very wide and complex. You're dealing with much more straightforward stuff. So if we can get to a point where, you know, we're doing deals where we need that style of memo, yeah, I mean, at some point, maybe. I mean, that's certainly a dream.
Yeah, like Ryan was saying, like the bigger the deal is, the more complex it is. So we're mostly working on deals that just aren't at that level of complexity. I'm sure it's something we'll implement as the deals get bigger.
And what are some common mistakes you made when networking in PE?
Mistakes, thinking transactionally versus relationally. Ryan was talking a lot with you guys earlier, just a little bit ago about like really like people like to work with people that they like and they have good relationships with. And so if I'm like going into meeting people and I'm just thinking about doing the deal, then I'm not going to get to know them on a personal level. I'm going to have Mr. Krabs money eyes, and I'm going to have commission breath and all this stuff. And I'm just going to I'm not going to be personable.
It is the job equivalent of going to an interview and them saying, "Hi, how are you?" And you saying, "I want this job, please."
Mm-hmm.
When do I get to be hired? It's that sort of.
When do you pay me the money?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
that's sort of a.
That's the biggest mistake that I've made and I've seen people make.
Made it.
And you just get better at not doing that the more you do it.
Also, just be interested in people. Like if you can switch your brain off to just be like, I'm not here to network. I'm here to see if I can find some people to possibly maybe make some friends, find some connections of people who want to talk about the stuff I'm interested in. Because people want to work with their friends, and kind of something we constantly go back to on this is that when it comes to partners, people, everything you go with your gut will tell you pretty quickly your instinct of whether a person is a good person or not. And the more you get to know them on a personal level, the more quickly you can identify whether you're on a vibrational match with that person, like you guys have got the same vibe and style. And if you don't, that's fine. You can still have a nice cordial, back and forth, but you didn't waste your time getting involved in possibly a business thing where now you have to be like, oh, we're 6 months in and I don't really like you. Actually, you're a bad person. So that will be sort of my take on it when it comes to networking. Put the person, don't put the cart before the horse. Look to meet people who could possibly go at it like you're trying to make some new friends or maybe have some good conversations, and that will naturally lead to to that question. If you get somebody's life story, there's like a 60 to 70% chance they're going to want yours, or at least ask you some questions. The other 40 to 30% of the time, they will just keep talking about themselves. But that's kind of how you do it, because a lot of times, the older people, they can sniff it out a mile away because they've been pitched their whole lives. So they quickly feel out when somebody's just trying to get a deal with them done or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got a question from Nomad Program Dart. Welcome, by the way. Happy to have you here. Do you guys work with direct response marketing? Now, I'm not familiar with that. Brody, would you?
Yeah, I had to look up the definition because sometimes I don't use as jargony of words in marketing. So I wanted to make sure I was getting it right. My understanding of looking it up is you just basically mean the prospects or the leads respond directly to the ads you run. I have done a lot of that. Right now, I don't have any direct response ads up, but I've been working the last week and a half or so actually on writing one. I don't know if I've told you about this. I'll just announce it here. Might as well, just to see how this ages.
Uh-huh.
But I wrote up an ad or a series of ads that I'm halfway through kind of scripting all the variations of, where I think I have it in my truck. I don't have it in here, but I bought a few of those giant game show checks.
Yeah, we talked about this. Yeah.
So I bought a few of those giant game show checks, and I'm going to run an ad, I think, where I am holding that and I'm just hey, I got this huge check from private equity and I have to spend it on a business. Please help me.
Yeah.
Something tongue in cheek like that. Just kind of stupid. But then I'm toying around with whether that will be a direct response kind of approach where I just have people directly inquire from that ad, or whether I'll do it a little bit more of a long-term approach. I'm leaning a little bit more towards the long-term approach, to be honest, because it just kind of suits how I like to build relationships more. I think it takes a lot longer to do it that way, but I'm probably going to do something like a challenge, one of those multi-day challenges where the advertisement is directing people towards signing up for that challenge, which would be a free thing to sign up for. But then I'm educating a lot on that. My personal style, more than just doing direct response marketing, is just trying to educate people over a very long amount of time, up until the point where they're hey, I've been following you for a while and I've learned a lot from you. I think I'm ready to do this particular thing. It just resonates with me more. Also, where do you guys recommend finding case studies? I'm really interested in checking some out, case studies of acquisitions, if that's what you're talking about.
I think he's talking about what I was referencing with Bain and KPMG and those guys.
Oh, Ryan is way better at finding those than I am.
I love research. I love R&D. I love strategy. So I subscribe to every single major, all the big fours, newsletters. I am following them on LinkedIn, and every time they do a new study or a new case thing, they post it on everything. So usually I find it on LinkedIn before it hits my email. And I will rip those immediately. And I send it to people. I give, Brody will get it and he'll be like, look, I'm busy. Just give me the highlights, please. Now I'll basically be human chat GPT for him. So that's your best way of doing it, following them on their business pages and then signing up for their newsletters. Essentially, I like to see what they're working on, because I think that we can spot trends as they're happening and know how to pivot ourselves in the market, whether we need to move away from something or move into something based on how they're moving as a large entity. So that's where I find it. And then Nomade said, but where do you look for networking? I think the best way is paying for it. We've had a lot of success not paying for it, weirdly enough. I don't know where you're located, but we happen to be in the US, and Orlando specifically is a big hub for conventions. So like we have a really, really large amount of stuff coming through constantly. There's a couple paid ones that we've done.
Depends how you shake it too. Like we pay for some conferences.
But there's a lot of free ones.
There's
like
a lot of
we
really
go
good
on
free
Eventbrite.
ones.
We have this thing called Eventbrite here. I'm not sure if it's international, but basically
The paid ones are better though.
I mean, it depends.
But here's a nice hack for you. If you're trying to network with like higher level opportunities, there are paid conferences that they have, but you can just go to the hotel bar and not pay for it and just hang out and wait. And you just wait for the people to come to you. And that's where you usually have the better conversations anyway. So I've done that a few times where I just like show up at like the hotel bar right next to like where the conference is being held. And then people end up like coming and grabbing a beer or something. And I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm here. What's up? And I try to do that in like conferences where there are people that are going there in the industries I'm looking in. And then I just try to form a relationship with them and get to know them a little bit, stay in contact and that sort of thing. Also, someone said, are you currently looking for resources and doing paid ads? If so, Jason Wojo has some great content on paid ads. Yeah, I do follow Jason Wojo. He's got great stuff. Funny enough, I see his, like, he practices what he preaches. I see his ads more than I see his organic content, even though I follow him. I think I follow him. Or maybe I just see his ads so much I think I follow him. Also, Priyanshu says, what are your views on the search fund model? And technically, is it a micro PE fund? Yeah, a lot of people like go back and forth on like the kind of slicing into the particulars of whether it's a micro PE fund or not. I don't know. I would say I think it's something a little bit different usually. Usually a search fund, I feel like, is very much just focused on the searcher or the entrepreneur in the equation becoming the one that runs the business. So I would say it's a little bit different than a micro PE fund because usually as a micro PE fund, you're looking to like buy multiple businesses. So I'd say it's a little bit different. But I think the search fund model is awesome. I think it's a really, really good model for people who want to really be in the thralls of like running a business and just are looking to get placed in one that that's a little bit bigger than they can afford or they have the resources for. For anyone who's watching or tuning in that doesn't know what a search fund is, a search fund is, let's say Ryan decides that he wants to be a business owner and he wants to acquire a business that is $1 million business. And let's say Ryan doesn't have the resources to buy that $1 million business. Search fund is someone deploys the capital and takes a bet on Ryan to go buy a business and then run it afterwards as the CEO. So Ryan goes and finds this $1 million business. Someone fronts the capital of the $1 million or maybe most of it. And then they end up with equity of the company. But Ryan is also getting equity of the company and is going to be the CEO. So I think it's an awesome model. And it's one that gives more people opportunities to become business owners, which is, in my opinion, fantastic. What do you think of it, Ryan?
Sorry, I was watching people just breaking legal clauses. Sorry, there's some incredible people doing stuff out there right now that are taking on some really giant people. Can you fill me back in?
What do you think of the search fund model?
I think you need to be very careful with it. I think
I would agree with that.
I think, like you said, it's somebody betting on somebody else and vice versa. As the person receiving the funds or receiving the backing, you're betting that you're betting on yourself to understand the deal and understand interest rates, which sounds simple, but when there's a lot of money involved, sometimes we can get very panicky and very very reactive. And then as the person or the fund giving it, you're going off a piece of paper or a resume, essentially hoping that it's completely true and accurate and that this person actually has the ability. And even if they are, in fact, the greatest of the great at their thing, at their craft, life still happens, and you have investors. Theoretically, that's how you got this money, unless you're funding it through personal capital. As a fund,
the search fund is usually like part of being a search fund is having the investors.
Yeah, I was saying, like, remember we were talking earlier about, like, sometimes a fund has so much return that they fund, depending on how they're doing it. But if they're doing this through the invested search fund, and you also have to be certain that you're not going to have a case where you have unreliable investors who want returns early, who try to pull out, who get, very upset when there's a bit of risk. Like, your first year might not, depending on what you bought, you might have a down year if it's trending. So you have to be very careful, and you have to be very patient with those, both as the person receiving the money, making sure there's a clear, like our buddy Ayud is dealing with right now, kind of having that very clear cut of like what's expected. But also as if you're the one lending, making sure you're getting into bed with the right people, because anybody can be an expert in anything with a piece of paper and a resume. It's up to you to decide whether they actually have the chops or not. And you might have to eat some. You might have to eat some of those investors' money if you do it wrong. So it can be stressful. I mean, the funds that are doing it right are probably not sleeping well because they have a lot on their minds constantly.
We've got some more questions here or comments, questions. Nomad Programador says, I have a software company where I create apps in mobile and some cybersecurity. I need to know more people. However, I live in a small city. Okay, so trying to figure out like the best way to go about networking. Yeah, I think that like what you said, paying for networking earlier, I think honestly that's great.
Yeah,
if you
that's
can
a good fit for
afford
you.
if you can afford to pay for networking and you're in a small city, that's awesome stuff. Also, great to see you again, Marshall. Still going strong is right. We're gonna make it all the way through. We'll be here in the morning. But thanks for hopping in. But as far as like networking in a small city, yeah, I think like networking online can be your best friend. I network online a lot, and I live in a big city. I think a lot of times like the leverage of networking online can be stronger. It depends how you do it. Some of like the business relationships that I have and the partnerships I have, I've made online. And some of them started online and went to in-person things. My partner in my consulting company right now, I met online originally and found out he lived in the same city as me. So we met up. Now we have like an in-person relationship. Very cool. And I have other partnerships where we met online and we've still never met in person, which is kind of funny. And they live in other cities, like in the US, where they're hours away from me. And with those, I met them on LinkedIn mostly. I think LinkedIn is really like undertapped by a lot of people, but you can make lots of connections very quickly and sometimes very deep ones even by doing it online. Then like paying for networking, there's a lot of different ways to do that. Like one way is like joining different masterminds or groups or something like that. I've done stuff like that and had a lot of success out of it. I think it's just important to find ones that are like specialized and relevant to you and what you're trying to learn and do. But if you're in a small city, it sounds like you're already doing some paying for networking. I think it's a really good strategy. But I would also say like, do you plan on staying in the small city, or is it an option for you to move to a bigger city? It sounds like you're living in a small city with big city aspirations. So you might want to consider moving to a bigger city.
Also, his industry.
I got clients networking in the Discord groups. Smart. Yeah.
I mean, also his industry.
You should join our Discord group. It's free to join, and it's at the link that's pinned in the comment. Or if you're on Instagram or TikTok, it is in the link in my bio. And it's for entrepreneurs and business owners that are growing, buying, and selling businesses. What were you saying?
Given what he works in his area industry, I think
until he's making a ton of money where he needs to, until his volume is so much that he probably needs to add more people. I don't think where he's located is his biggest inhibitor. I think digitally speaking, that's his bread and butter should be Discord groups and digital stuff. Like, I don't think being in a city helps that much. I mean, if you're making enough with your product, my question is, what does the big city theoretically have that you can't do online? What are you offering them? You're offering them cybersecurity digital services. Okay, that really is something that people just want to see digital proof of. Show me your metrics.
That's a great point.
So I'm not saying don't, go chase your dreams in a big city. But my thing, he's already in the Discord group. He's
Awesome.
in the Discord group now. He's part of our funnel. Attaboy.
I'm glad to have you in there.
Yeah, we're happy to have you, man. We'll help you out whatever way we can. I think you're uniquely positioned to do a lot where you're at. And I think until you hit a point where you're like, maybe I need a physical team to help me, then maybe you want to get it off a physical office space with people. But, Devin, who was on here this earlier, right? Devin was here. He actually runs a online business where doesn't he work completely through Discord groups with other people?
He does a lot of that. He does go to networking events as well.
But he didn't move to like a major city to do his networking though.
I know Devin moved here from Jackson. Well, another big city. He moved from one big city to another.
And I don't really consider Orlando that big of a city, to be honest. I mean,
it's probably a lot bigger city than like most people tuning in though. I would say it's probably in like the top 5% of big cities, 5 or 10%.
It's right? No New York is what I'm saying.
It's definitely Mr. Elitist Northerner over here.
Yeah, you're right. I think you don't need to move necessarily. I think you maybe going out and connecting with industry professionals at industry conferences, which may or may not be local to you, would be a good idea. But you could probably squeeze out even more without having to move around that much. So in the group, that'd be something you'd probably want to ask people is, probably get some feedback on how you can grow without actually having to, do your stuff. But hey, if your dream is to go out into a bigger city just to have the experience of that and see, maybe that's more your style, hey man, do it. You got a whole life to live. So if that's what you really want to do, but I don't think it's going to kill or, blow your business up if you don't.
Agreed. Yeah. I think it just comes down to like, do you like living in a small city or do you not? But to Ryan's point, like keep doing what's working for you. Obviously, like networking online is working really well for you. I don't think it's like one thing works and the other doesn't. I think it's like what works best for which people. Sounds like you're really good at networking online. We're networking with you online right now and you're doing a great job of it. I would say. So you're really great at that. I would keep doing that. But I also like there's an IT company that works out of the building that we're in right now that I rent space in. And they go to a lot of conferences. That's kind of their thing. And they've been really successful, but they're older guys than me and Ryan are. They've been around longer. They've been running the company for a really long time. They get most of their business through conferences, but also LinkedIn.
Yeah. But yeah, they're digital, but they go to a couple conferences, they network at the conferences, they go back home, and then they manage their relationships. So, but these guys are flying out like conferences.
In terms of conferences, yeah,
you're gonna have to be flying around probably if you can do it or driving around. I know
so that's a big thing. If you are trying to go to a lot of conferences, being in a big city is a lot better. Like we're very lucky here in Orlando.
But even then, like CES is in Vegas. Grant, who was on earlier, is in Vegas. Like if we really wanted to hit some serious finance ones, we'd have to be traveling to LA, New York, Chicago, all those other ones. So like we do get a decent amount where we are, but like if you're looking for the big tech ones, you're probably going to go to, like if we were tech guys, we would probably have to be traveling out to some larger hubs.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're probably, I mean, if you can, I would say maybe adjust the budget for 2025 to include some conference travel.
Also, Neo says, I'm not asking for legal advice, but how would you go about incorporating your fund?
And we are not going to give you legal advice.
We're not going to give you legal advice.
But if we did
Um,
want to give you advice on how we do it, or how someone could theoretically, not legally pertaining to do it,
what I would say is, so some of the best content I've ever seen on that is Bridger Pennington. I don't know if you've ever seen his stuff. His content is specifically all about creating, launching, and running funds of all types. He has some really, really great YouTube videos that I've seen on like create like the legal paperwork and structures that you have there. I leave that to the professionals personally. I like Ryan and I have been talking about, I work more in like the independent sponsor model. So a lot of like the firms that I'm working with are the ones handling that side of things. But if you're looking to do that, I would say look to Bridger Pennington's content. It's really good stuff as far as like informing you on what kinds of stuff that you need. But the biggest thing, like as was my advice with the legal stuff that we talked about earlier, do as much of it as you can figure out on your own, and then let legal tie it up and button it up. Because you don't want to pay, like, I forget who I heard say this, but I thought this was really good. What you don't want to do is pay a lawyer to educate you. They're the most expensive educators you can find. You should get your education somewhere for free. And then you should let the lawyer fill the gaps and not be the entire educator. So you could probably look up on like the content I mentioned and lots of other spots. You can look up like all the different documents that you need for things. You need things like subscription documents. You need like PPM, like a personal or private placement memorandum. There's like blue sky filings and a bunch of other things that you need. But I would try to like get a comprehensive view of those online first, and then go to a lawyer to like button it all up and make sure that you have everything.
Not legal advice, but most funds that I've worked with have been LLCs. So take that with a grain of salt. This is not legal advice.
None of it is legal or financial advice.
No, not at all. It
He
just sounds
says-
like you really want to move to a big city.
It does.
Which
yeah.
I'd say
We're
that's-
happy to talk you into it. I'm a big proponent of living in a big city personally. I've never lived in a small city. I was like born and raised in, well, I was born in a smaller city, but raised in a bigger city. So I've never really lived in a small city, but I couldn't imagine living in one now, to be honest. I feel like I'd be very bored and frustrated. Just a personal thing for me. But if you enjoy, a lot of clients of yours come from referrals. If you get a lot of value out of networking with entrepreneurs, you're going to find a lot more entrepreneurs in big cities. That's just how it goes.
So yeah, I mean, pick a city wherever you are regionally located that you feel has the best opportunities. I know from what the limited people that I've connected with from India that I've chatted to, one of them who really wants to take his business to the next level. He actually moved out to the UAE. He just full out went to
It's America.
Arab Emirates. Yeah, he went full send and went over to Arab Emirates, and he's working on a couple deals with retail spaces in India. He wants to launch a Regulation D company in the United States to fund there. He's possibly bringing a large company portion from India into the UAE. So, I think you got a lot to consider when you're figuring out where your next move is and where your clientele are, because, UAE can be expensive, but you can also charge a literal arm and leg and they'll happily pay it. So figure out where your best clients are and where your network is, and say, make your jump from there.
Yeah, completely.
Oh, he does
agreed.
know Bridger. Yeah.
I haven't joined Bridger's community actually, but I've met people that are in it. I feel like I'll probably join it in the future at some point when I'm like taking it a little bit more in-house as my own thing versus like more the independent sponsor model. He's saying Bridger Bridger, there's something I said that I was like, I couldn't remember where I heard it, and it was from his stuff. Yeah, he makes really great content. He's been doing it a long time. He says India to Dubai is an upgrade, huge upgrade, I think.
Yeah, Sumer. Yeah, Sumer said it. Sumer's enjoying it a lot.
Mhm.
I've never been to India. I've never been to Dubai either, but
The people I know that have been to Dubai really love it.
yeah,
Seems like they've got a lot going on. I feel like if the move is purely about networking, that seems to be one of the best places to network in the world right now, which is interesting.
yeah, good tax laws too. I mean, if you're at a point where if you want to kind of get more of your income, yeah, it's expensive to live there, but they're very friendly. I know it's a process to become a citizen though. Having known a few people who have gone through it, you gotta show something. You gotta show you're literally worth it.
They make you work for it.
Yeah, man. It's I know one guy who did it, but he was based in Luxembourg. When he moved to the UAE, and he had a whole process to get like approved, be able to buy a house. Like it was very retro. They did a lot that they didn't need to probably to make sure he was like a good, like they have to say you're a good fit basically is what it boils down to. It's not like, oh, pass a test and you're good. You have to literally prove that you should be allowed to live there.
He said it's not expensive. I have a friend that spends $10K a month and he lives in a good place. It's a lot more expensive than most places in the US. Depends on where
I mean, if he's spending
means are,
10K
where you're coming from.
USD, or if it's, I don't know what I mean, yeah. Hey, look, man.
It's less than I would have guessed for there.
Yeah, I mean, look, if that's something that's within your range, and you got it, I mean, dude, why not live in Dubai? Yeah, I mean, man, if that's within your wheelhouse, dude, go for it. How many times you gonna who knows? Like one good networking in Dubai could be your entire life set up.
It's true.
And honestly, probably very fun to live there. So I think you got quite the choice to figure out here, Nomad, about what your next move is, because it feels like you got some ideas, and I like what you're cooking. So
yeah, it sounds like you're doing a lot of traveling already. I would say date the cities before you marry one, right? Like date around a little bit with the cities that you're going to, and spend some time in Dubai if you're thinking about moving there. Like go spend a couple weeks there or a month there or something. You'll get a good sense of whether you like living there day to day, week to week, and it might help you make your decision.
Yeah, and your business is already doing pretty well on its own, so it's not like you're literally having to leave your income source. You're still working while you're there. So, I mean, in every respect, you've done a good job building your foundation. It's literally just the next move of how do I take it to the next.
What's up, Sydney? Welcome back to the chat. Let us know what your thoughts are right now on building, growing, buying, selling businesses.
That's how it is. You get that first one, and it just snowballs.
And yes, we're still going. We're going till 6 p.m. tonight. It is going to be a long one. We're in for the long haul.
You'll do it, no, man. I know you'll do it, man. You know how to really grind. You know how to really put in the work. So I got no doubt that you'll make whatever you need to make happen.
It's true.
Also, who's of course we're still, yes, we said 24 hours. We're 24
sticking
hours.
to it. Yeah, we're sticking to it. We might be literally sleeping by the end of it, but we'll still be here with the chat on.
If you're sleeping, you're not sleeping by the end of it, dude.
You'll tell me when you sell yours for hundreds of millions. I hope that is the case. I think you will pull it off, Sydney. You're on that long road trajectory, but you got this.
I look like hell.
It's 3:21 a.m. where you're at. Where are you at Nomad
I
Programador.
was about to sleep, and the YouTube
Recommended
recommended your
your-
video to me.
I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you,
We're
YouTube.
I'm so sorry we're keeping you up.
I
but
apologize
hopefully-
for keeping you up, but
Hopefully
I'm so
you're
thankful
enjoying the
to YouTube.
conversation. We're enjoying the conversation with you, so we're glad you're with us.
South America.
Oh, okay. You were thinking he was in India for some reason.
Oh no, I was just using India as
What
a
part
reference
of-
point.
What part of South America are you in? Sydney wants us to tell her how the live is going and what the best thing is so far. Honestly, the live has been going cool. We're meeting a lot of new people, and just getting connected with a lot of other people who have been on the show and stuff. I don't know. I'm having a lot of fun.
I'm having a great
We're
time.
meeting cool people. We're having cool conversations. It's helping me kind of like crystallize my thoughts about a bunch of stuff too.
I look
Dude.
like hell, but I'm having fun. I swear. Oh, he's from Brazil.
Oh, you're in Brazil. That's awesome. So
Dude.
I've never had the opportunity to go to Brazil, but I'm actually 1/4 Brazilian. So my grandmother's from Brazil. Originally moved here when she was like 30, when she got married to my grandfather. And so I'm 1/4 Brazilian, but I have like a ton of cousins there. A lot of them have been up here to Orlando, and some of them actually, like, some of them live here, and they're awesome people. So, I mean, if you can just get to a bigger city in Brazil, there's probably a lot of good opportunities.
I mean, I know. Is it American ignorance to say Rio de Janeiro?
I think there's probably a lot of opportunities there. Like I said, I haven't been yet. I know, like, my family is mostly in like Recife and Sao Paulo. I think there's a lot of like good entrepreneurial opportunities there. Sao Paulo is a good place to make business. Yeah, I think a lot of the more like entrepreneurial Brazilians in my family are in Sao Paulo. I know one of them is actually in private equity. I found that out from my uncle like recently, so I got to connect with him. And yeah, digital marketing there is huge. I actually, my partner Grant and I just met some Brazilians that are into Google ads that we might be like collaborating with on certain projects. And those guys they're killers. They're like, they've been doing really well. They're very driven, awesome dudes. Balneario Camboriú is like Miami. That's cool. Where is that? What area of Brazil is that in? Is that near Rio? I've actually never been. I need to go to Brazil. Oh man, we lost we don't have what's his name on there anymore.
Who?
That was asking about like the family business and stuff.
No,
That was a fun combo. Our YouTubers are the strongest connections here.
I mean,
The YouTubers are hanging out.
Instagram has been good. We got
Instagram
we
has
got some
been good, too.
homies coming through on Instagram, which is nice. You know,
The
checking
homies on
us.
YouTube are the late night owls.
Yeah, man.
Love you
The
guys.
people on Instagram are just like, you're still here.
Yeah. Instagram is a bunch of just people logging off for the night. Oh, we've got one on Instagram now, Hudson Suds. Tell us about what you're here for. What time zone are you in, Hudson Suds? And are you interested in growing, buying, and selling businesses? What brought you out here? Tell us a little bit about it. We are getting into the wee hours of the night here, and Ryan and I are gonna have to start saying a lot of the same things we've said already.
We do it already.
The mental clarity and power is waning.
I'm waiting. I came in here on the thread edge, man. It's been up for a while.
You've got what, another like 6.5 hours?
Give or take, yeah.
Do you have it in you? Yeah,
I am a man of my word.
Me too. Oh, he said make some clips, man. You're saying like make some clips from the live? I might do that actually. That might be kind of cool.
Okay, so when Nomad says it, it's a great idea. But I said it 2 days ago, and you're like, oh no, that's just too much work. I can't. That's just. How would I ever have
I
the
did
time?
say that.
You made such
I
a
did
fuss
say
about
that.
it. Thank you, Nomad.
I did say that.
Thank
It would
God
be
when
a lot
he
of work.
says it, you listen.
I don't know. I'll see if AI comes up with any good clips. That would be good.
Anybody in the chat want to do it?
Yeah, if anyone in the chat wants to make the clips,
Please.
I spend a decent amount of time making my like daily clips that I do. You're on YouTube, so I don't know if you'll see any of those. I need to catch up on posting them on there, but I make like daily clips about what I'm doing every day on Instagram and TikTok. So those take a decent amount of my time. But I don't know. I could always be doing more. There's always more to do.
You lazy bum.
I am a lazy bum. Should we get that walking pad out?
Is it?
Should we
Have
break
you
that
wait?
out?
Did you hit your 10,000 steps for yesterday?
I didn't.
Oh,
I know.
oh no, we got.
Which
oh
means
God, Hannah's gonna.
which means I might have to get 20,000 today. Well,
Well, how? No, that's not how math works. I'm still lucid enough to know that. How many did you get yesterday?
no, you're right. I got 3,900. It looked like, which is weak numbers. But I actually, you're gonna be pissed when you hear this because you woke up at 5 a.m. I woke up at like 11:30 yesterday just so that I could be like prepared for this. But I'll also be here for another almost 12 hours more than
Brody, I don't think you understand. I'm really happy to like you. You texted me back at like when you texted me yesterday. At 1 o'clock, I was like, please let him have just woken up. He needs to be fresh for this.
Yeah,
Like I'm happy you actually slept.
I did. Yeah, I had to. So I had stayed up till almost 2 in the morning, or 1 in the morning, rather, the night before, so that I could extend my sleep schedule because it was the only way I was going to make it.
How many books do you guys read per month?
I mostly do audiobooks, but I would say right now,
because Brody can't read.
right now I'm going a little bit slower than usual. Oh, what's up, Rosalind? She said
Hey, what's
she
up?
said the same thing as Sydney. She said she can't believe we're still going. We will be going all the way
Do we
until
just
the
look
end.
like liars? Is that what they're saying?
No, we will be going until the very end.
I'm sorry that the people in your life don't follow through.
That sounded personal.
I don't know her life. I don't know.
To answer your question, though, how many books do we read per month? Right now, I'm not reading quite as many as I usually would because I'm just like insanely busy with a few like the deals we're working on and like a few big like plans I'm looking to bring through. But I'd say when I'm in like the middle of like some normal time, like more normal, like leveled out time, probably reading like 3 or 4 audiobooks a month as a safe bet. Nothing too crazy, but I read them like while I'm doing chores, washing dishes, or like driving, stuff like that. Welcome, Tejas0004. And
I do about-
Rosalind says, that is my life, though. To what he said.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit home. Damn. My bad. That's on me. I'm doing about, I usually read 1 book a month, like physically sit down and read a book. I'm a slow reader. And when I find that I don't understand, like depending on the book, like I'm reading, currently I'm rereading The Prince by Machiavelli. Because I read it once, I thought I understood it, and then I listened to a podcast about it, and I realized that I missed a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm reading it again, but slowly, and like also.
What's that book about? I've never read it.
It's about a literally a prince of a town in Italy, and Machiavelli's kind of walking you through his.
Rosalind said, "Love that book."
Oh yeah, no, Rosalind's well read. She's an educated person. It's basically the origins of the word Machiavellian, where the prince is about basically this prince and how he's handling the strife that's engulfed his town in Italy and all these different factions. And Machiavelli lived in a time similar to Dante, where he's writing almost a sort of pseudo historical book about sort of kind of real life events, but not really, and kind of he was putting his own beliefs into it, where the prince is about this prince making these decisions, and the decisions are all for the quote, basically the greater good. They're not always the moral or right decisions, I guess, by the reader's standpoint. You're thinking, well, he could have done this, or he didn't have to do that. He looks at everything from the most logical and objective, like to the point
way of making decisions through all of these things and how that kind of affects and transpires between the different things, which is why the term Machiavellian is used to describe someone who is very almost like a very tactical, logical, calculated best what is going to be the best option for the long-term group as opposed to what is the best option now. So it's dark. It's a little like, oh, it's kind of like you go back and forth between like, oh, he is a good guy, or no, wait, why do you do that?
It sounds compelling. I like stuff that's like I like stuff that lives in the gray like that, right? I feel like some of the most compelling stuff is like I think some of the most interesting and compelling narratives and movies are ones where like the villain has like a lot of relatability. Like like have you seen Black Panther?
Yeah.
Like that's one that I always think of where like the villain had like you almost feel like a lot of like his thought process is like you can like understand where he's coming from and stuff like that. I feel like very compelling narratives live in the gray like that, where like you see a lot of bad in the hero and a lot of good in the villain, and it's like, damn, like it just like it shows the humanity a lot.
Oh yeah, the entire book is gray because like you have the characters that are supposed to be bad or that are coming to like do bad things, but you're like, the prince kind of sucks too. Everybody has this righteousness that they believe in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good read. It's a short read, but it's a good read. I just finished the last month. I did the Inferno.
Rosalind said, "We studied so many of them in my courses in college. He's your modern day lobbyist, basically, aka manipulator."
Yeah, he gets a very bad rap, very negative, and it's easy to see why. I mean, it's a method of thinking, not one that I personally agree with, but like now when people go, "Oh, that's very Machiavellian," I understand.
I've always heard that. I never knew what it meant.
No, it's very interesting. Niccolo was a very dude. He was. I'll call him the Italian edgelord of authors.
Oh, my cousin hopped in. I don't know if you're still in there, but if you are, hey Isabella, love you.
Hi, Isabella. I'm ending that sentence there. I'm not going to end it like Brody did. But yeah, The Inferno, also a great read.
Is that by the same guy?
That's from no, it's Dante.
Okay.
Dante Moweri.
Oh, Dante's Inferno.
That's where he literally takes he makes up an alternate. It's like fan fiction where he writes a book about himself going to hell. And in hell, he basically goes through all the levels and he sees all the people that in real life did him wrong, and he puts them all in hell, and he gets to like walk by them and basically have conversations with them as this alternate Dante.
That is a wild point of view.
Basically, he takes all the people who condemned him and threw him out, and basically writes a book ripping them all apart, and basically be like, "Well, this is my side of the story." And there's actually an argument about where he should have been buried. He was buried in a small town outside of an Italian peninsula, but there's a massive gaudy monument to him in the original place. I don't remember where it was where he was originally from, but they threw him out because the other political party came in and kicked him out because they didn't like his beliefs. They have this big, massive, beautiful monument to him, basically, but his actual body is in a very humble, small monument where he was, wrote the book and died. So there's always this big discrepancy of where is he truly buried, and most people will say the small place where he was actually writing his book, because this place was kind of like, oh, we messed up, just due to the strife of Italy at the time. There was just a large thing, but I think it's important to understand the literature. I mean, it's good stuff. I've read a lot of.
Rosalind said another amazing book, The 7 Levels of Hell. So many lessons. 9, not 7. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Sounds compelling.
There's a great.
You ever read any Robert Greene, like the 48 Laws of Power?
Yeah, I've read that. I've read
one.
I think he did 49 and 50.
I haven't read that one.
He's done a couple of them. I've read all of them. They're great. Very interesting concepts and kind of how he pulls it to historical stuff. Let's see what else. I mean, wait, don't you have pull up your Audible? Let's see what you got on there.
Yeah. Oh wait, my phone. It's doing the live.
Son of a gun.
So I can probably think of some though. Like I love like all of Alex Hormozy's books are amazing. Oh yeah, Rosalind said, "Who's your friend?" We read the same books. So
Oh.
Rosalind lives out in Tampa.
Hey, Rosalind, Ryan.
This
nice
is.
to meet
Let
you.
me
I
move it over a
co-host the
little bit.
podcast.
Yeah, this is Ryan. We went to school together, and he is. So he graduated with me for my MBA, and he lives here in town, and he's an awesome guy.
So she doesn't watch the show, is what we've learned.
Yeah, you can see Ryan with me every Tuesday night
Every
at 6
Tuesday.
p.m. Eastern Standard Time. She said hi, Ryan.
Hi, Rosalind. Oh, one of the ones that I really enjoyed was where is it? It's been a while since I touched that. Oh, The Power of Strangers by Joe Keohane.
Interesting.
It's a guy who he basically writes about how it's a modern take on connection and how it affects
See if
people.
I can find my Audible.
And how people basically how you can organically create new connections and how people are actively seeking out in this day and age organic and genuine interactions and why we shouldn't be afraid to make them. And there's all these studies that are being conducted that are basically reinforcing that people who, there was this one where they had a control group and a separate group get on buses at 2 different times of day. And one group was told, hey, go on the bus and engage with somebody. And the other group was told, just go sit on the bus and go. And afterwards, they took, they had the people coming off the bus, they would ask them to take surveys. And they found that the people who came off the bus with the engagement of the how was your day and the social reported they were happier. They reported higher levels of everything. They were very active and they were much more, their entire personality was elevated essentially to a happier state than the people who had a bus ride where nobody talked, or that if nobody engaged with these people, hey, did anybody talk to you? No. Okay. Just the act of people going, hey, how was your day? Good. Oh, being engaged with and being interested in it, people found that they had an incredible, there was incredible, clear, and this is modern stuff. Like, people have cell phones. So this was people doing this in this day and age. And the whole book is basically proving the fact that if you still think that in the cell phone age, people don't want to have connections, it's more just because people are in their own heads. Some people just don't want to be talked to, sure. But for the most part, when somebody engages, majority of the time, their entire they'll be happier for having had it, and they were craving it all along. But just we've decided that there's a barrier now. So
yeah, I mean, it's completely right. When I take an inventory on days where I'm working from home the entire day and don't have any calls with anyone, those are not enjoyable days. They're almost never enjoyable days. I've even had days where I made a lot of really good accomplishments, or a lot of good things happened, and I didn't have any calls, didn't go outside my home to work at all, and I just don't enjoy those days. I feel like you can have a more enjoyable day just by going out of your way to interact with someone too.
I had a guy at the 7-Eleven before I came here tell me about his wife's gastric bypass surgery that she just had. I didn't ask. He just turned to me in line and started telling me about it. Don't worry, it went well. She's doing fine. He was getting 6 slices of pizza and a pack of rolling papers because he was going to, quote, go smoke himself out in the car and then go see her in the hospital room. So my boy was having a good night. But I had that. I would say, if you asked me, I felt better than I did going into that 7-Eleven when I stepped in something sticky. I was like, oh man, I made a friend who's going to see his wife and gonna get high as hell. But yeah, I mean, I think there's something organic to it. But yeah, I mean, I think I've taken a backseat to some of the.
Rosalind wants to know what your favorite book is, by the way. Oh, and yes, that is where we are on Tuesdays. It goes out on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook, and actually now Twitch too.
Yeah, we're on Twitch now.
What's your favorite book?
Oh man, so if we're going by just purely nonfiction, nonfiction, I'm gonna have to go with. God. I've been reading a lot of fiction lately too, so I guess with fiction I'm gonna go with I'll start with fiction. I'll say Horus Rising. It's the
Horus Heresy series that spans over. I think it's collectively, if you read everything up to the end, you're at like 80 books.
Oh,
It's
wow.
a massive sci-fi opera epic.
Have you read all of it?
Yes.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
it's been over 2 decades of my life devoted to a series.
Damn.
If I had to describe it, you know how there's all these books called like A Crown of Thorns, and it's basically just like weird fairy smut. This is the dude equivalent of just like bros fighting in space war, just broing it up. There is no romance, there is no nothing. It is bros being like, brother, we're about to die. It's like, brother, yes, we are, and they just go die.
That sounds awesome.
You're like, why am I crying? The bros just died. But that's my fiction choice. For my nonfiction, it would definitely have to be the writings of Cicero. I've been on a big like ancient Roman Italian kick lately. I don't know why, but the writings of Cicero.
Well, you're Italian.
I mean, somewhere, yeah, more Olive Garden than Italian at this point. I think that's really where if we're going to culturally talk about it. But yeah, writings of Cicero.
Nomad Programador says nonfiction. The only book I ever read was The Alchemist.
Which, if you're going to read something, that's a perfect one.
I've heard that one from so many people. I need to read that.
Courage to be Happy. I've never heard of that one.
I haven't heard of that one either.
Oh, okay.
It talks about how true happiness comes from having the courage to be disliked.
Ooh, good call.
I could vibe with that. I feel like there's some really good wisdom there. I might have to check that one out too.
Oh yeah. We got it. Hang on.
Also, hey, Ibrahim Malik, what's up? And Rosalind liked the Olive Garden comment.
Dude, I had somebody be like, you're Italian, so you speak Italian. I was like, Buca di Beppo. Like, you gotta.
That's a great restaurant. The giant meatballs.
Don't do this to me.
As an actual Italian person, is it the deal? Like,
as somebody who had
Buca di Beppo, you're like,
it's everybody likes what they like. I just happened to grow up in a household that cooked a lot, and like, just happened to have an Italian market down the street with a bunch of Italian guys who ran it, and their
that
dad
sounds a lot more elevated than
moms,
Olive Garden to me.
And their hairy arms and the screaming. Like, same thing. I told you about the Greek hot dog restaurant called the Hot Grill, where they sold Texas wieners. And you walk in and it's like 8 Greek guys just screaming. And you're like, hot dog away, hot dog away, hot dog away. They're just screaming across a kitchen. And it's just open air kitchen. You're just like, what's happening? And it's the best damn hot dog you'll ever have.
It sounds great.
No falafel, no nothing. Just fried hot dogs and Greeks.
Fried hot dogs is crazy.
Dude, it's wild. The fact they just
very
throw
American,
that shit.
though.
And it's like Greek Americans serving it to you with chili. And you're like, what is my life right now?
Oh, yeah. Napoleon Hill Think and Grow Rich is a great one.
Oh, that's a good one.
I started that last month, I think. I haven't finished it yet. I got like, I'll start a book sometimes and then end up on like another book. Like I won't finish one sometimes. Mm-hmm. Probably not a great habit, but.
You know what one I went back and read that I wasn't really a fan of? I Never Split the Difference. I like Never Split the Difference as a fictional book rather than
it is
nonfiction.
Definitely fiction. Yeah.
Like, I enjoy the stories of like him in the situations, and I don't doubt that he was in them and had to deal with them in a certain way. But the transition to business stuff, I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, if this is, if this was mostly true, even the interactions, the only reason you got away with it was because you're a former FBI guy. If an average business person tried to pull most of this, it just, I think we had a professor who did our negotiation class. She called that one out direct too.
Yeah, I think it was me that asked her about it because I read that right before we took our negotiation class because I was like, oh, let me be that guy. I'm going to read the negotiation book before it. And then I like asked about it early on in the class and she was like, basically said what you said. She was like, yeah, not like good luck with any of those tactics. And I found that to be kind of true. Like if I think if you develop a reputation as someone who never splits the difference in negotiations, then it doesn't carry you very far. I think that's the big thing. It's like you can't really build like a long lasting good reputation in business that way.
No, the concept of like make them think they've won, it doesn't actually really.
yeah, it doesn't really apply. And I mean, you've been on so many different sides of negotiations as both the broker and the buyer. I mean, and you've worked with probably people who are like, I don't split the difference, and you're just like wanting to put your head into your desk because you're like, please.
So you don't get deals done.
Yeah, you're like, so I'm not going to sell your business.
Yeah. So Grant has this great saying, and it's, in all good negotiations, both parties leave a little bit unhappy. I think that's the
good.
That's the real truth.
Yeah.
Like in all good negotiations, like someone's not going to get certain parts of what they want, and no one's going to come out feeling like, oh my god, I won, like completely like got a massive win on them, because if they do, someone else is going to feel bad about it later on. I think that's the real truth of negotiations, as I've observed it at least.
Oh yeah. Do you guys speak?
We got a couple more here on Instagram. ECTVI.
I
Welcome,
do not
Sean
speak another
Raff.
language, Nomad. Fortunately, I should probably work on my Spanish. I think that's the most applicable one in Orlando. And then also my Portuguese is also pretty bad. I can kind of understand it like Spanish, even though it's pretty different. That it's that French influence that really kind of it makes Portuguese one of the more enjoyable languages to listen to, but it definitely makes it difficult to understand sometimes because the French went and messed it up like most things.
It's like Spanish in cursive.
Yeah,
it's like if you speak Portuguese, from my understanding, you can understand Spanish pretty easily, but not vice versa.
Oh, yep, Art of War. I
haven't read
one of my
that.
Favorites of that might beat out Cicero, but because the Art of War was so great because it had so many levels to it that I had to go read about the Art of War to understand it. Because because like a lot of times in Sun Tzu, he's referring to heaven and earth, and heaven and earth is actually a completely different concept for Sun Tzu, and how he describes heaven and earth and what that actually means in the context of both cultural and religious beliefs for him. So like it's got layers to it. It's not hard to it's not like a ton of work, but once you get it, you're like, this guy was writing in like 4D. But it's like, oh, also this is such a cultural phenomenon that somebody in China would have understood that. But once you got out of China, number one, wow, you're worldwide known, but also you got to do a little bit of homework to get it. But it's a great read, and it's not very long either. It's kind of like a pocketbook. Like you could take it with you and read a chapter or two at a time, be done within a week.
I love it.
I think the Art of War and Business though was a good attempt. But it was just...
It's like a rewriting for business.
It was like the Art of War, but for business. And it was we didn't need this.
And that would have been adapted off of his previous work, right? Because he was long deceased.
Oh, this was some guy's modern take on the Art of War, but for business.
See, I don't like those modern take remakes. I think I started the business adaptation remake of Think and Grow Rich. And I was like, yuck. I just need to go to the original. They're quite similar. I speak Portuguese, Spanish, and a bit of French and Russian. Wow.
This guy,
my man, are a modern day Renaissance man. That's incredible.
God, you are smart, man.
A lot smarter than I am.
Well, I mean,
I tried to learn Spanish in school, and I don't know, maybe I just had bad teachers for it. But I really struggle with learning another language. I'm really bad at it.
I will say this much: the Art of War and Business. It was the book equivalent of that kid in high school who would tell you about his katana collection. It was oh, you're obsessed in a borderline weird, racist, creepy way. You're trying to be Asian almost.
Yeah.
You're trying to be that person. He's trying to be Sun Tzu, and it's you can't. You just can't. You cannot replicate that, which is once in a lifetime.
What's Sun Tzu's background?
Sun Tzu was a prolific political. I think he was both political and a war general. It was very. I want to say, was he Buddhist or Tao? I can't remember, but he was just one of those.
We can find out.
Was Sun Tzu
A Taoist.
the Taoist or Buddhist?
Sun Tzu was a Taoist
Taoist, that's
military
it, yeah.
strategist in the 6th century BCE, famed for serving Ho Lu of the Chinese state of Wu. According to some sources, it was Sun Tzu's teaching that led Ho Lu's brother Fu Gai to victory over larger Chu forces of the Battle of Boju in 506 BCE.
Definitely, it's very fun to, I think reading cultural stuff from different time periods is quite fascinating, because to see what different cultures were going through and what their reflections of life were, it's pretty crazy. Like, to know that, all this is happening. But as far as the books go, that's pretty much what I've been rotating through. Is I got a fantasy pick, something to kind of lighten up. And then I got something a bit more where it's like, let me take some time with this one, really listen to this one a couple times.
Mhm.
So,
Also, Nomad Programador said, you brought up something interesting. Oh, actually, let me go back a little further. We missed a couple here.
same here. Currently
Learning Russian, but looking for a study partner. Let's connect. That's awesome.
Yep.
You brought up something interesting, and it reminded me of a phrase I read in a book. When a deal is good, it's never equally good for both sides. Yeah, someone always loses. That's true. That's probably always the case, to be honest. Like, I think it's impossible for it to be equally good on both sides. Someone's probably a better negotiator on each side too. And you never know how it's going to play out after.
No, you don't.
Something like it's because it holds more value for you than the seller. In that case, you're the one who benefits. That could very well be the case. It really depends. It depends how well the business is represented too. But I would say probably in the majority of cases, I think people who buy businesses probably benefit more than the ones selling them. In a lot of cases, I don't know. Depends how experienced both sides are. I think there's a saying that I'm probably going to butcher. Might have to look it up to make sure I get it right. But it's like, when money meets experience, the experience gets the money and the money gets the experience. I think I might have got that wrong.
I get where you're going though. Yeah. The experience makes money, but the money you will get experience by using the money, I think.
When money meets experience, what does that say? How does it go? Okay. I butchered it a little bit. When a person with money meets a person with experience, the one with experience ends up with the money, and the one with money leaves with experience.
Yeah.
My story of getting embezzled from.
Yeah. I mean, you got experience.
I got a lot of experience. Neo says he used some Confucianism aspects in teachings.
That's what I was getting tripped up with.
Interesting.
Shame on me for not remembering the difference between Buddhist and Confucianism or Confucius teachings.
Should we break out the walking pad? I've never used one of these, but I got to get my steps. Might have to put it I might have to switch sides with you for the time being. I'm gonna see if I can't set this thing up.
Oh yeah, I've been diving into a lot of stuff by.
Oh, you got
Alan
the emergency
Wilson.
pizza?
No, you have to order a pizza before you get the emergency pizza.
Oh.
Yeah, for everybody out here who's like, "Hey, Domino's giving away free pizza," you gotta buy a pizza first before they give you it. It's only a free medium pizza, so if you guys want that Domino's free pizza thing,
So it's
you
actually
gotta buy
just
one to get one free, essentially. Yeah,
It's just a BOGO.
yeah, it's just a BOGO. We know BOGO. We got Publix down here. Like, we know BOGO.
I think they're pulling a fast one on us.
Oh, dude, I was so mad. I've been reading a lot of Alan Watts lately.
Who's that? I feel like I've heard that name before.
He's a philosopher type guy. He's written a lot of books too, but a lot of his stuff is based around philosophy. So
How do you think I should set this up? Like right through there?
well, I
That's a
mean,
good place to set it up.
we'd have to. You'd be literally
I might have to
walking
move
out
the
of frame.
chair out of here.
Like, yeah, the chair would have to go, and then everything else would have to go. Because, so you'd have to be like right here. Let the clown fiesta begin. All right, this got to go.
The chair.
Yeah, we gotta.
Oh, and then that's gonna fall off.
Yeah. But
Would it be better
It
to
ain't
do
pretty,
this?
but it'll work.
Well, wait, leave that chair for now.
No, it can.
Would it be
it's-
better to do this chair?
No, this works because like this thing is still balancing without the chair.
Well, I think that could balance totally on top of that little table, but it might be easier to move this chair out than that one.
Probably.
Let's try that.
All right, let's try that.
Gotta move this out first. It's a work in progress.
If you're joining us, Brody is setting up a treadmill because he's doing a 75 medium. He was short about 7,000 steps yesterday, so he's got to do about 17K today. Otherwise, he has to put I don't.
We don't have really like a set,
Otherwise, Hannah will be
punishment.
disappointed,
and that's the worst punishment of all.
That's Otherwise, disappointment is not something that you want to have Hannah deal with because she doesn't deserve that. Oh my God. Okay, so pivot. Pivot. You see?
There we go.
Physics. This is not physics, but that's what I'm thinking. Okay. Crap. Thank God nobody's here yet.
Here in the office. Yeah. All right.
Oh man, that was fun. Yeah, y'all just missed that.
All right, let's see how this
All
thing
right,
works.
I'll just keep waving to people.
Literally a treadmill pad. Oh, yeah, I've been waving. To
Yeah, everybody's getting a wave because you're you're on a treadmill now. So
You're the designated waiver.
yeah, waiver premiums.
Let's see. How are we gonna do this?
What's up, guys? Welcome in. Everyone is coming in. Brody is setting up a walking pad because he didn't get his steps in. We're just shooting the shit right now. If you got business questions, make sure you ask them. This is what we do. Mikey Collins, like, let's go. So you got
What's
one
up, Mikey?
Mikey is supporting.
Mikey, what's up?
Boys
Let us know if you got any
support boys.
questions. You're joining us at almost 2 a.m. I love it.
Yeah, man. Thank you for joining. So
Setting up the walking pad right
so
now.
while Brody is doing that,
This is crazy.
let me just remind everybody what
Can
we're
you
doing
see me
here.
in it? Yeah, it looks like I fit in it.
Might have
Mostly, yeah.
to angle this a little bit this way.
I mean, just I think it's Jesus Christ. No,
I actually
I'm
fit
not.
in it.
Yeah, let's just.
What's Mikey saying?
Mikey said, "Sup, fam? Driving to Jack's."
Driving to Jack's.
Why is he doing that?
Huh.
Do you have a fight up there?
It's Jacksonville. Everybody fights in Jacksonville.
I know he's had a fight up there before, I'm pretty sure.
What do you mean?
Oh, he's a UFC fighter.
Oh,
Or not UFC, sorry, MMA fighter. But
oh, okay. No, I was like, no,
for
people just
combat.
fight there because it's Jacksonville because they're angry. They live
That's true.
there.
That's
Oh.
true.
Yeah, no, sorry.
No,
Yeah.
he's an MMA fighter.
Oh, he's
so
paid.
he fights professionally.
Oh, okay. I thought. Never mind. Hey, Mikey, welcome. Glad to have you here.
and
Hopefully,
a
you're.
fighter of life.
Yeah, man. Again, my entire thing of Jacksonville is one time, and everybody seems to say that was enough. So
Why do you think I moved down here from Jax?
I'm telling you, man.
How do these work?
Nah, if I were, then I would be sleeping. So he's just driving to Jacksonville, drive to Jacksonville.
Have you ever used a walking pad? It seems to not.
No,
wanna land
because
on it.
I get my steps in like a normal person.
How does this thing work? See what I mean? It doesn't seem to want to stay on anything.
Can't you just Google treadmill pad and see what comes up?
Yeah, let me work on that. Will you chat
Just
with
wanted to
Mikey?
say hi, fellas. Mad love.
Love you, Mikey.
Love you, Mikey.
You're a king, a prince,
I've
and a
never met
gentleman.
you, but I'm just going on this man's vouching. So,
He's an awesome dude. He was a profession session guest a couple times.
oh, dude, hell yeah. I should watch those. We should watch those. I'm sure everybody here wants to watch old profession session videos. If everybody is, we are Googling how to use a treadmill pad because
I borrowed this treadmill pad from a very gracious friend, Danny, who was here earlier.
God, so good looking.
Unfold it on a flat surface, plug it in, and step on the belt to start walking.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
that's chill. That is not chill.
It's not working.
Let's see.
If anyone has any tips on how to use a treadmill pad, it would be much appreciated.
Yeah, this is what we call a clown fiesta, folks.
Yep.
What do you guys think about Miami to business?
Miami is a great place to network and be an entrepreneur. I personally find it a little exhausting.
It depends on your lifestyle.
It very much depends on your lifestyle.
And especially the expensive part of it. I think you can live far less expensively and just travel to and from Miami for business every now and then. But if you want to live the Miami Vice lifestyle, go for it. But you can probably save a lot more money and still get the networking in just by living in like a place like Orlando or even on the coast with Naples or Fort Lauderdale, if you really want that. I mean, we can hop on the Brightline and be in Miami in 3 hours. Yeah, we did
like
treadmill pad
idiot. Maybe YouTube
PDF.
Again, if you were just joining in, if you know how to use a treadmill, if you know how to start a treadmill pad.
Rosalind, that's what you do. Live in the Tampa life. See, she gets it.
Tampa's a good place to network too as an entrepreneur.
Yeah, Tampa's a great place.
More and more so.
Yeah, they got you know, they got a hurricane real quick, but they managed to bounce back faster than anybody thought, really. This isn't the right thing. So
I would try to go for a YouTube video. That was a Chinese manual.
Treadmill pad is the brand name. Welcome to oh god, I almost never mind. Gosh. Welcome to two people trying to do treadmill pad stuff. Yeah, what's happening? How did we end up here?
Anyone? Oh,
anybody know how to use
ChatGPT? That's probably smart.
Thank you, Rosalind.
The obvious hacks here.
Yeah.
How do you start a treadmill pad?
Hey, what's up, everybody joining?
What's up?
Happy to have everybody here.
Who do we got?
We got Junior with a lot of letters. You can't make all those out. We got Junior here, and then we got Shiva coming in. Welcome, guys, and then welcome everybody on TikTok. Business stuff. You got to talk about businesses, any acquisitions, just what we do. You just got questions about generally how we do things or what we're doing here. We are doing a 24-hour live stream, and it is to promote this new Discord group that we have where we have business owners, people making businesses, scaling businesses, and people who are looking to build and sell their businesses all in this Discord group. It's a place where people can come and network and just kind of connect with people, get questions answered, figure out their next steps, get advice from people who have been where they are before. The links have been posted in the descriptions for just about everything. If you need them again, we can always repost them. There is also a private group within the group. It's called the Round Table. It's a paid membership, and you get one-on-one, very in-depth training with the more senior members of the group that have done a lot of stuff and are going to work direct with you with meetings and calls, and also to help you kind of fast track whatever you need with more direct help. So during this live stream, anyone who joins that group, we will be donating a portion of the memberships to a military veteran foundation that we work with, that one of our members is a part of. So we wanted to do something to support the community as well. So that's what we're doing. If you have questions, ask them. If you just have questions about not business, you can ask those too. Currently, we're in the part of the program where Brody tries to set up a treadmill. We have ChatGPT'd it.
ChatGPT seems to think that there should be a remote that comes with it. Maybe
ChatGPT might be correct.
Yeah, there might be
Oh, this looks like a remote. Aha.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, gonna go back to what we said previously. Thank you, Rosalind. That was a clutch.
We are moving.
Yep. In case you're confused, so am I.
This might get people to stop scrolling and be like, what the hell is going on?
Yep. There we go. Nothing new on there. So, yeah. So if you want full body shots at angles, you're gonna go on to Instagram or TikTok. If you just want to see like the middle of Brody's body and myself, you can always just go on the YouTube, LinkedIn,
We might need to
YouTube,
angle that
Twitch.
one up a little bit.
Yeah, no, thank you, Brody. That's what I said when I said, "Oh God, no," and you just said like, "Nah, it's good." Like, what did you think I was getting at there? Yeah, we're just gonna angle this one up for
There we go.
There we go. Yep.
That's probably a little
Yeah,
better.
if you want a weird view, come on to it's just. I mean, this just looks like a bunch of people who don't understand how Zoom calls work. Yeah, whatever enters your mind, come on, ask us. We've been talking about business. That's what we do. We do a show on Tuesday nights called Deal Flow Live, where we talk about deals that we find online.
Now that we've got that kind of angled up at the TV, should we do some like reaction videos? Or should we watch something on YouTube or something?
Yeah, why not?
Actually, I'm trying to think if we could do that, because
Why
usually I
open
mirror it from there.
This is probably the most. If you're thinking, oh my God, how are these guys doing this? Believe me, if we sneeze, this whole thing could go down. Like this is.
This feels like some weird like late night infomercial.
It's 2 a.m. We are the late night infomercial now.
Who do we got joining the chat over there?
Camilo and Fitness Life. Join.
What's up, Camila and Fitness Life?
Camilo and Fitness Life.
Let us know if you've got any questions about buying, growing, or selling businesses. We're here to
Anything
answer your
business
questions.
related, send it our way. We'll talk it through with you. We'll give our takes. Or if you just have questions as to what you've just become a party to, I'll also answer that. Don't worry, I've been trying to get clips of what we're doing so that you don't have to worry about your next Instagram live.
Terrible news. My watch is on low power too.
Oh, dude, how will Hannah ever know that you didn't make your steps in today?
She'll check. This might be all for nothing.
Yes. I just want to say that for everybody tuning in, if you're on East Coast, if you're on United States time zone at all, or if you're in any of the like East Coast, West Coast, Central Time, Mountain Time, and you're thinking, what did I just tune into? This is your own fault.
This is the weird part of it.
You're up at 2 a.m. on a Saturday. This is what you get for scrolling. Read a book. I don't know. It's tax season. You got a W-2, right? Maybe a 1099? Do that.
It's tax season.
This is, we were talking about Dante's Inferno earlier. Welcome to level 9. It's freezing. Welcome. Yeah, we do have witnesses. Yes. Thank you, Neo. Thank you.
We have witnesses.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is the crazy part of the stream. This is the part. I
told you this would happen.
This is the part that they told us about.
This is the part that I told you about.
You tried to warn me.
This is the part where it's like, all right, we're gonna need. I mean, this is the part where people can pretty much ask what they want, and God only knows the answer they're gonna get. We'll do our best to answer as detailed as possible. Arguably, the best part. That hurts.
What?
Neil's like, this is arguably the best part. I get that it's a compliment, but man, I really thought we were spitting game earlier. Turns out we just need to put you on a treadmill and have me awkwardly sitting next to you.
This is what the people actually come for.
This is what they came for, man.
Can you even see the treadmill pad in the TikTok and Instagram live?
Not really, no.
That's kind of hilarious.
There's a chair arm in the way. Yeah, this just looks like you're.
It looks like I'm just walking.
The TikTok one, they get the view because they got that. Instagram, it looks like you're just moonwalking. You're just a big old Michael Jackson fan.
This is the strangest scene of all time.
Dude, this is This is
Welcome to a group of entrepreneurs and business owners.
If you
focused
we were
on
talking about
growing,
what it
buying, and
takes.
selling businesses.
Talk about what it takes to do private equity. This is what it takes right here to be in private equity. All right, guys. A 2 a.m. treadmill sesh to get those steps in while you're talking about closing deals that you got on the fire, but you can't actually talk about them because you've signed more NDAs than you've ever seen in your life. We cannot talk about anything actually except what you tell us. We are legally obligated. This is not legal advice. This is just the law.
This is the crazy part of the stream for sure.
Oh yeah, dude. This is when we figure out who's.
I do wonder if we could get any like kind of video going on that. Whoa.
You, dude, I just fun on spinning game plus fitness. This is the real private equity. You know what? You don't like. Nobody likes to hear about it, but this is what peak private equity looks like.
There's this guy that's like a fitness influencer that like works at an investment on Instagram that like works at an investment bank and like does fitness stuff too. I feel like I'm like in his content right now. His whole thing is
Can
like
we just
you
tag
can work,
him?
Maybe. His whole thing is you can work at an investment bank and still stay fit. Bro's jacked.
Dude, I saw this post the other day, and it was like Deloitte or McKinsey or one of those guys that were just like, hey, congratulations to this person who's a senior consulting blah, 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 who just did like the triple Ironman and place. And it's like, wait, he does a what with you guys? And you guys are just like, yeah, man, also you can do Ironman.
Let's see what we can figure out here. We might be able to get the YouTube roll.
This is Brody's season 2. Yes, this is going to be, because he got so much flack for having the same intro, we're going to put this clip in part of the intro because
this just ends up being the clip for all of them.
Doing a walking pad in jeans and a felt shirt.
I don't recommend it. It's not for the faint of heart.
No, this is welcome to Chafe City, everybody. Population us. Well, Brody, at least. I'm just chilling.
This is about to get really meta because if this
Bihavesh, welcome to the stream.
This is about to get really meta because we're going to be streaming to YouTube while watching YouTube. What about this one? This is a new one. Small businesses cannot afford to make
businesses making less than $10 million.
What do you think?
I mean, it's going to be.
Should we do reaction videos?
Businesses making less than $10 million per year cannot afford to make.
What do we think, chat? One comment.
And by chat, we just mean anybody who's here.
Anyone listening, watching, tuning in.
Look, if you're here.
What do we think of doing a reaction video to the newest Alex Hormozy video?
Or we could do a modern MBA breakdown of a business.
This is the nerdy shit that entrepreneurs do is watch the latest.
Love is content. You should see acquisition content.
Is that acquisition content like acquisition.com? Is there like a separate YouTube channel for acquisition.com? Let us know in the chat. I don't know why I'm not walking here. I need to be getting my steps in. Anyone new joining in?
No, I think everybody's just kind of like they're wondering if they're in the middle of the sleep paralysis demon or something.
How to speed up your scroll.
Yeah.
This would be the worst sleep paralysis demon.
Just wake up. Do you want a treadmill?
Should I let it rip?
I might as well.
I'll take that as a
I was
yes.
kind of hoping for the NBA. No, it has all rolled together.
Oh yeah, no. Actually,
no, we can do this one.
My company.
Let's do modern day NBA instead. Actually,
no, we can do this one. I mean, here's the thing.
We'll do that later.
Neo is like, all right. Neo's all in on this one, so let's give the people, aka the only person watching, or at least engaging with us.
We got a few on
less than $10
yeah, we'll probably watch another video after this.
Cannot afford to make this mistake, and it's a problem that limited me in my ability to sell my company. But when I fixed it, I was able to sell it for $46.2 million. And there are 4 steps to solving this problem to avoid this calamity and lots of blood and death. And it all starts with number 1, key man risk. A single person. That is vital to the operations of the business. And if they were gone, the business would decrease materially in the amount of money that it makes or disappear altogether.
That's what
And
happens.
so
with
think
my
about it like
dad's
this.
business.
You've got these functions
lot
that
of key
occur in
man
the
risk.
business on a regular basis. And there may be multiple people
I
that can
think we've
do
done this conversation
these functions.
7
And so
times
the
tonight.
opposite of key
The
man
whole
risk
reason
is
you keep an
redundancy,
owner on.
meaning if one of these people disappear, we still have a flow
Oh, hey, you want
for,
to see something
let's say,
wild?
dollars to
Yeah.
go across
But
this
you
bridge. It can
actually,
still
but
keep
this is like
kind of
you,
make
we
its
can't
way
actually
through.
have this.
But all of a sudden, if you've
Uh,
got one here, and it
Wait, is this copyright problematic?
No, I don't think I don't think we have enough clout for Hormozy to sue us, and we're reacting, and we're not claiming original content.
That's
So, like
true.
that's good. I was gonna say put that on and just read something that I just found, but we can't share it with like the chat and stuff. But
Oh,
like
okay.
I just thought it's interesting. Just this is the you can just keep scrolling down. You can let that run while we're doing it, and I'll react to it.
Largest stone fruit producer.
Let's
okay.
it's all rolled together. Yeah, let's
I
hope
see
not.
what you mean. Okay.
Yeah, we can. If you want, we can deep dive
Yeah.
that later.
Yeah. Well, we probably shouldn't talk
Not
It
about
on-
doesn't
that.
no,
matter
not now,
how
but, like,
many different redundancies you have in the rest of the system. If this goes away, there's no way else for the dollars or the customers to move across and hopefully into your pocket. That's my little pocket for you. Why this matters is that if you have key man risk, you don't have an asset, you have a high paying job. And I don't
Welcome,
say that
Phil.
to insult you. I say that so that you can be aware of it, so that you can actually fix it. And to be clear,
This is what you've
if you
this is what you've done to
fine
yourselves.
just working and not necessarily
I'm trying
owning
to
an asset,
imagine
that's great. There's
Coming
nothing wrong
across
with trading.
this on my scroll at 2 a.m. in the morning, I feel like I would be more confused than anything.
I don't think I would be. I feel like I would
We've got
just
them on
look
their
at it
toes.
and then keep scrolling because I'd be like, "What am I? Why? How? How did I end up
Time
here?"
for money. Big fan. And so I'll give you an example. When I had Gym Launch, I was kind of the innovator of the product and the service. And so I came up with the solutions for the gyms. And so for an acquirer or a private equity firm who wants to buy this
Talking
business,
about private
or
equity.
whoever else you might want to sell a business to, having one person, especially if it's the person who's going to leave when the business is sold, is a huge, massive red flag for them because they're like, wait, we're buying this production, but it's with this key cog in the machine, and you want to have us buy this thing and remove the cog. Now, in a situation where you raise money, for example, it's not as much of an issue because those people, those pieces, those cogs are still in the machine. If you wanted to sell a company and you own the company and you leave and all the people who are still key man remain within the business, then what they're going to do is try and incentivize those people to stay, but it still makes the company sellable. So this just counts double if it's the owner or somebody who's going to leave as a result of a transaction is the key man risk in any of the functions of the business. So I was key man in the delivery. And so I did a couple things to solve the problem. So number one is that I
Thank you, my good sir.
created a department called the R&D department. And so the way it worked was simple. I thought about the process that I would go through when I wanted to innovate the product. So I'd say, okay,
Oh,
what
man.
can we do for our gym owners that will help them generate more leads, make more sales, whatever the issue was. And so the first thing that I did was that I would say, okay, I have a way of identifying problems. And so I would ask the customers, and the nice thing is if you listen to your customers, they will shout at you and they will tell you exactly what their problems are. And so I'd say, okay, number one is that I had these problems. So I have to solve those problems. And so I'd have them rank the problems. They say, okay, this month, lead generation is the biggest issue. They want more leads. And I'd say, all right. Now, the next thing that I would
when
do is I would
TikTok
deploy
goes away?
resources. So this would be time.
What is
Well,
that?
Feach just popped in on TikTok and he's asking, what's next when TikTok goes away?
Oh, did you hear about this? It's apparently like voted that TikTok is gone on the 19th of this month.
Now, I know they were talking about hosting it locally in the U.S. to get around it, but I'm not sure if
I
that's
think
actually
you'll
going
have
to
to
pan
have
out.
like a VPN or something to get on it.
Possibly.
Everyone
Well-
just gets VPNs.
Well, I think if they actually go through with the feature, it will completely destroy a platform. There'll be a lot. I think there'll be an immediate influx of copycats. But I see most businesses and most people just kind of transitioning over to Instagram
Yeah, I think Instagram will get a lot of market share.
because people have already adapted to Reels. So if you're trying to pivot content or trying to move from the next platform, Reels is going to be your strongest. I don't think anybody
YouTube
really.
Shorts as well. Not as much as Reels though.
I think YouTube Shorts is my preferred.
but then again, I'm like 68, so at heart. So I think if you're looking for TikTok was also just more of a lead generation source. So it will kind of make it a little more, it will kind of cut out a step in which the leads are kind of finding them. But thankfully, Brody's content is everywhere. So hopefully with the great net of TikTok, people are following him on at least one of the platform. He'll still be able to hit his outreach and people will still be able to find him. They'll just have to go onto other platforms where they might have already followed him. And quite frankly, the monetization options on every other platform is far better than TikTok. So I think as far as like getting deals and finding, people to work with and people who want to keep doing stuff in the space, pivoting to Instagram and YouTube are going to be where we see most of the traffic driving towards.
The interesting thing is the two biggest deals that I'm looking at and working on right now have been 50-50 as far as where they came from between Instagram and TikTok.
Oh yeah, Neo on YouTube said, yeah, they developed Lemonade because of it. Lemonade is trying to compete with TikTok, but I've heard nothing but bad things about Lemonade. I'm not sure if anybody else has had the experience, but
I haven't really heard about
Lemonade apparently has been putting Lemonade. You know how you have like you have your profile that has like links and a description of you. Lemonade has been moving links around and adding their own links into people's profiles without telling them or asking them. So some people have found that Lemonade will actually take control of their profiles and mess around with it a bit. And a lot of people don't like that. So
I wouldn't like that.
I'm not sure how many people want to restart on a platform identical to TikTok when people have other platforms to use. In my mind, you don't want to add another profile if you've already got one that you're driving people towards, and people don't want to go and set up accounts every, as often as possible. So I don't know if Lemonade's going to be as hot as TikTok. I think the other established platforms are probably going to drive more.
The other thing is like, it's being like, for all the reasons I think it's being banned here. Those are the same reasons that like another platform like it, I don't think would be able to have the same success. So I think my prediction is that just all that market share is going to go towards like mostly Instagram.
Yeah.
I think specifically Instagram because some YouTube for sure, actually. Not especially now that there's more like longer form content on TikTok. I think the longer form watchers will go more to YouTube. And then the shorter form watchers will go more to Instagram.
Which realistically, I think is better long term, especially for anyone who's building a brand, a business, both. Your TikTok page can only hold so much info. Your Instagram has pictures, it has videos, you can do promotions. Like, it's just such a better way to promote.
I personally like it better, but that's just one millennial's opinion. I feel like
you're not
TikTok.
Gen Z? You're 97. You're 97 or 96.
96. I'm like 28 days away from being considered Gen Z.
Oh, okay.
But Hannah will like tell you I'm a millennial all day long.
She can be very mean when she wants to be.
No, she's a sweetheart. But what was I saying? Oh, Instagram and TikTok. I think TikTok is better for promoting products, like selling products, whereas Instagram, I think, is better for service-based businesses, because you build like more of a brand affinity with businesses on Instagram, like a longer-term brand affinity. Yeah. Like the people that follow me on TikTok, I think it's like very fleeting. Like I get followers way faster on it, but they're much more like fleeting things. Because it's short-term attention span, whereas on Instagram, I think people that follow me like stick around a little bit longer and like are a little bit more invested and take it a little bit more seriously when they follow someone. And so I think you just build more brand affinity from Instagram, and also you can like promote services a little bit better on Instagram, in my opinion. Convert better. It's a little bit more like it's a little bit better set up for that.
A carousel ad, people fucking love carousel ads. whether you're on Facebook, Instagram, people fucking love carousel ads. They do numbers. Like anytime you can do a carousel ad, you do one. People love a good slideshow. As much as we love to bash on slideshows, people love them. They do enjoy watching pictures get moving by them. So I think you'll see a lot more businesses pivoting their content, like you said, to Instagram for more business-based stuff, and YouTube as a supplement or as an individual content place. Like,
will Instagram come out with an Instagram shop? That's the question. Like the equivalent of like TikTok shop.
What's TikTok shop?
It's kind of like an integration to videos where people can like list stuff on like. It's like an element of TikTok where people list products for sale on TikTok shop, or businesses do. And then like you could either sell something as someone who's selling the product, or you can like promote products from TikTok shop and make affiliate commissions from it. So it's like kind of like it makes getting affiliate commissions on selling products a lot more native and easy, and like in-house within the platform versus I don't know, maybe I think Instagram does have some kind of shop feature as well, but I don't think it's like quite as robust as TikTok's.
That's wild, man. That's crazy.
So
That's like
be
Amazon. That's like Amazon being like, "Hey, we're dropping Amazongram, where you can now post pictures of yourself." That's crazy.
That would be a crazy thing if Amazon just dropped like the new TikTok.
Well, Amazon's still trying to handle Twitch.
Oh yeah, they own Twitch, don't they?
Yeah, they bought Twitch, and they still haven't They still allegedly haven't made their money back on it, which is crazy because content split and all that they've made heavily in their favor. But they're also like, there's that other streaming site called Kick.
Kick, like the old messaging.
I think so. I think they
like
became a live
KIK?
stream. I think they became a live stream platform too.
Interesting.
They're like the bad boys of streaming. Like you can just like do whatever you want on Kick and they won't ban you. I saw a video the other day where somebody's like, why I would never go to Kick? Because it isn't that much better than Amazon, like quality wise. And he's like, here, I'll show you why. And he goes to Kick and he hits F12. Kick is entirely hosted on Amazon servers. They pay Amazon to put their site on their servers. He's like, it's the same damn thing. He's like, you're just trading one for another. This company just won't ban you as much, but you're still having to eat a bunch of money. So,
I believe it. If you're just hopping in, tune in and let us know what goals you have for 2025 on either growing, buying, or selling businesses, or doing any kind of private equity deals. Let us know what your goals are.
Or maybe you're just trying to make it through the next month. Like whatever it is, man, let us know.
Yeah, we're here to talk it out with you.
Yeah, we're here to talk. I mean, we'd like to talk business, but there's only so much business that we can talk about when there's business to be businessed. Unfortunately,
I just know months or years from now, I'm going to meet someone and they're going to be like, are you the treadmill guy from TikTok?
That would be, if you were going to pop off, that would be a good way to pop off, because that funnel would be insane.
I mean, they'd only think of you as having motion. So,
it's true. Yeah. You've only got good motion.
Yeah.
You might have to enter the fitness sphere, but that's all right. Fitness people do numbers.
I was a personal trainer back in the day.
Yeah, you were. You drove all the way to Gainesville to pursue that dream.
That was an interesting time.
Yeah.
A wild, wild time.
That's like the
I feel
time.
like I'm going to end up one of us having the cowboy hat on at some point.
Probably.
Chat, there is a cowboy hat sitting right behind the TikTok and Instagram stream. It's looking at us kind of funny.
Yeah, I don't trust it. It's behind a plant that's, I think, fake, but at this point in time, I cannot tell anymore.
Riddle me this: has that plant ever looked any different every time you've been coming in here for months?
To be honest, I only noticed it the last time. I only noticed it last Tuesday.
It's meant to be subtle.
Yeah. Well, I'm also, I can also be about as dense as a brick. Like,
it's funny. It's funny. I'm kind of the same way with that. Like, zero observational skills sometimes.
I've had so many miscommunications because I've just been too dense to understand life social cues. The
tism is kicking in,
bro. just a touch of the tism, man. It makes the world go round.
It does.
Did I ever tell you about the time that I had to drive a box truck from Rochester, New York, all the way down to Allentown, Pennsylvania on no sleep?
No, but
Oh,
I would love to
dude.
hear about it.
So I was volunteering. Well, kind of. I was at a bad point in my life, and I made a couple questionable life choices. So I was working during the week, and then Friday to Sunday, working for a nonprofit as the assistant director of a youth organization. Youth in this term meaning ages like 16 to 25, which I still don't understand, but whatever. So like we had a big event that we had to go to in Rochester, New York, which is all the way basically at the top of New York, and we drove from Allentown, Pennsylvania. And
Long trip.
oh, dude, it's like 12 hours. I think it's like I'll get the numbers, but basically they were like, all right, Ryan, basically everybody's volunteers and basically giving their own time. I was paid, but I donated my money to one of the people who was in the group, one of the kids, because they couldn't pay their dues because it was a couple $1,000s. So I said, what? I'm all right now. Just I'll pay it off for them. Great. I still think they tried to make them pay money because they ended up being a bunch of scum, but whatever. Let's see, Rochester, New York to Allentown, Pennsylvania. How bad was this?
That sounds like a long trip.
Okay. It wasn't that bad. It was only 4.5 hours.
Oh, okay.
That's not terrible. But I think at the ripe old age of like 19, that was an eternity for me. So we went up there and we were there for like 4 days straight. They didn't have enough rooms in the hotel for us, so there were like 6 of us in one room, and I ended up having to sleep on the floor because I was also
After
the
doing
youngest
the
by
drive.
like 20 years. So like, yeah, basically I'm on the floor. Treadmill guy, PE will be number 1 in trending. It better be, man. At this point, it better be. So basically, we're working all weekend. We're going back and forth between the venue and the hotel, and like everything blows up because it's nonprofit world, so nothing ever works, and everybody doesn't have money. And we're sleeping like 4 hours because we also have like 100-something kids that we have to make sure are showing up to places on time, being fed, and all this other stuff. So like the last night that we're there, I think I slept maybe 2 hours. So I was I was gassed. And I get up. I got like 4 to 6 hours on a floor of a hotel, which I would call that about 3 hours total. Not great, not feeling good. So we get through the whole day. The day ends at like midnight. We're done at midnight. Everything's done. The trucks are packed. Everything's good. And a man that shall remain nameless comes up to me and tosses me some keys and goes, "Hey, you're driving the box truck." Which was like a box truck. This box truck was like the largest, one of the larger U-Hauls that you would traditionally rent. I was like, huh? He goes, "You're driving it." I said, "Oh, I can't drive that. Like, I drive the vans. I've driven like the smaller box trucks, but this one has air brakes. Maybe it was a bigger box truck, but all I know is that it had there was something about it that like the other older guys that were there were like, "Nah, young blood, you don't drive this one." I'm like, "I can't." And somebody was like, he was like, "Well, nobody else can because they've all driven too much this week." So I get behind this thing, and I kid you not, I have never driven a truck that big or unwieldy in my life. On 4 hours of sleep, we're pushing a day just like today.
Oh no, we lost Facebook.
We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. Oh God, no. Oh no.
I bet they have like
Limits.
Stream limits, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if we end up hitting all of them, we'll just have to.
If we end up hitting all of them, we win. Is that how that
that's
works?
True. We'll just keep it YouTube and Twitch right now.
Thank God we added the Twitch.
I know.
Yeah, we're on YouTube. We're on Twitch streaming right now. If you want to swap platforms and chat with us.
This is actually just a test of which platform you can stream the longest on.
Yeah, it turns out LinkedIn's first to go. They give you like 4 to 6. Facebook, you're getting a little over. You're getting about 10. So we're pushing the limits here tonight, folks.
That's right.
Call us SpaceX because we're blasting off. So yeah, I get behind this large vehicle and we're in a convoy of like trucks and like buses. I start driving. The only way to communicate is walkie-talkies. I get in the truck at 12. Next thing I remember, we're pulling into the lot. I, God is my witness, fully believe that I fell asleep driving multiple times. Because I know
So,
for
like,
a fact
micro
that
sleeps.
basically yes. And it's a miracle that I didn't cause a massive accident. That was the
I'm glad
scariest.
you're still here with us.
Dude, I am so happy you're still here with us too, because man, I remember getting out of the truck and being wired, realizing that I had basically slept drived. Like I was wired. And then I had to drive another 2.5 hours back to New Jersey. But man, for that one, I was like, nothing could distract me. Because I also had my little sister with me because she was in the group. And that was the last time I ever volunteered for any nonprofit youth group stuff.
I hope someone just tuned in just for the full end hook there.
Oh yeah,
The
no,
curiosity on that would be crazy.
I mean, look, you know, come back on Tuesday, and I'll give you the deets if you really want to know it. But just know that just because somebody seems like a good person on the surface doesn't actually mean they're a good person beyond that, both in business and in life. Because I was definitely put in a situation.
We lost Instagram again.
Son,
All right. I think that's
done.
a cue to take a pause on the walking pad. Your boy's starting to sweat.
Hey, 31 minutes. That's pretty good.
Not too bad. Oh, there we go. Thanks.
Yeah. Is it? There we go.
Okay. How do we do this? I'm gonna have to move this back out, move the chair back in. We'll just rotate it in here and there.
YouTube, let's go.
Maybe we'll do a early morning walking pad sesh as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, man. YouTube is the last of the dying breed over here. YouTube is holding out for a hero.
Our late night owl kings and queens.
You know what? Got to give the respect to TikTok. It has not faltered. TikTok says you make your money.
I know.
TikTok's for the long term.
TikTok is for the boys. You know, it's been a while since I've done something this terrible to my body. I truly think the last time I really polluted myself was when I lived off of Rockstar Energy for 3 days straight.
And you did that because?
I was very empowered that my 20-year-old body could survive off nothing but liquid energy drinks that tasted like shoe polish, and a raw desire to not fail my final exams of my senior year of college.
Genuine reasoning.
Yeah, it turns out though, totally fine. Didn't need to do that.
You still made it?
Oh, ease. I cleared that. Cleared it so good.
Okay. Here we go. Chair's back.
Yep.
I'm gonna go get some water.
Do you want to set up the
Chat.
Instagram again, or no? I'll do it when you come back.
I'll do it.
And then maybe we can watch some YouTube videos. We'll turn the
I'm
chairs
done.
around.
Some reaction videos.
Yeah, we'll turn the chairs around so we get a good view of it. Oh man, this is weird. This is where the God, this is just purely friendship at this point. If you want to know who your real friends are, you say, hey, I'm going to live stream for 24 hours. Will you have your work day on Friday and then come and do the graveyard shift with me? If they say yes, they're a friend. They're your ride or die. If they say no, they're probably just fairly smart. That's what I've learned today. But man, this is a wild time, dude. Yeah, these energy drinks do not hit anymore. I don't know how many I've had, but we are just not feeling it, which is both it's probably just bad.
I just know Barbara from building management is going to be watching the security footage of the building back. Like, what the hell is this guy's problem? Okay.
Look, Barbara deserves answered for why two dudes just shacked up in a small room all night.
She's gonna think I'm
answers.
She's gonna think I'm living at the podcast studio.
And then we tell her the grind doesn't stop.
That's right.
And then she'll be like, actually, it does, according to your lease. And then we're like, okay,
No,
right.
24/7 access. It's part of it.
You should probably respond to some of those texts while you have a chance and you're not streaming. It might be good.
Oops. Oh.
I
Nice.
sent you some just some clips for
Save those bad boys.
Yeah. Somebody's got to.
Thank you very much, sir.
I was just telling everybody that if you want to find out who your real friends are, you tell them, hey, I'm going to 24-hour stream. You know, will you do the graveyard shift? And if they say yes, they're a real friend. If they don't, they're probably a fairly smart and well-adjusted individual, and you just don't worry about it.
That's right.
Ugh.
AKA Ryan is the real one. Okay. What am I doing here? What was my...
I don't know,
before?
but remember A said keep it short.
Oh, yeah. 24.
I hope A appreciates we're taking that to heart, even though I don't think they're in the chat, but we listen.
24-hour live stream. AMA. All right.
Where's the trash?
Trash is going to be right on the right before you get out into the lobby.
I'm telling you, man, these big old jerky sticks are worth it.
I might have to try some of those. Instagram is going back live. All right. All right, people. We are back live on Instagram here. Welcome back to the 24-hour chat, 24-hour stream. For those of you who are still with us, it's getting into the wee hours of the night. Let's get into some musings and some commentary here. Why am I doing this? It's a good question. I did this because I like doing extreme things. Why are you doing this, Ryan?
Why am I doing? Because somebody's got to help you get through the worst of it.
I appreciate you for that.
I mean, I like supporting a good cause. Your Discord group and
We are
also
supporting
veteran stuff.
We are supporting a good cause.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I've done my fair share of 24-hour plus days, and having somebody there to help you get through the worst of it. Because I tell you what, once you hit 10 a.m. and you get the crew coming in, because we got...
Oh, welcome, Altmash Malik.
Hey, welcome in.
to the chat. If you were tuning in, if you were an entrepreneur, business owner, or anyone interested in something like that, this is a community of people who are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses.
Yeah.
That's what we're here all about. We're connecting to share ideas and share strategies.
We're just hanging out, man. Got questions, ask them. If not, just hang out with us. We might watch some videos together, do some stuff like that. I don't know. We're thinking about what to do next. We've been at this since 6 p.m. You've been at it since 6 p.m. I showed up at 8. We have a rotating cast coming in. After who's the one after me?
After you will be Devin again. So Devin came just to help me set up.
He's going to be at 8 a.m.?
He will be 8 a.m., something like that. And then Grant gets here a little after that. Danny might come back as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, it's going to be this is the grind. And then the party starts when everybody wakes back up. So
exactly. This is the grind because honestly, this is the most fun when we've got people hopping all around, asking questions. That's the part that we enjoy the most. So.
Oh, yeah. No, it was, I got to say, I'm impressed at how active the community was. Pushing 2 a.m. really. I mean, Neo's
I
been
know.
keeping us awake, just popping in. You
Yeah,
know,
Neo, we appreciate
you're
you.
a real one for that, my guy.
I think it's Neo and Nomad Programador
They really helped
still
us
with
push
us.
through that 2 a.m. slot, which has been something we've been really knowing was going to be a tough one. So, but the community as a whole, man, like 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. was a strong push across everything.
It really was.
So I've been pretty
cool.
thrilled.
What do you think? How do you think the early morning live stream crowd looks? What time do you think those guys wake up? Guys and gals.
Maybe we got a 7 a.m. push, maybe 6. I think we're kind of hitting that like lull right now. Somebody else joined, I think.
Oh, what's up, Left Lane Bandit? Are you an entrepreneur or business owner? Let us know, or just someone working on growing, buying, or selling businesses. We are here to talk about that stuff. We appreciate you joining us in the wee hours of the night here. I don't know what time it is in your time zone. I give you a little wave here.
We are pushing almost 3 a.m.
We lost him. It's nice having him anyway. Well, last.
Yeah, it's all right.
But we have someone else on YouTube now as well. Welcome, someone on YouTube or Twitch. It doesn't tell us which one, but welcome to the new viewer. If you're just joining us for the first time, this is a chat for people who are entrepreneurs and business owners working on growing or buying or selling businesses. So we're here just to talk about that, answer questions you have, and get into it.
Yeah,
That's what we're here
for. It's been a good stream.
This is that time. So I wonder what's interesting is I know that we obviously reach people that are not in the US, but my guess would be that on TikTok, it mostly pushes us to U.S. audiences.
I would assume
I'm
so.
going to scoot
Yeah.
this in a little bit too, by the way. I'm out of the frame a little bit. But I would guess that on TikTok, it mostly pushes us to U.S. audiences. So we're probably hitting that long stretch of no TikTok people. Can't say how much I appreciate you all. Your valuable time is immeasurable. We really appreciate you and your valuable time as well, Neo. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, buddy. We appreciate you being here. I mean, the whole point is to see if we can add value to people's day, or at least value in any sense. Whether it's just entertainment or whether it's finding people a cool place where they can talk about maybe something they're interested in or a business problem they see, or just wanting to talk shop about business stuff, or even just ask what the hell are we doing up at 3 a.m.
We've officially gotten 10 new members for the Discord group as well. So that's kind of cool.
That's great. Yeah.
That's exciting stuff.
Where does that make the count? This is a group of 53 plus 8. That's 61, 62, 63 people in the Discord now.
That is exciting stuff.
A relatively healthy group size. That's getting there.
It's getting to that time of the night where I am checking an email from Danny.
Danny,
for those of you who are still
later.
with us, yep, you will see Danny later. You saw him earlier if you were here a lot earlier. Let's see here. What else? Troubleshooting Zapier integrations.
Hey, somebody else on Instagram.
Oh, what is up, Mr. Boggs? Let us know what you're all about. Let us know what you're here for. If you're just tuning in, this is a chat for people that are entrepreneurial or business owners that are looking to grow, buy, and sell businesses. So we're happy to have you here. Are we breaking out the crumble cookies?
Well, I was just going to say, does Hannah like crumble cookie?
She loves crumbles.
I was about to say.
Oh, I forgot. Hannah will be another guest.
Oh, damn. You guys are going to meet Hannah. Why am I saying I've never met Hannah? I've met Hannah a lot.
Never before seen on stream.
Yeah.
Often appeared on content.
Y'all better be
there. What's up, Charlie Palmer? Hey, let us know what you're thinking about right now. Let us know what you're here for. This is a group for entrepreneurs and business owners that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. We're doing a 24-hour live stream. We're a little crazy for this, but It's really just to get the word out there about what we're working on. Oh, check your DM. I will do my best to give that a look. Thank you for reminding me. And welcome, Fredo. Welcome, Brandon Hilarducci. We appreciate you guys hopping in. Let us know what you're all about. Let us know what you're working on.
I can't believe this. I mean, this company is just nuts.
Crumble?
Yeah, like their whole business model is like, it really feels like a fast.
Wow.
It feels like they did like old school private equity model and they did it to themselves purposefully.
So, I kind of want to get that. You said that was modern day MBA?
Modern MBA. I'm surprised you haven't gotten recommended his stuff.
Modern.
There's so much Mad Men there.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I was looking up a specific video from Mad
Modern Day
Men.
Matchmaker.
There was this.
Modern MBA, it's over on the side.
There was this really good marketing video from Mad Men.
Oh, okay.
Should I just do Crumble?
No, just go to Modern MBA. It should be like if you just scroll down.
One of the more recent ones.
It's one of his more popular ones, I think.
Wild thumbnail.
These are the recommended the economy of cookies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why crumble cookies can't survive.
Every decade has its dessert trends. In the 2000s, it was cupcakes and frozen yogurt. Then in the 2010s, it was unicorn drinks, monster milkshakes, edible dough, and donuts. Now in the 2020s, it's massive, thick-topped, 800-calorie cookies that come in extravagant flavors and have twice as much sugar as a can of Coke. It's impossible to not see the thousands gorging themselves on these cookies in their car every week for millions across social media. Cookies are the latest consumer obsession, and yet the trendsetters are never the first movers. For cupcakes, it was sprinkles. For frozen yogurt, it was pinkberry. And now for cookies, it's crumble. When the trend is set, all you need to do is follow it. You don't need to be the trendsetter to make money, even if it only lasts for a few years. This is why when froyo and cupcakes took off in the 2000s, opportunists quickly flooded the market, selling virtually the same product to capture whatever pinkberry and sprinkles couldn't. Supply rushed in to fill demand, and sellers exceeded buyers to the point of market saturation and consumer fatigue. Every dessert fad is a volatile, short-lived market with its own business cycle that seems unstoppable at its peak and then crashes over time. This boom and bust cycle is the norm, and it's happening right now with cookies.
Yeah, it's that
Crumble
old.
is the market maker who has somehow maintained novelty and virality, all while pushing price, product, and scale. Their growth is unprecedented in the history of food and beverage, going from a single store to an empire of.
Okay, so Crumble Cookies, for anyone who's tuning in, Crumble Cookies was founded or started in 2017 with one store. The next year they had 15. That might be the craziest part of it, actually. Going from 1 to 15 stores
in a year,
is actually ridiculous. And then going from 15 to 55 is insane, too.
This is where I'm like, oh, no.
Yeah, and then
that's pandemic year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right.
That's pandemic.
That's nuts. How did they do that? I guess it was easy to stop in during the pandemic.
Well,
2019 to 2020 was actually their slowest growth year. That kind of makes sense because during the pandemic they had the slowest growth.
And then 2021
they were like, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. More than doubled again from 21 to 22. Pretty big growth pop. Unearthing Crumble Cookies model is crazy.
Somebody else said something on there.
Diego 0830, welcome. Charlie Palmer. In short, I am a college student and I want to help your private equity firm in any way that I can. If you're still listening, Charlie, I will say we're not really focused on hiring at all right now. That being said, if you follow my content and kind of get a sense of like what kinds of deals we're looking at, be happy to try to work on a deal with you if it really meets the criteria that we're looking for. We're not really hiring at the moment, though, just to be honest with you, because it's something we've tried in the recent months, and it's been a little bit counterproductive for us, just to be honest. It just takes a lot of resources. That being said, if you find a deal that you'd like to work on with us, we'd be happy to.
In 4 years. And unsurprisingly, a whole landscape of copycat chains and independents have suddenly emerged, each hoping to cash in while the trend lasts. But cookies have been around for centuries. Before Crumble, there were old school giants like Mrs. Fields and new school entrants like Insomnia and Levain, yet none of them ever came close to the success of Crumble. In this modern NBA original, we're diving into the business of
Insomnia was
cookies
around
from the
back in,
macro
like,
to micro,
2015 or
starting with these legacy
2016.
brands and moving to Crumble, where we'll break down their never-before-seen.
Yeah, that's the thing. Insomnia. I remember when that was a thing. Insomnia started.
They were way before Crumble, actually.
Yeah, and they started in New York City, and it was like literally two stoners. I remember it was like, and they only operated from like 10 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, oh God, we're high, like cookies.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of places. I mean, the 2010s also had the mac and cheese craze.
Oh yeah.
So but I mean, I think Insomnia has just been around. They just exist. I don't think they've had the unprecedented. Also, I completely forgot that Mrs. Fields existed, to be honest with you. The cookies are pretty addictive. You know, I understand. Some people say that, and, you know, I get like that. Some people
Crumble
love the cookies. I've just thought they were okay. I've never like really gotten crazy with Crumble. Like I bought some, but I was like not really. Never been blown away by them.
Financials to understand how they succeeded where others failed and what their end game really is, and then experience what life is like under Crumble as a small independent from the standpoint of two beloved neighborhood mom and pops in LA who have each made two very different bets on the future of cookies. In the cookie business, the greatest challenge is not actually getting started, but instead scaling and taking on responsibility of everything that comes with running a real company. When you build a business, you become a target for bad actors. From the US all the way to Asia, from the global Panera Bread to family-owned local institutions, bakeries of all sizes have been hit with cyber attacks. Customer information, employee records, supply chain secrets, and internal data have all been stolen, held as digital ransom, and sold on the dark web. And these companies, months later, are still reeling. Everyone thinks that hackers only go after banks and big Fortune 500 corporations. But if the people who are just selling cookies and pastries are getting hacked, what's stopping them from going?
I think this is the ad of the sponsor.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I was like, this feels like an ad read.
You're so right. That's hilarious.
For supporting modern MBA and making this
that was so
possible.
smooth.
Calm like I see it.
Mrs. Fields in the 1970s paved the way forward for modern cookie shops. This was an era where Americans baked their own cookies at home, picked them up from fast food chains like McDonald's, or pre-packaged off grocery shelves like Chips Ahoy. Mrs. Fields upset the status quo by elevating the lowly cookie from a generic, mass-produced cross-sell into a premium, flagship-branded product that was as good as homemade, where every cookie was baked on site and served warm to customers. Cookies are made from everyday low-cost ingredients of flour, sugar, butter, and eggs, and in comparison to cakes and pastries, which are also made from the same ingredients, cookies are much easier to produce with little technique, labor, and precision required. Dough could be produced in bulk and shipped to each location for consistency and simplicity. And a cookie shop at scale only really needs an oven, cash register, and display case and can be manned by a single person. With such low real estate and operational requirements, Mrs. Fields grew without.
So
they were the first mover.
But by comparison, yeah.
Wow.
1977, they had one store. It took them till 1981, so that's a 4-year to get to 14. Meanwhile, Crumble went to 1 to 15 in a year. So, I mean, the 14 to 70 is large, but I would imagine that this is where they got some sort of funding and franchising, and then this is where banks and something came in.
Mm-hmm.
This is like that's still 430 new stores in 5 years, but comparatively, it's not as impressive as Crumble's 5-year, but still, that's massive. What do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah, I mean, would you feel if I was like, hey, look, I'm looking to sell my cookie company. Here's our growth, and this is what they gave you. Would you be like, yeah, I think this is a safe company to buy?
I personally wouldn't want to. I mean, unless I had like tons of discretionary money to take like bets, I would see this as a bet, kind of, just because it's like you don't know whether you're getting in at the right cycle of the trend. I just don't like betting on the trends.
Would you have ever thought that cookies were a trend though? Because it's cookies. Cookies have been around forever.
like gourmet cookies, I think, is a trend. It was like what you were saying before, like with froyo and stuff like that.
With this, I feel like they're like, no, but it's just like Mrs. Fields is known for like their oatmeal raisin and chocolate chip. I feel like this one was a really easy one to sell because it's like cookies. Everybody eats them. Like everybody was like, oh, well, that's a simple concept. I can understand cookies. So I feel like if they were selling to a firm, it could have been very easy in the 90s and late 80s to get swept up and like the cookies are never going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild to say.
I shy away from anything like restaurant or like consumable based.
Franchising from a single shop to 780 stores nationwide in 16 years. By the 80s, Mrs. Fields had become an institution at shopping malls and food courts around the country with strong margins, given that cookies only cost cents to make, but sold for $1 each. Yet while the margins were high, the downside was low earnings, so Mrs. Fields continually added candy.
That's wild. 20% gross revenue per store. So $353, but you're making about 20% on your money is what they're saying. So that ain't bad. I mean, McDonald's is also giving you 20%. I think they showed on the other one, but everybody else is doing way better overall. I mean, 15% of 896 is still more than 20% of 353. That's crazy. By 2000, this is the Starbucks is cheese, but Starbucks never franchised.
Did you know that the lifetime value of a customer for Starbucks is $14,000?
I believe it.
Yeah,
I believe that. 100%.
So I
feel like that's low.
They can spend like multiple thousand on acquiring a new customer and still make boatloads of money. It's kind of crazy.
No, I 100% believe that's real, and to me that seems low. I would have thought 20,000. That's wild.
Still pretty nuts. It's probably continuously going up every year
over the decades in order to drive up sales. But when the 1990s recession hit, Mrs. Fields found itself in a cash crunch. She had borrowed money to scale, and the absence of franchising meant maximum risk exposure. Sales dropped, real estate value fell, and hundreds of stores shuttered overnight as they could no longer afford rent. Mrs. Fields' initial prosperity had attracted rivals like Famous Amos and David's Cookies, and yet their own brick-and-mortar ambitions were crushed under the same recession. Famous Amos pivoted to CPG, while David's Cookies shifted to wholesale, business models that both companies have kept to this day. Saddled with debt, Mrs. Fields gave up control of her company, and its new private equity owners demanded lower costs and greater profits. They envisioned a broader multi-category franchise.
Interesting. Okay, so early 2000s, she sells.
They got
Mrs. Fields still around. My mom literally sent me a tin of Mrs. Fields cookies to me for one of my those little like extra birthday thing. And they're fine. They're decent cookies. They're prepackaged CPG cookies, nothing crazy. Interesting though that we just talked with our buddy Liberty earlier, who shared a story about his experience with a PE firm and CPG packaging versus B2B. And we see that two competitors, like Famous Amos, I think anyone who's been around has either seen it in a vending machine or TikTok wants you to confirm that you're still here.
Oh, yes,
Famous
TikTok. I am still a person. I'll put the puzzle piece into
Famous
the place.
Amos, is like the general like throwaway cookie. But that other company, that was really smart of them to be like, look, we can just supply anyone like the McDonald's of the world. But interesting that they sold to private equity on the downturn. I'm surprised. Well, I guess some PE firms would be bullish if they're like, oh, you're on the downturn. We can. I mean,
that's a strategy.
You got to really feel like you got the best in the business to turn something around. I feel like that's always a huge gamble.
His empire, and by 2001,
whole firms
Pretzel
built
Time,
on turning
Hot Sale.
companies around. I heard about a company, like a firm, where basically they find companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy and they take an equity position to turn it around. Like they just like buy low, increase it. It's kind of interesting. Kind of cool.
I mean,
it's like they rescue the company basically.
I would like to see that business model, and also I just want to see the success rate. Like how many truly get out and how many just kind of fall flat.
Yeah.
And TCBY, under the belief that pretzels and froyo could hedge against cookies. Yet all of these brands had the same problem as Mrs. Fields. They were all walk-in businesses with no standalone appeal and could only survive in high-traffic areas. Under franchising, earnings shrank, but profits quadrupled as Mrs. Fields moved away from serving the public and more towards selling dough and collecting royalties from franchisees. But as the shopping mall went belly up in the Great Recession, the business tanked once again. By 2010, the company had sold off its pretzel chains to refocus on cookies, but the damage was done. The average Mrs. Fields grosses less today than it did 20 years ago. This is why if you come across a Mrs. Fields store today, you'll usually...
That's crazy. I mean, they did come back though, but that's
slow death.
Not even adjusted for inflation, which means this is probably worse if you adjust for inflation.
Yeah.
Because 353 in 2000 is way more than 360 in 2022.
You find it manned by a single person, who in most cases is the franchisee. While an annual gross revenue of $360,000 per store sounds respectable, the reality is different. After deducting royalties and dough costs, the owner is grossing roughly $200,000 before labor and rent. And after paying rent, there's nothing left for payroll. This means that the only way for the owner to take home a worthwhile salary is to work all the hours themselves. Mrs. Fields stores have been dropping like flies, and extinction seems inevitable. The company today is a zombie milking its remaining franchisees and its online gift business. Despite declining sales, the cash flow from the gift business is too sacred to give away, and Mrs. Fields maintains a 12% profit margin selling.
That's what Mom did. You go to the site, you send them a gift. That's what's keeping them alive right now. That's wild.
That's sad. They're literally like just on their last legs. Neo says Jeremy Harbor teaches how to do that, buying graveyard companies and building them up. Sounds pretty interesting.
I'll have to check his stuff out
Yeah.
at some point.
Yeah, or Jeremy Harbor. I'll try to like bookmark that.
God, imagine being $135 million revenue. 5 years later, losing $100 million of that revenue. That's just... How do you sleep at night?
Interesting. I'll give this guy a follow. Jeremy Harbor. Thanks, Neo. Thanks for turning us on to him.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I would love to hear more about like how turnarounds work. Maybe let's watch a turnaround video after this. If he's on YouTube.
Cookies in metal tins and gift baskets. These are the same margins that the company enjoyed decades ago, selling the same cookies one at a time at retail, which is a testament to how profitable selling cookies can be at their core. With such low barriers to entry, competition can come from anywhere. Insomnia was born out of a college dorm room in the 2000s. While Mrs. Fields made its name through product, Insomnia made its name through location. They've built their empire over the past 2 decades, following the same fundamental playbook of serving opportunistic walk-ins in high-traffic areas. But instead of serving shoppers at malls, they target students with the late-night munchies. There's no family recipes, special ingredients, or even proprietary dough, as Insomnia cookies are indistinguishable from those sold at any run-of-the-mill supermarket. Their bet has been that convenience is the greatest premium and quality is lost on the typical 20-year-old. The average store grosses about $700,000 to $800,000 a year, but this feels more like a ceiling rather than a floor. Expansion has been slow, as Insomnia is more of a real estate play. There are only so many colleges in the country, and they've been careful not to open in places where they would be forced to compete on product. In response to Crumble, Insomnia has broadened with limited time drops, brownies, ice cream, and now filled cookies to fortify its position as the fastest late night option for desserts on campus or in transit. The challenge Mrs. Fields and Insomnia both ran into is the fact that gross earnings in this business are just not that high. You can only charge so much for a single cookie. The only way to make up for the small order sizes is through cross-selling a wide product mix or by inserting yourself into high traffic areas in the hopes of capturing as much volume as possible. Out in New York City, it was Levain in the 90s who solved this problem by transforming cookies from a cheap, traditional, thin, flat 2-ounce serving into these decadent, premium, upscale 6-ounce softball-sized indulgences. Levain is the pioneer of the modern oversized cookie, as their product challenged what cookies could be and how much you could sell them for. Fueled by critical acclaim, Levain has achieved lasting pricing power as their cookies sell for nearly $6 each. By estimates, Levain grosses on average $1.2 million per store. For decades, its owners were happy keeping Levain as a New York institution, as tourists and locals came to them rather than vice versa. It was only decades later in 2018 when they sold Levain to private equity, and its new owners are now pushing for stronger growth. Yet to maintain Levain's position and reputation at the tip of the market, expansion has remained slow as franchising is not an option and brand dilution is the top concern. Crumble was founded in 2017, and their late start gave them time to absorb the lessons from all those that had come before. They started with the intention to scale, knowing that the greatest profits could only come through franchising. Like Insomnia, they opened their first store on a college campus, using the low stakes and foot traffic to iterate on product and branding. But to avoid a territorial battle with the more mature Insomnia, they knew they had to grow beyond opportunistic sales. Like Levain, Crumble cookies from the start were designed as oversized, photogenic 6-ounce behemoths to drive differentiation, virality, and pricing. Crumble isn't at the tip of the market like Levain, but they're close. While every other cookie chain sticks to a set menu for consistency, Crumble deviates from this norm with weekly rotating flavors. It's a page out of the fashion industry where the prevailing belief there is that scarcity.
Kale Sauls, welcome to the chat. How can you break into private equity in 2025? I would say the best way
Watch
is
videos.
Yeah, I mean, you can like watch my videos because I'm in the middle of breaking into it at the moment, I would say. But the best way I know of to break into private equity is to find a deal and bring it to an established firm that will hear you out. If you go on the website of some really big firms, a lot of them even have just chat bots on their websites where you can go on and like ask whether, like you can literally ask whether they already have a platform company in a certain industry. And if they don't, that might be a really big opportunity. If they do, might still be an opportunity to find add-on companies to bring on, but you can read up on their websites, like where the opportunities are. And I think the best way to break into it is literally just to bring a deal to them and kind of see how that goes. Also, Neo says Jeremy Harbour has a book called Good Deals. Reading it now and definitely know some key takeaways. Oh, definitely let you know some key takeaways. Awesome. I might have to check that one out. Kale Sauls, it looks like you just rejoined us. What I was telling you is I think the best way to break in is to basically go find the websites of a lot of private equity firms and read up on what industries they're looking in and what size of deals they're looking in, and then go talk to a lot of business owners and try to find someone who's interested in doing a private equity deal, and then go take that deal and bring it to the private equity company by going onto their website. A lot of times they will have chat bots on their website where you can just go directly onto it, and you can ask them whether they would entertain a deal of that type. And you can start to get educated a little bit. You might actually make a connection with someone at that firm where you can continue to go back to them and bring deals. I've done that before, and sometimes they'll give you their contact information if you bring a good deal. They're actively looking to deploy money into good deals. So the best way you can break in, a lot of people think it's just like trying to apply to a bunch of them. But the reality is the best way to break in is to bring them a deal. That's what they care about. That's what they're looking for. That's where the money is. And that's how I'm breaking in right now. I brought a couple deals to someone who works directly with them. And so that's how it's been working. The other thing that I've done is I connected with someone on LinkedIn who's already been working in private equity for over a decade and has a big track record. So that's helping me get my foot in the door a lot. But if you're looking to break in 2025, they're not just giving out internships, even unpaid ones. I have tons of people trying to apply to work with me unpaid right now, but to quote Warren Buffett's mentor back in the day, I forgot what his name was, but there's a story about Warren Buffett like trying to get his first mentor, and he applied to work for free. And his mentor said, "You're overpriced." And what he meant was that the time it would take him to train him and to educate him, he just didn't have that time. And unfortunately, that's the position that most private equity people are in. They have to use their time very effectively to get the returns they're looking to get. So the best way that you can break in is by just bringing them exactly what they're looking for, which is a good, profitable business to acquire with a motivated seller. And so the best thing you can do is learn how to find and talk to motivated sellers. Let me know any other questions you have, but hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps with the ideas of how to break in. As far as which firms you could try to break into, Trivest out of like the Miami Coral Gables area is one that likes to collaborate with people on deals. I know they have a chatbot on their website, but you can look up like all the major private equity firms that are really established, and they love to have deals brought to them. So that's how I would break in. But back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Not consistency is a strong.
And this is very meta. Ryan is eating a crumble cookie while watching a video about it.
Incentivize engagement and encourage repeat visits, all of which outweigh the cost of rotation. But most importantly, all of these elements combined allow Crumble to position itself as a destination rather than a pit stop like conventional cookie shops. With top-of-the-market pricing, high retention, and social media virality, the average Crumble went from grossing $700,000 in 2018, just a year after their launch, to roughly $1.8 million in 4 years. The average Crumble franchise netted nearly $300,000 a year in profit after rent, labor, and supplies. Store-level operating margins reached as high as 30%, which was more than leading fast food franchises.
So their margins got
franchise netted nearly $300,000.
Check that out. Their average revenue shot up to 1.7 million, but their net is still only 230,000. Their net at 1.7 is lower than their net at 1.3. So they just started extracting more and more from them.
I believe that's when they shifted how they were taking. Because this is just the franchisees. This is rent, labor, supplies, and royalties.
Mm-hmm.
I think the key there, supplies and royalties, I believe is where we're seeing that. And I think that's where we're going to see that they shifted.
The royalties must be going up like crazy.
Because I mean, 698 to if you make 700, you bring home 200.
Those are good margins.
Great margins.
Yeah, really good margins.
Because remember,
the margins immediately get pretty dicey there.
Oh yeah,
and then those are really dicey margins.
Because you're also adding, if you're doing that much, then you add more people, so labor goes up as well.
At least that's after labor,
mm-hmm.
But still, that's getting more and more risen than
labor and supplies. Store level operating margins.
So that when Hannah comes through, she got her choice.
Oh my god, thank you.
Crazy, right? They're getting away with that.
Margins reached as high as 30%, which was more than leading fast food franchises and even what Mrs. Fields as a corporation was making in its heyday. The success of these franchisees and continual vitality has inspired hundreds more.
Two questions here.
Running a Crumble was cheaper.
Kale Sauls says, do you think you have to go to university to learn about private equity? Not really. No. I think you're more likely to get your foot in the door with like working in private equity if you have the education, but I don't think you need to go to university. I think you can get a lot of the education online. Oh my God, we have Grant back in the chat. Are you not on a flight right now, Grant? Oh no, I think he has a red eye that leaves at 5 a.m. or no, gets him back at like 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he already landed.
And maybe
that's crazy. I can't believe you're in with us.
Right to the studio when he lands.
No, he'll be here a little bit later.
Coward.
Also, Kale, to your question, what news is that? It is, so this is a YouTube channel we're watching called Modern MBA. And we are watching,
for anybody who's interested.
We are watching and reacting to a video about the potential upcoming downfall of crumble cookies. Pretty interesting stuff. TLDR so far is they are squeezing their franchisees like crazy.
The margins that we just looked at were a crumble cookie would do about 700K in business, and a franchisee would take home about 180. Great. Then you see them do 1.3 million, and a franchisee takes home 200K. Something's off there. And now they're
easier
showing
and more profitable
the
than
operating
running a
margins.
McDonald's. Crumble exploded off this supply side demand to over 900 stores by 2023. But when we dig into the numbers, we can see their real end game. The non-refundable franchise fee that every operator must pay up front was raised from $25,000 to $50,000 in just 2 years, which is a fee on par with the world's biggest fast food chains. Royalties were also increased from 10% to 12% in 2 years, from 2019 to 2022. Beyond royalties, Crumble Corporate makes money from kickbacks from its vendors. The cost savings from operating with economies of scale are not actually being passed on to the operators, but instead being pocketed as company profits. Crumble Corporate gets a 2% administrative fee, 10% on chocolate chips, $4 off every ingredient packet, and 50 cents off every case of cereal purchased by franchisees. The company grosses $32 million a year off all these rebates, kickbacks, and ingredient sales combined, which it pockets under an affiliate LLC. Franchisees must also pay 3% on every transaction, even though the credit card processor only charges Crumble 2.36%, meaning that Crumble Corporate is once again pocketing
Crumble
this
is literally
difference for
squeezing
itself. None
people
of
at
this is
every
uncharted territory in the world
freaking
of
angle.
franchising. But to take such
Grant
ruthless
says,
fees
I'm
in 3
reacting
years
I'm
suggests that
reacting
even
to
Crumble
Ryan
leaders don't know how long
downing
this
that
will
cookie.
last. They're determined to milk every dollar, even if that means squeezing its own franchisees. Sales at the average Crumble have dropped to $1.1 million in 2023.
Oh my God. They
After
lost
paying for labor and
600K.
supplies, the gross margin
Go back to that.
every dollar, even if that means squeeze.
Wow.
Oh my God. That's a year.
Do you think that's just because the trend is dying down a little bit? Because I know me personally, Hannah and I used to go
around here, right?
Decently, more around here.
Okay.
We used to go like honestly for a little while. Actually, probably more in 2023, maybe end of 2022. We would go like and get a cookie or two to split, sometimes once a week or once every 2 weeks. We went through a little bit of a crumble phase, but then now I haven't had a crumble cookie in months. I couldn't tell you the last time I had one.
Well, tonight probably, or today probably, because it's honestly, I'm really surprised. I think I'm starting to hit that second wind. It's almost 4 a.m. here.
I know
I'm
the people
feeling
are
good.
coming back.
Yeah, thank
We
you.
might be getting the early risers now. I think that's who we're getting now.
Oh, hell yeah, guys. Don't forget to tell us if you've eaten crumble and how much you dislike it.
And if you're just tuning in for the first time, we should tell you what this is. This is not actually the Crumble Hate Channel. This is a community for entrepreneurs and business owners that are interested in growing, buying, and selling businesses. So let us know what brought you here, what's got you interested in learning about this stuff. And there is a link to a Discord community in my bio on TikTok and Instagram. It's also the pinned chat for YouTube, or the pinned comment for YouTube and Twitch. So check that out. Grant says, personally love crumble. Hate that they're 1,200 calories each. I feel the same, Grant. They're incredibly delicious and incredibly calorically expensive. And it is sometimes a choice that must be made. 1,200 calories each is crazy work, though. I didn't.
That's just one bench for Grant. He just does one set of bench and he puts 1,200 calories away. He burns 1,200 on a bench. He puts basically 2 moo dangs on a bar and then presses them.
I think the wild flavor combos started pulling people away. That also, yeah, I think you're right. I think they got a little bit too fancy with it. What are the flavors that you have there?
Okay,
right now?
so we got Oreo stuff. Chocolate Oreo cream cookie. It's like basically just a giant ass Oreo with Oreo filling. Sprinkle milkshake. We got some sort of cheesecake, and then we got the like crumble pie with frosting on it / whipped cream knot thing. I don't.
That one's
like
too
cookie
much.
pie. I don't
you had
know,
me
man.
in the first half.
Here's the thing. Like I didn't order this. I ordered 2 Oreos, of this and of this, and they gave me 5 cookies. So I'm not really sure what happened, but I walked out of there before they could realize it because I knew it was wrong.
Yeah.
It's not my problem anymore. So Hannah and Grant can indulge. Maybe you as well.
They will appreciate you for that. Yeah, Grant, we will try to save some of the crumble for you, big guy.
Oh, yeah,
He said, he said, what the fuck is the sprinkle milkshake supposed to taste like? Probably delicious, if we're being honest. Probably absolutely delicious. But I think, you lose people on the hook of it because the social media and whatever new flavor comes out, like the little like weekly videos that they put out are what gets you at the door. And if you hear sprinkled chocolate milkshake surprise, you might not come in.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I'll
hear
say it
something
once.
tried and true.
If you put Oreo on your menu, you'll get most people. Oreo is the perfect cookie, and I don't know why Oreo keeps making more flavors. Okay, let me just soapbox real quick. Oreo did it right the first time. Oreo made the perfect cookie. You guys are done. Stop. Like, it's good. You're good. Go home. You did it. You made the best cookie. You can stop now. You don't need to reverse it, invert it. You don't need to make it taste like candy corn, mint. Like, it was good. Sure, double stuffed, we came too close to the sun there. Quadruple stuffed, we are playing God, and we did not ask if we should. We just simply did. Jurassic Park is something that we should look at as a comparison to Oreo. Should you and will you? Two very different things. And that's it. That's all I'm going to say.
So this is the part of the stream where we compared Jurassic Park to Oreo. The shareholders want more Oreo variations. The shareholders are idiots. They're probably the bad side of private equity.
If you gave me a crumble lineup with all Oreos, I'd be there. I'd be eating I would be the pre-diabetes poster child.
Oreos like Icarus flew too close to the sun. Quote Ryan. It's true. I think the shareholders of Oreo are the scary bad private equity that Liberty Twitch was talking about earlier when he was telling his horror story.
Look, once I saw candy corn Oreo, that's when I knew it was the end of days.
That's the actual consumer product goods company that he sold.
No, yeah, he actually he's the guy who created Oreos.
It's true. And he came to tell the stories, and they were horror stories. Let's continue the horror.
Yeah, man. Let's see how
using its own franchisees. Sales at the average crumble have dropped to $1.1 million in 2023. After paying for labor and supplies, the gross margin for the average crumble has plummeted from 60% in 2018 to 39% in 2023. Even more damning is that the store-level operating margins, which is the profit after rent, has fallen from 30% to 10%. The average crumble franchisee is taking home as much money as a present-day Mrs. Fields. Yet while the franchisees are regressing, the company is surging, having gone from $4 million to over $150 million in 5 years. The majority of revenue comes from royalties and ingredient sales to franchisees. While store-level operating margins have fallen to 10%, company-level operating margins remain well over 30%. Crumble is currently trying to reverse this slide by broadening their product mix with cakes and pies to drive up order sizes and to maintain novelty. But with numbers like these, it's difficult to imagine how effective these measures will be, how long this boom will last, and how many franchises will still be around in the next year or two. Crumble's rivals like Chip City, Crave, Dirty Dough, and Bang are all playing the same game. They don't just want royalties, they want franchisees buying their marked up dough and ingredients week after week. They're not really in the business of selling cookies, as all their franchise fees are priced in the same ballpark as Crumble. But despite demanding comparable fees, they all have significantly fewer locations and weaker branding. The revenue per store is all over the place as every chain is based in a different region. They all do weekly rotations, cross-sell anything they can fit into their space like ice cream, use drops to get people in the door, and push their mobile apps. And it's only a matter of when and not if, when these same companies will start turning the screws on their franchisees, just like what Crumble is doing now at its peak. Out in Santa Monica is Cookie Good, LA's longest surviving neighborhood cookie shop.
This is like making me sick to my stomach. I just feel so bad for the franchisees. Like,
both started in LA, and
they
it was their
probably just get
success
so
here that
excited to
sparked
be
the
part of
global
like a
froyo
company
and
that feels
cupcake
like
boom.
it's growing.
But the first
so
movers
fast.
typically aren't the
Just get
trendsetters.
wrecked.
I mean, we talk about I don't think we've ever
This is
had
why I
an episode
don't
we
like
haven't said.
franchises.
Look, you give me a McDonald's. I've said it. I will die on the McDonald's hill, man. If you said, "Hey, you want a McDonald's?" Yes, sir, I do.
No, remember our professor in Capstone predicted the downfall of McDonald's. He thought they were going downhill.
he said a lot of things.
He did say a lot.
He said many things.
He
He's
also-
also a PE guy.
He also ghosted me when I emailed him.
We don't
And
we don't
Cookie
talk
Good,
about that.
in some ways, was crumble before crumble. Since 2008,
These
they've
poor
been baking
franchisees,
cookies in
but that's why
crazy
you gotta
flavors
read
and
the fine
rotating their
print.
menu. With over 300 flavors, from hot Cheetos to pancakes and bacon, there are few things left that Ross and his wife Melanie
Oh, what's
haven't
up?
tried to turn into a cookie.
Kale has another
Nowadays, there's
comment.
cookies in all different kinds. You've got
He
like
says, my understanding of private equity is buying a business, implementing people and systems in them to make it better, and growing the business for a period of time and then selling it. Just clarify, please. That is one strategy of private equity. There are many different strategies. They're not always buying businesses. They might buy real estate. They might like invest in real estate somehow. Most of the private equity that we talked about or that we talk about and focus on is about buying businesses. The particular strategy that I'm working on and that like is the one kind of the leading one that I like to focus on is actually more based around buying multiple companies in the same kind of like industry focus and area and using that as a growth strategy. So you're right, but it's not the only strategy. It typically just involves going out and raising money from private investors and using that to buy one or more companies, though. You've got that right. But there's kind of a variety of different strategies that all kind of work a little bit differently. So hopefully that helps clarify things. And then, yes, it is you're implementing people and systems. Usually you try to bring in people and systems that have been successful in other larger businesses, whether that be in the same industry or very like tangential industries, to use a big word that I didn't need to use. And that's kind of the way that it usually goes.
Now we're going to the point where he interviews somebody who's an independent, how they're operating in this landscape, competing with these guys.
Interesting.
crispy ones like Tate's. You've got the big mammoth, like almost mini cakes like Crumble. You've got the big scone-like things like Levan and all of the things that are now like Levan. Like for me, I didn't want that much of an investment. I have the palate of a 6-year-old. One of my favorite like things about being an adult is that I can go to the market and buy Captain Crunch and no one will yell at me or tell me I can't. And I think that kind of spirit goes into the cookies. So when I think about what's fun and what do I want to eat as a cookie, a lot of times it's that. So it's like things that I loved as a kid. So whether it's cereal cookies or s'mores or ice creams, when we were doing it 2008, that's when I would be starting to play with flavors. And around that time, like I said, there was Mrs. Fields. There were just combinations of things that were a little bit more precious than what we do. Like there's nothing precious about me. There's nothing precious about our cookies.
Like the founders of Mrs. Fields, Insomnia, and Levain before him, Ross started in his home kitchen with no restaurant experience. Cookies were a side hustle, and the economics were friendly enough for him to piece together the business as he went along.
My grandfather was one of the original Cantor brothers from Cantor's Deli in LA. So I grew up going to his deli in Boyle Heights when I was a little kid, and I always
Grant hated that I used the word tangential.
the bakery. So I became
Oh,
Fair enough. Kale says, so do you need capital to start PE or can you raise capital? You're likely going to need to spend some money to raise money in private equity, whether directly or indirectly. It's probably going to be like, it might be a little bit more indirect. I'll give you an example. To like buy your way into certain networking events is one strategy. So you might need to buy yourself into like networking events where high net worth individuals hang out. That's one strategy people use. Another strategy is like what we're doing more so is like finding the deals and then bringing them to private equity. We could put in nothing but manual labor in finding those deals, but a lot of what we do is like a combination of manual labor and paid automation and stuff. So like we have email campaigns that are running, like there might be emails probably not getting sent right now, but like come in a few hours here when it gets into the day and in the morning, like there's going to be emails getting sent out on my behalf even though I'm not manually sending them because I set up automation to do it. And that's a paid service that I pay for. So, I mean, I think it does take money to raise money in private equity. Typically, it's not really something you can go into and just do for free unless you want to, unless you're in a position where you have cash saved up to pay for it yourself and you can put in like all the time to do it. It'll take you a lot of time though, more than likely raising capital so you can leverage towards more opportunities. Yeah, just like Grant said. Also, Grant said, Ryan, the fade is looking clean.
Thank you. Sorry.
Ryan is faded. Ryan is fading. He doesn't just have a fade.
I feel faded, but I'm also fading.
You are getting to the final stretches, though. Ryan, ladies and gentlemen, only has about 4 hours left until he is free from.
The worst part is I'm going to be asleep for probably the most exciting part of the stream. When Devin gets here, it's going to pop off again. Grant's going to come in. And you guys are going to get your daily dose of Grant. Hannah's going to come through. So the party will be happening, and I'll be asleep missing it. But I hope everybody is tuning in for that.
You laid the foundation with me for the party.
Look, I mean, look, you got it. Like we always say, and this is kind of what, Grant, Brody, everybody that works with this thing, everybody kind of has the same thought philosophy, and it's you always kiss your homies goodnight. And that means a lot of things. Sometimes it means going to Brody's apartment, give him a kiss goodnight, and sometimes it means doing the graveyard shift to make sure that Brody has someone to at least play off of when he's weirdly walking on a treadmill in front of a bunch of live stream people.
Oh yeah, yeah, Grant, you'll see the videos of that. But you missed me. So the chair that Ryan's sitting in right now, we replaced a little while ago for about half an hour with a walking pad, tiny little walking treadmill. And so I was walking in place while we were doing it for a little while. And it'll probably return here at some point. He said, I'm crying. He said the professional yappers will carry Brody through the finish line.
Look, man, somebody's got to, like, the graveyard shift is for the people who enjoy the sound of their own voice, and thankfully both me and Brody do. Unfortunately for everybody else.
There's more and more yappers coming too, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a lineup of yappers. I couldn't do this without some yappers.
It's going to be yaptastic at the end.
It is going to be yaptastic. Well, I might have fried vocal cords by then, so Grant's going to have to bring the yap.
Oh, dude, if you, just go watch the last time we did a live stream with him. Both of them, two high-performing ones, very good ones.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what the hell's guys.
And I did that for a while, and so in 2007, going into 2008, was a writer's strike, and so Melanie, my wife, said, "Well, why don't we think about starting a cookie business?" So we did. I mean, the idea at that point, there really weren't a lot of cookie companies. There was Mrs. Fields, but Sprinkles was huge. So we sent an email out to about 100 friends and family, and 3 minutes later, we got our first order.
Sprinkles.
And the orders just kept coming.
I haven't seen one in a long time.
We didn't know anything about business. When we started from our house, we had no expectations. We had no business plan. A friend of mine from the movie business called and said, "Can you send 24 2 boxes to New York?" So we were suddenly in the shipping business. And as people got the cookies, those people then turned to new customers. And, at that point, we were just baking at home. And we knew that we had to get out of the house because we were baking for more than just family and friends. We realized that if we ever really wanted to do something, we kind of at this point had to go big or go home, right? And we thought, let's get our own space. Everything we did, we figured out and we learned, right? From making small mistakes, luckily to avoid bigger ones from happening.
Having been in the neighborhood for so long, Cookie Good is a Santa Monica institution. While they offer delivery, both local and nationwide, through all the usual apps, shipping makes up just 25% of revenue. A single cookie is $2.75, and a dozen is $30.
A lot of people will go through some kind of logarithm to figure out costs and profit margins and all of those things. So they kind of build it backward. And I don't, Melanie and I don't think like that, so we had the cookie and wanted people to eat it. There are places now that charge a ton for cookies, and that's part of the cachet. We're not a cachet. We just want to make enough money to keep our business, keep growing. There are some people who start businesses to start a business, and we started baking cookies because we like baking cookies. And I think a lot of places today that are doing it from home or doing it from commissary kitchens and are starting niches because they're on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, it's so much easier to bake from your home, and when we look at our numbers and you look at what was our profitability baking at home, it was huge because we didn't have to pay rent.
Ross enjoyed the highest profits when he baked out of his home from 2008 to 2010. Moving to a commercial kitchen was the only way to keep up with demand, and the rent cut into his margins. By 2014, they had opened up in Santa Monica. Revenue grew not just from the walk-in traffic, but also from the businesses in the area who began ordering cookies for clients, events, and employees. Store-level margins have persisted in the mid-teens year after year, which is on par with Crumbl and Mrs. Fields. Yet Ross and Melanie have concerns that business is going backwards. The entertainment industry never fully recovered from the pandemic, and the continuous layoffs have pushed many away from the city. The couple are now focused on menu innovation with a new shelf-stable, gift-friendly product called Cookie Corn, where they make popcorn, cover it in caramel, and roll it in their flavored cookie crumbs. For Ross, seeing the success of Crumbl is tough. It's hard for him not to think about what could have been and what almost was.
Every time you turn on Instagram, you see people tasting Crumbl cookies.
Also, we got a little conversation going on over here on Instagram. Kale Sauls asked, how does one find and break down a good deal? And Grant said, most good deals will be off market. So you'll want to reach out to business owners directly and ask about their exit strategies. And he is spot on. Yeah. Most deals that you see listed on sites like BizBuySell and stuff like that, they're just getting poured over by tons of people. There's a lot of new business buyers flooding into the markets, ourselves included in the last couple of years. And so, the businesses that are listed online they tend to not be as good of deals. And usually by the time they get listed online too, there's already something that kind of either went wrong about it or wasn't that great or compelling about it in the first place, or else it probably would have sold through the broker's personal market outreach. Oops.
Oh, Neo just said that there's a Japanese cookie business that's charging $300 for a batch of cookies.
That's crazy work. They must be insane cookies covered in gold.
Or they're not.
Breaking down the deal is a little bit easier. Grant says it should be at least 5 years old, growing or at least consistent profit margins, outdated or undeveloped systems that are easy to replace or replace to improve revenue. And finally, you look at the multiple, seeing as if it's in line with others in the industry. I couldn't have said it better myself. To speak a little bit more on like finding deals, we've said it a bunch of times, but there's like 4 key ways, the core 4. You can like reach out to like warm outreach to people you know. You can cold outreach, like cold email, cold call, cold message, something to people that you don't know. You can run ads or you can make free content. And personally, I do a little bit of all 4. But it really just depends on what your resources are and how you're looking to get started. So what platform can I use to find businesses that are for sale? I've looked at bizbuysell.com and I want to know if it's good. Listen, it's a good platform, but you'll find businesses that are for sale on it. You might find good deals on there. I found a deal that is a business that we have under contract right now, like under LOI. So you can find good deals on there. They are less common, more a dime a dozen. You've got to kind of snatch them up while they're hot and new. But yeah, it's a good platform. There's lots of other good ones. We look at businessesforsale.com, sometimes LoopNet.
Other affiliates of LoopNet, since they own so many sites.
Mm-hmm. What are some other ones we look at? Acquire.com, Flippa.com if you're looking at online businesses. I know Cody Sanchez owns one now called Biz Scout. That's a little bit more like proprietary. I think it's a paid service though. There's a ton of them. I got sent a list one time. I wish I knew where I had it, but I got sent a list one time from someone on like a Facebook group or something of like either 800 or 8,000 different sites for business listings. A lot of them were very like niche and specific. And then there's a lot that were like brokerage sites. So that's another spot. Like any business brokerage usually has listings on their website that might not be listed in other places. M&A firms, investment banks, stuff like that, often have listings. So you can find them in a lot of places. But like Grant was saying, the best deals are usually off market. And I know that you're trying to get your foot in the door with private equity. And I can save you the time and the hassle and let you know that if you bring business deals that are on market, meaning they're listed online already, to private equity, they've already heard of them and turned them down. That's just the truth. That's coming directly from the horse's mouth. I have brought deals that were listed online to private equity guys like that I'm hooked up with and connected with. And all he said was they've already seen it. Like they're already in their distribution network. If they're listed online, like the brokerages that sell these businesses and list them online most often, unless it's listed directly by the seller, the brokerages already circulate out these opportunities to private equity and other like opportunities before they actually list it online. They circulate it out like that. So what happens is like by the time you see it online, private equity has probably already seen it and turned it down. So it doesn't really make a ton of sense for you to go try to talk to that business and then bring them to private equity because they're just going to be like, yeah, we saw that and we didn't want it. So save yourself the time and effort, go find your own deal off market and you will have a lot more success. It's a lot harder. I know that sounds like a lot of work because it is, but that's how you actually do it. That's the best way to do it. Back to Crumble.
Right? And it's like, oh, well, look, they just dropped this flavor. I'm like, we've been doing that flavor for 15 years.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Prime Video. How did that happen? We have a ghost in the studio?
Yeah, let's go with that.
What is happening here? Let's get back to our sweet, sweet YouTube.
Get back to our normal programming.
Cover it in caramel and roll it in their flavored cookie crumbs. For Ross, seeing the success of Crumble is tough. It's hard for him not to think about
anyone
what
newly
could...
tuning in that's wondering what the hell is going on. We are currently watching a breakdown of the upcoming and predicted downfall of Crumble cookies that's being predicted by Modern MBA. Jerky?
No, I'm good.
Have been and what almost was.
Every time you turn on Instagram, you see people tasting Crumble cookies, right? And it's like, oh, well, look, they just dropped this flavor. I'm like, we've been doing that flavor for 15 years, And I kind of wish that I had been more lizardy early on so that we could be the ones out there. We could never be Crumble. Again, they were like warriors, conquerors. They had that mentality.
Lizardy.
Mm-hmm.
Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Were you aware of that term?
Yeah.
I
mean, being, told you're lizardy, that's always a derogatory term. I think, he's speaking from a place of like, if he had been aggressive, if he had gone and done, he clearly has certain principles he sticks to. And if he doesn't agree with how to get to a certain place, he's not going to. A Crumble, as we saw, no qualms. They will cut the throat of the franchisee and leave him in the street. So I think this is what he's referencing is there.
Behind that adorable little chef logo is just cutthroat.
Franchisees hemorrhaging money and Crumble making a mint off of them. Not even just making the cookies, they're making money.
Kind of wild. It's crazy that they're doing all that and they're not owned by like private equity.
it's crazy how people actively know they're doing this.
Grant said, "We could never be Crumble," quote unquote. Sounds like a loser's mindset to me.
I mean, I feel like
I appreciate the perspective. That's funny.
I feel like at a certain point, you are too late to the party.
Mm-hmm.
There is a time.
Since we started this business, we've always had this wish, this dream that we find somebody who wants to, be part of our team, who wants to partner, who wants to help us, who has the lizard brain that we don't have, and can kind of zero in and focus on growth. And, we've met a lot of people over the years. People come in, and one of the great things about having a storefront, by the way, is interacting with people who eat the cookies. Like, that's such a great thing that we didn't get when we were shipping or delivering or having people pick up made boxes. We've had people come into the shop who want to help us grow.
Cookies.
Yeah.
And they tell us, I want to help you expand. We, over the years, have talked to franchisors who had approached us. Their big thing was, yeah, we really think you could be a franchise. You just have to open up 2 more shops. And then once you prove your concept, then we can franchise it. And we say the same thing. We're running this place. The last thing that we want to do is take on more. Like we work really hard at what we do. But what we don't want is somebody who can tell us, who has ideas, but can't implement them. So that's been a frustration for a lot of time, but we were always really hopeful. And then a couple of years ago, we had somebody real. We had, I guess, what do they call it? The big tuna, the big fish, kind of came to the shop, and he was awesome. Really great guy. He loved what we were doing. This guy had franchised. He franchised, was early on with Wetzel's Pretzels and, Dave's Hot Chicken. And he was a real guy. And he was smart and great. And he brought in his teams, like all of them, like came in and to see what we did and to meet and discuss things and, what's our process and talk about everything. Went over numbers. And it was, I don't let myself get excited. So it started in January, and then in March, he called me and said that they were not going to be able to move forward. And by the way, this was like to the point where he was saying, I hope you have a lawyer, we want to make a proposal. It wasn't like, pie in the sky. It was real. But ultimately what he said was they couldn't move forward because they felt like with us in the dessert space and the kind of thing that we were doing, we might be able to open up 40 to 50 new units a year. And in that kind of that level of franchise business, I think they're looking for hundreds. And so ultimately, unfortunately, we were too small. We're not those people. And we've built a place where we have a great staff. These are people we care desperately about, and we're invested in, and they're invested in us. We have to remind ourselves, I think, that we've come a long way since working out of our kitchen, but it is sometimes sad, to think, I think our stuff has our people and our cookies have a lot more potential.
On the other side of town are owners Ren and Caroline of Bake Some Noise, who refused.
Grant is tearing this guy apart in the chat.
Oh God.
He said, "Crybaby who let this guy on TV get wrecked, Crumble slapped y'all, dummy." I mean, bro is not lizardy enough.
I think it's a good point though, because like
Bro can't lizard.
Well, I think what he has conflicting, I think, goals. If he wanted to franchise out, then I think, 40 to 50 stores. I'm surprised that's not enough, 40 to 50 units a year. I'm surprised that's too small. But, I think
it sounded like some of them got private equity way before that.
Yeah, he was definitely a holdout because I think you can always compete with Crumble. I think it's actually smarter not to. And I think that there's a lot of emotion tied into this guy's business, and he clearly is passionate about it and the people. So I think, I think he thinks he wants money, but I think he just wants managers.
He wants the ego of having a big business without the ruthlessness that has to come with it.
It's not
That's
a
what he wants.
ruthlessness. It's just simply a sacrifice.
Mhm.
You give X, you get Y. It's a give and take. That's how it is. I think for him, realistically,
He wants to have his cake and eat it too.
Yeah. he's probably better off hiring a manager up, taking himself out of the business, maybe opening up another shop somewhere. I mean, he can make more money
Mhm.
if he's structured it, but I think he's also somebody who probably likes to have his hands in the business, which I think is, we both know, if you're not going to sign away X amount, and if you still really want that control, you're never going to get people to want to buy it. I don't think he's built for it. I don't think he actually understands what he
That's what I
wants.
was going to say.
I think he just needs to
They
hire us.
They passed on him because of his mindset, not because of the business.
No, I'm
model.
sure the business was great.
That was a cop out answer that they gave him. Well, no, actually, it's the right answer. But if you read between the lines, they passed on him because he wasn't willing to make moves enough to go to more than 40, 50 stores a year.
I mean, the ones that they were like, show us proof of concept, like it's not uncommon, but it's like, if he opened up 2 or 3, it just requires him to like train staff. But I don't think he's about that life. I think he thinks he is. But I think realistically, if you just want your people in your little shop, be happy. You're doing all right. Like clearly people like your shit and you like your people. So like, I feel like there's a lot. I think that's a good example of an average business owner possibly who thinks they want one thing, but then comes to the table and immediately backpedals. I mean, you've probably had those experiences.
Yep.
Where you've repped somebody who's like, just goes crazy in the negotiation. Like, well, what? You've never said any of this.
Grant, can you think of a time where we had someone go crazy in a negotiation? No, maybe we shouldn't stream that. What is Grant saying? If you cared about your employees, you would have worked harder to grow. Facts. No one is against doing 40 to 50 franchisers a year. That's the soft landing the PE firm told him, as to not hurt his feelings. Exactly. They smelled the weakness emanating from his person and walked. He's right.
I feel like
I'm running this place, quote unquote, bro. It's a cookie shop, not a medical research lab. The Grant part of the stream is going to be so good. He's just going to come in here swinging.
It's just like, be happy with what you got. Like, you're successful in a retail store, like in California. Be happy. If you don't want to expand, like,
what I didn't like about that guy is he was like 1 foot in both, right? He's like, we have so much potential. I'll tell you what I hate hearing as someone who has, I'm not just in private equity. I'm not like only looking at it through that lens. Like, I have been in the trenches as a business owner and also now am working in private equity. One thing I fucking can't stand hearing is my business has so much potential. You just don't pay for that. Like you pay for, I mean, you kind of pay for potential, but like you don't really pay for the potential. You pay for like what the business is actually doing. And this guy to me just screams the classic, like he thinks that magic is just going to happen and someone's going to be like, oh yes, this has so much potential, I'm going to do all the work for it. It's not how it actually works.
He just doesn't seem terribly grateful. Like,
I agree.
He seems almost like it came across very much like, I did this first. It should be me. I deserve the money. I deserve the
Entitled.
credit. And it doesn't seem like he was willing to go out and really fight for it or, try it. Because like he said, if he couldn't open 2 to 3 more shops, that's a great way to expand. You take your team, you give them more money because now they're managing and now you've spread it out. If he wants
that team that he cares so much, he cares desperately for them. That's why he's going to continue paying them.
Also, I liked how he was complaining about like
less than 2 times minimum wage.
I was about to say, it's nice that he, I wonder if he's one of the people who's yelling about the minimum wage increase. I like that he's talking about all the money he could have made in front of somebody who's probably not making even a quarter of what he makes, like checking the cookie sheets.
And how much he cares desperately about them, yet they'll never get the chance.
None of them were smiling.
They'll never get the chance to be in management of any kind because bro can't grow. Yeah. I don't like this guy.
Just he's not grateful. He's demanding.
And that shows in like what he talks about in his actions too, because like if you listen to like what he said, he was like, we were waiting for the big kahuna to come. Like he just thinks it's gonna happen to them, not because of what they're doing.
And like
he's never gonna work to make something like that happen.
And I understand, we've learned a lot today about there's many types of PE and there's many types of business people, and some of them don't have your best interest at heart. So like being on vigilant is there, but he really did want like somebody to come in and be like, he specifically stated he wanted somebody who had not an idea guy, which to an extent I get, but he was looking for like, he wanted like the cookie genie to show up and be like, I am the cookie genie and I get this.
Yes, I grant your wish of just being big overnight.
Yes, I did Wetzel's pretzels, so I understand cookies. And for some reason for him, I guess he was like, oh, pretzels and cookies, same thing. One salty, one sweet. So I don't know. He comes off very ungrateful and like he is owed this because of Crumble's existence, which makes them like, bro, like even Crave has more locations.
If he met the founders of Crumble, I'm sure he would crumble in their presence.
Get out.
To follow trends. In an era of crazy flavors, weekly rotations, and massive cookies, Make Some Noise only serves the classic.
Grant said
They
bro
don't
thinks
have
he's the
physical shop and
Keebler
serve
elf.
Their cookies warm out of an old school Volkswagen
You know
bus.
what? If we did a side-by-side comparison, he does look like the old man elf.
He bears a striking resemblance.
See,
what did Neo say? He said, he's back on the Japanese cookies. He said the Japanese cookies are $300 for one cookie and $1,200 for 9. Should we look these up? Japanese $300 cookies.
Hey, for everybody tuning in, Brody did actually hear about this at 3:42 a.m. when I told it to him, but
I'm getting that loopy.
Yeah, he is Brody, and now we're back. We're feeling like it's the first time.
I do be doing that a lot.
But it's
I apologize for it.
No, it's why we like you.
I can't find them, but hopefully
Neo posted in the chat.
Oh wait. It's only giving me like US results, it seems like. Yeah, Neo, throw it in the chat if you can find what
Swear to God,
place that
don't
is.
you lie to me about this, Neo. I'm hanging on by a thread right now.
I'm going to show up in Japan and not be able to find them. Also, Nicholas Henriques says, what is the most sexy, boring business? Man, something really, really niche and high profit margin that is like a service business is something I would really like something that hasn't really hit the trends yet. What is one that I heard about recently? There's one that's like some like niche manufacturing thing that I saw. Blockbuster. Yeah. No. Ryan is loopy. Don't listen to Ryan on that one.
I don't
but
think
like,
that person even knows what Blockbuster is.
Like really niche manufacturing stuff is pretty sexy right now, as well as like kind of out of the popular realm service businesses. So if you can find service businesses that have really high profit margins but where not a lot of people know about them yet, those are, in my opinion, are the most sexy ones. There's a lot of great YouTube videos out there about like helping you find that type of service business, but like the more boring and relatively unknown, the better. Oh, I'll give you one that's pretty good. So the like vents on, I think it's the vents on ovens, like oven vents. Is that right? Do you know?
You're talking about hood cleanings?
Hood cleanings, yeah. Like oven hood cleaning is a pretty sexy business. Like, I'll tell you why, because restaurants to pass codes literally have to get like the hoods of their ovens cleaned regularly. And so people just get these contracts where they're just this recurring revenue. And for as long as that restaurant is, just look at your face. You look so tired. I'm so sorry.
I wonder why. It's it's my 23rd hour.
Ryan has been up longer than I have.
look like I've been up all day. Crazy.
Grant said for independent operators, locksmiths. Yep, that's a good point. But yeah, like something where you get like consistent contracts is really good.
We do need to talk about that with the Ducks.
Elevator maintenance is another one. Elevator maintenance is fire. Very good, boring business where you get like massive recurring contracts that are worth a lot.
Escalators too.
Escalators too. Yeah. Oh yeah. Escalator is like lesser known than elevator maintenance. And
Because
I think it requires less
yeah.
licensure or no license.
Nobody's more pissed off than a human being in a broken escalator because yes, it is now stairs, but how mad are you using an escalator that's broken than just regular stairs? You are just infinitely more upset.
That's so true. And also, what is it the same as elevators where they like have to pass code inspections every so often?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Those
so the maintenance of them is really good for both elevator and escalator maintenance because they have to pass code inspections like every couple of years or something. So you get these contracts with a bunch of them. Like they're probably not easy contracts to get, but if you can figure it out or buy the business, you get these contracts with these buildings where they have to pay you to come do the maintenance on it to be able to pass the code inspections. So you have like a captive customer base. It's very good recurring revenue, very sticky. Grant says, stay strong, champs. Flight landing soon. See you this afternoon. Man, Grant has been tuning in on the chat from the literal air. We appreciate you, Grant, and I will see you later today. Later today in a few hours. Also, my watch is officially dead, so
nice.
There will be no more steps captured.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I'll be honest, Grant. I might see you today, and if I do, something very wrong has happened, and I'm still here. Send help if I'm still here when you get here. This is probably now a hostage situation.
It is about to become a hostage
situation. We do have
situation.
plenty of beef jerky though, so I think I'll be okay.
I'm just trying to hit the perfect balance of like not drinking too much coffee too early. I'm kind of trying to like level it out. I should probably put this in the fridge so I don't keep.
How much is left?
Considerable amount.
Dude, you're fine.
Nicholas Henrique says best way of getting experience on buying and selling any type of business. I would say working on private equity deals. You get to know like every little part of it, and you do it without as high of stakes sometimes. Well, depending on like what positioning you're in. Like if you're just sourcing deals for private equity companies, you can basically get paid if the deal is successful from either a finder's fee or like some skin in the game of the deal, depending on the firm. And you get to learn throughout the whole process, like how they think about things without having as much of the actual like burden of liability on you. So it's a good learning environment where you're leaving the liability and the risk to the professionals, but you're helping them out. That's, in my opinion, the best way to learn about it. Just, early on. My personal way that I learned about it was being a founder of a business that we worked on growing for a couple years, and then we sold it. So I learned about it through like selling my own personal one. But if you want like a lot of like high volume, another good way to do it is becoming a business broker. So you can study and go get like your real estate license. In most states that require licensure, it's just your real estate license that you have to get. You go do that and you become a business broker, and then you're helping people sell their businesses and getting a commission. So that's another great way to learn. Hopefully that helps. And let us know for anyone who is like still tuning in at the moment. Let us know what has you interested in buying, growing, and selling businesses. That's what we're here for. We're all about buying, growing, and selling businesses. And if you're interested in that kind of stuff, join the Discord at the link in my bio. If you're on Instagram or TikTok, it's the pinned comment on the chat anywhere else. Join the Discord and hop on in there. It's free to join. And we just chat about buying, growing, and selling businesses. And we're looking to grow this community absolutely as fast as we can. So we have a bunch of cool people collaborating on that kind of stuff and hopefully doing business together. Let's get back to the crumble.
Full nights a week on Sunset Boulevard. A single cookie is $4 and a dozen.
I'm gonna throw that coffee in the fridge.
Being in LA, I felt like everyone was going in that route, right? Whatever's trending at the moment, that's what they were adjusting their menu to. They went left, we went right. We wanted to stick with what we knew. We wanted to do only the classics. It was never a cash grab, or it was never trying to do something to do something, right? It was more like, we knew what we like, we know what we enjoy. I think these people will enjoy it too.
We're not bakers by trade. We enjoy eating cookies, but we know nothing about baking. We know that it's a science. So in the beginning, like Ren said, we Googled a recipe, which we then modified with our own R&D over the next, I want to say maybe 2 years. We were testing it, yeah, on and off with friends and family. I would bring some to work, to family parties. We would get feedback.
Like Ross, it was a crisis that triggered their leap into the cookie business. But unlike Cookie Good, who built their business through old school word of mouth in the era before social media, Ren and Caroline built Bake Some Noise through new school e-commerce, pop culture, and virality.
It was the summer of 2019. She was in post-production and I was working in apparel. And we were working in New York. And it was really there that we realized that they have cookie-specific shops that they, at the time, LA didn't have. And so that's when we were like, okay, when we get back to LA, we're gonna experiment a little bit, we're gonna figure this out, and then the pandemic hits. And we were like, what do we do now? And that's when we're like, let's go back to this cookie thing. Let's figure this part out. Coming from like an apparel background, I was very familiar with how the drop system works, because we would do it with apparel. We implemented the same game plan with our cookies. We created a website on Instagram. We sent out the password to get into the website, and I guess we did a great job at hyping it up. Again, also it was, the pandemic where a lot of people were just at home, not knowing what they, can do and have money just sitting around. We literally blew it out of the water. Like, we sold so many cookies. I want to say
in like a minute or something,
dude,
right? We sold out.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was over 600 something cookies that day in like 2 minutes. Whether your product is shit or not, you're gonna get the love and support from your family and friends. It's what happens after that that will really kind of define whether you have a business or not. And that's what we saw. What really drove that home was when it's like someone in Florida or someone in Hawaii or someone in New Jersey, where it's like, we literally know no one there that is willing to spend their hard-earned money for like a product that they just saw on Instagram. So we're like, okay, I think we have something here.
Just like with Cookie Good, the business took a life of its own and the couple quickly outgrew their home kitchen. Once again, the economics were so favorable that the couple could piece together the business and recipe along the way.
We were getting orders for so much that we can no longer do this at home. So we get to the commercial kitchen. We don't know how to scale this thing up. And so each one can only make 12 cookies, which means this X amount of butter, X amount of sugar, X amount of eggs on each one. And what we learned really fast was like, this is not it. We need to figure out how to use this giant mixer.
While virality and drops were how they found their initial footing, Ren and Caroline were smart enough to adapt and to channel that lightning in a bottle into a lasting business.
We implemented a drop model because coming from an apparel background, that's the way that everything went, right? We went by seasons. It creates a demand for people. It creates a scarcity, right? It's like, we only have X amount of time to be able to grab these cookies that these guys are making. Mind you, they don't even know that we're making this out of our home. And people are always looking for like, what's the next big thing, right? Especially for a company like us, it was never gonna last. The first time that we opened the website at 12 Pacific Standard Time and we got no orders, we were like, we thought there was something wrong with the website, right? With the world opening up and people eager to be out and go to physical places, I think that had already took a turn for us. We've moved on and we figured in our game plan was like, what we need to do is the ultimate goal was to get this product warm to our customers. That's how we would taste test it, and then it's like, that's how we wanted to serve it. When it's packaged in a box, shipped to you in 2 days, it's not the same experience.
The typical playbook for a cookie independent is to scale with demand. You start with your home oven. Once you outgrow that, you rent a commercial kitchen, and then you save up to open your own brick and mortar.
That was like the next move, right? It's textbook. We actually were looking in this area first, and what we were finding was the rent here was outrageous for a tiny 300 square foot space.
A window.
Yeah. It was like $7,000 a month. That's not including like the build out and everything else that you have to do.
Holy.
So, financially, we didn't think that it made sense for us.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that it's like, in order for me to just clear my rents alone with insurance and utilities and labor. How many cookies do I really need to sell? I think we did the math and we're like, we need to clear just so that we can break even. I think we need to do like 15,000 a month in cookie sales. If you look at everyone else, it's like, oh, we started from home and we moved to a commercial space. The next thing to do, the next step up is to open a space. At the end of the day, cookies is a low cost product, which also means at retail, it's still going to be a lower priced item. By nature, we're very unconventional. And so we figured, I think if we put our two heads together, we can figure out another way that we can still captivate the market without having to really be locked down to like another 5-year lease.
Instead of a generic food truck, they opted for a custom 1972 Volkswagen bus, which was cheaper than the retail build-outs that they were getting quoted for. Caroline and Ren are still figuring out how to optimize their van. The most important thing for them is that everything is branded and remains on brand. Yet there's no such thing as originality in the cookie business, where everyone's come-up is near identical. Both Insomnia and Crumble in their early days dabbled in food trucks to get around the overhead of brick and mortar. In their first year, Bake Some Noise grossed $240,000 a year as an online-only business.
Wow,
as the
that's
virality
very
faded
stable.
after the pandemic, they transitioned away from drops and towards catering and pop-ups to replace that online drop-off. Sales have dipped in the past 2 years, but with the van finally online this year, they're optimistic about the future. By running lean, they've kept operating margins at 35%, which is comparable to Crumbles as a franchisor and what Cookie Good was making at home before they had to pay rent. Ren and Caroline have made more money selling cookies than they ever imagined, and the couple is adamant that they'll only ever make the classics on their own terms.
We knew that from the very beginning that like we wanted to create a brand-centric cookie company, because what we were trying to do is withstand the test of time. I think people see authenticity, right? They see right through a cash grab. We've seen other companies do it where they make the pivot in their business and in their branding to adjust to the market. From the very beginning, it was always authenticity for us. If it doesn't resonate with us as people, we're definitely not moving that onto our business.
Cookies are easy to make, cheap to produce, and simple to scale. But product alone does not make for a complete business. That's why there will never be any shortage of amateur bakers on Instagram selling cookies, as the profit margins there are really at their highest when it's made at home in small batches. It's not the ingredients or the labor, but instead the rent that kills margins. The overhead of a brick and mortar, whether it's 1 shop or 10 shops, is what creates problems for a business that is fundamentally hindered by small order sizes and low earnings. This is why bootstrapped mom and pop cookie shops rarely, if ever, scale beyond 1 store. For better or worse, expansion in this game is only possible with outside investment, and profits at scale can only be really achieved through franchising.
That's insane watching.
That was a good video.
That was a great video.
Welcome, anyone tuning in. This is a stream, 24-hour live stream.
From
and
luxury
this
ice,
is all
they can
about,
cost $10 per cube.
This is all about growing, buying, and selling businesses. So we're doing all kinds of stuff, keeping ourselves busy throughout the wee hours of the night here, kind of getting into the morning even here. And we are just talking about growing, buying, and selling businesses. So let us know if you have any questions. Ask us anything. I work as a business broker and in the private equity space. So I love talking about this stuff, and I love helping people grow and sell businesses. And I'm also working on acquiring businesses at the moment. So just very into deal making around businesses. But we're happy to have you guys here and tuning in with us. Just let us know if you have any questions. Let us know where you're coming from and what you're interested in. Welcome, Gunther Schmidt. Let us know if you've got any interest in growing, buying, or selling businesses or in private equity. Let us know if you got any questions. I'd love to hear your thoughts and what you're working on. Doing a 24-hour live stream because we have a brand new community for entrepreneurs and business owners at the link in my bio. It's a Discord community where you can go in and network with people who are like-minded, looking at growing, buying, and selling businesses just like you. So hop on in there. If you're new to it, we're looking forward to having you in there. Also, to answer your question, Neo over here, do you need a broker license? Do you need a broker license to be a broker or a seller certificate? There's a lot of states in the U.S. where you do not need a broker license to sell businesses. You can look it up online pretty easily, which ones you do and don't. but there's also a lot of states where you do need them. I think it's like 13 states that you do, and then the rest that you don't, or something like that. But some of the major states like Florida and California, I forget what the deal is with New York, but for Florida and California, I'm in Florida, you do need a license. So I actually work on selling businesses that are outside of Florida, and I work under a senior broker who's licensed. That's kind of the way I've got it set up. But great question. Anyone tuning in on Instagram, just let us know what you're working on and what you're interested in. We're glad to have you here. And Ryan will probably be back here in a second, and I think we'll probably do another reaction video. We'll probably pull up another one of these business model breakdowns. That one was pretty interesting. For anyone who missed that, we're doing a deep dive there into potentially the downfall of crumble cookies coming up here pretty soon. Kind of interesting stuff. They have expanded in a way where they're just like really squeezing the margins on their franchisees, going pretty rough on them. So they're having a tougher and tougher time, and the profit margins of their individual stores are going down, but the profit margin of the business is going up. Hannah, is that you? Are you joining into the stream right now? Let me know if you are. It is early. Why are you up at 4 a.m.? That's hilarious. Well, I'm happy to see you in here. And yes, I'm still going, if that's why you're checking in. Ryan is taking a little break, but I'm still going. I got some steps in, but my watch died. Just checking in. It's good to see you. For anyone tuning in, check the link in my bio for our community for buying, growing, and selling businesses. We would love to have you in there. Got a lot of cool people in there that are all working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So check it out. Hop on in there. And Hannah, if you're still in the chat over there, we've got Neo over here on tuning in on YouTube on the other channel that says I was a witness to him doing his walks. I'm gonna screenshot it and send it to you. I had witnesses. I appreciate you, Neo. Thanks for hanging in there with us and being my witness. A real one. And state of status over here throughout the year is 480K in bank repayments, leaving 520K in profits. Now, how would you structure myself, investor, and owner operator, their respective profits from the 1 million when let me see if I can figure out what you're trying to say here. Could you explain what you're trying to say just a little bit more clearly? Stated status, I'm not really quite sure what you're asking. I feel like I might have missed part of the message or a different message where you're explaining it some more. Not quite sure what you mean by that, but I would love to hear what you do mean so I can hopefully shed some light on that a little bit more. Okay, well, let me know if you want to explain that a little bit more. I don't know how to answer your question at the moment, though. But for anyone tuning in, hope you're having a wonderful late night / early morning. It is a slow time of the night / morning. We're just kind of cruising through it, trying to make sure I conserve my energy because I have Let's see. How much longer do I have? I've got a little bit over 12 hours left on the stream. So I'm slowly approaching that halfway point, which is pretty wild. I've been doing this for almost 11 hours. So we start at 6 p.m. And we're going till 6 p.m. tonight. So yeah, it's getting to that point where my brain is moving slowly. Hopefully I'll hit another wave of energy as we get more into the morning here. And we've got more of you incredible people tuning in. But over here on Instagram, if you're tuning in, if you're just hopping in, we have a community in the link in my Instagram and TikTok for entrepreneurs and business owners that are looking to network and grow, buy, and sell businesses. Would love to have you in there. Hop on in, check it out at the link in my bio, and join in. State of status. Okay, you said I'll WhatsApp you. Yeah, I'm interested to hear what you are looking to find out. What is up, Neo? Glad to have you back over on Instagram. Are you watching on Instagram and YouTube? If so, kind of cool. Glad to have you on both, man. And happy to have you doing the graveyard shift with us. I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but we appreciate you. It is about 4:30 a.m. here. And so we're going for another, my brain can't do math right now, about another 13 and a half hours here. So I got Ryan here with me for another about 3.5 hours. And then we're going to have my friend Devin coming in here shortly after that to carry me through like the kind of mid-morning to the afternoon. And then my business partner, Grant, will be hopping in here to do the last leg with us. And he's got some cool ideas. He's a yapper, and he loves to talk about business. So it'll be awesome. For anyone over on Instagram, let me know what kind of thoughts your brain is having at 4 a.m. Mine is having less thoughts, slow thoughts, just very, very slow thoughts. I might queue up another modern MBA video. If you're just tuning in, the last one we watched was breaking down Crumble Cookie and how they're potentially headed downhill. It's kind of interesting. So we're going to try to find another one here. I'm probably just going to go with whatever some of his more popular videos are. Let's see. Crumble one is one of the more popular ones. What else is interesting? The territorial business of tacos. I think I'll do something other than the food one next, though. The secret business of nightclubs. That could be interesting. For anyone who's tuning in, let me know in the chat if there's a specific video that you hear me call out that you want to hear us do. Neo won't be able to stay on to the end. Oh, I do not expect you to stay on till the end. I appreciate all the time you have been here. Dude, thank you for coming on. I appreciate you being on. It's been awesome having you here, sticking it out with us. We appreciate it, and hopefully you got some value. Glad that you made it into the Discord chat as well. And Kino Subalin, let me know what's up with you right now. This is a chat for people working on growing, buying, selling businesses, or working towards that in some capacity. So I'm happy to have you here. Let me know if that's something you're working on, and if you are, or if it's something you're interested in. In the link in my bio, there is a community for business owners and entrepreneurs that are working towards growing, buying, and selling businesses We got a lot of cool people in there all working towards that same kind of thing. So would love to have you in there. Join it at the link in my bio. Hop on in there, and we hope to see you in there soon. And if you guys are in the same time zone as me, if you guys are in Eastern Standard Time, let me know what's up. That's where we're at. We're out of Orlando. And man, it's a time that I'm not usually awake right now. This is kind of wild. Kind of just talking to myself, but I knew this would be the graveyard shift. If you do a 24-hour stream, you are inevitably going to have to go through the graveyard shift at some point. So we had a little bit of a pop of things happening at the beginning, and we went pretty strong there. It was a lot of fun. Now we're in the time that most people are not awake, regardless of what time zone you're in. So this is the slow times. Just kind of cruising through it. Feel like a late night radio show host. Just try to figure out how to keep talking to myself. But when Ryan gets back here, we will pick another modern NBA video and we'll do a little bit of a breakdown. Hey. I've just been talking to myself a little bit. Oh, Kaiser 10. He says, bro, can you respond to my question? Let me know what your question is. I might have missed it. I'm not sure what your question is. But I'm happy to try to answer it if I can. If you can just ask it here. Oh, okay. State of status is sent. FYI, long question. I've got the stream running on my phone right now, so I won't be able to see WhatsApp messages at the moment. I don't have it logged in on my laptop. But ask any questions here in the chat if you'd like to. This is usually, the best place to reach me at the moment. But Ryan and I are going to dive deep into another modern NBA video here.
These are pretty good, right?
They are. Would you like to pick another one? I figured we'd go with one of the more popular ones. I picked out a couple of interesting ones. We've got the secret business of nightclubs.
Uh-huh.
We've got the territorial business of tacos and the rigged economics of airlines. Which
all
one's
good
out at you?
options. Well, I might as well keep it recent. Let's do the airline industry because we're talking about that failed merger between JetBlue and Spirit earlier.
Oh, I didn't know that was an attempted merger.
I believe
the American airline industry is a highly competitive yet heavily regulated battlefield where no company by design should ever capture majority market share. No airline has greater than 18% market share, and any M&A deal that would bring that number to 20% or higher is automatically blocked by the Justice Department. Yet while the core customer experience has not changed, American Airlines have gone through an often overlooked evolution in the past decade. It was only 10 years ago when newer low-cost carriers like Southwest and JetBlue were celebrated as innovators, disrupting dominant legacy carriers like Delta and United. They had elevated product and value with extraordinarily cheap fares and unprecedented amenities like free checked baggage, extra legroom, and self-assigned seating. Americans voted with their wallets, and they flocked to these no-frills, low-cost carriers where the experience was comparable and the price was consistently lower. Airlines are a straightforward, capital-intensive business where volume and scale is everything. The more planes, the more seats, the more passengers, the more trips, and the more money you can make. If we were to rank all American airlines based on earnings, the carriers that make the most money are the ones with the largest fleets, and those with the least amount of revenue generally have the smallest fleets. Like cruise ships, passenger aircraft are expensive assets that cost hundreds of millions of dollars and are built by only a few suppliers in the world and must be ordered years in advance. Every fleet costs millions more in annual maintenance, and planes generally are replaced after 20 to 30 years. Yet the airline business is not as simple as buying the biggest planes possible. For domestic flights between 1 to 6 hours, frequency and flexibility reign supreme. Single-aisle narrow-body aircraft work best as despite the fewer seats and minimal service, they can be filled and emptied quickly. For long-haul flights, wide-body two-aisle aircraft are ideal as they possess the range, have space for cargo and meal service, and can seat twice as many passengers. But on the flip side, they hog more fuel, require more crew, and take longer to turn around. There's no right way. You can get lots of people from A to B in a single shot in one big plane, or distribute passengers across many small planes over time. The path to profitability is to fill every plane you have with as many passengers possible. Yet no airline can sell out every single flight all the time. Load factor is the industry metric for seats filled, and 100% is near impossible. Across all American airlines, the average load factor has hovered between 70 to 80% for the past decade, meaning roughly 20% of seats are unsold. But beyond supply constraints and the high fixed cost of aircraft, variable costs are just as expensive. Fuel is the most expensive operating expense and chews up roughly 30% of revenue for every single airline. Every carrier spends billions of dollars every year for billions of gallons of fuel, and the cost savings are negligible for even the biggest carriers who operate with economies of scale. After fuel, the second highest expense is labor, as critical staff like pilots, attendants, and mechanics are all generally unionized. They secure higher pay and better benefits every few years, all of which mean ever-rising labor costs. Even though more people are flying than ever before, there's little margin left once all the bills are paid. Add in labor shortages, supply chain delays, regulation, weather, and the reality that the most lucrative airports and routes have been dominated for decades by the legacy carriers, it's no surprise why airlines remain an essential service but an unpopular business. No matter how you slice it, it's a tough market, and carriers all around the world have to constantly prove to investors that they're worth the investment, and they hand out generous dividends year after year to show a better return on capital. All this made the emergence and the overperformance of low-cost airlines in the 2010s all the more impressive, as they consistently outperformed the old-school legacy carriers in profits and loyalty with fewer planes and marketing spend. Across universities and the private sector, these low-cost carriers were celebrated as leaders in strategy, innovation, and culture. The popularity of Southwest, JetBlue, Spirit, Frontier, and Borderline Alaska all pointed to this low-cost future where the airline with the best price would always win. This theory made sense as online aggregators like Expedia, Trivago, and Kayak were all taking off at that time, and it was easy for anyone to find the cheapest option for any flight. There was a feeling that this was a changing of the guard, and the low-cost carriers would be the successors for domestic travel. Investors poured their optimism into these airlines, and for years, these low-cost carriers traded at higher multiples than the legacy carriers. But fast forward to present day, and this low-cost future has not materialized. The low-cost carriers are all struggling. Some are on the doorstep of bankruptcy, and the legacy carriers are now back on top, both in earnings and valuations. With their backs against the wall, the low-cost airlines are in panic mode, and they're all asserting that the industry is rigged, and there's no way for anyone to beat United or Delta. Is the American airline industry really rigged? How exactly did the legacy carriers reclaim market share? In this episode, we'll dive into the American airline industry and the territorial battlegrounds through the lens of 7 different airlines: United, Delta, American, JetBlue, Southwest, Frontier, and Spirit. If you ship things, listen up. Rollo is disrupting the shipping industry. Whether you ship 1 package a year or thousands a week, Rollo provides everything you need to save lots of time and lots of money. Since Rollo cares about saving you time, they've asked to cut this normally 3-minute-long sponsorship segment as short as possible. So here are the quick bullet points. More than 250,000 shippers use Rollo. There are no sign-up fees and no monthly fees. Whenever you ship, it will cost you just 5 cents. Rollo's That's code ModernMBA1 for a complimentary $10 shipping credit with Rollo. Thank you to Rollo for supporting Modern MBA and making this episode possible. Legacy carriers like United and Delta all operate off the hub and spoke model. We've covered the inherent scalability of hub and spoke networks on Modern MBA before. That's how Western Union and MoneyGram can enable so many people to send and receive cash at so many places around the world. Airlines pick a handful of airports across the country and convert them into strategic bases to centralize their planes, passengers, and resources. Passengers are funneled to hubs, and those who are too far must lay over and catch a connecting flight at the hub to reach their final destination. Airlines can ensure higher load factor and profits by consolidating the passengers into one location with big aircraft and then packing each cohort into smaller, more fuel-efficient narrow-body aircraft based on their final destination. Airlines also use hubs as a home base to consolidate repairs and maintenance, rather than having to keep mechanics and parts at every single airport that they touch in their network. They can also flexibly swap planes in and out at hubs to keep flights moving whenever unforeseen problems arise. While centralization always leads to greater cost efficiency, the entire network, on the flip side, becomes dependent on the hubs. If a hub suffers any downtime through weather, labor shortages, or just local projects, these delays will ripple through and the entire network suffers. The complexity in aviation is that airlines don't own airports, and airports are public properties managed by a city or state. This means that airlines have to work within the constraints of the airports as they've been built and spend hundreds of millions of dollars to renovate and improve the areas that they lease. Carriers ultimately must be strategic about which airports to convert into hubs. Airports that are too remote or too small just won't be as effective. On the West Coast, SFO and LAX connect California, the world's 5th largest economy, to the rest of the country, guys? And also double as gateways to Asia and Latin America. Okay. In Middle America, there's Denver, Chicago, and Dallas-Fort Worth as midpoints between the West and the East, along with the North and the South. On the East Coast, there's JFK and Atlanta as gateways to Europe, South America, and the broader and eastern seaboard. The location of these airports and their proximity to wealthy metropolitans, thriving industries, and large populations make them strategically more valuable than anywhere else in the country. While the DOJ ensures that no American airline gains over 20% of the overall market share, it doesn't enforce on a per-airport basis. Over the decades, legacy carriers like United, Delta, and American have all turned some of their hubs into fortresses through first-mover advantage. In a fortress, one carrier dominates most of the routes and in turn can raise prices as passengers have no alternatives and must go through this one hub and this one airline to get to where they're trying to go. United's hubs are San Francisco, Chicago O'Hare,
What's
Newark.
been the biggest takeaways so far?
The smaller budget airlines are tumbling right now, and
like they're in free fall,
and they're getting bashed.
It's a race to the bottom.
Kind of, but it's not. I mean, they don't charge as much, but they also don't have as many planes, so they're intentionally like smaller. But though it also kind of shows why blocking that merger only gave more power to the bigger guys. Because if the little guys are struggling and have to, kill routes and stop flying as much, then people have to go to the big guys who fly so much. So it doesn't help anyone by preventing Spirit and JetBlue.
So that was a blocked merger?
Yeah.
Like because of monopoly reasons?
Along those lines, but it didn't make much sense.
Yeah. Maybe it was the big guys just lobbying.
That's what some people think, because
it's probably
on paper,
what happened.
It's like they're still not even close to being as big as them.
Then that's what happened.
I think.
That's interesting.
I saw Hannah popped in on TikTok.
Oh, yeah, she did. She was just checking. It's funny, she was up at like 4 a.m. I'm wondering what the deal is with this guy saying, bro, can you respond to my question, and then not actually asking a question.
He said there was a character limit that he hit.
That's a different
TikTok.
guy. That's a different guy. Yeah, that's the WhatsApp guy. Which I would check if I had.
Swear to God, if it's one more question about how do I get into private equity.
That's all people want to ask. I want to answer.
You have so many videos. So many great videos that you guys can use.
And everyone wants to hear that there's some like application hack or interview hack or something, but it's actually just bring a nice meaty deal to the table and help close it.
Well, again, it's how do you want what type of private equity thing do you want to do? Are you looking to be an independent and be a bit more entrepreneurial with it, but work with them, or are you looking to work directly employed by a PE firm? These are two drastically different answers, which I think people are. I think sometimes they expect to hear if X then Y. I mean, Look, if you want to work in PE, you got to go to the absolute best business school, be a straight A student, have the connections, do every internship, and even then, it doesn't guarantee it because there's about 1,000 people who did the exact same thing with the exact same numbers.
They're all in
And
my
maybe
inbox.
Dude, and maybe one of them has an uncle whose buddy is in the company, so he gets a little, not much, but he gets a little edge over everybody else. You know, sometimes that happens with these, even though it's not right. But I mean, you know, it's like, how do I get into PE? Well, are you looking to work for a firm or with a firm?
Mm-hmm. Much better bet to just go put in the work and get more upside. Because also, if you somehow get lucky and get the internship, it's probably going to be unpaid. It's probably going to take forever to work your way up the chains. You'll learn a lot, but
depends on where you're at.
Yeah.
I mean, most stuff that I've seen coming out of like what, you know, people are making out the gate in IB, and I mean, New York has to post their salaries. I mean, you're in New York, you're making six figures, you're in the 120s to 150s. Now, New York taxes, New York prices, but you know, you're starting at just under you're just under the 150K mark, which, hey, you know what? Good chunk of change, put it aside, save, you know, a 10% raise, a 5 to 10% raise on 150 is substantial. So you get bonuses for performance. So, I mean, if you manage to land it, do it for a while, you know, save your money. But I think that you'll find if you're looking to work with private equity, you're better off sourcing the deal and finding a fund that isn't huge like a Wells Fargo, or you're not looking for a BlackRock, you're looking for a smaller niche fund where it's like, oh, this is exactly our buy box. We haven't seen this before. Let's make this happen.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. They just want to hear. I think sometimes people would prefer to hear what they know is comfortable. And remember, just because it seems like the right answer doesn't mean it's the right. It doesn't mean it's the actually, proper answer.
Can you check something, by the way? Do you mind checking on YouTube, just on the stream, to see if this actually is backwards? Because Devin said to flip it because it looked like it was like wrong. But it seems like whatever it's showing us would be how it's actually showing up.
It's backwards.
On the stream?
Yeah. Because you dropped mirror mode.
Why would he tell me to do that? Maybe he was trolling. Let me put it back on mirror mode. Let me know if that fixes it. We'll get him in the second half. Yeah, that's how it should be, right?
Yeah, that's the right way. I was wondering why you did that. It didn't make much sense to me, but I was like, Brody knows what he's doing. So this is part of the plan.
I don't actually know what I'm doing, for anyone listening. Also, Jason Ho 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 over on Instagram. Hello. Welcome to almost 5 a.m. in Eastern Standard Time. We are in the wee hours of the night. Just mostly conserving.
Wee hours of the night. This is the morning, bro.
Yeah, the wee hours of the morning at this point.
Yeah, this is when I wake up. I woke up yesterday at this time.
That's crazy. You're about to hit that 24. I mean, you're hitting that 24-hour mark.
We are 11 minutes away from that 24. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, once you hit 24, it's not bad. The next 3 after that, that's where I'm wondering, like.
Mm-hmm. That's where it's going to get interesting.
That's where I may just end up sleeping in my car for a few hours before I drive home.
It's not a bad idea.
It's really not just based just purely on what do I feel like? Can I make it 30 minutes down I-4?
It's probably a safer bet.
It probably is.
Regardless, you might want to hop in the live stream on your way home just to continue listening to something and make sure that you get home.
I'm going to be sipping an energy drink on the way.
probably also the safe bet. I wonder.
I think we're gonna
I
get,
wonder
we
when the
should
morning
get our
lift.
second wave of people soon. Like the 6 a.m.ers, I think are gonna be where we see the push.
I think so too. The 6 a.m.ers.
Yeah, anybody post in the
It is a
Discord?
weekend, so it might be a little bit later.
Yeah, maybe. If you're just joining, guys, we're promoting. Well, we're not promoting anything. We're celebrating the launch of our Discord server, where we are welcoming new members.
What's up, Abdullah Mohsin Khan? Welcome to the chat. We are celebrating the launch of our Discord community for business owners and entrepreneurs that are working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about what kind of stuff you're working on, whether you're working on anything like that. And if you are, join it at the link in my bio. It's a Discord chat or channel, and it is for people that are working on that kind of thing. Love to have you there. I love that we've got these G's on YouTube and Twitch that have been hanging with us throughout the whole night.
Man, thank God.
How can
for
one
those.
how can one make an IT support company? That's a great question. If you're trying to make an IT support company, I think you got to just start helping people with their IT and hope that the word of mouth kind of helps you get there. You know, if you're just starting, you've got to get customers. That's the biggest thing. You have to start finding customers and getting contracts with them. And I think you're probably going to be best off if you're starting doing it for free first, and then starting to get the word of mouth out there. But the best 4 ways that you can let people know about what you do are one-to-one with people you know, letting them know what you do. One-to-one with people you don't know, like cold outreach, cold emailing people, or cold calling, leaving voicemails, messages, stuff like that. You can run advertisements, or you can make content about what you do. I personally like to do a little bit of all 4 for what I do. I think you just get more people from different angles that way. Another school of thought is just going all in on one of those methods. I think that can work really well. I like all of them. I like to do a little bit of all of them and just keep them going. But if you're trying to start a company, you got to go get customers, bro. You got to get out there and find some people, network with them, and lock down some customers. What's up, Dennis? Welcome to the chat. We're here to help anyone that's here grow, buy, and sell businesses. So let us know if you got anything that you're working on. Drop a message in the chat. Let us know what you're working on and what questions you have. What's the most important and influential thing you have learned throughout your journey? Wow, that is a massively broad question. Let me see if I can hone in on that a little bit.
Jesus Christ, it's 5 a.m. That's a big one.
That's a big question.
Well, I mean, we're 5 a.m. I don't know what time it is where you're from.
The most important and influential thing I've learned throughout my journey.
That's like a 2-parter, because important and influential are drastically different things.
I would say the most important thing that I've learned on my entrepreneurial journey is that no one is going to come and save you, and you are responsible for everything that happens in your life. Period. No one's going to come save you. You're responsible for everything. If you can remember that, you're going to do well. Okay, bro, if you're going to be live streaming on multiple platforms, you have to engage with all of them. Just leaving me. Oh, I'm so sorry that you know a guy. I did not see your question. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate you. Let me know if you've got any questions. You know a guy. I would love to hear your questions. And we're doing our best to engage with everyone across platforms. I do not mean to leave you hanging at all. And I appreciate the gift. You are helping us get closer to the goal. We might have lost him.
Might have lost him.
Well. Hopefully he comes back. And you're welcome for the answer of your question, Abdullah. Hopefully that helps lock you in a little bit more and kind of put you in the direction that you need to go. But the biggest takeaway there is, yeah, like whatever result you're trying to get, no one's going to come along and just magically make it happen for you. You got to go out there and take outstanding action to make it happen. Ryan and I just try to take as much action as we can towards our goals and get ourselves closer and closer as we go.
Don't give up on it. That's the best advice. And don't.
That is the best advice. Yeah, don't give up on whatever you're trying to do.
But also don't make a.
Oh, Abdullah, if you want to get in contact with us, the best way to stay in contact with us is if you go to the link in my bio right now. We have a Discord channel and community that's specifically meant for people working on growing, buying, and selling businesses. So hop on in there. It's free to join. And you can hop in there and ask questions anytime. And there's a lot of other cool people that we're communicating with on stuff like this. So that's the best way to stay in contact with us. Would love to have you in there, man. And when you do go in there, you just answer a couple quick questions. Shouldn't take more than like 30 seconds, but you answer a couple quick questions and you'll actually get introduced in the channel and in the chat. But give like a more personal introduction to yourself as well if you'd like to. We have people at all different points in their journey as well. We got people that are looking to start a business for the first time or have never been an entrepreneur before. We've also got people that have owned a business for over 10 years or sometimes even over 20 years. So good place to be to learn. And it is only going to grow more from here. So you're getting in at the bottom floor.
It's just good people talking about whatever it is they got in their minds with their businesses.
Exactly.
So at the very least, it's a good place to.
I'm waiting to see you in there. I'm looking out to see you join. One last question: while growing big businesses, how do you get loyal political connections?
Be honest with you, we don't really deal with that.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of political connections. I've got some friends that have like loosely gotten into it from college, but I mean, I'd say my best like estimation on how to do that would be going to like galas and charity events and stuff like that that political figures usually go to, and just trying to rub elbows and provide value to them somehow. I think that's probably the best way to do it.
Be honest, you don't really deal in industries where you would need a politician to do something for you to allow you to continue operating.
It's true.
So very above board.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we haven't had much of a need for political connections, at least not yet.
I mean,
maybe that'll change.
I mean, the only reason you have political connections is because you're like, oh boy, the law doesn't help me here.
Your big jet trying to block at the merger of JetBlue and Spirit. Oh, welcome to the chat, Yasha or Yash Exa. If you are entrepreneurial or a business owner, we would love to hear a little bit more about any challenges you're facing right now. Ask us anything. This is the channel for growing, buying, and selling businesses or working on private equity deals. So let us know if you've got any questions or if there's anything you're looking to learn. Feel free to ask. Ask away. Let us know what you're thinking. Awesome, Abdullah. Definitely make that Discord and join us. We're waiting to see you in there. Starting to think we were getting ghosted there, so I appreciate you joining. And Yash Exa, great to have you in here. Let me wave at you real quick. Let us know what you're working on and what drew you to the chat. And if you want to chat with us some more and continue to regularly, you can hop into the Discord server right at the link in our bio. It's for entrepreneurs and business owners working on these types of things that we're talking about. We'd love to have you in there.
Why is my name yellow?
I don't know. I think There's a lot of people's names that are yellow. I think it just like kind of randomizes it almost.
No, there's a rule.
Oh, is there?
It's got to be, yeah.
Well, let's see if we can figure it out. What does yellow name on
you can set the name color, so Devin must have.
Yellow name indicates that a user is currently in idle status, meaning they're likely still logged in, but not actively using their computer, similar to an away status. Green, online, actively using Discord. Yellow, idle. Red, do not disturb. Purple, streaming. Gray, offline or invisible. Interesting. That doesn't necessarily seem right because
I'm online active.
And also all of these ones say offline.
So again, these are probably specialty rules.
It could be. Oh no, those are colored dots next to an avatar. What do the colors of usernames indicate? Yeah, I think it's custom roles. Because there's basically the way it works is that there's custom roles that get assigned based on like what information you put in when you join. And Yasheksa on Instagram says, which sectors are you targeting for a holdco? For a holdco right now, we're mostly just targeting HVAC. We've got a business under contract right now that we're hoping to close on this quarter that we've been going back and forth on. So we're hoping to just continue growing in that direction. We would be bolting that on to an existing HVAC company that we're working with. So pretty excited about that. But just broadly, we'd say like home and residential services. So any kind of like service where you're working on something in the home, something that we're excited about. But we're working with a couple different HVAC companies, also a plumbing and electrical company, some other companies, industries of which I cannot mention because of NDAs or other like privacy concerns, but all like in the residential and home services space. And we like that space because they tend to have an abundance of customers. And so it's just easy to continue growing them. It's just services that people continue to need, especially with growing population, if you're in the right areas. So we like those types of companies a lot. They're pretty standard, simple fundamentals type of businesses as well. Nothing too fancy. Just a service that needs to be done and people to do it. So those are good businesses to run.
Also, that's where you have your professional expertise. Not you personally, but in your network, the people you work with are professionals within certain home services.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another reason why it would be a natural fit.
It's true. Excited about this influx of people in the community. If you guys are tuning in, if you're not in the community yet, check it out in my bio or on the pinned comment. But I am stoked about all the new members. I think we're going to have some cool chats going on in here. Let's try to spark some chats, in fact. For anyone who's hanging out here, happy to have you here. We are in the early morning times here. We're just chugging along, plugging along. We're on a 24-hour live stream. Just going until the wheels fall off. Yeah, go until the wheels fall off, which is going to be at the 24-hour mark. We'll be going until 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let us know if you've got questions about growing, buying, or selling businesses. That's what we're here for. That's what we are looking to answer questions about. So would love to have you join. Welcome, Samed H14. Let me know if you have any questions about buying, growing, or selling businesses. I would love to hear them and hear what you're working on. Glad to have you here. This is a place where you can ask away with whatever questions you have. Anyone tuning in, happy to have you here. Drop a question in the chat. If you're up at this crazy hour like I am, been going for almost 12 hours here on the live stream, but just drop a question in the chat. Ask me anything. Looking forward to getting your questions and hopefully answering them the best way I can. I enjoy answering any questions, and we're happy to have you here. Welcome, anyone joining. We are happy to have you. Let me know if you have any questions about buying, growing, or selling businesses. This is the chat for anyone working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, and we want to hear what your thoughts are. We want to hear what you're working on. We want to hear what your goals are. Ask us anything. Just let us know what's on your mind. This is that time of the day where I'm just keeping my energy nice and smooth, awaiting that spike of early morning risers that'll come in and hopefully have some questions that they dreamt up last night while they were sleeping and I
Do you
was
think
not.
we'll ever see the sun again? I feel like I haven't seen it in days.
The crazy thing
Like
is
it's
I'm gonna
been the
walk.
same outside for like days now, and it hasn't been
Yes.
days.
The crazy thing is you'll walk out of here, you'll see the sun, but I'll still be in here.
Well,
I
you're gonna
won't
have
see
to
the
come with me to
sun.
get Devin.
That's true.
And
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to get him regardless. I guess I will see the sun briefly then.
no, you should definitely.
Oh, welcome to Dominic Rosak. Would love to hear any questions you have about growing, buying, or selling businesses. Yash Exa says some resources or books you can recommend before starting a holdco. Cover in detail. Recommend me some sectors. Yeah, if you're going to start a holding company, I think that Business Wealth Without Risk by Roland Frazier is a really good one. Buy Then Build by Walker Dybel is a really good one. And most recently, Main Street Millionaire by Cody Sanchez, also a great read. They teach you some out-of-the-box strategies that help you get different holdings. But I'm curious, what is your strategy going in with the holdco? Sounds like you haven't really picked out a sector yet. What do you have a background in? I know you want me to recommend some sectors, but I don't really know what you have a background in. Let me know what you have a background in. That's usually the best place to start. Some hot sectors I'm interested in personally for private equity, though. Consumer services, residential services, business services, niche manufacturing. What else am I forgetting? Just like a core 5 that we're looking at for TriVest. Those are some of the big ones, though. But
we got a response.
Dominic Trozak says, how do you find investors without connections? Well, I have a lot of connections, so I wouldn't say I don't have connections.
I think he's asking like, how would somebody who has no connections?
It's a good question. Well, I would start making connections. Honestly, I don't think you're going to find connection. You're not going to find investors without connections. I would take to LinkedIn. I would take to in-person networking events that, like the types that attract high net worth individuals. I would look to finance-related conferences like the Money Show. That was one that Ryan and I went to. I met a number of investors there. The way that I work in private equity is I'm not really in like capital raising mode. I work along with firms that have capital already. But if I was looking to meet investors without connections, I think if I'm being honest, there's a little bit of a flaw in the question. You have to make connections to have investors. So if you don't have connections, go start making some. Take to the internet, take to in-person events, but you're not going to meet them without connections. You could look to family and friends and start there. But ultimately, I think you have to make some connections.
I mean, Brody made a lot of his after he started making content.
Yeah, making content has been huge for me. So pick something to start working on. Also, the best place to meet or the best way to find investors is to already have something for them to invest in, especially if you're early on. So a lot of people think you have to go raise the money, then find the thing for them to invest in. It's actually exactly the opposite. You got to find the thing for them to invest in, and that's how you get their attention. So that's what I would recommend.
Oh, that was actually the first variation of that question that actually was original.
It was. Yeah, I appreciate the question.
Job. I appreciate that because, man, please don't ask us again how to
break into private equity.
Please, you can. There's actually there's like 6 hours of content on that we've recorded over this live stream. So believe me, we gave every answer, but
Yeah, we're welcome to and hoping for new questions.
Yeah, or if you can make that question different enough where we forget, go ahead, man. Like, it's how deep? We are 10 hours deep into this thing.
That's so wild.
Can you believe we
over 10 and a half hours?
Yeah, dude.
We've been sitting here streaming. That's
Bro.
crazy.
Yeah, this is you'll hit your 12 at 11 a.m., but you'll have like the hype train behind you, and you'll probably just be hitting from all sides with people. So it'll make it like this was the one I was worried about. So I'm glad I pulled this one with you.
This is the part where most people stop.
Yeah, no,
But
from the amount of people that were like, you're still doing this, like, yeah, but it's easy to believe we're still doing this once we're into the 8 a.m. That's when everybody's like, oh, okay, they're good. Like it's these hours, which,
this is one of those things where, we wanted to bring more cool people into this Discord channel, this Discord community, so that we could exchange ideas and chat about buying, growing, and selling businesses. And this is what it takes. You got to get in front of people. You got to let people know about your stuff. So this is just what it takes, and we're doing what it takes. Business is about doing what it takes. Now, figuring out what it takes, it's another thing entirely. That's a hard thing to figure out. You have to do a lot of research. What?
You talk, you have a good cadence, and normally you talk very well. The fatigue is hitting because the cadence, you're averaged about 40 miles an hour. You're now speaking at 20 miles an hour. Like,
I've slowed it down considerably.
Yeah, dude, let me get that cold brew real quick.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, I got
I'm also purposefully keeping the energy a little bit lower right now.
Oh, you're conserving.
I'm conserving, yeah.
Is that how that works? Okay.
I don't want to blow it all out. What is up, Pranava? Hi. Welcome to the chat. Let us know what questions you have about buying, growing, and selling businesses.
Yeah,
we're here to chat with you. We're here to answer your questions. We work in private equity deals, and I work as a business broker as well. So I work on a lot of different transactions, and I'm here just to answer your questions. So let me know what questions you have. There's got to be some burning questions on your mind. Hopefully we can help answer them for you. So let us know the best one that you have right now.
Hey, it's 5 a.m. We've been streaming for almost 11 hours. Business questions vastly preferred. But if you just got a question on your mind, we'll take anything at this point to get us through
it
this
says
hours.
it right here. Yeah. Ask me anything. You could ask me some crazy shit right now. I'd probably answer it.
At this point, I'll just tell you what, the sky is blue. I'll Google it. I'll read it out the Wikipedia page. Actually, I got a great question, Brody.
Consider us your personal chat GPT at the moment.
Yeah. Again, results may vary just like with the real chat GPT.
You got a great question?
Yeah, I got a good hypothetical.
Okay.
So let's just say that for the sake of whatever it is, you've come into a situation where you are now receiving millions of dollars. Let's just say per month.
Mm-hmm.
in this situation.
Millions of dollars per month.
Yeah, you just got you got a couple million every month
in cash flow.
Just like straight. It just shows up in your like your like bank account. Boom, every month it hits.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in this scenario, let's just say that we're a couple months into this. Family, friends, those are taken care of. Everything you wanted to do for people, you already did.
Mm-hmm.
How are you? What are you doing with that money now? Like, what is that? What does that life look like for you? You have this strong amount of money now coming in. How are you spending it? What are you doing with it?
I'd be doing, honestly, exactly what Alex Hormozy does. I would have a family office where I would be like investing in businesses. And I'd try to do my best to. So, like, did I earn that stream of income, or did it just magically appear?
You're thinking too deep. It's just there. You've just like somebody's just like, I like you.
So I would hope that by the time that happens, I've developed some really good rules and disciplines around investing.
It happens in 6 months. 6 months from now, bam, it's happening. You're where you are.
So I would set some really tight and strict criteria around both the type of business that I want to invest in, It would still just be established businesses. I don't think I would do startups yet. I might do some startups at that point. Actually, I would probably
You got
open
the cash, why not?
I've got the cash, so I would open up like a more of like a venture arm as well of the family office. But I would have a venture arm to it, but mostly focus on established businesses. And I'd be doing it for sport at that point. Like I'd be set, right? But I would just be doing it for sport, and I would be investing in these holdings, and I'd be working on roll-ups. I think the concept of roll-ups is a lot of fun. It's like, can you integrate cultures and do this thing? But what I would do is I would start to build out a team of like really exceptional high performers in all these different sectors. So I'd have like a CFO that handles all the CFO work of all the different companies. I would have a chief marketing officer that handles the marketing of all these different companies. I'd have a chief revenue officer over the CMO, and a chief sales officer. So kind of like both, with a chief revenue officer kind of managing both of them. I would have a kind of like slew of operations people that cover different types of businesses, kind of at the top management level. And then I would look to scalp talent from on credit. Is that a question? Interesting. And I would look to make majority investments in those companies so that I was maintaining and controlling the direction. But I would look for opportunities where I can keep the founders on, because they know the direction of the company better than any, and just look for opportunities where I felt like my connections or resources could drastically up level the company quickly, and where it was in a fragmented market where we could go out and do a roll up of multiple companies in that. And I would buy a big media company as well. So I'd buy a media company and start kicking out like 100 or 1,000 times the content that I'm kicking out right now, so that I just get all those deals sent to me, and the content would just bring in all of the deals, and we wouldn't have to do anything manually. Wouldn't have to go to any networking events. I'd probably still go to like some networking events for meeting like talent and meeting business owners sometimes if I felt like it. But I would just have a machine generating proprietary deal flow, and I would try to use my content to educate and inform that deal flow. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Be a whole lot of fun. What would you do if all of a sudden you had millions of dollars of cash flow just pouring in?
Yeah, just some billionaires like, this is a fun project, and just toss me some cash just because. I would focus solely on taking that money. I mean, assuming everybody's taken care of already. I would go the risky route. I would start. I would jump into the nonprofit world. I'd buy large my first thing would be buying large open spaces of land, and immediately putting up really high quality, sustainable, but like relatively modest sized dwellings, and developing a housing initiative for all the unhoused people, especially in Orlando, and working with rehab facilities and like specialty schools to give them a second chance. Because I think the worst part of living in Orlando is seeing all these people who need help and them not being able to get the help, because I like to think the city does what it does, but I would probably just devote every single ounce of my being into that, because I don't know. It's just like what I just like doing it. And if I had money, I was cool. It was like, well, let me see just how much good I can do before I die. Like, I don't know. For me, it's always been like, that's the whole point of, and whenever people ask me like, what do you want to do? It's like, I want to have like more money than God type money. And sometimes, only some people ever get, only some people say like, why? We got a question coming in.
Dominic Trozak, how hard would you say it would be to take like investment firm, hedge fund to IPO in a small European country? I want to make one and then get off, so I will need to sell it. I'm not gonna lie. I think that will be very hard. I'm not gonna bullshit you or give you a fake answer. I think that'll be very hard. I think European regulations are a lot tighter than they are here.
They're tight, but just forget just building the company. The process of IPO. There's a lot of companies during the process will just say, we're done, this is too much. You will be in meetings for a minimum of 12 hours a day. I am working at a company that when I started, they were like a year or so into the process of IPOing. And I talked with a bunch of different people, and the CFOs, the CIOs, the CEO, everybody was in meetings multiple hours of the day on top of what they were doing, getting grilled by different governing bodies. And they would get redundancies because the organizations that are talking to you, they can't talk to each other technically. They may work with the same stuff, but they'll tell you to go get this from this side, and that side will say, no, get this from that side. And you can't talk to them until tomorrow. So the process of IPOing in and of itself is enough to drive most companies to say, forget it, we'll just stay private. It's a long road to get there, to do that leap. Can you do it? Sure. And I think it's more impressive if you do. But remember, IPOing is very difficult and requires a lot of regulation and a big, it's not like, you need a lot of people. You need that CFO, CIO, and basically the whole point of an IPO is to prove that you shouldn't be a publicly traded company. You got to have, they're going to find as many ways as they can to tell you no, and you have to be bulletproof, and you have to turn it around. And that will involve you paying large sums of money for outside companies like, accounting and consulting and cybersecurity firms to come in and basically just paying them to go, yes, they're compliant. Even if you already are, you're just, the government's got hands to feed too. So it's a Herculean task.
Sumer's here.
Hey, Sumer.
Hey, Sumer. Let us know if you've got any questions, Sumer.
It's a Herculean task is basically my opinion on that. So that's why you don't see a lot of companies IPOing so frequently, because
personally, like if I'm being honest, I don't have any interest in IPOing a company at any point. I think it'd be a really cool thing to have on your resume, but I think you've got a lot of money by the time you're like getting in the territory of IPOing. I just think the process of going through it doesn't really appeal to me. I think I much more enjoy just like focusing on growing companies and like seeing them grow. That's what gives me a lot of satisfaction. And of course, you get a lot of growth from the IPO. It's like a huge part of the point, but I think it would just be exhausting. It doesn't sound fun to me.
I got to talk to I got to talk with a lot of the people who were doing the IPO stuff, because we were still like under 80 people at that point. It takes a toll on the people who are like in those meetings, man. It's yes, you're publicly traded, but what was the point of it really is what you have to figure out. If it's just I did the thing, as people used to say, then it's kind of a weird thing to put yourself through. I mean, if your long-term goal is to be doing buybacks and stock releases and trying to, giving ownership and all, if you have a detailed financial plan and analysis for what the future growth will be and how you're looking to, leverage that, great, then yeah, you're on the right track. But if you're just trying to IPO it, I mean, God bless, if you do it, it'll be a headache, but you can do it. But honestly, when you're private, you have, I don't want to say you have fewer rules, but there's a lot more stuff you can do that you won't have as much, many hands in your pie you know, like we can't do, you know, the company I work for, we have very strict rules of what we can and can't do, when we can and can't do things. And there's a monthly audits happening just to keep us eligible on, you know, just to keep us eligible on the NASDAQ. So,
also, if you're just tuning in, we are answering questions about growing, buying, and selling businesses. So let us know any questions you have. Drop them in the chat, and we will answer them. We are
United, Delta, and American have all turned some of their hubs into
to answer your questions. So drop your questions in the chat. If you're not in it yet, by some crazy stretch of the imagination, we've got a community right in the link in my bio that you can join if you are interested in buying, growing, and selling businesses. And you can chat in there and network with people anytime.
we are in hour 11 of our stream.
What would you do instead just sell some portion of equity and step out? Yeah.
So if you're just trying
It
to
depends
exit,
on the
yeah, just-
company. If I'm like specifically looking to exit the company, personally, what I would want to do is probably sell to someone with a great track record in that industry, and maybe hold on to some of the equity as an advisor, but sell a majority of it to do like a private equity deal, essentially. Depends on the size of the company at the time. I just don't think I would enjoy the process of going through an IPO. It just doesn't sound.
No,
It sounds like a lot of headache for. I mean, a great reward, very exciting reward, but it's more just like a resume builder. I'm not really in it as much for the resume builders as I am for like the enjoyment of the business growth. That's what I like working on.
Yeah, I think the tech field has really overblown what an IPO is, and it looks really easy because there's tech companies who are like, oh, they IPO'd. That was a long road to get there. And you know, they're much more stringent on the rules because there have been a lot of people that have IPO'd and then have been delisted because their stock tanked because they actually weren't that valuable and nobody cared. So you have to remember that. So if you're just looking to do a scale into a scale for sale, then I think that's really what you're looking for, which is you take a business, you really work in it, you understand it, you really engage with it, and you grow it through the means that make the most sense while maintaining the integrity of the business itself, what made it what it was. And then you would eventually look to sell it to somebody who you felt could continue on in a similar fashion to maintain the integrity of the business that you've now helped to contribute to grow to that point. So
it's a great point. Also, I'm going to pop over here and add something to the chat.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to pin a little comment for y'all. But if you're in here hanging out, ask us some questions. We are here to answer questions.
We're at
What's up, Dim Nico?
6 a.m.
Ask us your questions about growing, buying, and selling businesses. I know you can't quite see it in the background there because I'm covering it up.
Or why Dad never came back from the store. We can also help you with that one too.
Ask us your questions about growing, buying, and selling businesses. We are looking forward to answering them.
Or if Mommy did indeed kiss Santa Claus and you won't like what the answer is.
Sure. And if you're tuning in here, ask away. Let us know what your questions about growing, buying, and selling businesses are.
I think it's a great question, though. The millions of dollar question, because you can really see I think you get a good idea for a person's kind of like trajectory when you give them that freedom. It's a question I've started asking people more and more to see what they say, and it's very interesting. Some people just say they do nothing and they just want to work, but no, they don't have to. Some people want to do.
I would for sure still work.
Yeah, it's just like, what are you doing? How are you doing it? Some people want to just disappear. I mean, it's really cool to see what people say.
I want to create. If I had unlimited money, I just want to create more entrepreneurs. I don't know. Entrepreneurs are my favorite people to hang out with personally. think
I
it'd be
like hanging
fun.
out. I like hanging out with people who are
Building something.
building stuff, but also rich. I don't like to be around. I prefer people who are striving for something, especially when I can help them. I think the
Mhm.
world is more fun when you can help somebody.
I agree.
It's pretty much, I live my life in that default. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna be doing some more work with volunteering at the one of the shelters around here. If you and Hannah want to come by at some point,
Yeah, let me know.
we could do something. But the other question that I found that people tend to really like is when you ask them like how, like think of think of a character or person, either real or fake, alive or dead, that you feel is a reflection of you. And like what about them resonates with you? Like it's pretty cool how what people see themselves as versus what you see them as, and kind of finding hearing about what drives them to kind of, you know, how they drove that parallel, and what their beliefs are in themselves, and how they identify with a character or a person. It tells you a lot. It's a hard question, right?
It's a really hard question.
It's not. It's usually one that you ask somebody and it takes a while for them to think about. Usually it's days.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I'm gonna be able to come up with that anytime soon. That's tough. I like to think of myself as like my own unique person, so it's hard to like draw a comparison. I feel like we all like adopt little bits of personality from a bunch of different people that we strive to be like in different particular areas. So it's hard to pin it down to one.
I think usually I've seen people have almost exclusively gone the fictional route, because fictional characters tend to be the best ones to reflect a personal belief or ideal on, or finding something that your core value attracts to. So I've never had anybody answer like, George Washington or Abraham Lincoln. Nobody resonates with real people. It's always a character or a fictional person that they feel so closely resembles how they feel about themselves or their life. We get another comment. Oh, is that your pinned comment?
That's my pinned comment. But welcome to the chat, Legendary Warrior 6. Let us know what questions you have about buying, growing, or selling businesses. We are excited to answer them. Me and Ryan are sitting here just waiting for your juicy questions. So drop them on us. We want to answer them. We want to know what you're thinking and what you're about. We are happy to have you here.
We're 11 hours deep into this thing, so we're almost at the halfway point.
Officially 11 hours. That's crazy. Yeah, about to be at that halfway point for sure. We did start a couple minutes late, but we're still
I don't think we've ever
hours.
started an episode of Deal Flow on time, so at least
No,
we're
we
consistent.
haven't. Exactly. Consistently slightly late. And if you're tuning in on TikTok over there, let us know what questions you have about growing, buying, or selling businesses. We want to answer them. That's what we're here for. Let us answer your questions.
So we got some more people in here, and we're doing this to kind of celebrate the launch of a Discord server that we made. It's a group of entrepreneurs and people who are interested in being entrepreneurs, and just people who have business dreams or business questions, business desires, to talk with other people who are either doing the thing they want to do or similar things or adjacent industries. So there's links posted if anybody's like to join. It's a great community. People chat and kind of give their own ideas and ask for different opinions to get different views on the problems they're facing in their business or in their goals to achieve. And it's a good group. And we do have there is a paid group within the group. So that just within the free group is another group that people have gone into for people who really have specific things they want to achieve within their business or that they're scaling with, and want more time with people like Brody and Grant, who are going to really be able to spend more of their energy specifically on their business's problems.
What's up, Aruya? Glad to have you in here.
And on top of that, because of how we wanted to kick things off,
a portion of all the proceeds that we get from the signups for the intergroup today will be donated to the military veteran entrepreneurship. I believe it's a foundation. It supports military veterans who are working on their business and kind of helping them get helping them get a leg up, and also helping them develop things, and help them kind of succeed if they're having an issue. So it's for a good cause. It's for good stuff. So that's pretty much what we're doing here. That's why we're putting ourselves through this.
Aruya says, how do you value how much a business is worth? Great question. You value how much a business is worth. I mean, the best answer I could give you is it depends on how much someone is willing to pay for it. That's not the good answer, though. The best way to value a business is by taking the profit that it's making every year and applying a multiple to it. Now, the multiple is the hard thing to figure out. So you have to figure it out based on, what level of profitability the business is at. If it's very small, if it's like under $200,000 a year in profit, then the multiple is going to be pretty low. It's going to be like a 1 or a 2x multiple, or even less. But as that profit starts to climb, the multiple gets bigger as well. So that's kind of how it goes. It goes up like a hockey stick growth. But you figure out what the net profit of the business is, or the EBITDA, depending on how it's set up. And then you apply a multiple to that is like something kind of standard in that industry and at that size. And that will give you basically how much the business is worth. But at the end of the day, it's only worth that much if someone is willing to make an offer on it for that much and pay that much for it. So the market tells you everything you need to know. But you can look towards like what comparable businesses have sold for that much. So there's a valuation company that I work with regularly as a business broker that we send people to get valuations. And what they do is a lot of times they will do the multiple on the net profit like we talked about, but they also pull a list of industry comparable sales that have happened in like recent years. So you could see, okay, this company with this much revenue, this much net profit, this many employees sold for this much money. And that usually gives a better approximation than anything. But it all depends on who your buyer is too. Are they private equity? They might be able to pay a little bit more because they have a bigger plan for it. They've got lots of investor funds to deploy on it. Are they a strategic buyer? They might be willing to pay a decent amount for it too. Is it just an individual that wants to own the business? They probably aren't going to be that well financed. So it all really depends on who's buying it. And that's like the honest, long answer I can give you. But great question. And if you are interested in that sort of stuff, you might want to join our free community. It's at the link in my bio. And we've got all kinds of people in there that are there to talk buying and selling businesses and also growing businesses. So, Ruya, I would love to have you in our Discord community. Hop on in there. Happy to hear that you like the answer. Yeah. Hop on in the Discord community if you want answers to more stuff like this. You can ask questions in there anytime, even while we're not live streaming. And hopefully we will be able to get you prompt and quick answers. Awesome. Yeah. Excited to have you take a look at it and glad we could answer your question. We always like to give really in-depth answers because there's a lot of nuance to this stuff. It's often not that black and white. Valuation of a company is something that's a combination of art and science. And there's not one clear, definite, understood value of any company. It's a moving, fleeting thing. It can change with market trends. It can change with all sorts of things. It's all about putting out an offer of a price and seeing if someone bites at the end of the day. Awesome question, though. That's been my favorite question in a little while because you weren't here for this, Aruya, but there's a lot of people in here that just came in asking, how do I break into private equity? It was the same question over and over again. And it wasn't our favorite question to answer because, it's the answer is just find a good deal
I mean,
and work it.
Yeah. Also, there's just you've made so much content on that one question. Like, it's insane if they had just scrolled through it. If they had, you could pick any 3 videos, one of them is going to be a breaking into private equity video.
Well, I think a lot of people ask the question hoping this is going to be the one time that I give the easy answer. I give the answer like, oh yeah, you just go on this website and you just break in. But it's not how it works. It's not at all how it works. In reality, you break in by putting in some damn crazy effort that no one else is willing to put in. That's how you stand out. That's how you do it. That's how you got to eat what you kill in that world. That's the facts. Saw that someone else just tuned in on YouTube or Twitch. Welcome to the chat.
What's up?
Let us know if you have any questions, if you are interested in growing, buying, or selling businesses. We want to know what you're working on and what you're interested in. So hit us up if you're interested in growing, buying, or selling businesses. We're here to answer your questions, and we've got a free community for you to join that you can ask questions anytime. But in the meantime, drop one in the chat. Hit us with something hard. Try to stump us. See if you can stump us. Ask us a question that's a tough one. We want to answer your questions. We are here to answer them, and we're excited to drop into some hard, difficult questions that you have. That's what we thrive on here. We have a lot more fun when we answer hard questions, don't we?
Yeah. Well,
yeah. Throw us some hard ones.
Hey,
Quit it with all these easy ones.
How many eggs do you think you could eat in a day?
I know for a fact that I can eat at least 10 eggs a day. I used to regularly.
Wow.
This is when I was in the middle of a bulk.
Oh, okay.
But it was just like it's a good source of fat and protein.
Do you know it has an egg is 60% of your daily cholesterol?
I do, but it's kind of like a myth that dietary cholesterol affects your cholesterol.
Interesting. I work with a guy. He's like fresh out of college, and for some reason, he started telling people that he could eat 20 eggs a day easy, like within a work day. 8 hours, 20 eggs.
I could do it.
There is now a small pool of money that people have thrown in on to see if he will actually eat 20 eggs in 8 hours. I don't think he really understands what 8 eggs looks like or what 20 eggs looks like.
Chat, let us know if you think you could eat 20 eggs in a 8-hour workday period. Oh, I thought I had another comment over there. Let us know, chat. Could you eat 20 eggs in an 8-hour period? I think
he's going hard boiled.
Oh, you lost me there. I'm not a big hard boiled guy.
Yeah, no, you give me scrambled. That's 8 easy. I can do 8 scrambled at a time.
Yeah, I like fried eggs. What I would do, so I would do like 10 eggs and I would mix them in rice. So I did them like over easy. I would throw them into rice and kind of stir it up, mix it in with the rice, season that bitch a little bit. Sheesh. It's the good stuff.
Delicious.
It's like a little like fried rice salad type of thing. It's quite delicious. Welcome to the chat. If you're just joining, let us know what questions you have about buying, growing, and selling businesses. We're here to answer them, and we are locked and loaded and full of opinions. Let us know.
We are 11 and a half hours deep into this, so
that's crazy.
That
is crazy work. I'm looking forward to that morning surge of new people, but also in the meantime, welcome T Marston 06. Let us know what questions you have about buying, growing, and selling businesses. We are ready to answer them. We're excited for it. Happy to have you here. Come on in, people. Drop some questions on us. Make them hard ones. We want to answer them. Should we go back to the Jets?
Yeah.
Not as compelling as the Crumble.
It wasn't as compelling as the Crumble. I felt like.
Fair enough.
Coming in.
No, we're still waiting on that morning surge.
That's
time
the
is
thing.
it?
It's 5. We're almost at 6
Almost
o'clock,
at
which
that
I feel
6
like is
o'clock.
going to be kind of the kickoff.
Could be a little bit of a kickoff. I feel like the early morning crowd is probably a little bit less of a streaming crowd, but we'll see. Hop on in, Leon HND. Let us know what questions you have about growing, buying, or selling businesses or private equity. Hop on in and drop something that try to stump us. See if you could ask us a hard question, or you could give us an easy one too. We're just looking forward to answering some cool questions, meeting some cool people. Help us get to know you a little bit.
This is like a fever dream, man.
This is like a fever dream.
Yeah, this is just
This
like
is so bizarre.
Yeah, this like like I'm now approaching hour 25, so like this is starting to seem like this is kind of loopy.
Yeah, it does feel like you're just living in a loop.
Yeah, if somebody from the morning crew comes in, I don't want to look them in the eyes because I don't know what I'll say.
It is kind of crazy because you just get into this weird loop, like saying the same things over and over. Mike Chan 188. What's up, man? Let us know what questions you have about growing, buying, or selling businesses. We want to answer them. And for anyone else tuning in, this is a chat for entrepreneurs growing, buying, and selling businesses. We're excited to answer your questions. Let us know what questions you have. We want to dig into them and answer them. What is up, Charles Gerard? Let us know what you got as far as questions. We want to answer your questions. I need Devin to come in here well rested. Marak 21. What's up, Marak 21? Let us know if you got any questions about growing, buying, or selling businesses. We want to talk business. I know it's early in the morning, but hit us with some hard questions. We want to answer them. We're happy to have you here, and we are talking anything growing, buying, or selling businesses or private equity. So hit us with whatever you got. Throw us some questions, whether it be private equity roll-ups, whether it be buying your own business. Let us know what your goals are for 2025. Hell, ask us anything. We are ready to answer questions.
Except how to break into private equity.
Don't ask us.
That,
do not ask us how to break into private equity. So we're going to give you the same answer that we gave all the dozens of people that came in and asked that earlier. It's a boring answer. It's do the work, go and find a good deal and bring it to the table to the right firm and learn while you work on the deal. That's the basics of it. Don't break into private equity.
Yeah, just don't. Do something else with your life. I don't know.
Ryan's getting into the loopy early morning hours of the day.
Go be an IB or something. Like, come on, why you want to do private equity?
Cobble shoes.
I do. I want to know why people are so invested in private equity. Like, what is this sudden interest?
It's just becoming popularized. People are seeing that you can make good money doing it. I think
you can make IB is the same thing. Like, it's slightly less money, maybe, but you have immensely more time.
What are your goals in 2025? How would you like to achieve it? Good question. My personal goals in 2025, we have a business under contract right now. That is one that's local. It's a smaller business that we are. One of my biggest goals is to close that or something like it. If it ends up being the right one, I would love that. So I want to close that business as an acquisition that we are bolting on to an existing business that we're already working with. So that would be really exciting if we close that one. And if we close that one, another sub goal of that is to grow that business, hopefully pretty substantially over the course of this year. Another goal of mine is to close a couple of the larger deals that I'm working on. So there's a couple deals that I'm looking at and exploring as an independent sponsor, working alongside some large private equity firms. And those are pretty big businesses compared to this other one. That we would be looking to do much more robust, comprehensive private equity deals with. So a huge goal of mine is just to close those and to take those into the next stages. Those are really the two big goals I have right now. One other goal I would say is there's a lot of businesses that aren't big enough for us to do private equity deals with. So with those, we're looking to establish consulting relationships and help those businesses grow because we have a lot of fun with that. How do I find buyers? So I found someone who's been working in private equity for 10 years on LinkedIn, and the buyers in most cases that we're talking to are private equity ones. Depends on, so if usually it starts with whoever I'm working with that's selling their business. Depends on what their goals are. If their goal is to cash out for as much money as possible, then I go and tap into the private equity connections that I have. If their goal is to just sell and get out of the business, then we might find a different set of buyers. I tap into my personal network and the network that we have within our brokerage. The brokerage that I work in, we've got a few thousand buyers that we circulate things to. So that's how I find buyers, either go directly to the private equity connections that I have, and I start working on the deal with the seller to kind of be prepared for that transaction, or I tap into the thousands of buyers that we have on the brokerage side if they just want to sell and get out. Depends on the goal. How did I build the network? I built the network just over, honestly, years of posting content, of getting on calls with and connecting with people from the content, and connecting with people on LinkedIn. I used like tools that automate the outreach on LinkedIn, where I could just reach out to a bunch of people in the industry at once, and I put out like hooks of things that they might be interested in. I asked if they would be interested in partnering on a business acquisition fund, and that was kind of the hook that got me into the conversations. And from there, we started having the conversation about what it would look like. And when I met people that already had relationships with private equity firms that had the money, then that meant I had buyers. And so then I went and looked for businesses that fit the criteria they were looking for and brought those deals to them. And that's how we started working on them. I can see you were getting incredibly tired there, my friend.
I am on hour 25.
Do you need caffeine? Do you need to
Do
you need to throw in the towel? You can throw in the towel if you need to.
When did I say I was going to leave, Brody?
You said you were going to leave at 8 a.m.
That's when I'm going to leave.
I appreciate the commitment. Marak 21 AS, let me know what interested you in asking that. Is this something that you're looking to do on your own, or are you selling a business? I'm curious to hear what's got you asking the questions. And also, if you haven't seen it yet, we have a Discord community for people like you that are interested in this kind of stuff. We got a lot of really cool people in there. It's in the link in my bio. So check that out. Join the community. And people are asking questions like this all the time in the community. So we love answering questions like this. So hop on in there. But I'm also curious to hear just what got you interested in questions like this. Like what's got you interested in the world of private equity, buying and selling businesses, growing businesses. Tell us a little bit about what got you interested. I would love to hear it and get to know you a little bit more. These little these little what is it, Twitch? These little Twitch messages that come in are kind of interesting.
They're bots.
Yeah, they're just bots. Okay, interesting. Why are you looking to build a network for this? Oh, here we go. I am pursuing a career in finance, and I am looking to go into PE or VC. That's awesome stuff. So we're more in the private equity space. A lot of people get the two confused. It sounds like you've taken the first step, which is understanding that there's a difference between PE and VC. So I appreciate that. So it's a pet peeve of mine when people call me a venture capitalist or say I'm in venture capital, because I'm not really interested in startups at all. Why do I prefer PE? For me, it's less risky. You're betting on good, solid, stable businesses that are established. And startups, I feel like you're just taking a lot of like wild swings. I think it's very exciting. Listen, it's very exciting when those do pay off, but I like investing in things that have a higher likelihood of continuing to grow. And I feel like when you're working on deals with businesses that are already established and doing well, you just have more leeway to try cool, crazy things and have them pay off and succeed. I personally just feel like you get more, you get to feel the leveling up of business more in private equity than in venture capital. I don't know. You have to take a lot of swings that don't pay off in VC, and it just sounds a little exhausting to me. I like to just take companies that are already good and make them better. I think it's less risky. It's more fun to me. But what's got you between the two? Like what drives you to get into finance, and what makes you want to lean one way or the other? I'll also say I think that there's a little bit more of a future in PE. Venture capital will always be around, but I think there's been a little bit of a bubble pop with like some of these like tech startups and now AI startups. I think that bubble's going to pop as well. And there's probably always going to be these new waves of technology that come. So VC will probably always be around, but I don't know. To me, private equity is more solid and stable, and I feel like you could completely lose your shorts from one day to the next in VC, whereas there's a lot more longevity in private equity. And actually, there's a ton of people that work in the VC space and have been for a while that have found me through my content and told me they would rather get into private equity than be in VC because it's a stressful place to be. So I think it depends on what you're getting into it for. If it's all about like the wild ups and downs and thrills for you, then VC might be a little bit more exciting than private equity to be in. But for me, I get a lot of satisfaction out of like having a lot of impact with the work. And I think, it's very likely you put a lot of work into something, some company, some startup, some deal, and it's just not around tomorrow with VC, just due to the nature of what it's focusing on. So I just have a lot of fun with private equity. I think it's very cool. But I don't know. What are you thinking? Maybe you have a different opinion. Maybe you like VC better. That's just kind of my personal preference. I don't think there's one that's better than the other necessarily. What do you think, Ryan? What's more interesting, VC or private equity?
Depends on what you think interesting is. I think I like the pace of VC, but
because of like the like excitement, the ups and downs, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but I dislike the risk of it.
Oh, what's up, Sean? Welcome to the chat, man. Let us know if you got any questions about growing, buying, or selling businesses or private equity. That's kind of what we're talking about here. It's our whole shtick here. Appreciate you having you in the early morning wave here. We have officially been streaming for about 12 hours now. So I am but a shell of my former self at the moment.
You're doing fine.
But I am just here to answer any and all questions about private equity, about buying and selling businesses, about growing them. We're doing this because we have a community that we're launching, a Discord community for people that are looking to learn more about that stuff or get into it, work on growing, buying, or selling businesses. There's a lot of people in there that are trying to buy their first business to run, a lot of people that are trying to get into private equity deals, or just people that are looking to sell their business one day. So it's a really cool community. Check it out if that resonates with anyone listening. But fire away, ask any questions that you have. We're here to chat and talk through these concepts. I've got a bottle of cold brew right here. So I've just been sipping on this sucker. Maroc 21AS says, just thinking about finding some great startups with amazing new innovative ideas, but I see your point with the size of deals. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of fun working on startups, but I can tell you from firsthand experience, it's also fucking exhausting. A lot of what my work has been in startups, and the more I've worked in startups, the less I want to work in startups. If that makes sense, it's just exhausting. It starts to kind of like tear you down at a certain point because they just take so long to get off the ground. Like the business that I founded that was successful was a startup. So it was successful. We did a few $1 million in revenue over a couple of years, and we sold it. But it was 16 months before I ever took personal money out of the company. I got embezzled from, lied to, stolen from, went through a lot of hardships, a lot of tough stuff. Buying companies that are established is, maybe not as sexy, as exciting. But I think it's becoming the new sexy. I think it can be very exciting if you do it right. And there's good, solid, stable cash flow. Private equity is easier to find investors, right? Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you're going to investors with a more sure thing. Nothing is a completely sure thing in business, but if you're going into private equity deals, you're going to them with a more sure thing, just a more likely and sure bet that's more likely to pay off. So it's a lot easier to find investors. The best way to find investors for private equity or venture capital is to go out and find the deal and then start shopping it around. But yeah, it's a lot easier in private equity because you can see that there's lower risk and investors prefer a higher likelihood of making money. When you're finding investors for venture capital, they're essentially gambling. I mean, they're literally gambling, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that if you have the funds to do it. My opinion, just one man's opinion, if you're like trying to play the long game with it, I think it's probably a safer bet to get into private equity first. And then if you find yourself attracted to venture capital later down the road and you've made your money, and you've got extra play money to deploy, it's the same way I think of gambling. Like if I want to go gamble, I'm taking a very tiny portion of my overall net worth, like minuscule, like less than a fraction of a percentage. Like I'm putting like 20 or 40 bucks in my pocket, maybe 100 at the most. And that's the money that I have to lose for that day. I expect to lose it. I kind of see venture capital as the same thing, to be honest. And there's like a model for venture capital. Like they kind of take the bet of like, we'll pick 10 companies and we know 9 of them aren't going to work out and the 10's going to make our money. But I don't know, to me, that sounds a little exhausting. It sounds stressful. But I think for a lot of people that appeals to them and they enjoy the rush of it. But awesome question. Also, are we doing business abroad? Do we have investors who are from other countries? Not really working with investors from different countries yet, although I have connected with a few of them that are looking to make acquisition deployments this year. I met a really cool guy so he's from Norway. Started creating he created a holding company and started like acquiring businesses there in Norway and actually moved to Spain. And he's looking to buy businesses in Florida, ideally, because he wants to have a house in Miami as well. Wants to like kind of earn his citizenship that way so he can bounce around back and forth. So that's usually like one of the big motivations of foreign investors. But I'm not currently like working with any, just a couple that might want to. As far as doing business abroad, though, there's actually a deal. I can't really say anything specific about it, but there's a company in the aviation space that is based internationally, but does business all over the world that I'm looking at right now. Not as a private equity deal, but more as like not early stage. They've been around for like 5 years, but they're not looking to be bought out necessarily. They're just looking to get an investor for some equity. So So that's kind of a cool one. How to connect with VCs and how to pitch out to them. I've never been in venture capital, so I'm not the VC guy. I do know a few of them. As far as trying to connect with them, find them on LinkedIn. Just find them on LinkedIn and message them about a deal. The easiest way to connect with VCs or private equity people is to bring them a deal to talk about. Sometimes it's hard to really get them out of bed for any less. Which industries are trendy in 2025 in PE? Great question. 5 things, mostly. Consumer services, residential services, business services, niche manufacturing, and what is the one I keep forgetting about? Let me just
finding an accounting.
That'd fall under like business services. I always just go off of the few that Trivest has listed because that's one of our big focuses is working with them. And then I go to this this particular fund here, the recognition fund, or the discovery fund rather. So business services, consumer services. Oh, healthcare. I'm forgetting healthcare. Healthcare is a massive one. So business services, consumer services, healthcare, niche manufacturing, value-added distribution is something else. Although I'm not really in like the distribution or product space too much. It's just not one that I have a great understanding of. If I'm being honest, I know service businesses better. So like residential services is kind of a subsect of what industry do I like the most and why? I like residential services the best because to me, I haven't been in private equity very long. I'm fairly new to this. I'm kind of just like building from scratch, like my content suggests, and breaking into the space. And to me, residential services is like business on easy mode. It's it's no running any business is not easy, but it's on easier mode because you have plenty of customers to go after in residential services. It's kind of just about charging premium prices and being able to spend the most on advertising because of that, and being able to recruit people and staff your operation. And to me, those are easier problems to solve than things like product market fit that you have to do with startups. It's just a lot easier to solve than that. I am from Germany. How difficult is it in the US to break into private equity? Honest answer, it's very difficult. But I'll give you the roadmap. You go out and you find a deal that aligns with a private equity firm's kind of investment criteria, which many of the big ones list directly on their website in pretty clear detail. So you go on to a few of their websites, try to find the common patterns, and then you go out and start having conversations with business owners until you find one that is motivated to sell and could be a fit for a private equity company based on the criteria that they list. And then you bring that deal to the private equity company with you as the facilitator of the deal and the one holding it. And then they've got to go through you to get the deal, and they want the deal. So they're going to cut you in on it. And that's how you do it. That's how you break into private equity. There's no magic potion of like crafting the perfect LinkedIn resume or LinkedIn status. You just bring a deal to the table, and that's how you break in. At least that's been the case for me. There's people that get lucky and have like they have a relative that's in it or a family friend or friend that's in it. And they kind of get a little bit luckier. They don't totally get lucky. These are people that, like I should mention, these are probably people with like 4.0 GPAs and lots of different qualifiers, thick resumes. They were in a bunch of clubs and stuff in college, but I've gotten into it and broken in more of the entrepreneurial route. Why did I choose private equity? So my big mission in life right now is to help business owners sell their business for the most money possible. And so I started out doing that, the consulting route. I was working like one-on-one with them to just grow their business and prepare it for sale. That led me into business brokering as well. So actually like finding the buyers for them. So that's something I do. And as I started finding buyers for some of these businesses and working with them, I was meeting a lot of private equity companies. So I started getting to know what they do. And a lot of times they just have the biggest funds and the biggest resources to be able to help these business owners exit for more. Sometimes these business owners get 2 exits with how these deals play out. So it just perfectly aligns with my mission of getting the biggest exits possible for business owners. Yep. Someone says target schools. I'm not sure quite what you meant by that. Maybe applying to schools.
All right. So your target schools. I'm going to talk domestic USA. I just need some jalapeno cheesy things, and I need to just get another Red Bull in me. Sorry, not a Red Bull, a Red Thunder.
That's crazy.
Look, Aldi, man, it tastes like a Red Bull. It's probably a Red Bull, but I paid $4 for 4 of them. I actually saw a post the other day on LinkedIn where a guy broke down the European schools that were good for IB and PE. But if you're going stateside, you're going to focus on business or mathematics specifically, and you're going to go for Ivy Leagues are always loved. UPenn, University of Pennsylvania is a big one. You have MIT, and you might think that's an engineering school. Well, it's also a mathematics school, and private equity loves analysts and people who can do credit valuations, which is a heavy math. That's why they look for business or mathematics related degrees. NYU, depending on who you talk to, I mean, NYU is pretty much in the middle of New York City, so you get a lot of great networking opportunities. A lot of internships come up, and a lot of alum. So they have a very good school of business. It's not top of the country, but the connections that you can leverage are second to none there. And of course, your Ivies, your Princetons, your Harvards, your Cambridge, your the one with a C. And then trying to think of anyone else who's like a sleeper program that people aren't really paying attention to, because I see a lot of these names thrown around.
But I'll be totally honest, my eyes kind of glaze over whenever someone's just like listing qualifiers on their resume. For me, it's way more about like, what's your track record working in this? Like what deals have you brought to the table? Have you closed? Have you worked on? Or like, what was your experience before? Not to belittle anything about school. School's very important, but it's only half the equation to me. I think the most important thing is like, what value can you bring to the company? At the end of the day is like in the business world, that's what matters. And the value is new deals being generated. Like the most value you can provide to any company is something that generates revenue.
How do you want to play the game? You can either go the collegiate route. You can.
Thank you for asking your questions, and we would love to have you in the Discord community. If you were just hopping on, I know we got a few more people in here tuning in, coming throughout. Ask any questions that you have, and we've got a Discord community in the link in the bio that is all about asking questions about growing, buying, selling businesses, private equity, and all that sort of thing. So hop on in there. We'd love to have you ask your questions. You can ask questions anytime. This is a special event that we're doing for a limited time, this 24-hour live stream. So this is unfettered access to us. Ryan will be here for a couple more hours. And then we've got some other awesome guests on the way coming in. You got unfettered access to us at the moment, but you can also get that access to us in the Discord community. That's what it's here for. That's what we're here promoting. The Discord community is the best place to ask us questions anytime. So hop on in there at the link in my bio for TikTok and Instagram. And if you're tuning in on anything else, then it is the pinned comment. But hop on in there. Introduce yourself. There's awesome people in there already that are working on the same type of stuff as you. And Dominic Trozak says, if I want to make connections on LinkedIn for an investment firm, what are some tips and steps? What should I take? I only have track record. Well, having a track record is fantastic. So be ready to talk about your track record, but the exact steps you should take, if I'm giving the advice of what I literally did to find my private equity connections that I'm leveraging right now, is I went on LinkedIn Sales Navigator. You could get a free trial on LinkedIn Sales Navigator if you've never done it. Then you get another software called Dripify. You can also get a free trial on that. You build a list on LinkedIn Sales Navigator using the filters on it. So there are filters on there where you can literally filter down to people that are working in private equity. You can filter it down to the area you're in. I filtered it to all over the US and made a big list. And then you put that list into Dripify, Dripify, and then you run a campaign on Dripify by connecting it to your LinkedIn. You have to build out like an automated sequence on there, and that's going to send you multiple connection requests and messages every single day to people on LinkedIn. And you ask them something really simple, like, would you want to partner on business acquisitions? Would you want to work on business acquisitions together? Just keep it real simple. First, with your introduction message, just say hi, be a human, connect with something or connect on them with something. Make it personalized if you can, but I did it the automated way. I'm lazy. That just felt like a way to make more connections quicker while I was working on other stuff. And then you ask them a simple question like, do you want to work on business acquisitions together? Most people won't ever respond, and that's okay. Every once in a while, someone will respond, and you try to get them on a Zoom call as quick as you can. Message back and forth a little bit. This is just me talking about what I did and how I did it, but you message back and forth a little bit to the ones that do respond. And if you can get onto a Zoom call with them or a Google Meet call or even a phone call, you just talk about your track record a little bit more, like give your track record and what you're looking to do. Let them know what industry you see a lot of like value in. Let them know what your plan is to find deals, and then end the conversation by letting them know, hey, I'm going to bring you some deals when I find them, and I would just love to work on them with you. And you're looking for someone, you want to partner with someone who has an established track record of actually taking deals all the way through. Maybe they've worked at a private equity company before. The type of person I've personally partnered with is an independent sponsor. So that might be a filter that you can put on Sales Navigator, but that's how you connect with them. That's how I would utilize your track record. So hopefully that helps. Also, Dominic, if you are not in the Discord community yet, hop on into the Discord community by going to the link in my bio. It's a free community to join, and people in there are working on doing deals like this, working on growing, buying, or selling businesses, and everything that comes in between, working on fleshing out these ideas and figuring out how to do deals. So hop on in there, join. It's free, like I said. We'd love to have you in there. And for anyone else that's just tuning in, the whole point of this chat is for you guys to come and ask questions about buying, growing, and selling businesses. Ryan and I do that and talk about that all week long in our Discord community. And so today is all about just bringing attention to that, and we're excited to keep it growing. So ask away, bring your questions, and we're excited to have you here. If you want to find investors, is the strategy different? No, the strategy is not different. I would go find the deals and then find investors and ask them if they want to look at a deal. And most of them will be down to look at pretty much any deal. So find the deal first before you connect with them. I guess it is a little bit of a different strategy then. Go find a deal and then go reach out to a bunch of people, just like I described, that are investors with the deal already prepackaged. Get the details on the deal, like deal meaning a business that wants to sell or wants to be acquired. So put that deal together and then go take it to a bunch of investors and articulate it well. And you're going to hear no a lot. You're going to get feedback from that. Iterate on that feedback, go back to the drawing table. If you need to change the frame of the deal, do it in a way that makes sense. And then keep taking it to investors until you get your yes. But for me personally, I didn't want to go the hard knocks way of like going out and raising a bunch of money. I preferred to, not have to do that, and also to go out and learn a little bit more as I was breaking into this. So I went more like the independent sponsor route. So what we do is we work directly with larger private equity firms where they're actually making the investment of capital, and then we earn a stake in the deal if the deal closes. And we just continue to work alongside them and share in the economics of that deal. So it's a pretty cool model. A lot of people don't know about it, but it's just kind of like it's an eat what you kill kind of thing. You go find the deals and you bring them to the private equity firms, and whoever takes them, and you work on it with them. But it's kind of the model that we've chosen. For anyone else tuning in, kind of jumping in here, ask us anything about buying, growing, and selling businesses. I'm a business broker, so I work on selling businesses, and I also work on private equity deals with large firms, working on a couple really big ones right now. Hopefully we get some of them to close here in Q1. But these things do take time. Some of these we've been working on for months. So we're just continuing to kind of work through them, process them, figure out what's going on in them. But let us know if you have any questions about private equity, buying, growing, selling businesses. That's what we're here for. Hop on into our Discord community at the link in my bio on TikTok and Instagram, or the pinned comment on the chat for anything else. And we answer these kinds of questions, have these kinds of conversations all the time. So if you're just tuning in here, shoot us any questions. Drop questions in the chat if you got them. Welcome to all the new joiners. Welcome Chad Hari, Alabori, Jay Hayaya, Josh. Oh, Josh, sure. What's up, man? Yeah, welcome everybody. Let us know what questions you have about any of that.
I mean, the only way that I can think of that people need to get their heads wrapped around the investor thing is it's like if somebody went to a restaurant and they sat down and you said, that'll be $20. What do you want? And they would go, what do I get for $20? And you're like, I don't know. I'll find something. And they say, well, I don't know if it's worth $20. And then they're like, well, where's the menu? And you say, there is no menu. What do you want? And I'll go see if I can get it.
Mm-hmm.
You need to bring them the food. You need to have a menu for them.
You bring them a menu.
Yeah, I'm not saying you need to have a menu of deals, but the deal is essentially the dish. And then they will say what they think they'll pay for the dish. And that's where you get the back and forth. So
exactly.
It's
a great description.
I think it's a very simple one to think. They're the customer, you're the supplier.
That's exactly right. And you are serving that customer by finding them a deal, which is what they like. Investors like deals where they can see a return.
And I like deals where they didn't have to look for it.
Those are their favorite kind. I know, because I love a deal that I didn't have to look for. It's absolutely my favorite kind of deal.
Because God knows if you go through the normal channels of a biz buy sell, you're gonna have to go through the normal hoops.
You're just wading through the shitstorm.
And whether or not it's a good business is irrelevant. Those people are just trying to do right by their client, but still, there's a lot of stuff that and no broker in their right mind is gonna buy a deal that you found on biz buy sell because they've already seen it. You're not. I don't care if it was posted 1 hour ago. They've already seen it.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna go fill up your water?
Yeah, let me go fill this up real quick.
Oh man, this is the pick me up hour, guys. Let's see. Got some people hanging out again. We got some questions flowing. This is good. That 2 to 4 was brutal. It was slow. We were fighting for content, and I'm also fighting for my sanity right now. But thankfully, got some energy drinks, so we're doing all right.